Return to the Su family Yangon Prefecture, Su Manor. The young master has returned to the manor. The announcement reverberated throughout the estate. Inside and outside the gates of Su Manor stood a throng of people, primarily composed of maids and servants, along with several core descendants of the Su family. They all gazed at a young man clad in black, escorted by guards as he walked into the manor. It is truly Su Xin. How dare he return? These past few years, the Su family has declined, and he is to blame. This traitor of the Su family. The glances directed at the young man in black were rife with anger and resentment. The Su family, once a premier aristocracy of the Tianyin dynasty, not only possessed an esteemed ancestor in the Nirvana realm, but also boasted numerous powerful retainers. However, a few years prior, a tragic accident left their ancestor gravely injured and on the brink of death. Before his demise, the ancestor had arranged everything meticulously, securing an opportunity for a marriage alliance with the royal family of the Tianyin dynasty. Provided that Su Xin, the young master and the family's greatest talent at the time, could triumph in a contest against a genius from the illustrious Sidu family, he would wed the ninth princess and become a royal consort. This union would grant the Su family the protection of the royal family, ensuring the stability of their power and status, and possibly elevating them even further. Yet, on the day of the decisive battle, Su Xin vanished without a trace. He fled without putting up a fight. Had Su Xin fought valiantly, yet failed to secure victory, the Su family would have accepted their fate without casting blame upon him. But the act of fleeing resulted in the loss of their chance for alliance with the royal family, plunging the Su family into utter decline. Thus, all responsibility fell squarely upon his shoulders. Even the Tianyin emperor, incensed by the betrayal, ordered Su Xin to be imprisoned in the forbidden magic dungeon for 3 years as punishment. Now, with the 3-year term having expired, Su Xin emerged from the dungeon, returning to the Su family once more. Su Xin. Suddenly, one of the core descendants of the Su family stepped forward, blocking his path, and exclaimed, "You traitor coward! How dare you show your face here?" Su Ming? The black-clad youth's heart sank at the sight of the person before him. Su Ming, his younger cousin by 2 years, had once regarded him as a role model, always trailing closely behind him. But now, young Master Su Ming, the family head has instructed that no one is to obstruct the young master's return. The guard escorting Su Xin interjected coldly. Su Ming gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Su Xin before huffing and departing. Under the guard's guidance, Su Xin arrived at a secluded courtyard within the manor. "Young master, this is the courtyard arranged for you by the family head. He also instructed that if you have no business, it would be best not to leave this place," the guard stated. "Father does not wish to see me?" Su Xin inquired. The guard shook his head and promptly turned to leave. Su Xin stood there, his hands clenched tightly, his fingertips digging into his flesh. "Not even my father can forgive me?" A bitter pang filled his heart. Yet he could understand fleeing without a fight was indeed a disgrace. Moreover, it had led to the complete downfall of the Su family. But no one knew that his retreat had not stemmed from cowardice or fear of confrontation. Rather, it was a desperate situation. "I had no choice. I never expected that, by a cruel twist of fate, my bloodline would awaken on the eve of the decisive battle." Su Xin's gaze sharpened, and his hands involuntarily tightened. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Beyond ordinary warriors, there exist individuals who wield extraordinary powers, known as awakeners. These awakeners command the power of their bloodlines. Each awakener is exceptionally gifted, yet before their bloodlines awaken, they are indistinguishable from ordinary people, and the awakening often occurs unexpectedly. Su Xin had been utterly unprepared. His bloodline had awakened the very day before his duel with the Situ family's genius. The unprecedented agony that accompanied his awakening forced him to escape into the wilderness, burying himself beneath the sand, struggling for a full 3 days and nights before it finally subsided. By the time the Su family found him, he had already missed the decisive battle. In the aftermath, he had no way to plead his case. After all, the bloodline he awakened was no ordinary one. Bloodline awakenings are categorized into ranks. 3rd and 2nd-tier bloodlines can be considered as exceptional talents, emerging rarely among thousands of people. 1st-tier bloodlines are akin to the gifts of mythical beasts. Such bloodlines are so rare that there may be no more than 20 individuals possessing them across an entire dynasty, let alone in the eastern wilderness. Divine tier bloodlines are a millennium apart. On average, a divine tier bloodline awakens only once every few hundred to nearly 1,000 years. The birth of any divine tier bloodline in the eastern wilderness would incite tremendous upheaval, with countless factions vying for it. However, what Su Xin awakened was a bloodline that transcended even the divine tier. The Supreme Bloodline. Supreme Bloodline. The supreme of humanity. Unprecedented throughout history. This bloodline exists solely in legends, never having appeared in the annals of history in the eastern wilderness. What Su Xin awakened was precisely this bloodline, which made him hesitant to mention it to anyone. He could hardly fathom the consequences that would befall him and the Su family if word of his supreme bloodline were to spread. He could only remain silent. Bearing the weight of his family's misunderstandings, he entered the forbidden magic dungeon. Though the Su family had declined, his existence brought forth boundless possibilities. As the dusk settled, Su Xin stood in the courtyard, sword in hand, with a woman dressed in red by his side. The woman, known as Hong Fang, had been Su Xin's maid since childhood and was fiercely loyal to him. Upon learning of his return to the Su family, she immediately returned to serve him. "I haven't seen you practice swordsmanship in quite a while, my lord." Watching Su Xin, Hong Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Su Xin was the foremost prodigy of the younger generation in the Su family, particularly renowned for his swordsmanship. It was said that even at the tender age of 15, his sword skills had already surpassed many of the sword masters at the sea transformation realm within the Su family. To witness him practice swordsmanship was a privilege for Hong Fang. Whoosh! Su Xin suddenly moved. The sword gleamed, reminiscent of countless snowflakes dancing in the air. His speed was astonishingly swift. The snowfall sword technique. Hong Fang's eyes lit up. The snowfall sword technique is one of the higher-tier sword techniques among the many manuals in the Su family's arsenal. This technique is renowned for its speed and unpredictability. Especially the strongest move contained within the snowfall sword technique, known as the snow slash, which allows the wielder to build momentum with each strike, exponentially increasing speed. If mastered to perfection, the snow slash can unleash up to 9 consecutive strikes, an awe-inspiring feat. The snow slash is coming. Hong Fang watched intently. Su Xin's figure danced like a wisp, the sword light flashing like lightning, as he thrust out 7 strikes in an instant, followed by the 8th and 9th. The movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any interruption. The 9th strike of the snow slash. My lord has indeed mastered this technique to its zenith. Hong Fang's expression was filled with joy, but suddenly, her face paled in shock. What? After the 9 consecutive thrusts, Su Xin's motions showed no sign of slowing. Rather, he smoothly executed a 10th strike. Then came the 11th, the 12th. Finally, the 13th strike erupted forth with even greater speed. This strike seemed to pierce the air, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the arena. As Su Xin's form finally came to a halt, Hong Fang felt a sense of bewilderment. The snowfall sword technique's most powerful move, the snow slash, typically culminates at the 9th strike. Yet my lord has unleashed a 13th strike. The 13th strike. Su Xin remained remarkably composed. He was undeniably a swordsmanship genius, and ever since awakening his supreme bloodline, his talent and comprehension had soared to new heights, even granting him special abilities. During his 3 years in the forbidden magic dungeon, although he did not practice swordsmanship, he had continually been devising new techniques in his mind. Over the span of 3 years, he had transcended the sword techniques recorded in the manuals, independently deducing even more powerful moves. For instance, the snow slash manual recorded only 9 strikes, but after 3 years of introspection, he had elevated it to the 13th strike. My lord, shall I fetch you a change of clothes? Hong Fang stepped forward, offering him a new robe. No need, Su Xin waved his hand. I've been away for 3 years, let us take a walk around. My lord, the family head has instructed that you should not leave this courtyard unless necessary, Hong Fang reminded him. Those words must be spoken directly to me for them to hold weight. Su Xin smiled, stepping out of the courtyard. Inside the Su manor, an air of silence prevailed. As Su Xin traversed the estate, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. The changes in the family over these 3 years are indeed significant. Su Xin's gaze turned steely. Ever since the demise of the Su family's ancestor and the loss of their final opportunity for royal alliance, the family had plunged into decline. The Sidu family, already harboring grievances against the Su family, had taken the opportunity to strike, ruthlessly suppressing them. In merely 3 years, the Su family had fallen from a prestigious lineage of the Tianyan dynasty to a second-rate family barely managing to hold their ground in a single prefecture. Even so, the Sidu family did not relent, secretly supporting another family, the Pang family, within Yongning Prefecture, perpetually opposing the Su family, with intentions of eradicating them entirely. Additionally, within the Su family itself, unity was a mere facade. Having lost the deterrent of their ancestor, the numerous retainers who had once been loyal to the Su family had fled, with over 90% departing. The remnants, led by a void-breaking realm expert named Zhao Tianlei, formed an independent faction within the family. They refused to heed the Su family's commands, employing various overt and covert means to seize the family's dwindling resources and influence, subtly threatening to render the Su family powerless. It could be said that the Su family now faced both external threats and internal strife. Su Xin had now arrived at a training ground, where he noticed a crowd gathered, with 2 individuals engaged in fierce combat. "Ah, Su Ming, no wonder you dare to challenge me. It seems you've made a breakthrough. But do you think that makes you my match? What a joke!" A voice laced with arrogance echoed through the training ground. "Su Ming?" Su Xin's expression shifted as he focused on the 2 combatants. One was indeed Su Ming, the very cousin who had confronted him at the manor gates. And the other, Zhao Qing? Su Xin's gaze turned icy. The Zhao family, not being core descendants of the Su family, belonged to the offspring of the Su family's retainers. Zhao Qing was the son of Zhao Tianlei, the leader of the independent faction within the Su family. Zhao Tianlei had 2 sons, the elder, Zhao Ling, and the younger, Zhao Qing. Currently, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei has become a malignant tumor within the Su family. If I wish to restore the Su family to its former glory, the first obstacle I must eliminate is this father-son duo. Su Xin's eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve. The Su family fell due to him, and he was determined to lead them back to prominence, reclaiming their status as the foremost family in the Tianyan dynasty and even the entire eastern wilderness. This father-son duo, Zhao Tianlei and Zhao Qing, would serve as the first stepping stone on his path to resurgence. Chapter 2. He must be slain. Bang. With a deep thud, Su Ming was violently hurled backwards, landing on the ground, only managing to rise after a brief moment, a trickle of fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha, I told you, someone like you could never be my match," Zhao Qing jeered triumphantly. "Among the younger generation of your Su family, only Su Qinghong possesses any real ability. The rest are utterly worthless. Even Su Qinghong pales in comparison to my elder brother. You scoundrel!" Su Ming and several other members of the Su family were seething with rage, yet found themselves unable to retort. The martial arts realm is divided into 5 stages: bone fusion, true martial, sea transformation, void breaking, and nirvana. Among these, bone fusion is the foundational stage, typically achieved within 2 to 3 years, after which one truly enters the realm of martial arts, known as true martial. The true martial realm has a total of 10 stages. It is evident that the current generation of the Su family is not particularly outstanding. The only one who stands out slightly, Su Qinghong, has just barely entered the peak of the true martial 10th stage, while Zhao Qing's elder brother, merely 19 years old, has already reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th stage, just a step away from sea transformation. In terms of age and cultivation, he is indeed unmatched among the younger generation of the Su family. Of course, this does not include one person. That individual has now made their way to the training grounds. The members of the Su family, including Su Ming, were taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. "Xiao Ming, are you all right?" Su Xin inquired, concern etched on his face. "No need for your concern," Su Ming replied curtly, turning his head away. Su Xin, undeterred, shifted his gaze towards Zhao Qing, his eyes turning. "I see why, Su Xin." Zhao Qing's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Su Xin, but he quickly scoffed. "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just the young master of the Su family who fled without a fight on the day of the duel with the Situ family." He emphasized the phrase "fled without a fight," the sarcasm evident to all present. 3 years ago, he would never have dared to speak to Su Xin in such a manner, nor would he have had the courage to even look him in the eye. But times have changed, Su Xin. You, a disgrace to the Su family, a coward who doesn't even dare to fight. How dare you return? If I were you, I would have found a wall to bang my head against until death. Zhao Qing laughed, while those behind him joined in, mockingly. Su Xin, however, regarded Zhao Qing with a cold stare. Zhao Qing, you, son of Zhao Tianlei, have undoubtedly enjoyed numerous benefits from my Su family over the years. Let's not forget, when your father first entered my Su family, he was merely at the mid-stage of Xi transformation. It was through the resources of my Su family that he gradually advanced to the void-breaking stage. And you, since beginning your cultivation, have received plenty of resources and pills from my Su family each month, haven't you? Zhao Qing's expression shifted. You three, relying solely on the resources of my Su family, have acquired your current strength and status. In other words, you are but dogs raised on my Su family's food. When did dogs gain the audacity to bark at their master? Su Xin retorted coldly. Su Xin, how dare you insult me? Do you think this is still 3 years ago? Zhao Qing's anger flared. 3 years ago, you were indeed the number one among the younger generation of the Su family, reaching the peak of true martial 10th stage at just 15. But you have been imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison for a full 3 years. As far as I know, anyone imprisoned there cannot sense even a hint of the world's spiritual energy. Not only does their cultivation fail to progress, but it also significantly declines. How much strength do you think you have left now? With that, Zhao Qing smirked coldly and took a large step forward, his palm glowing with a faint, fiery light, indicating he was not only using all his strength but also employing martial techniques. Young master, Hong Shan could not help but exclaim. The expressions of Su Ming and the others nearby turned tense. They were worried for Su Xin. From their earlier exchange, they had already discerned that Su Xin's current cultivation was merely at the initial stage of true martial 7th realm, while Zhao Qing had already reached the peak of the 7th realm. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Qing was clearly at a significant advantage. Foolish. As Zhao Qing's fist came hurtling toward him, Su Xin merely chuckled coldly. Just as the fist, imbued with a formidable aura, was less than half a foot away from him, Su Xin sidestepped effortlessly. The punch whizzed past him, crashing into empty At the same moment, Su Xin raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as his palm struck Zhao Qing's face, sending him flying, a tooth flying out in the process. Truly foolish. Su Xin looked down at Zhao Qing, who lay on the ground struggling to rise, a trace of disdain flickering at the corner of his mouth. You think that just because your cultivation is slightly higher than mine, you can defeat me? What a joke. In this world, while cultivation is indeed a fundamental aspect of strength, it is by no means everything. Two individuals may possess the same cultivation level, yet their actual power can be worlds apart. As for Zhao Qing, while his cultivation is indeed slightly higher than mine, his talent is merely mediocre. In the face of someone like me, who has awakened the supreme bloodline, I need not even draw my sword. A casual strike from me is sufficient to overpower him. Zhao Qing, consider this a lesson. Remember, you are merely a dog raised by my Su family, consuming our resources. You cannot turn around and bare your teeth at us. Should there be a next time, it will not be as simple as just this slap. Su Xin stated coldly. Su Xin, you. Zhao Qing was now utterly furious, unable to complete his sentence as he pointed a trembling finger at Su Xin. Turning away, Su Xin commanded, Hong Shan, let us return. Yes, Hong Shan obediently nodded, a hint of uncontainable joy on her face. The others, including Su Ming, were equally excited, struggling to contain their emotions. However, just as Su Xin was about to leave the training grounds, Zhao Qing finally stood, his face flushed with rage. Su Xin, just you wait, soon, my elder brother will return, and I will make sure to repay today's humiliation to you double. Your elder brother? Zhao Ling? Su Xin chuckled lightly. He had some recollection of Zhao Ling, who was indeed considered a formidable talent among the younger generation, but he was far inferior in comparison to him. It must be noted that Zhao Ling had only reached the peak of true martial 10th stage at the age of 19, while Su Xin had achieved that at 15, even before his supreme bloodline had awakened. Even though his current cultivation had declined, catching up to Zhao Ling would not pose a significant challenge. Su Xin, do not pretend to be unconcerned. I must tell you, next month, the Su family's sword order competition will commence. My elder brother will also participate. With his strength, the sword order will surely fall into his hands, and he will become the leader of the younger generation of the Su family, who will henceforth have to respect him, Zhao Qing declared vehemently. The sword order competition? Su Xion's expression finally shifted. The Su family's sword order had historically consisted of only two tokens, one held by the family head, representing ultimate authority, and the other possessed by the foremost young talent, granting them the rights of a minor clan leader. However, the sword order had always been contested among the Su family members, with only those bearing the Su surname holding the right to compete. And now it was unexpected that Zhao Tianlei's faction had pressured the family to this extent, even gaining the right to contend for the sword order. Su Xion's expression darkened. If the sword order were to fall into the hands of an outsider, it would render the Su family a complete joke. Zhao Qing, Su Xion turned, his icy gaze resembling that of the Grim Reaper as it bore down on Zhao Qing. Listen well. Go back and tell Zhao Ling that only those with the Su surname are worthy of wielding the sword order. If he dares to meddle during the competition, I shall slay him. With that, Su Xion strode away. Chapter 3. Techniques and Secrets. Before long, Su Xion returned to his quarters. Young master, there are less than 20 days until the sword order competition. According to the usual regulations, all participants from the younger generation must undergo family assessments half a month in advance. The minimum requirement for these assessments is to achieve true martial 8th realm, and the deadline for the family assessment is in 3 days, Hong Shan informed him. Understood, you may leave now, Su Xion replied. Hong Shan promptly exited. In the room, Su Xion sat cross-legged, his mind flooded with various memories. These were the inherited memories that manifested when his supreme bloodline awakened, which included a technique and a forbidden skill. The technique was the inherited cultivation method for bloodline awakeners, lacking a formal name. Although Su Xion's bloodline had awakened for 3 full years, he had been imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison, with no opportunity to cultivate. However, he had long since mastered the method of this technique, and only now began to practice it earnestly. As he cultivated, Su Xion immediately sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards him at an astonishing speed, as if the entire space were trembling. In just a moment, Su Xion felt his cultivation level rise incrementally. Incredible! The speed at which I absorb spiritual energy from the world is astonishingly rapid, perhaps dozens of times faster than before my bloodline awakened, Su Xion thought, astonished. Not only that, but he could also clearly perceive that this technique significantly enhanced the quality of his spiritual power, enabling him to unleash a far greater force than before. If previously he had been at a disadvantage against Zhao Qing, who was at the peak of the 7th realm, now, even though he was still at the initial stage of the 7th realm, he was undoubtedly on par with Zhao Qing. And no wonder they say that bloodline awakeners possess exceptional talents. Merely this technique allows them to cultivate at speeds several times greater than ordinary individuals. Su Xion sighed lightly. As for the forbidden skill, this forbidden skill was named God's Extinction, a method that forcibly burns the power of the bloodline within, resulting in a temporary surge in strength. However, as a forbidden skill, it comes with considerable side effects and should only be used in life-and-death situations for survival. My cultivation had once reached the peak of true martial 10th realm. It has merely declined due to a lack of absorbing spiritual energy over time. Now that I am to cultivate again, it should be significantly easier, especially since my current cultivation speed is likely dozens of times quicker than that of ordinary people. 3 days should suffice for me to reach the true martial 8th realm, Su Xion thought, clenching his hands slightly before delving into focused cultivation. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The vast training ground was filled with people. Today marked the final day for the Su family sword order competition assessments. Both direct descendants of the Su family and younger members from external factions had gathered here, eager to take a chance, as those who met the minimum requirement for the assessments sought to try their luck. After all, the sword order competition was held only once every few years. While they mostly understood that winning the sword order was unlikely, merely participating in the competition was an achievement in itself. Bang! A loud crash echoed in the center of the training ground. A towering figure over 2 meters tall wielded a club, sending Zhao Qing, a contestant from an external faction, flying. Zhao Qing landed at the edge of the training ground in a most disgraceful manner. Ha ha, Zhao Qing, your strength still falls short. Most ordinary true martial 8th realm practitioners can last over 20 breaths against this battle puppet. Yet you barely managed 18. You've embarrassed us. A few onlookers teased upon witnessing Zhao Qing's defeat. Well, I just broke through to the 8th realm yesterday, and my foundation is still unstable compared to you all. Especially you, Hong Fang. You've reached the peak of the 8th realm, Zhao Qing replied, somewhat disgruntled as he looked at them. The others fell silent. Zhao Qing retreated to the side, standing with Hong Fang and the others, harboring feelings of dissatisfaction. If only I had broken through a few days earlier and stabilized my realm, then according to my brother's instructions, refined that palm technique to the entry level, perhaps I could have passed the assessment today. As Zhao Qing pondered this, Hong Fang suddenly leaned in. Zhao Qing, do you think Su Xin will show up at this hour? Su Xin? Upon hearing Su Xin's name, Zhao Qing's expression turned to one of fury. 3 days prior, he had been humiliated by Su Xin, who had struck him so hard that a tooth had been knocked out, and the incident had spread widely. Hong Fang and the others were well aware of it. They also heard that not only had Su Xin defeated Zhao Qing, but he had also proclaimed his intention to participate in the sword order competition, even threatening to slay Zhao Qing's elder brother. Zhao Ling was indisputably the strongest among the younger generation of the two major factions within the Su family. As for Su Xin, while he had been the top genius 3 years ago, eclipsing Zhao Ling, his 3-year imprisonment in the forbidden magic prison had rendered him a shell of his former self, especially given that Su Xin had displayed only the cultivation of true martial 7th realm during his encounter with Zhao Qing. Naturally, no one took Su Xin's words to heart. Many even regarded him as a joke. Hong Fang and his companions had come merely to witness Su Xin's humiliation. That Su Xin is just a self-righteous fool. Zhao Qing sneered. 3 days ago, when he fought me, he could barely reach the true martial 7th realm. The minimum requirement for the sword order competition is the true martial 8th realm. He doesn't even meet the basic threshold. Yet he dares to claim he will confront my elder brother and slay him. What a laugh. I am truly looking forward to his arrival today. If he dares to show up, I will make sure to humiliate him in front of everyone. Avenging my earlier disgrace, Zhao Qing thought with malice. He had just broken through to the true martial 8th realm, significantly increasing his strength, and he was confident that he could triumph over Su Xin this time. After all, he did not believe Su Xin could have made any significant progress in just 3 short days. Just then, Zhao Qing glanced to the side, where a figure was slowly making its way toward the center of the training ground. Su Xin, he actually dared to come. Zhao Qing's expression twisted into a sinister grin. At that moment, everyone in the training ground turned their attention to the Su family's once great talent, who had been imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison for 3 years. Chapter 4. 38 Breaths. Uncle Hang. Su Xin reached the center of the training ground and slightly bowed to a middle-aged man dressed in gray. This man, known as Su Hang, was at the peak of sea transformation and was responsible for presiding over the assessments for the sword order competition, making him Su Xin's uncle by blood. Su Xin, are you here to participate in the assessment? Su Hang observed Su Xin with a complex expression. Yes, Su Xin nodded affirmatively. You should be aware of the rules. The minimum requirement for participation in the assessment is to possess true martial 8th realm cultivation. Su Hang stated, I possess true martial 8th realm. Su Xin replied calmly, and with that, his form trembled as a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. The aura of spiritual power is unmistakably at the true martial 8th level. He has truly reached it? How is that possible? Zhao Qing, who had been watching from the side, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Impossible. Just 3 days ago, when he battled me, he was clearly still on the threshold of the true martial 7th level. How could he have crossed into the 8th level in such a short span? It was utterly inconceivable to him. After all, it typically requires months, if not half a year, of diligent cultivation for an ordinary person to ascend from the true martial 7th to the 8th level. Yet, Su Xin achieved this in merely 3 days? What a joke. Zhao Qing, did you not say that he had only just entered the true martial 7th level 3 days ago? Hong Fang beside him furrowed his brow. How would I know? Zhao Qing's complexion darkened, but he soon sneered, Humph. Even if he has broken through to the 8th level, what of it? It is evident that he has only just made this breakthrough. Passing the assessment will not be so simple. The requirements for the assessment of the competition state that being at the true martial 8th level is merely the minimum requirement. Whether one can pass the assessment remains to be seen. For instance, despite being at the true martial 8th level, Zhao Qing had just failed to pass. If he could not pass, how could Su Xin, who has just broken through, succeed? In the center of the martial arena, Su Xin held his sword in one hand, observing his opponent for this assessment. A humanoid battle puppet towering over 2 meters tall and wielding a long staff. Although it was merely a puppet, its strength should not be underestimated. Just moments ago, Zhao Qing was sent flying by this very battle puppet. Su Xin, your task is to utilize all your skills and endure as long as possible under the attacks of this puppet. As long as you can last for 25 breaths, you will pass the assessment, Su Bohang instructed. Understood, Su Xian nodded. Let the assessment begin. With a wave of Su Bohang's hand, the humanoid battle puppet raised its arm and swung the nearly 2-meter-long black staff directly at Su Xian. Simple and brutal. Su Xian, however, casually drew his sword to meet the staff head-on, and they clashed with equal force, Su Xian even gaining a slight upper hand. Su Xian was not surprised. The puppet was initially weak, significantly less powerful than those who had just entered the true martial 8th level. Yet, the puppet's strength continuously increased and grew stronger. Although it did not employ any sophisticated staff techniques or martial skills, merely swinging the staff, its power and speed would become increasingly formidable. Faced with this puppet, which relied solely on brute strength and speed for its clumsy attacks, Su Xian felt little interest. After the initial clash, he relied on his agile movements to evade further confrontation. To the spectators, Su Xian appeared incredibly nimble. The puppet's power and speed were indeed growing stronger, yet it could not even graze the hem of Su Xian's garment. This kid. Zhao Qing's expression darkened to an extreme. He had expected Su Xian to falter quickly, just as he had against the puppet, but now Su Xian had already endured for over 20 breaths. Still appearing composed and at ease, it's his movement technique. Hong Fang's eyes narrowed slightly. The technique Su Xian was employing should be the Qinya illusory body, one of the 6 premier movement techniques of the Su family, and it seemed he had mastered it to perfection. With such a technique, he could at least endure over 30 breaths against the puppet. This assessment posed little challenge for him. The rules of the assessment merely stated that one must endure for 25 breaths without defeat, without specifying the means to do so. Although Su Xian relied on his movement to evade the battle, as long as he did not fall, lasting 25 breaths would indeed count as passing the assessment. Hong Fang, do me a favor, Zhao Qing whispered. Once this kid's assessment is over, go teach him a lesson for me. Hong Fang glanced at Zhao Qing, noticing the latter's face filled with resentment. Initially, Zhao Qing had intended to personally deal with Su Xian upon his arrival, to redress the humiliation he had suffered. However, he had not anticipated that in just 3 days, Su Xian would have advanced to the true martial 8th level. Seeing Su Xian wield such formidable movement techniques made him realize he was still no match for him. Personal revenge was out of the question, so he could only request Hong Fang's assistance. Hong Fang, after all, was at the pinnacle of the true martial 8th level and had trained in several powerful martial techniques, making him exceptionally strong. Even against weaker true martial 9th level opponents, he could hold his OWN.IN this sword contest assessment among all the participants from the Su family at the true martial 8th level. Hong Fang had managed to endure the longest against the puppet, an impressive 41 breaths. Having him step in to teach Su Xian a lesson should be a piece of cake. Very well, Hong Fang agreed, considering the matter. Their relationship was already amicable, both belonging to the same faction, and with Zhao Qing's father and his brother Zhao Ling's connections, punishing a mere Su Xian was an easy task. All right, I will rely on you for this. Just don't be too harsh. Knock out a few of his teeth and break an arm, and that should suffice, Zhao Qing said coldly. No problem, Hong Fang replied with a smile. Had it been in the past, he would not have dared to act against Su Xian, the young master. But now Su Xian's title as a young master was merely a facade. In reality, even members of the Su family harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. As long as he did not take Su Xian's life, merely knocking out a few teeth and breaking an arm was not a significant matter. At this moment, Su Xian finally fell in his encounter with the puppet. However, his defeat was a conscious choice to step out of the battle zone, and he had managed to endure 38 breaths against the puppet. 38 breaths was quite close to my 41 breaths. However, he had merely relied on his movement techniques to last this long. In a direct confrontation, he feared he would not last even 30 breaths. Besides, I am not merely a puppet that understands only simple, brute force attacks. His movement techniques would not pose much of a challenge for me. Hong Fang remained absolutely confident. After Su Xian passed the assessment, he stepped forward. Su Xian, your movement technique is quite impressive. Do you dare to face me in battle? Battle you? Su Xian frowned. He did not recognize this person before him. What, Su Xian, are you afraid? Zhao Qing scoffed from behind. If you're scared, you could always hide away like you did 3 years ago. Laughter erupted from the surrounding disciples of various factions. 3 years prior, Su Xian's retreat without a fight had indeed become a source of ridicule for many. Su Xian's expression darkened. as he realized that Zhao Qing had summoned Hong Fang to seek revenge for the past. Su Xin, do you dare to respond? Hong Fang seemed somewhat impatient, unleashing his spiritual power aura as he spoke. The pinnacle of the true martial 8th level? Su Xin silently shook his head. He did not perceive Hong Fang as strong. Rather, he found him somewhat weak. Although both were at the true martial 8th level, Hong Fang's cultivation was slightly higher. However, Su Xin had awakened the supreme bloodline, an exceptional existence with fully unlocked potential. His combat power was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yet, using him to test the bloodline power he could currently harness would suffice. Very well. If you wish to fight, then let us fight, Su Xin declared, accepting the challenge. Chapter 5. A clash of strength. He accepted the challenge. Su Xin, has he truly lost his mind? This is utterly reckless. Does he think this is still 3 years ago? The martial arena erupted in a flurry of chatter, with most deeming Su Xin foolishly arrogant, particularly the disciples of the various factions who openly mocked him. It must be noted that Hong Fang had long since reached the pinnacle of the true martial 8th level. Even against an average true martial 9th level adversary, he could still contend. Meanwhile, from Su Xion's recent bout with the puppet, it was evident he was merely at the threshold of the true martial 8th level, managing to endure 38 breaths only through his movement techniques, relying solely on movement to barely hold on. Hong Fang had fought the puppet directly and endured for a full 41 breaths. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. This is reckless. Yu Bohang frowned at Su Xion's acceptance of the challenge. Although the entire Su family harbored grievances against Su Xian, they were united against the discrimination from the factions. He believed Su Xian was acting impulsively but felt it inappropriate to intervene, as it was commonplace for young disciples within the Su family to engage in friendly rivalry. Excellent, Hong Fang coldly chuckled. After all, Su Xian was once the acknowledged first genius of the Su family. It was said that his talent was among the finest in the entire Tianyan Empire. If he could publicly dominate Su Xian in front of so many people, it would be a remarkable achievement. With this thought in mind, Hong Fang drew the combat knife from his waist. Su Xian, I will allow you to strike first. Su Xian did not utter a word of hesitation. He tightened his grip on the long sword and charged forward. With a swift, straightforward strike, he unleashed a fierce downward slash, devoid of any embellishment, no movement technique employed, but rather a direct confrontation. He wished to clash head-on? Hong Fang laughed, finding it too reckless. Su Bohang shook his head. How could someone merely at the true martial 8th level contend against someone who had already reached the pinnacle? Was he truly seeking his own demise? As expected, Hong Fang coldly smiled, swinging his combat knife with formidable spiritual power. The clang of metal echoed as the knife met the sword, and for a moment, neither side gained an advantage. With a series of successive clashes, they appeared evenly matched. How can this be? Hong Fang thought in surprise. I am using nearly 80% of my strength, and logically, I should easily overpower an ordinary true martial 8th level opponent. Yet, in this direct confrontation, I find myself at a standstill. After the initial shock, a surge of anger welled up within Hong Fang. He unleashed his full strength, allowing his violent spiritual power to erupt from his arms and enhance the might of his knife techniques. Yet even then, he still failed to gain a clear advantage. What is happening? How can Su Xion's strength be this formidable? The spectators were taken aback. Even Su Bohang, a master at the Transformation C stage, wore a puzzled expression. They recognized that Su Xian was employing the ordinary breaking mountain sword technique, which lacked complexity and was of a lower tier. By contrast, Hong Fang's knife techniques were evidently superior, and logically, his unleashed power should have been greater. However, within Su Xion's heart, he quietly chuckled. After cultivating the bloodline inheritance technique, the quality of my spiritual power has significantly improved. The strength I can unleash in an instant surpasses even that of this peak true martial 8th level opponent, despite my cultivation only being at the initial stage. As the confrontation continued, Su Xion's gaze sharpened. Kid, prepare to die. Hong Fang, now consumed with fury, resembled a frenzied beast, discarding all caution. He unleashed bolts of lightning that danced across his body and, wielding his knife, struck down with ferocity, as though summoning a thunderbolt. Thunder elemental technique. 7 thunder knives. This was Hong Fang's most powerful strike. Su Xian, on the other hand, executed the most potent move from the breaking mountain sword technique. But in that moment, A strand of bloodline power merged seamlessly with his own spiritual energy. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and a shockwave surged forth. Hong Fang had anticipated dominating Su Xin with his strongest move, but as their weapons collided, he felt a terrifying force akin to an ancient beast surging toward him. Cough! A mouthful of warm blood spewed from his lips, and his combat knife was sent flying, while his body crashed violently into the ground like a cannonball. 9th level. Only a 9th level cultivator could possess such strength. This thought flashed through Hong Fang's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The martial arena fell into a profound silence as everyone stared in disbelief at Su Xin and the injured, unconscious Hong Fang on the ground. It was evident that Hong Fang had exerted all his strength, even unleashing his ultimate technique, yet he had still been defeated by Su Xin. Overwhelmed in a head-on clash, he had been gravely injured and knocked unconscious. How could this be? They could not fathom how Su Xin, at the initial stage of the true martial 8th level, could withstand a direct confrontation and overpower someone who had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. Moreover, Su Xion's sword technique was clearly inferior to Hong Fang's. This kid. Even Su Bohang was now filled with confusion. Only Su Xian himself understood the reason behind it all. At this moment, he felt a surge of delight within. This is the power of the bloodline. Su Xian clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Just a slight guiding of the bloodline power had amplified the might of my strike nearly tenfold, allowing me to injure Hong Fang gravely with a single blow. If I unleashed my full potential, how remarkable would that be? Moreover, he had only awakened his bloodline recently, and his own strength was still too weak, limiting him to a fraction of the bloodline power. Only when he grew stronger could he tap into more of that power, resulting in even more extraordinary feats. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian noticed that everyone around him was watching intently. He chose to say nothing, suppressing his expression, and departed without a backward glance at Hong Fang. After all, he had never regarded Hong Fang as a true opponent. Their clash was merely an opportunity to test the might of his bloodline power. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who had orchestrated Hong Fang's intervention against Su Xian, wore a grim expression. This Su Xian has actually managed to defeat Hong Fang in a direct confrontation. It seems I must wait for my brother's return to teach him a lesson. Zhao Qing clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Su Xian's retreating figure. Just wait, Su Xian. Although you possess some strength, you are nothing compared to my brother. When the sword order competition begins, my brother will show all the Su family disciples what true despair is. Chapter 6. The Red Dragon Tower under the night sky. The moon shone brightly. Young master, news of your victory over Hong Fang has spread throughout the family. Many disciples and even some elders have expressed their admiration for you. Some say that although you spent 3 years in the forbidden magic prison, your innate talent has not diminished significantly. Hong Shan remarked with excitement. Su Xian could not help but smile. Defeating Hong Fang held little significance for him. What mattered was the family's perception of him. The events of 3 years prior had left the entire family harboring considerable resentment toward him. Although today's battle would not completely erase that resentment, it could at least improve the family's overall impression of him. After all, in this world, strength commands respect. His ability to directly defeat Hong Fang, who stood at the pinnacle of the true martial 8th level, despite being at the initial stage, was enough to earn him the admiration of many Su family disciples. A mere Hong Fang. Before this, I didn't even know his name, so he is of little consequence. However, Zhao Ling to Su Xian's gaze narrowed. Zhao Ling, at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th level, was considered a genius with formidable combat prowess, reportedly rivaling even those at the Transformation C stage. The vast disparity in cultivation levels between them made victory seem unlikely unless he resorted to the forbidden secret art of annihilation. He must surpass Zhao Ling in the sword order competition, perhaps even eliminate him. To achieve this, his cultivation must reach at least the pinnacle of the true martial 9th realm. However, with only half a month remaining until the competition, even if he practiced the bloodline inheritance technique at a speed dozens of times faster than ordinary people, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to elevate his cultivation to that level. If he could obtain elixirs to assist his training, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope, Su Xian mused. The next morning, Su Xian ventured to the Su family's treasure pavilion, overseen by an elder of the clan. Young master, I sincerely apologize. While I could provide you with a few ordinary gathering spirit pills, the exceptional ones our family possesses very few, and with the upcoming sword order competition, The head of the family has already instructed me to distribute the scant few exceptional gathering spirit pills we have. The elder explained. Distributed, you say? Su Xin furrowed his brow, though he was not entirely surprised. Since the decline of the Su family, their resources had diminished drastically compared to 3 years prior. During the family's prosperous days, they could procure a considerable number of exceptional gathering spirit pills each year. Now, they barely managed a dozen. With the impending sword order competition, the family's upper echelons, including his father, had placed immense importance on it, already allocating these exceptional pills to the strongest and most promising descendants to enhance their cultivation as much as possible. As for Su Xin, no one believed that someone just released from the demon-sealing prison could contend with Zhao Ling. Even after his victory over Hong Fang yesterday, the latter was merely a peak true martial 8th realm practitioner. The family members acknowledged Su Xin's remarkable talent, but still doubted his ability to pose a threat to Zhao Ling. With no exceptional gathering spirit pills available, he would have to seek assistance elsewhere, Su Xin pondered, quickly departing the estate alone. In the heart of Yongning County's capital, 2 imposing black towers loomed, resembling colossal giants overseeing the city. These black towers housed the renowned Red Dragon Tower of the Tianyin dynasty. The Red Dragon Tower was established by the founding monarch of the Tianyin dynasty hundreds of years ago, with branches throughout the nation. Each of the 36 states and counties within the Tianyin dynasty boasted a Red Dragon Tower, serving 2 primary purposes. Firstly, to monitor the realm. Any disturbances within the Tianyin dynasty would be promptly reported to the monarch by the Red Dragon Tower. Secondly, to gather talented individuals from across the land. Within the Red Dragon Tower, there were 2 well-known structures, the True Martial Pavilion and the Dragon-Seeking Tower. The True Martial Pavilion primarily assessed the martial skills of true martial realm practitioners, consisting of 15 floors. Any practitioner who could conquer the 10th floor would be deemed a genius within the entire Tianyin dynasty. The Dragon-Seeking Tower, designed for Sea Transformation realm practitioners, evaluated their overall strength. Although it only had 3 floors, any Sea Transformation practitioner who could surpass the first floor would be considered a top-tier genius. Those who could conquer the second floor would be recognized as exceptional geniuses, of which there were only about 30 to 40 in the entire dynasty during a single era.as for the third floor. Those who could surpass it were regarded as peerless prodigies, appearing only once every several years within the Tianyin dynasty, rarer than the legendary bloodline awakeners. Before the towering structures, the Dragon-Seeking Tower presented a formidable challenge, attracting few challengers. However, the True Martial Pavilion, on the other hand, saw many aspiring practitioners. At that moment, a crowd of over 100 gathered before the True Martial Pavilion, predominantly comprised of confident true martial realm practitioners. Currently, a true martial 9th realm practitioner was attempting the challenge, having already surpassed 7 floors. Yet, upon reaching the 8th floor, he was swiftly defeated and expelled. To reach the 8th floor with a 9th realm cultivation is commendable. Many true martial 10th realm practitioners fail to surpass the 7th floor. The onlookers remarked. The challenges within the True Martial Pavilion focused solely on skill rather than cultivation level. A typical true martial practitioner reaching the 5th floor was considered average. Surpassing the 6th and 7th floors indicated notable skill, while conquering the 8th and 9th floors signified an exceptionally talented individual. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared at the base of the True Martial Pavilion, with a slender frame clad in fitted attire and wielding a long sword. Her elegant demeanor and stunningly cool visage captured the attention of all present. It was she, Su Xin, the proud young lady of the Su family. Is this her 6th attempt at the True Martial Pavilion this year? Murmured some in the crowd. Previously, she had conquered the 8th floor but struggled for a prolonged period on the 9th. Was she here once more to attempt the 9th floor? Jia, a figure in the crowd, donning a bamboo hat to obscure his face, glanced up at the enchanting silhouette. Su Yuning was his cousin, 2 years his senior, with whom he had shared a close bond during their childhood. However, in recent years, under the pressure of factional disputes, she had ventured out to hone her skills, and now, in terms of cultivation, she had clearly ascended to the true martial 10th realm. Among the direct descendants of the Su family, only Su Qinghong and Su Yuning could contend with Zhao Ling in the sword order competition. As Su Yuning gazed up at the towering edifice of the True Martial Pavilion, she resolved, after a month of training in the outside world and honing my swordsmanship, I must conquer the 9th floor this time. If I cannot even surpass the 9th floor, how can I hope to defeat Zhao Ling in the sword order competition? Zhao Ling had not only reached the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, but had also conquered the 10th floor of the true martial pavilion a year prior, earning the recognition of the Red Dragon Tower and acquiring the yellow grade token. Although she too was a true martial 10th realm practitioner, she still lagged behind in strength. If her skills could not even allow her to surpass the 9th floor, the gap between her and Zhao Ling would be insurmountable. Soon, Su Xin entered the true martial pavilion, effortlessly surpassing the 1st to 7th floors. Upon reaching the 8th floor, she expended some effort but ultimately succeeded before facing the 9th floor. In the 9th floor, she exerted all her strength, battling fiercely for an extended period, yet ultimately fell short as she exited the true martial pavilion. Her figure trembled slightly, her ruby lips pursed in frustration. Despite giving my all, I still failed. How could Zhao Ling, that monster, have conquered the 10th floor? The crowd gathered outside the true martial pavilion expressed their astonishment upon witnessing Su Yuning's defeat at the 9th floor. Just as she prepared to leave, a figure brushed past her. Su Yuning instinctively glanced over, feeling a stirring within her heart. Though the individual wore a hat that obscured their features, their presence evoked a sense of familiarity and closeness, leaving her puzzled. Who was this person? They appeared to possess only the cultivation of a true martial 8th realm practitioner. Were they here to challenge the true martial pavilion as well? Su Yuning, who had intended to depart, hesitated and remained. Meanwhile, the familiar silhouette had already entered the true martial pavilion. Inside the 1st floor of the true martial pavilion, Su Xin stood observing the 10 battle puppets positioned in the open space before him. A smile gracing his lips. 5 years ago, during my first attempt at the true martial pavilion at the age of 13, I gave it my all yet failed at the 10th floor. In the subsequent 2 years, my swordsmanship improved significantly, and I believed I could easily conquer the 10th floor. However, over the past 3 years, my bloodline awakened, and my comprehension has dramatically increased, allowing me to derive even deeper sword techniques from a single style. My swordsmanship has improved tremendously compared to those earlier years. If I give my all, I wonder how many floors I could surpass. Su Xin felt a flicker of anticipation. The true martial pavilion's challenges did not assess cultivation but rather focused on skill. And that skill, to put it simply, was Su Xin's swordsmanship. Chapter 7. The shock at the apex of one of the towering black structures of the Red Dragon Tower. An elderly man with white hair and a long beard casually sat at a tea table, leisurely sipping tea while perusing a recently acquired report. The one from the martial arts arena was actually assassinated by enemies. The elderly man shook his head inwardly, too careless. With his strength, a few more years of seclusion should have allowed him to conquer the 1st level of the dragon-seeking tower. Such a pity. The Red Dragon Tower gathers talented individuals from across the realm but does not interfere with their growth. This means that regardless of the obstacles faced by these prodigies, even if it is known that one of them is about to be secretly killed, the Red Dragon Tower remains indifferent. The individual referred to as the one from the martial arts arena was indeed a genius. He had once conquered the 10th level of the true martial tower, and the Red Dragon Tower had been monitoring his growth. However, it was unfortunate that he had not yet reached his full potential before being assassinated. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a black-clad steward appeared before the elderly man. "Sir, the individual currently challenging the true martial tower has already surpassed the 8th level," the steward reported. The elderly man furrowed his brow. There was no need to inform him of merely the 8th level. The steward had accompanied him for years and should know his temperament. "Sir, the inspector stationed at the true martial pavilion has indicated that this individual has a high likelihood of surpassing the 12th level." The steward continued. "What did you say?" The elderly man's eyes widened in shock. Surpassing the 10th level of the true martial pavilion already classified one as a top-tier genius, eligible to receive the yellow grade token from the Red Dragon Tower. Surpassing the 12th level? Such talent and skill would undoubtedly be among the finest in the Tianyan dynasty, with perhaps only a handful in any given state. Moreover, in Yongning County, no one had ever managed to surpass the 12th level. The words came from the inspector overseeing the true martial pavilion. Although the inspector's status and strength were slightly lower than his, their insight was undoubtedly sharp. If they believed that this individual had a high chance of surpassing the 12th level, it was likely true. "Let us go take a look." The elderly man immediately set off. At the base of the true martial pavilion, numerous true martial realm practitioners remained gathered. That person actually surpassed the 8th level? Su Yuning, among the crowd, gazed upward at the 8 lit tower lamps. Each floor of the true martial pavilion had a lamp that illuminated upon completion, signifying the successful challenge of that level. However, she noticed that the time this individual took to surpass the 8th level was evidently longer than her own, indicating that it was likely their limit. As for the 9th level, she doubted they had much hope. Just then, swoosh, a figure suddenly soared from the top of another tower, floating in midair and surveying the entire true martial pavilion from above. A void-breaking realm expert. It was Lord Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower. What transpired within the true martial pavilion to warrant Lord Yuan Qing's attention? A commotion erupted below. What's going on? Su Yuning furrowed her brows. In the Tianyin dynasty, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower held a status comparable to that of a county governor, making them one of the most prominent figures in Yongning County. Such high-ranking individuals rarely made public appearances. Even if someone managed to conquer the 10th level of the true martial pavilion, it would not necessarily warrant a personal audience with Lord Yuan Qing. Yet now it was evident that Lord Yuan Qing had come specifically for the true martial pavilion. Could it be because of the individual challenging it? Surely not. That individual had yet to surpass the 9th level. Su Yuning's expression turned peculiar. Meanwhile, in midair, the elderly man with white hair observed the scene below, his gaze penetrating the interior of the tower. In the 9th level of the true martial pavilion, a young man clad in black and wearing a hat was engaged in combat against 10 battle puppets wielding silver long spears. The opponents in the true martial pavilion's challenges were these battle puppets, with 10 present on each level. However, as the levels increased, the puppet skills and coordination improved. In terms of strength, the puppets matched the challenger's level from the very first floor. By the 9th level, the puppet spear techniques were already quite formidable. Many sea transformation realm experts struggled to surpass it solely based on skill. Yet, in the face of the 10 puppets' assault, Su Xin moved like a phantom, appearing effortlessly at various points in the battlefield. His seemingly casual sword strikes were cunning and precise, effortlessly nullifying the puppet's lethal spear techniques. Too easy. Yuan Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. He now understood why the inspector at the true martial pavilion believed Su Xin had a high chance of surpassing the 12th level. His agility and swordsmanship combined seamlessly, leaving virtually no openings. The 10 battle puppets, capable of executing impressive spear techniques, appeared as helpless as infants wielding firewood sticks in his hands. This boy was practically toying with the battle puppets. Yuan Qing mused. Indeed, from the 6th level onward, Su Xin had been playing with the puppets, never revealing any true sword techniques, merely utilizing casual strikes to defeat them with ease. Before long, he conquered the 9th level, followed by the 10th and 11th levels. Despite the significant increase in the puppet spear techniques in these 2 levels, especially the 11th, where each puppet skill approached that of peak sea transformation experts, Su Xin still navigated through effortlessly, surpassing the 11th level. Is he truly that proficient in swordsmanship? Yuan Qing marveled, astonished by Su Xin's understanding of the art. Upon reaching the 12th level of the true martial pavilion, the puppet's strength was further enhanced, and Su Xin finally had to exert himself as he brandished his long sword. He merged seamlessly with it, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows that resembled imposing mountains. Standing steadfast against the onslaught of incoming spears, the mixed origin sword technique, witnessing this scene, Yuan Qing's eyebrows shot up. The mixed origin sword technique, renowned as the foremost defensive swordsmanship among the Su family's techniques. Could it be that he was a descendant of the Su family? Just as Yuan Qing entertained this thought, he immediately dismissed it. No, he thought, fixating on Su Xin, whose technique bore striking resemblance to the Su family's mixed origin sword technique. The moment the technique was unleashed, it manifested as an extraordinarily heavy and towering mountain, remaining unmoved amidst the raging storm of attacks. This was a technique focused on defense. Yet now, as Su Xin executed his swordsmanship, it transformed from a heavy mountain into a colossal grinding stone, mercilessly crushing through the battle puppets. The 13th level was reached, where the puppets' techniques exceeded those of over 99% of sea transformation experts. Reaching the pinnacle of their abilities, the 10 puppets launched their simultaneous assault, their spear techniques executed with astonishing speed. They managed to encircle Su Xin, leaving him with no possibility of escape. At this point, Su Xin finally unleashed his full power. With his long sword in hand, he became one with it, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that swept across the battlefield, resembling towering mountains standing against the onslaught of those approaching spears. His swordsmanship was no longer constrained by mere forms and techniques. Instead, it had transformed into something enigmatic and unpredictable. It could manifest as a swift, thunderous strike or as a cunning, assassin-like thrust, delivering a lethal blow with an ethereal grace. Alternatively, it could be an astonishingly rapid attack, leaving the onlookers utterly unable to perceive its trajectory. The 10 battle puppets surrounding him unleashed their spear techniques in a frenzied assault, yet they could not withstand the terrifying prowess of Su Xion's swordplay. After an arduous battle, he had conquered the 14th level. Could it be that he has taken that monumental step? The shock within Yuan Qing's heart was beyond the bounds of language, and his gaze towards Su Xion resembled that of one observing a monster. The battle puppets of the 14th level of the Jinwu Tower had already reached a level of skill comparable to that of ordinary void-breaking realm experts. With 10 of them working in concert, many void-breaking realm practitioners would struggle to pass, yet this young man, merely at the 8th level of Jinwu, had triumphed over the 14th level. The 8th level of Jinwu surpassing the skills of an average void-breaking expert? Who could possibly be the ancient master who guided such a terrifying prodigy? He intended to challenge the 15th level, the final tier of the Jinwu Pavilion. Could it be? Yuan Qing watched with expectation. Unfortunately, upon reaching the 15th level, Su Xion merely exchanged a few brief encounters with the 10 battle puppets before withdrawing from the battlefield entirely. The 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion was exponentially more challenging than the 14th. If I were to unleash my strongest strike without reservation, perhaps I could have a chance of passing, but that strike would be too conspicuous. Once executed, my identity would likely be compromised. Moreover, relying solely on skill to breach the 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion would be utterly astonishing. By then, not just Yongning County, but the entire Tianyan dynasty would likely be shaken. Why current strength is still insufficient. It is better to remain inconspicuous. Su Xion was acutely aware of this. He soon exited the Jinwu Pavilion, having successfully conquered the 14th level but stopping short at the 15th. Chapter 8. Guidance outside the Jinwu Pavilion. Hundreds had gathered, including Su Yuning, all fixated on the Black Tower's flickering lights. Upon witnessing even Lord Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Qihong Tower, being stirred, they understood that the one challenging the Jinwu Pavilion must possess extraordinary talents. Indeed, they saw the tower lights illuminating one after another, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th. Until, finally, even the light of the 14th level lit up. Everyone was left astounded. The vast square fell into a profound silence, enveloped in an atmosphere of awe and disbelief. The 14th level, Su Yuning gaped in astonishment. She had initially observed that Su Xion took considerable time to conquer the 8th level and instinctively thought he might not even surpass the 9th, yet who would have expected? Unbeknownst to her, Su Xion had hardly taken the challenge seriously before reaching the 12th level. He had merely been playing with the battle puppets, which explained the seemingly extended duration. To conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion indicated that his skills were now on par with, if not surpassing, those of typical void-breaking realm experts. Such unparalleled talent in swordsmanship would be virtually unmatched in the contemporary Tianyan dynasty. Others around were equally astonished. Just then, the 14 lights atop the Jinwu Pavilion extinguished simultaneously, and the pavilion's gates swung open. Look, he is coming out. All eyes turned in unison toward the tower's entrance. Whoosh! The figure descended gracefully before the tower entrance. As Su Xion stepped out of the Jinwu Pavilion, he immediately felt countless fiery gazes upon him. These gazes were undeniably fiery, brimming with unmasked shock, reverence, and jealousy. Tio breached the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion as a Jinwu practitioner was simply inconceivable. Young friend, greetings. An elderly man with white hair stood before Su Xion, his face radiating warmth. I am Yuan Qing, the overseer of Qihong Tower in Yongning County. Yuan Qing, Su Xion acknowledged with a nod. May I ask your name, young friend? Yuan Qing inquired. Jian, Su Xion replied, a name he had already decided upon before challenging the Jinwu Pavilion. Jian, Yuan Qing's heart stirred. He immediately understood this was merely a pseudonym. Realizing Su Xion did not intend to reveal his true identity and thus refrained from pressing further. You have successfully conquered the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, and such a performance grants you the eligibility to receive a Gu level token from Qihong Tower. Yuan Qing presented a gilded token to Su Xion, upon which the words Qihong were elegantly inscribed. Gu level. Su Xion raised an eyebrow. Qihong Tower issued 4 distinct tokens: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. each signifying different levels of authority within the tower. The yellow level token bore the least privileges, yet it could still facilitate minor requests. Conversely, the highest tier heaven level token conferred substantial authority. Typically, its possessor could directly request entry into the Tianyin dynasty's elite genius concentration camp for training, receiving abundant resources for cultivation without cost. However, the heaven level token was exceedingly rare, attainable only by breaching the 15th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion or the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower while at the Sea Transformation Realm. Such geniuses were seldom seen, often appearing only once in several years or even decades within the Tianyin dynasty. Although Su Xion's success at the 14th level was astonishing, it still fell short of the requirements for a heaven level token. Age level token would suffice. Su Xion accepted the token, feeling a profound sense of joy. Young friend, according to our regulations, having obtained the Ge level token grants you considerable privileges within Qihong Tower. If you require assistance or resources, feel free to make your requests. As long as they fall within your privileges, Qihong Tower will gladly comply. Yuan Qing smiled. However, I must clarify that Qihong Tower will not interfere with your growth. In other words, should you encounter dangers or adversaries during your journey, Qihong Tower will not intervene. That I understand. Su Xian nodded. Indeed, Qihong Tower refrained from meddling in the development of prodigies, as certain appropriate dangers or potential foes could serve as valuable tempering experiences. At present, I do require some premium gathering spirit pills, Su Xian stated. Premium gathering spirit pills? Yuan Qing chuckled. Due to their high grade and low refining rate, they are indeed exceedingly rare. However, they are primarily beneficial only to Zhenwu realm practitioners. Their efficacy diminishes for those above the Sea Transformation realm. Thus, in the eyes of higher-level experts within the Tianyin dynasty, premium gathering spirit pills are not deemed particularly precious resources. Given your current Ge level privileges, acquiring some will pose no problem. How many would you like, young friend? Yuan Qing asked. 20 should suffice, Su Xian replied. He saw no need to ask for more. 20 premium gathering spirit pills would allow him ample luxury during his time in the Zhenwu realm. And by the time he broke through to the Sea Transformation realm, they would lose their value. Yuan Qing promptly instructed the attendants at Qihong Tower. Please wait a moment, young friend. I have already sent someone to prepare them, and they will be delivered shortly. Thank you. Su Xian smiled lightly. At that moment. Excuse me, sir. A graceful figure approached. Ingjia. Su Xian's expression turned peculiar. The newcomer was none other than Su Yuning. Su Yuning of the Su family humbly requests your guidance, she said, bowing deeply with her sword cradled in her arms, her demeanor exceedingly modest. A stir rippled through the crowd. They couldn't help but admire Su Yuning's courage. After all, the mysterious swordsman known as Jian Yi had just conquered the 14th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion. His swordsmanship likely unmatched among Zhenwu practitioners in the entire Tianyin dynasty. Meanwhile, Su Yuning had barely managed to breach the 9th level. There was a vast chasm between their abilities. Given such a disparity, it would be expected for her to look up to him in awe, yet here she was, daring to step forward and seek his counsel. Su Yuning remained bowed, her exquisite features biting her silver lip. She understood that her approach was somewhat abrupt, but she mustered her courage. After all, she wielded a sword herself, and the depth of his swordsmanship was something she had never encountered before. At least within the Su family, no one could match his level. She was determined not to let this opportunity to seek guidance pass her by. Su Xian regarded Su Yuning with a bemused expression, and after a moment, he nodded slightly, lowering his voice. Very well, I will oblige. Joy surged through Su Yuning. The onlookers, including Yuan Qing, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that this clearly transcendent figure, Jian Yi, would genuinely agree to offer guidance. Phew, Su Yuning exhaled in relief, stepping back a short distance before drawing her long sword. Sir, you are at the 8th level of Zhenwu. I will also restrain my strength to this level. Please, feel free to make your move. Su Xian, however, appeared at ease and content. Swish, Su Yuning unleashed her sword, a dazzling shadow of steel illuminating the air, as if snowflakes were cascading down. Snowfall sword technique? Su Xian chuckled. The technique she wielded was indeed the Su family's snowfall sword technique, one with which Su Xian was well acquainted. A flurry of sword shadows, resembling dancing snowflakes, charged at him. Su Xian merely stood there, casually executing his strikes without employing any particular sword technique. He simply swung his sword, yet each movement precisely targeted the flaws in the snowflakes, causing them to dissipate. Remarkable, Su Yuning exclaimed, quickly executing the strongest move of her snowfall sword technique, the snowcut style. The snowcut style consisted of 9 strikes, each faster than the last. Having practiced this technique for years, Su Xin could unleash 8 consecutive strikes. Understanding the terrifying prowess of the figure before her, she went all out, releasing all 8 strikes simultaneously. Yet despite this, Su Xin remained stationary, not taking a single step, simply swinging his sword with the same casualness, as a series of impacts echoed forth, effortlessly deflecting all 8 of her swift sword lights. Is it truly this simple to block my snowcut 8 strikes? Su Xin was left incredulous. Now, unleash your strongest technique, Su Xin encouraged. Sir, be cautious. Su Yuning's cheeks flushed slightly, but she then leaped into the air, her stunning silhouette resembling a phoenix descending from the heavens, as her sword slashed down, radiating a brilliant light. How beautiful! The spectators were entranced. Phoenix descending sword. Su Xion's eyes narrowed. Unfortunately, it was merely the first move. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as Su Yuning's sword slipped from her grasp, while a sharp blade pressed against her delicate neck. Is this how I am defeated? Su Yuning felt the coldness at her throat, her heart shaking. Yet Su Xian remained indifferent, stating, crude, far too crude. The sword technique itself is powerful, but when executed by your hand, it becomes utterly chaotic. You focus too much on form and neglect the essence of swordsmanship. While it appears beautiful and captivating, it is ultimately ineffective. Reflect on this carefully. With that, Su Xian sheathed his sword and turned to depart, neglecting the essence of swordsmanship, focusing solely on form while forgetting its true nature. Su Yuning's mind reeled, as though struck by a bolt of lightning. After a moment, she regained her composure and respectfully bowed to Su Xian, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Upon hearing this, Su Xian, with his back turned to her, couldn't help but touch his nose, a playful smile gracing his face. He recalled how, in his youth, Su Yuning often patted his head, saying she would emulate him in various ways. Now, if only Yining knew that the sir she referred to was that very little boy she used to pat on the head. He wondered what her expression would be. Chapter 9. The contest begins. Young friend, here are the premium gathering spirit pills you requested. Yuan Qing handed Su Xian a delicately crafted jade box. Upon opening it, Su Xian glanced inside and then secured the box. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude before bidding farewell. A multitude of martial artists gathered in front of the Jinwu pavilion, filled with awe and respect as they watched Su Xian depart. Supervisor, should we dispatch someone to follow him and uncover his identity? An attendant in black inquired. No need. Yuan Qing shook his head. Since he has chosen a pseudonym, he clearly wishes to keep his identity concealed. Our mission at Qihong Tower is to cultivate relationships with top-tier talents like him, fostering their sense of gratitude towards us, which may lead to their future service to the dynasty. If we were to dig too deeply or secretly track him down, he might notice and resent it, which would be counterproductive. Furthermore, a Jinwu practitioner capable of breaching the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion is a superlative talent. He cannot remain obscure forever. Sooner or later, his name will resonate throughout Tianyan. We merely need to observe. Yu Xine treaded carefully, taking considerable time to ensure no one followed him before returning to the Su family in his room. He gazed at the 20 premium gathering spirit pills nestled within the jade box, each exuding a rich fragrance, and felt a swell of joy. Premium gathering spirit pills have effects dozens of times greater than ordinary gathering spirit pills. With 15 days remaining until the sword token competition, I can consume 1 per day. Coupled with the cultivation speed of my inherited techniques, in half a month, it's absolutely feasible for me to break through to the 9th level of Jinwu, and even the 10th level is not beyond reach. Yu Xine smiled. From that day forth, he dedicated the majority of his time to cultivation. With the assistance of premium gathering spirit pills and the rapid pace of his inherited techniques, his strength surged at an alarming rate. Days passed. Throughout Su Xian's secluded training, the Su family was anything but tranquil. Firstly, several prominent young talents of the Su family, such as Su Qinghong and Su Yuning, returned home. They had been honing their skills outside, striving to enhance their power for the upcoming sword token competition against Zhao Ling during their time away. Each had made notable progress, particularly Su Qinghong. Rumors circulated within the Su family that Su Qinghong had reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Jinwu, rivaling Zhao Ling. This sparked a wave of hope among the family members. many believing he could indeed triumph over Zhao Ling in the contest for the sword token. However, just a few days later, Zhao Ling returned as well. On the very day of his return, he went directly to Qihang Tower and successfully breached the 11th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Su family. It was well known that a Zhenwu practitioner who could conquer the 10th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion was considered a top-tier genius, and such talents were exceedingly rare within Yongning County. To breach the 11th level was even more remarkable. Although news had recently emerged of a certain Jian Yi, an 8th-level practitioner who astonishingly conquered the 14th level, that Jian Yi was not of the Su family, so the uproar within the family was relatively muted. Zhao Ling, however, was a member of the Su family, and thus the commotion he stirred was far greater. The Su family members were all taken aback. Those aligned with the guest faction were naturally ecstatic, celebrating with glee, while the core family members felt a heavy atmosphere, particularly those who had previously supported Su Qinghong. Believing he could defeat Zhao Ling upon hearing this news, they fell silent. There was no denying that even if their cultivation levels were comparable, Su Qinghong had only breached the 9th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion, still falling short of the 10th. Zhao Ling, on the other hand, had conquered the 11th level. The disparity in their abilities was significant. As a result, the young disciples of the Su family found their spirits dampened, many feeling a sense of despair creeping in. Yet regardless of the circumstances, the day of the sword token competition had arrived. Creak. Su Xin opened his door and stepped outside. Young master, Hong Shan had been waiting outside. The sword token competition is today. Su Xin looked toward the distance. Given your expression, it seems you've made some progress, Hong Shan inquired. Progress? I suppose so. While it hasn't fully met my expectations, it is still satisfactory. Su Xin smiled faintly. Over the course of the past half-month, his cultivation had been rapidly advancing. Initially, he had hoped to reach the 10th level of true martial realm in one go. But alas, he found himself at the pinnacle of the 9th level, merely half a step away from the 10th. If only he could be granted an additional 2 or 3 days, he was confident he could break through to the 10th level directly. However, the competition for the sword order was about to commence. Nonetheless, even if it was not perfect, for Su Xin, being at the peak of the 9th level was already sufficient. Although he was only at the 9th level, the cultivation technique he practiced allowed his power to erupt with greater intensity, not significantly weaker than an average 10th level true martial practitioner. Moreover, he possessed the power of his bloodline. Once unleashed, his full strength would undoubtedly surpass that of a peak 10th level practitioner. Clenching his fists, a resolute confidence shone in his eyes. Zhao Ling, an outsider, daring to covet my Su family's sword order. He must be dealt with. I have wasted 3 years. The Su family has lost the reverence owed to me as the young master. Today, I shall use him to establish my authority. Su family, martial arts garden. This was an expansive garden, with a training ground at its center. In the past, this place had been neglected, but today it was teeming with people. The Su family held an annual competition for its disciples within the martial arts garden. Yet this particular contest was crucial as it pertained to the ownership of the sword order. The core lineage of the Su family, along with numerous powerful disciples from various factions, had gathered, including a multitude of maids and servants, with thousands of individuals converging at this location. Above the training ground, 3 chairs were set up on the viewing platform. The 2 on either side were already occupied by the elders of the Su family. The first elder, Su Boyong, was the only break void realm expert from the core lineage, currently stationed outside the family. Presently seated were the second elder, Su Taidong, and the third elder, Su Baihu, both peak experts of the Sea transformation realm. The third elder, Su Baihu, was the younger brother of the Su family head and thus, Su Xion's uncle. Before the 2 elders stood 4 prominent Su family disciples, the strongest among them, all having reached the 10th level of true martial realm, including Su Qinghong and Su Yuning. To allow an outsider to participate in the struggle for my Su family's sword order is an utter disgrace. Should that outsider win the competition and seize the sword order, the Su family would become a laughingstock. The second elder, Su Taidong, a burly figure with eyes like copper bells, roared fiercely. You 4 are the last hope of my Su family. Whether you can defeat Zhao Ling and restore our family's honor rests entirely upon you. Remember, at all costs, bring Zhao Ling down, even if it means risking your lives. Yes. Su Qinghong and the others nodded solemnly, fully aware of the significance of today's battle. As a family that once stood as a prominent power in the Tianyan dynasty. The inherent pride and dignity of the Su family could not be trampled upon by anyone. Should an outsider take command of the sword order, the pride and dignity of the Su family would be utterly obliterated, a fate more unbearable than death for many within the family. Meanwhile, in another direction of the training ground, a substantial gathering of strong disciples from the guest factions formed, among them a rebellious young man bearing a battle sword. Standing in the forefront like a crane among chickens, he was Zhao Ling, who had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of true martial realm and had directly breached the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, presenting immense pressure to the younger generation of the Su family all on his own. Brother, look at all these people around us, especially those young disciples of the Su family. Their eyes are practically devouring you, Zhao Qing remarked with a sneer, noting the fiery gazes directed at them. These fools, no matter how unwilling they are, after today's battle, you will become the master of the Su family's sword order. From now on, the younger generation of the Su family will regard you with utmost respect. There's even a possibility that the position of the Su family head may one day be yours. Hearing this, Zhao Ling smiled, albeit with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, his father was currently embroiled in a critical conflict with the first elder, Su Boyong, in Tianxue City and could not return in person. If only his father could witness him overwhelming the younger disciples of the Su family today, he would surely be delighted. By the way, brother, I wanted to mention Su Xin, Zhao Qing suddenly interjected. Zhao Qing, Zhao Ling frowned, slightly displeased. I told you to broaden your horizons. 3 years ago, Su Xin was indeed a figure of note, but now he has long since faded from relevance. Such a person is hardly worth your concern. Understood, Zhao Qing replied, lowering his head. Zhao Ling then added, however, since Su Xin had the audacity to strike you and utter such arrogant words, I shall not let him off easily. If the opportunity arises during the competition, I will take action. Thank you, brother, Zhao Qing exclaimed joyfully, knowing his brother held a certain affection for him. That moment. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky onto the viewing platform, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The family head has arrived. The Su family members were all in a state of excitement. Father. Standing in a corner of the crowd, Su Xin also raised his head to gaze at the platform. Chapter 10. Raindrops bow to the family head. On the training ground, everyone bowed to the figure appearing on the platform, including the strong members from the guest factions. A middle-aged man in a loose white robe, possessing a handsome and refined appearance, stood there with a gentle smile, exuding warmth and approachability. He was Su Xin's father, the current head of the Su family, Su Baichen. After the death of the family's ancestor, Su Baichen had become the pillar of the Su family, their greatest support in his youth. Su Baichen was renowned across Tianyan as an extraordinary genius, yet he had gradually faded into the background, adopting a more low-key demeanor. However, those who knew of him dared not underestimate him. His father had once stated that among the current strong members of the Su family, even the Break Void Realm first elder, Su Boyong, was not regarded as a threat, but he held great caution towards Su Baichen. Zhao Ling pondered. Within the Su family, the guest faction led by Zhao Tianlei had grown increasingly powerful, surpassing the core lineage in many respects. Yet even to this day, Zhao Tianlei refrained from severing ties with the Su family, largely due to his wariness of the family head. Everyone, please rise, Su Baichen gestured slightly, prompting the crowd to stand. This gentleman beside me is Mr. Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower in Yongning County. Please show your respect. Greetings, Lord Yuan Qing. The crowd bowed once more. Ha, I merely came to take a casual look. Yuan Qing chuckled. Brother Yuan, we had an agreement, Su Baichen remarked. Rest assured. Yuan Qing waved his hand dismissively. Come, prepare a seat for Mr. Yuan Qing, Su Baichen commanded. Immediately, someone brought a chair and set it beside Su Baichen. The 2 Break Void Realm experts took their seats. A murmur of conversation erupted across the training ground. No one expected that the family head would invite Lord Yuan Qing to this competition. After all, this was not a typical family competition, but one concerning the contest for the sword order, making it significantly more important. Su Xin stood among the crowd. Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower? Su Xin's brows furrowed slightly, sensing trouble. He had previously infiltrated the Red Dragon Tower under the alias Jian Yi, successfully breaching 14 levels. Yuan Qing had witnessed the entire process. During the upcoming contest for the sword order, should he make a move, it would be inevitable that he would showcase some formidable sword techniques. and Yuan Qing would likely recognize him immediately. Thus, concealing his identity would be next to impossible. Time is of the essence. Second brother, let us begin, Su Baichen stated. Understood. Su Baihu, seated to one side, nodded slightly before swiftly appearing at the center of the training ground. All disciples who have passed the family assessment, please step forward, Su Baihu's voice boomed. Immediately, the numerous young disciples qualified to participate in this contest approached. A glance revealed around 60 or 70 individuals, though most were only at the 8th level of true martial realm. In this family competition, only one person can emerge victorious, and that individual will wield the sword order of the Su family, becoming the leader of our younger generation, and in the external realm, they will possess the authority akin to that of a clan leader. Su Baihu's voice resonated as he scanned the assembly of young disciples. Most displayed a mix of excitement and eagerness on their faces. To command the sword order of the Su family was an unparalleled honor, yet only one could claim this glory. This competition consists of 2 rounds. Prepare yourselves. The first round shall commence shortly, Su Baihu declared. The participants grew tense, fully aware that this contest for the sword order was unlike any family competition they had previously encountered, and thus they were uncertain of the rules. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Su Baichen smiled and remarked, Brother Yuan, the floor is yours. Yuan Qing shrugged and stood up. With no warning, Yuan Qing appeared above the training ground, hovering over the young disciples participating in the contest. Young ones, your opponent for the first round is none other than me, Yuan Qing said with a casual smile, his voice echoing. What? Are you joking? The faces of the young disciples turned pale. Yuan Qing was a genuine break-void realm expert. To face such a formidable opponent was daunting for these fledgling true martial realm practitioners. Fear not. It is not as arduous as you might think, but neither will it be easy, Yuan Qing continued. I possess a technique capable of unleashing a vast and densely packed attack that will simultaneously envelop all of you. What you must do is withstand this attack. If you succeed, you will advance to the second round. If not, you will be eliminated. Yuan Qing spoke nonchalantly, yet the tension among the participants was palpable. Even Zhao Ling and Su Qinghong wore serious expressions. After all, this was a break-void realm expert. And although it was merely one attack, facing such power was no trivial matter. Without further ado, Yuan Qing made his move. He gazed down at the multitude of younglings from his elevated position and then pointed a finger. A vast surge of spiritual energy rapidly converged in the air, forming a layer of spiritual power several feet long, resembling a colossal mirror. From this mirror, countless beams of light shot down. These beams were numerous and incredibly swift. To the young disciples below, it felt as if a torrential downpour of rain had suddenly descended. The beams, akin to an unending cascade of raindrops, bore down upon them, each drop laden with tremendous threat. As the raindrops fell, the young disciples erupted in response, powerful auras swirling around them as they braced for impact. Yet, the sheer speed and density of the raindrops, coupled with their immense force, meant that most could barely fend off a few before being overwhelmed. With a cacophony, the downpour subsided in mere moments. Above, Yuan Qing retracted his hand, and of the nearly 70 young disciples who had entered the contest, only 10 remained standing. Su Xian was among them. Tio, withstand my attack? You few have done well, Yuan Qing remarked with a faint smile before returning to the viewing platform. At this moment, Su Baihu stepped forward. Those who have been injured, assist them in resting. As for the 10 of you still standing, he noted, observing a few among the 10 who were gasping for breath, you will have half a stick of incense to recover your strength. After that, the second round will commence. The participating disciples immediately began to disperse, some resting while others recovered their stamina. Meanwhile, the training ground was abuzz with astonishment. No one expected the first round to conclude so swiftly. Despite the rapid pace, a significant number had been eliminated. On the viewing platform, Su Baichen addressed Su Baihu, Brother Su, you witnessed the outcome just now. Indeed, Su Baichen nodded slightly. During my previous attack, I followed your instructions and gave Zhao Ling special treatment. The raindrops he faced, while matching the speed and density of the others, were thrice as powerful. Yuan Qing's expression grew serious. Under such circumstances, even a typical peak 10th level true martial practitioner would likely suffer some impact, affecting their performance in subsequent rounds. Yet Zhao Ling had effortlessly withstood the raindrops, not even employing any formidable techniques. It was clear that his strength was far greater than they had anticipated. Brother Su, It seems your Su family is in a predicament. Su Baichen fell silent. Zhao Ling's strength was overwhelming, and among the younger generation of the Su family, no one could match him. Prevent the sword order from falling into the hands of an outsider. The Su family might be forced to resort to some underhanded methods. For instance, Su Baichen had invited Yuan Qing to discreetly intervene. However, such interference could not be overt. They couldn't allow Zhao Ling to be outright eliminated or severely injured in the first round, as that would be too conspicuous. Moreover, Zhao Ling had already breached the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, earning him the recognition of being an unparalleled genius. Yuan Qing could not afford to truly antagonize Zhao Ling. He was merely helping Su Baichen by adding some subtle difficulties to Zhao Ling's performance, perhaps causing him to face a slight setback that might hinder his strength in the second round. Yet, despite Yuan Qing's covert efforts, the results were far from satisfactory. Zhao Ling's battle prowess had remained unaffected. Having conquered the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, his strength was already well established. It was no surprise he could effortlessly withstand Yuan Qing's raindrops. However, there was one young man who caught Yuan Qing's attention. Yuan Qing's gaze shifted to a boy with a sword, eyes closed in meditation. This boy, he recognized, Su Xin, the young master of the Su family, once a prodigious talent. Among the 10 who had endured Yuan Qing's raindrops, 9 were all above the 10th level of true martial realm, while only this boy had merely reached the peak of the 9th level. Strikingly, unlike the other 10th level practitioners who were panting heavily after withstanding the raindrops, Su Xin remained calm and composed. This was intriguing. Yuan Qing's expression turned oddly contemplative. Chapter 11. 1 against 4. Before long, the half-stick of incense had passed, and the 10 who had survived the raindrops stepped forward once more. The second round will be a series of one-on-one elimination battles. The 10 of you will draw lots to determine the order of combat, Su Baihu announced loudly. However, before he could finish, a somewhat arrogant voice rang out. No need for such trouble. Zhao Ling stepped forward. Zhao Ling, what do you intend to do? All eyes in the arena, including those of the 9 individuals who advanced to the second round, turned towards Zhao Ling. The third elder remarked that the purpose of this family competition was merely to select the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family to wield the sword order. The rankings of the others were of little consequence. If that is the case, then the second round of combat need not be overly complex, Zhao Ling stated. Zhao Ling, what exactly are you trying to convey? Su Baihu inquired coldly. It is quite simple. I am determined to claim the Su family's sword order. Among the current generation of young disciples in the Su family, none possess the qualifications to be my opponent. One-on-one combat is far too mundane. It would be more straightforward for all those wishing to contest the sword order to join forces against me. Zhao Ling's voice resonated coldly throughout the arena. Upon hearing his words, the arena fell into a brief silence before erupting in an uproar. Zhao Ling actually wishes to challenge everyone alone? Arrogance, sheer arrogance. Who does he think he is? Does he regard our Su family's talented disciples as mere weeds? The core disciples of the Su family were incensed. Even the higher-ups among the Su family who had reached the Sea transformation realm wore grim expressions. To demand that everyone join forces against him. This was nothing short of blatant contempt. Completely disregarding the prowess of these talented disciples, Su Baihu frowned and glanced at Su Baichen. Upon receiving a nod from the latter, he announced decisively, since this is your own request, let it be as you say. The second round will transform into a platform battle. You shall be the platform master, and the other 9 disciples who entered the second round may join forces to challenge you, if you can prevail against their combined efforts. The Su family sword order will belong to you. A cold smile crept onto Zhao Ling's lips. We have no extravagant hopes for the sword order, so we shall not contend with young Master Zhao. As soon as the rules were announced, 4 individuals immediately chose to withdraw. These 4 hailed from the guest faction and naturally had no intention of competing with Zhao Ling, excluding Zhao Ling and those who withdrew. 4 figures emerged from the 5 remaining contestants, Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and 2 other disciples of the Su family who had reached the pinnacle of the true martial tenfold realm. They had previously been summoned by 2 elders to the stage, and great expectations had been placed upon them. Zhao Ling, you are far too arrogant, Su Qinghong bellowed, his eyes seemingly ablaze with endless fury as he fixated on Zhao Ling. A fierce and overwhelming aura of spiritual power emanated from him, signifying that he had reached the peak of the true martial tenfold realm. Su Yuning and the other 2 also exuded formidable spiritual energy. Su Qinghong. Zhao Ling cast a dismissive glance at Su Qinghong. followed by a mocking smile. Indeed, you have attained the pinnacle of the true martial realm, but unfortunately, you stand alone. If the other members of your Su family possessed your level of cultivation, perhaps I would take you a little more seriously. Arrogance. Su Qinghong roared, but his gaze shifted to Su Yuning and the others beside him. Brothers, the glory of our family rests upon our shoulders. As per the second elder's earlier instructions, even if it costs us our lives, we must defeat him. One-on-one, perhaps none of us is his match, but 4 against 1, all at the true martial tenfold realm and of similar age. If we cannot win in a 4-on-1 scenario, we might as well take our own lives, Su Yuning added darkly. This Zhao Ling is far too arrogant. Today, we shall make him pay for his hubris. The other 2 disciples of the true martial tenfold realm nodded in agreement. Onward. The 4 figures sprang into action, and the battle erupted instantly. Su Qinghong and Su Yuning each wielded a long sword, with Su Qinghong being the strongest among them. He charged forward first, unleashing a ferocious strike with his sword, aiming to engage Zhao Ling directly. Meanwhile, Su Yuning positioned herself beside Zhao Ling, her long sword slicing through the air like falling snow, executing the strongest move from the snowfall sword technique. The other 2 disciples of the Su family also advanced from different directions to attack Zhao Ling. However, facing the combined assault of 4, Zhao Ling merely smiled coldly and took a step forward, his right hand clenched, gathering immense power, and struck towards Su Qinghong's sword shadow. He didn't even draw his weapon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Tio take on 4 opponents without even unsheathing his weapon. That is a remarkable display of disdain. Yet even so, bang! A deep thud resonated as Su Qinghong felt an overwhelming force strike his long sword, causing his hand to tremble violently, nearly losing his grip, and he was forced to retreat immediately. How can this be? Though I too stand at the peak of the true martial tenfold realm, his strength exceeds mine by at least a factor of 2. Su Qinghong's face was filled with shock. After brutally forcing him back, Zhao Ling turned and waved his hand. Clanging sounds echoed as he effortlessly shattered and repelled the simultaneous assaults of Su Yuning and the other 3. Do not hold back any longer. Unleash your most formidable techniques. Su Qinghong shouted fiercely. He charged forward again, swinging his long sword with astonishing strength, as if a colossal mountain stood before Zhao Ling. The mixed yuan sword technique, primarily focused on defense, was not employed for that purpose in this moment. Rather, it was to withstand Zhao Ling's onslaught, entangling him to create opportunities for the other 3. That indeed, while Su Qinghong engaged Zhao Ling in fierce combat, the other 3 unleashed their ultimate techniques. Su Yuning leapt high into the air, executing her most powerful move, the Phoenix Descends sword. Though it appeared less exquisite than before, its might had greatly increased. Over the past half-month, under the guidance of Sword One at the true martial pavilion, Su Yuning had reflected on and addressed the shortcomings in her swordsmanship, making substantial progress and overcoming the 9th level of the true martial pavilion. The other 2 disciples of the true martial tenfold realm also unleashed their most potent techniques. But the result was laughable. Zhao Ling's figure trembled, and with overwhelming spiritual power, he struck out like lightning. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 simultaneous assaults from Su Yuning and her companions were effortlessly repelled, and even Su Qinghong, who had been fighting head-on, was sent reeling backward by a single punch from Zhao Ling. All 4 of them appeared utterly disheveled. Could he truly be this powerful? Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and the others were left in disbelief. They had exerted all their strength. Su Qinghong had created the opportunity by engaging directly, while the other 3 had coordinated seamlessly to unleash their ultimate techniques, yet they had been easily repelled by Zhao Ling, who had still not drawn his weapon. Is this truly the extent of your combined might? Zhao Ling crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at Su Qinghong and the others. I had thought that your combined efforts might present some challenge, but it seems you are still utterly ineffectual. Thus, I see no reason to waste any more time with you. With that, Zhao Ling raised his hand and slowly drew the battle blade that had been resting against his back. The hearts of Su Qinghong and the others trembled at the sight. He had easily repelled them without drawing his weapon, and now he had drawn it. Whoosh. Despite the distance between them, Zhao Ling swung his blade, and a brilliant arc of light, imbued with an overwhelming might, appeared before Su Qinghong and the others. Their expressions flickered with fear. Quickly, let us act together to block this strike, Su Qinghong shouted, immediately executing the most formidable defensive technique from the mixed yuan sword technique. Su Yuning and the others coordinated with him, exerting all their strength to withstand the blow. However, that resplendent arc of light seemed insurmountable, effortlessly obliterating their combined efforts. Pft, 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 pft. The four disciples of the Su family coughed up blood. Their bodies hurled several meters away before crashing to the ground. As they struggled to rise, their faces were ashen. They understood all too well. This battle had been lost, a crushing defeat, leaving no room for struggle. The onlookers from the core faction of the Su family fell silent at this scene. Unable to withstand even a single strike, they truly were a bunch of useless fools. Zhao Ling's voice, laced with disdain, echoed across the arena as he sheathed his blade. The Su family's strong and talented members felt a wave of indignation, humiliation, and despair wash over them. But more than anything, it was despair. Su Qinghong and his companions had been their last hope among the younger generation. Yet, even their combined might had been no match for a single strike from Zhao Ling this time. The Su family, the Su surname, had truly lost, completely and utterly. Standing at the center of the arena, Zhao Ling surveyed the crowd with a defiant gaze. From this day forth, the Su family sword order shall be under my command. The younger generation of the Su family shall henceforth revere me. Who dares to defy? Zhao Ling's proclamation struck like needles into the hearts of the gathered Su family members, each feeling a visceral jolt. But just then, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Tio wield the sword order. You are not worthy. Chapter 12. One blade, one sword to wield the sword order. You are not worthy. The sudden voice rendered the entire arena silent. All gazes converging upon a young swordsman standing near the center. Su Xin, the young master. Most onlookers wore expressions of astonishment. Su Xin had also passed the first round of the raindrop and was one of the 10 who advanced to the second round, garnering the attention of many. Yet, he was merely at the true martial ninth layer. While his advancement to the second round surprised many, the Su family held no high expectations for him. When Zhao Ling had proclaimed his intent to challenge all alone, Su Qinghong and the others had formed a quartet without even considering Su Xin. After all, a mere true martial ninth layer disciple could hardly contribute anything. Now, witnessing Zhao Ling's effortless victory over the combined strength of Su Qinghong's group, did Su Xin truly dare to step forward? Was he seeking his own demise? Standing at the edge of the arena, Zhao Qing observed with a glint of red in his eyes, secretly hoping Su Xin would rashly engage, providing his elder brother with an opportunity for revenge. Su Xin, you are no match for him. Withdraw. Su Yuning, pale-faced and already retreating to the edges, called out. As Su Xion's cousin, having shared a close bond in the past, she still hoped he would refrain from futilely attempting to prove himself. Su Xian? Zhao Ling regarded Su Xin with disdain, shaking his head. If it were 3 years ago, he might have barely qualified to be my opponent. But now, ignoring the gazes of those around him, Su Xian stepped forward deliberately, not even glancing at Zhao Ling, but rather fixing his cold, piercing gaze upon the 4 individuals gathered behind Zhao Ling. These 4 were the 4 true martial tenfold disciples who had chosen to withdraw after entering the second round. What does Su Xian intend to do? The expressions of the 4 turned peculiar. Is he seeking to take on 4 opponents? Su Xian pondered. The next moment, clang. The long sword was unsheathed. Su Xian's figure, like a fleeting shadow, traversed the distance of several dozen feet in an instant, appearing before the 4. With a flourish of his sword, a breathtaking and radiant arc of light ignited. You are coming for us? One of the 4 exclaimed, shocked. The strongest among them, recognizing the peril, shouted, be careful, as they realized the extraordinary nature of the impending strike. The other 3 acted instinctively to defend themselves. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of swords piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously as Su Xion's figure appeared behind the 4. Their eyes widened in horror, some mouths agape, as they felt a sharp pain in their chests and beheld the blood spilling forth. Whoosh! All 4 were sent reeling backward, their vitality instantly diminished, with a single sword strike. For true martial tenfold disciples were grievously wounded. Turning around, Su Xion's icy gaze, reminiscent of a grim reaper, locked onto Zhao Ling as he coldly declared, Zhao Ling, draw your blade. Unleash your swordsmanship. Bring forth all your strength. Use every means at your disposal to engage me. For after this battle, you shall die. Silence. The once boisterous martial arts arena, gathering over 1,000 spectators, fell utterly silent. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the young figure at the center of the arena. With a single sword strike, he had grievously wounded 4 true martial tenfold disciples. What kind of power is this? Moreover, it should be noted that just moments ago, Zhao Ling had faced off against 4 opponents and ultimately triumphed with a single blade. Zhao Ling had utilized a blade. Yet now, Su Xin had also achieved victory with just 1 sword. Furthermore, Su Xin's execution was evidently far more precise and decisive. Adding to this was Su Xin's proclamation: "Draw your blade. Unleash your swordsmanship. Bring forth all your strength. Use every means at your disposal. In this battle, you shall die." At this moment, the hearts of all the Su family members were ignited with renewed fervor. Su Xin, everyone turned their attention back to him. On the viewing platform, Su Baichen, the second elder Su Taitong, and even Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower cast their gazes towards Su Xin. He had become the absolute focal point of this competition. Zhao Ling furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the strength of the 4 true martial tenfold disciples from the guest faction. Although none were at the pinnacle like Su Qinghong, even their combined strength was formidable. To strike down 4 of them with a single sword was no easy feat. Even for him, it seems I underestimated you. Zhao Ling finally regarded Su Xin with a more earnest expression, his demeanor slightly more serious than before. Su Xin's previous sword strike had already proven his strength. Now, this was becoming somewhat interesting. Zhao Ling chuckled as he slowly drew his battle blade. He drew his blade immediately, naturally. Su Xin's earlier sword display clearly demonstrated that his power was not significantly inferior, prompting Zhao Ling to unsheath his weapon. Surrounding spectators murmured, but soon fell silent again. All eyes were glued to the central arena where Su Xin and Zhao Ling stood. One wielding a sword, the other a blade, separated by dozens of meters. Their gazes clashing fiercely as a gust of wind swept through, and in the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, both figures sprang into action simultaneously. The 2 figures vanished in an instant, colliding like shooting stars. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated, causing those nearby to shudder. In the arena, Su Xin and Zhao Ling engaged in a fierce confrontation, one bending low, the other adopting a poised stance, their sword and blade clashing head-on. The terrifying force surged through their bodies, sending shockwaves through the air and creating a series of piercing sonic booms. The ground beneath them began to crack, fissures spreading as the tremendous force lifted the debris beneath their feet, sending it soaring into the air. In an instant, both figures were jolted back. As they regained their footing, an explosive sound erupted. Once again, a tremendous and unrelenting explosion erupted as the weapons in the hands of the 2 combatants clashed anew. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying collision sounds reverberated continuously. There was no embellishment, no artistry, merely a raw and ferocious collision of sheer brute force, a clash of strength against strength. Each encounter of their formidable powers caused the ground below to shatter, creating gusts of wind that swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of fierce exchanges, such astonishing speed, such terrifying might. This power seemed far beyond what a mere true martial realm could unleash. The battlefield was already in a frenzy. Young master, Su Xin's maid, in her crimson attire, could not help but exclaim in astonishment and excitement at the display of her master's formidable prowess. Su Xin, the younger generation of the Su family also roared in unison. They had long forgotten the events of 3 years prior, completely disregarding the circumstances that had led to their family's decline. In their eyes, Su Xin was now embodying the pride and glory inherent in the Su lineage, fiercely battling Zhao Ling and demonstrating a power that left them utterly in awe. In this world, the strong were revered, so powerful. One need not even engage directly to perceive the overwhelming force coalescing above the peak of the 10th layer. Previously defeated by Zhao Ling, Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and the others stood together, their gazes filled with shock as they beheld the 2 figures locked in a frenzied exchange. It was only now that they truly comprehended the terrifying strength of Zhao Ling when Zhao Ling had faced them before. He had not unleashed his full power. However, while they could at least grasp the magnitude of Zhao Ling's strength, what of Su Xin? A mere true martial 9th layer, engaging in direct confrontation of raw power. Yet not at all inferior to Zhao Ling. Su Qinghong felt a daze overcome him. Little did he know, Su Xin was indeed a true martial 9th layer, yet he was at the pinnacle of that realm. After cultivating a legacy technique, His spiritual energy, once unleashed, proved no weaker than that of a typical true martial 10th layer. Yet the most crucial factor remained his bloodline. Once the power of his supreme bloodline was invoked, the terrifying force he unleashed surged to an entirely different level, transcending the peak of the 10th layer. Bang! Another collision, deemed horrifying, finally brought their forms to a halt, separated by several dozen meters, each still emanating an aura of formidable spiritual energy. A true martial 9th layer, managing to withstand dozens of direct clashes without losing ground. Su Xin, you indeed possess considerable skill. Zhao Ling's voice, icy and detached, echoed across the training grounds. Initially, Zhao Ling had dismissed Su Xin, a genius imprisoned in the demon ceiling prison for 3 long years. However, after witnessing Su Xin severely injure 4 true martial 10th layer disciples from the guest faction, Zhao Ling was both astonished and began to regard Su Xin with newfound respect. Now, Zhao Ling considered Su Xin a true rival. Just the fact that a true martial 9th layer could withstand his full-force onslaught and still hold its ground was enough to qualify Su Xin as his opponent. Su Xin, next, I shall begin to demonstrate my sword techniques, a true martial 9th layer capable of compelling me to showcase my swordsmanship. By this alone, you should take great pride. Zhao Ling's voice continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, the gathered Su family members, filled with excitement at Su Xin's prowess, felt their hearts tremble. They suddenly remembered that Zhao Ling had previously breached the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. How formidable must his techniques be? Could Su Xin truly contend with him? Sword techniques, you say? I am most eager to behold them, Su Xin replied with a cold smile, pointing his longsword toward Zhao Ling. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhao Ling drew his blade. Chapter 13. Su Xin. Su Xin. With a swift stride, Zhao Ling appeared before him, his figure seemingly enveloped in a faint aura of thunder. He resembled a bolt of lightning, and the battle blade in his hand swung forth with devastating intent. Crash! The blade's radiance fell, accompanied by flickering lightning. Thunderbolt 36 styles, the most renowned technique in our Su family's blade manual. Acknowledged for its overwhelming might, Zhao Ling had evidently mastered this technique to its utmost. Those observing from the sidelines, particularly the experts of the Sea transformation realm, displayed expressions of astonishment. Tio wielded the Thunderbolt 36 styles to such a degree indicated that Zhao Ling was among the elite of the Sea transformation realm. No wonder he had breached the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. As Zhao Ling continued to wield his blade, waves of blinding light descended upon Su Xin like apocalyptic lightning. Su Xin, however, maintained a gaze sharp as a bolt, and although the speed of the incoming blade light was astonishing in his mind, it seemed to slow down. This was a unique ability he had gained after awakening his supreme bloodline. He could discern deficiencies or flaws in the techniques he had trained in and enhance them, even deduce stronger moves on his own. Likewise, when facing an opponent, as long as their power did not vastly exceed his, he could identify their weaknesses. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Su Xin's sword movements appeared casual, and his swordsmanship seemingly lacked strength. However, the terrifying blade light, akin to rushing thunder, was repeatedly dismantled by him. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully parried all 36 strikes, retreating only a few steps. How is this possible? Zhao Ling's breath became somewhat erratic, disbelief etched across his face. The onlookers were equally stunned, especially the experts of the Sea transformation realm. They understood the terror of the Thunderbolt 36 styles well. Typically, to block such a technique, one would need to unleash equally formidable moves or rely on speed to evade. Yet, witnessing Su Xin effortlessly deflect all 36 strikes was a sight they had never before encountered. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Among those who had returned to the crowd, Su Yuning's expression was quite peculiar. She recalled the time she had sought guidance from the renowned Sword One, who had effortlessly countered all her techniques with a mere flick of his wrist at the true martial pavilion. Is this your blade technique? Su Xin smirked, casting a scornful glance at Zhao Ling brute. Zhao Ling, visibly incensed, felt his aura become increasingly chaotic. Boom. With another explosive charge, the lightning coursing through Zhao Ling's body seemed to thicken into something tangible. Daylight thunder? He bellowed, gripping his sword with both hands, and delivered a ferocious slash, as if he were cleaving mountains and shattering peaks with that terrifying blade. This was Zhao Ling's most powerful move. Su Xian remained calm, watching until the mountain-splitting technique approached him, at which point he struck like lightning. With a direct thrust of his sword, its tip met the point where their energies converged. Zhao Ling felt an unusual force act upon his blade, dissipating the terrifying might he had gathered in that moment. With a flick of Su Xian's wrist, the sword's edge slid along Zhao Ling's arm. Whoosh! The blade grazed Zhao Ling's shoulder, leaving a distinct scar. Although this mark was shallow and would not significantly impair Zhao Ling's combat effectiveness, it was an unprecedented humiliation for him. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared that Su Xian's ability to compel him to use his sword techniques was already praiseworthy. Yet, in an instant, Su Xian had effortlessly intercepted his techniques, and even his most powerful move was swiftly dismantled, leaving him wounded. How could he accept such an outcome? Su Xian, you have enraged me, Zhao Ling roared, his eyes alight with barely contained fury. In the next moment, he charged forward once more, unleashing his formidable blade techniques in a relentless assault against Su Xian. But the result, clang, another clash echoed, as Su Xian effortlessly neutralized Zhao Ling's attack, the sword's edge gliding past his waist. Clang. After another encounter, Su Xian left yet another slender mark on Zhao Ling's wrist. Time and again, Su Xian precisely identified the weaknesses in Zhao Ling's techniques, delivering his strikes with uncanny accuracy, leaving a trail of scars on Zhao Ling's body. In mere moments, 13 distinct marks had appeared on Zhao Ling's form. These marks, while small and not crucial, still did not significantly affect Zhao Ling's prowess. The spectators surrounding the training ground were utterly astonished. Just a moment ago, when Zhao Ling announced his intention to showcase his sword techniques, many within the Su family had been filled with trepidation. After all, Zhao Ling had breached the 11th layer of the true martial pavilion. Yet, who could have anticipated that once Zhao Ling began his assault, the battle would unfold so overwhelmingly in favor of Su Xian? The disparity was too great. They were clearly not of the same caliber. This was Zhao Ling, who had conquered the 11th layer of the true martial pavilion, and yet, before Su Xian, he was utterly overwhelmed. It was mockery. Su Xian was entirely mocking him. The Su family members present, filled with exhilaration and fervor, felt a surge of relief. For 3 years, as the Su family fell from grace, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei had dominated, even daring to impose their will upon the Su family, threatening to usurp control. They had been forced to watch as Zhao Ling claimed victory in the grand competition, seizing control of the Su family's sword decree. Yet, just as despair loomed, Su Xian emerged like a comet, showcasing his terrifying strength and decisively battling Zhao Ling, even mocking him with his swordsmanship. This brought a cathartic release to all the Su family members present. Well done, Su Xian. The younger members of the Su family cheered excitedly. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals seated on the platform displayed varied expressions, particularly Yuan Qing of the Red Dragon Tower. This lad, I felt a sense of familiarity the moment I laid eyes on him. Indeed, he is Sword One, Yuan Qing mused inwardly. Half a month prior, during his own breach of the true martial pavilion, although Sword One had concealed his face beneath a broad-brimmed hat, his stature remained unmistakable. Thus, upon seeing Su Xian, a sense of recognition dawned on Yuan Qing. With Su Xian now showcasing his might by effortlessly dismantling Zhao Ling, Yuan Qing was convinced of Su Xian's identity. After all, Zhao Ling had breached the 11th layer of the true martial pavilion, and his techniques were undeniably formidable. For Su Xian to so casually dominate him implied that his skills could at least allow him to breach the 13th layer of the true martial pavilion. Currently, within Yongning County, only Sword One was recorded as having surpassed the 13th layer, and given that Su Xian wielded a sword, along with Yuan Qing's sense of familiarity, there was no doubt that Su Xian was indeed Sword One. Given his proficiency, it was no wonder he could so easily overwhelm Zhao Ling. However, what was this young man truly aiming for? With such swordsmanship, after so many exchanges, he could have easily seized any opportunity to severely injure Zhao Ling. Yet he chose to leave merely superficial marks. Was he genuinely intent on avenging the Su family? Yuan Qing pondered on the battlefield. At this moment, Zhao Ling's eyes burned red, his body marred by 13 clear sword marks, each still bleeding, rendering him a pitiful sight. Su Xian, you scoundrel, Zhao Ling roared, his already frenzied aura suddenly surging with alarming speed, climbing to a whole new level in an instant. This was the Sea transformation realm. No! The previously ecstatic Su family members, now witnessing this transformation, revealed expressions of shock and anger. Some could not help but voice their indignation. The Sea Transformation Realm, Su Qinghong and Su Yuning, among the Su family's prodigies, wore expressions of despair as Su Xin had seemingly secured victory, yet at this critical juncture, Zhao Ling had broken through. His cultivation had surged from the true martial 10th layer directly to the Sea Transformation Realm. This was a significant breakthrough, representing a qualitative transformation in power. Su Xin, do you know? I could have broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm long ago, but I deliberately suppressed my cultivation. Zhao Ling's icy voice echoed across the training ground. It was only recently that I acquired an exceptionally powerful technique from my father. I intended to transition to this technique as a foundation for my breakthrough to the Sea Transformation Realm, thus enhancing my strength. However, because of you, because of your emergence, I have been forced to break through ahead of schedule. Su Xin, you truly deserve to die, Zhao Ling bellowed. His words made it clear to those around that Zhao Ling had long possessed the ability to reach the Sea Transformation Realm but had restrained his power. No wonder his strength was so formidable. He had been half a step into the Sea Transformation Realm all along. Brother, do you see? This is the true strength of my brother. In a nearby gathering of Zhao's followers, Zhao Qing exclaimed with pride on the platform. Yuan Qing's brow furrowed deeply. That young man, he had previously had the chance to defeat Zhao Ling outright, but chose to hold back, allowing Zhao Ling to break through. Moreover, upon witnessing Zhao Ling's transformation, the young man exhibited little reaction, as if it had been within his expectations. Did he truly possess confidence in dealing with Zhao Ling, now that he had reached the Sea Transformation Realm? Chapter 14. Boom, boom, boom. In the center of the battlefield, Zhao Ling, having broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm, exuded an aura of overwhelming power. His cold and resentful gaze fixed upon Su Xin. Die. Fueled by a deep-seated hatred, Zhao Ling swung his battle blade. A terrifying blade light coalesced, surging forth with the force to obliterate all in its path, directed at Su Xin. He understood that he was not Zhao Ling's equal in technique. Thus he no longer sought to match Su Xin's skill, relying purely on the overwhelming might of his enhanced powers to crush his opponent. Having ascended to the Sea Transformation Realm, the power contained within this strike was magnitude stronger than before. The surrounding Su family members sensed the terrifying might of this blow, their hearts trembling in response. Young master, the maid in crimson felt her heart leap into her throat. The third elder, Su Baihu, closest to the battlefield, wore a grave expression, ready to intervene should Su Xin falter, determined not to allow him to perish at Zhao Ling's hands. Yet, in the face of Zhao Ling's terrifying blow, Su Xin displayed no hint of panic. As the blade light drew near, Su Xin suddenly lunged forward, his long sword slicing through the air, choosing to clash head-on once more. Seeking death, Zhao Ling sneered. Boom. Another earth-shattering sound erupted. Their clash was even more ferocious than before, shaking the very ground beneath them to dust. In mere moments, the spectators beheld Su Xin being forced back several steps, each step heavy enough to fracture the earth beneath him. What? Zhao Ling lifted his head, his expression one of disbelief. Having attained the Sea Transformation Realm, Zhao Ling's sword technique had increased in power exponentially. Yet, after unleashing such a formidable strike, Su Xin had only retreated a mere 3 steps. The onlookers surrounding them were equally perplexed. A direct confrontation resulting in only a 3-step retreat indicated that the disparity in strength between the two was not as significant as one might expect. But Zhao Ling had already broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm. Was there still some difference? Su Xin, however, maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, showing no signs of surprise at this outcome. While Zhao Ling had experienced a drastic surge in power from his breakthrough, who could have anticipated that Su Xin had also been concealing his own strength throughout? Compared to ordinary individuals, his greatest advantage lay in his profound bloodline power. During the foundational assessments of the grand competition, he had only just entered the 8th level of true martial, yet he had held his own against Hong Fang, who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, engaging in a fierce and direct confrontation. When he had activated his bloodline power, even with just a slight enhancement, he had effortlessly overwhelmed Hong Fang. Now, facing Zhao Ling, Su Xin had from the very beginning activated his bloodline power, albeit to only 50%. This level of activation was already sufficient for him to evenly match Zhao Ling in their direct clash. At this moment, with Zhao Ling's recent power gain, Su Xin had instantaneously elevated his bloodline power to 70% during their previous exchange, resulting in a comparable increase in his own might. Thus, it was no wonder that he had only been forced back 3 steps. Had he truly exerted himself to the fullest, unleashing his entire bloodline power, he would have been confident in completely overpowering Zhao Ling, who had just transitioned into the Sea transformation realm, as a true martial 9th level cultivator. Managing to reach such a stalemate with a Zhao Ling who had broken through to the Sea transformation realm was already astonishing. If he were to entirely crush him with sheer power, it would indeed be extraordinary, prompting most to speculate that he had awakened a formidable bloodline. Su Xin mused to himself. He had no intention of fully activating his bloodline power, as 70% was already ample. Zhao Ling, your sword techniques and methods have been showcased sufficiently, haven't they? Su Xin's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Ling now. Allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship. Zhao Ling's expression darkened. Only then did the spectators recall that since the commencement of Su Xin's battle with Zhao Ling, apart from their initial clash, Su Xin had yet to truly employ his sword techniques. Indeed, he had not utilized them at all. Even encountering Zhao Ling's sword techniques, he had merely made casual sword strikes, yet it was evident that his swordsmanship was far more formidable than Zhao Ling's sword techniques. The snowfall sword technique? In the stands, even Yuan Qing, who had reached the void-breaking realm, became fully engrossed. Su Xin tightened his grip on the long sword in his right hand before his figure shifted. With a rustling sound, a torrent of sword light erupted, filling the air with what appeared to be countless snowflakes dancing about. In reality, these snowflakes were lethal beams of cold, terrifying sword light. The snowfall sword technique? The crowd immediately recognized this sword technique. Just recently, when Su Xin and his companions had besieged Zhao Ling, Su Yuning had employed this very technique. However, the execution by Su Yuning and that of Su Xin were 2 entirely different concepts. It was too swift. The flurry of flashing snowflakes was overwhelming, far too dense. A typical true martial 10th level cultivator, caught within this storm of snowflakes, would likely be pierced through in an instant. Yet, Zhao Ling had broken through to the Sea transformation realm. Not only had his power and speed surged, but his awareness and perception had also significantly enhanced. Now, as he found himself amidst this layered snowfall, he reacted with lightning speed, wielding his sword to dissipate the oncoming snowflakes. Su Xin, you are insulting me, utilizing the snow-cutting style. Zhao Ling bellowed, as you wish. Su Xin immediately adapted his sword technique. With a swish, a chilling sword silhouette gleamed forth. The snow-cutting 9 styles, the most powerful finishing move within the snowfall sword technique, unleashed 9 consecutive strikes, each faster than the last. However, even as Su Xin executed the first strike of the snow-cutting style, its speed surpassed that of the 9th strike executed by Su Yuning. Clang, 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 clang. Zhao Ling concentrated fiercely as he swung his battle blade. Despite the increasing velocity of the sword silhouettes, he managed to fend them all off with utmost effort in the blink of an eye. He had successfully deflected the 9th strike. Haha, Su Xin, your swordsmanship is nothing extraordinary. Zhao Ling laughed heartily, but his expression suddenly shifted. What? After blocking the 9th strike, an even faster and more ferocious 10th strike materialized. The spectators widened their eyes in shock, some unable to contain their astonishment. The snow-cutting style was recorded in the manuals as only encompassing 9 strikes, yet Su Xin had unleashed a 10th? Although taken aback, Zhao Ling reacted swiftly, exerting himself to barely parry the 10th strike. However, just as he managed to deflect it, the 11th strike appeared. This time, Zhao Ling's defense was utterly chaotic. With the 12th strike, Zhao Ling felt as if his very scalp was about to burst. He barely managed to block it at the brink of his limits. As for the 13th strike, he could only hastily position his battle blade before him. And then he was forcefully sent flying, nearly losing grip of his weapon. And then came the 14th strike, the most powerful one Su Xin had deduced from this sword technique at his current stage. Zhao Ling was utterly unprepared to defend against it. Swish! The icy sword edge sliced past Zhao Ling's face, leaving behind a trail of flesh and blood. Zhao Ling stood there in a daze, feeling the sudden chill on his face. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it, only to find his fingers coated in sticky blood. Clearly, a deep sword scar had appeared on his face, one far more profound than the other 13 wounds he bore. It was evident that this mark would remain on his visage permanently. Zhao Ling could no longer maintain his composure. Su Xin, I will kill you. I will kill you. A series of frantic roars echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Zhao Ling's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, a mist of blood surging from his body. He had completely succumbed to madness. This is the frenzied demon blade. The Sea Transformation Realm experts among the onlookers gasped at this scene, their expressions shifting dramatically. The frenzied demon blade was a unique sword technique practiced by Zhao Ling's father, Zhao Tianlei. This technique could plunge the practitioner into a frenzied state for a brief period, greatly enhancing their power. However, the side effects were severe. Zhao Tianlei, being a void-breaking realm expert, could maintain a semblance of rationality while employing it, but Zhao Ling, having just broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm, had a weak will. Once unleashed, he would retain no rationality, battling relentlessly until death. Zhao Tianlei had previously taught Zhao Ling this technique as a last resort, intended for moments of life or death. Yet now, in his fury, Zhao Ling had resorted to it. The activation of this technique signified a fight to the death. Master. As the referee, Su Baihu, witnessed Zhao Ling employing the frenzied demon blade, he immediately glanced toward the stands, intending to ask Su Baichen whether he should intervene. Su Baichen furrowed his brows, contemplating briefly before shaking his head. Brother. Seeing Zhao Ling's complete descent into madness, Zhao Qing grew anxious. Lord Longyuan, please intervene. You must stop my brother, Longyuan, a powerhouse who had reached the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation Realm within the guest faction, had been calling the shots since Zhao Tianlei's departure to Tianshui City. Hold on, Longyuan waved his hand, speaking in a low voice. The frenzied demon blade, despite its tremendous side effects, will only leave your brother bedridden for half a month at most. However, it will not significantly impact his life or future prospects. In this situation, your brother can only rely on the frenzied demon blade to contend with Su Xin, and he still has a chance to seize the sword order if I intervene now. Your brother will surely lose. Zhao Qing could only fall silent upon hearing this. Die. All must die. Having activated the frenzied demon blade, Zhao Ling had completely lost his sanity, devolving into a frenzied state. Yet his aura surged ominously. Boom, 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 boom. With each step Zhao Ling took, he resembled a wild beast, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he lunged toward Su Xin. However, upon witnessing this, Su Xion's lips curled into a faint smile. Had he finally been driven to this point? It was time to bring this to an end. On the battlefield, Su Xion gripped his long sword tightly, but at that moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, his gaze snapped open, and a terrifying killing intent surged forth. Whoosh! Su Xion unleashed his sword. It appeared to be an ordinary strike. Yet at the moment the sword light manifested, boom! The entire world seemed to dim, with only this sword light radiating a singular brilliance. This sword, in the stands, Su Baichen, who had remained as steady as a mountain, suddenly revealed an unprecedented glimmer of intensity in his eyes. That is, as the head of the Red Dragon Tower and possessing extraordinary insight, Yuan Qing stood up in shock, his eyes filled with awe at the sight of the sword light. Both of these void-breaking realm experts recognized that strike. Those who had yet to identify it could still sense the immense terror contained within Su Xion's sword. Not good, Longyuan, who had just been contemplating Zhao Ling's chances of victory with the frenzied demon blade, felt his expression shift drastically as he soared onto the battlefield. Su Xion, halt! Su Baihu, also alarmed, sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Su Xion and rushed to intervene. However, it was too late. Swish! The icy sword edge sliced cleanly through Zhao Ling's neck, sending his head flying. Zhao Ling's eyes remained bloodshot, filled with unprecedented madness. Even as his body surged forward, still gripping the battle blade, his head fell, and he collapsed to the ground. Traitors! Those who dared to covet the Master's authority deserved to die. Su Xion's cold voice resonated throughout the arena. Zhao Tianlei's eldest son, the first prodigy of the younger generation from the guest faction who had just broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm and sought to seize the Su family's sword order, was dead. Chapter 15. I come to kill. The vast martial arts arena had fallen into an eerie silence. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone stood in shock, staring at the rolling head and the fallen body, their astonishment beyond words. This was Zhao Ling, who had broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm, even resorting to the frenzied demon blade to amplify his power. Yet he had still been slain by Su Xion's sword. Zhao Ling is dead? After a brief silence, a wave of fervor erupted. Su Xin. Su Xin, young master. The young disciples of the Su family went wild, celebrating with unrestrained joy, particularly the younger generation. For the past 3 years, Zhao Ling had loomed over them like a mountain, leaving them powerless. But now, that mountain had crumbled, swept away by Su Xin's sword. Moreover, the final words spoken by Su Xin echoed in their minds. Traitors. Those who dare to covet the master's authority deserve to die. Indeed, over the past 3 years, the guest faction had grown powerful, ruthlessly seizing the resources and influence of the Su family. The young disciples of the guest faction, bolstered by Zhao Ling's presence, had stood tall over their Su family counterparts. Yet, with no one among them able to rival Zhao Ling, the Su family had been left to endure immense humiliation. But now, Zhao Ling had finally met his end. Well done, Zhao Ling deserved to die. The young disciples of the Su family glared at Zhao Ling's corpse, their teeth gritted in satisfaction. That moment. Bold! A furious shout erupted as Long Yuan appeared on the battlefield, radiating an overwhelming killing intent as he charged towards Su Xin. Stop! The third elder, Su Baihu, immediately stepped forward to confront Long Yuan. Long Yuan, what do you intend to do? Su Baihu's gaze was sharp, locking onto Long Yuan. Su Baihu, are you attempting to obstruct me? Long Yuan's killing intent surged, his aura becoming fiercely aggressive. When Zhao Ling had activated the frenzied demon blade, he had refrained from intervening, hoping that Zhao Ling could triumph over Su Xin. However, he never anticipated that Su Xin would end Zhao Ling with a single strike. Upon sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Su Xin, he had rushed in but was too late to save Zhao Ling. This was the Su family's grand competition. The two were engaged in a direct battle, where death and injury were inherent risks. Given that Zhao Ling had already resorted to the frenzied demon blade, which signified a fight to the death, Su Xin naturally could not hold back. This was something Long Yuan should understand. Su Baihu's voice was firm. Hearing this, Long Yuan felt a surge of rage but found no counterargument. The frenzied demon blade was indeed a desperate measure. Once activated, it was a fight to the death. Zhao Ling had chosen to employ such a method against Su Xin, and it was only natural that Su Xin would respond in kind. Su Baihu, you must realize who this is, Zhao Ling, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Long Yuan ground his teeth. Su Xin is still my Su family's young master, the only son of my elder brother, Su Baihu replied directly. Long Yuan was seething with anger. At that moment, Su Baichun, who had been seated in the stands, finally rose, a powerful aura emanating from him, silencing the crowd once more. Let this be the end. Su Baichun's gaze was indifferent as he surveyed the arena. The winner of this grand competition is Su Xin. From this day forward, the Su family's young generation sword order will be led by Su Xin. Su Xin, having dealt a heavy blow, resulting in Zhao Ling's death, will face consequences. He shall be confined for 10 days as punishment. With that, Su Baichun ignored the reactions of those present, clasped hands with Yuan Qing, and departed. Long Yuan and the guest faction's experts, though filled with resentment, dared not confront Su Baichun directly. At Su Xin received the Su family sword order from Su Baihu and prepared to leave. Brother, brother. Zhao Qing cradled Zhao Ling's lifeless body, wailing in despair, while also shouting, Su Xin, you have killed my brother. My father will not spare you. He will surely kill you. He will definitely kill you. I await your arrival. Su Xin coldly glanced at Zhao Qing before turning to leave. As he passed through the crowd, many young disciples of the Su family looked at him with glowing admiration, their eyes filled with respect. 3 years prior, the Su family had entered a decline because of him. Yet, following today's battle, he had preserved the dignity and pride of the Su family. His status as the young master of the Su family had been restored within their ranks. In the stands, Yuan Qing gazed at Su Xin, a hint of incredulity flickering in his eyes. That last sword strike. There was no mistake. It was undoubtedly the shadow style from the Beitsong sword technique. Yuan Qing reflected on Su Xin's stunning final strike. It seemed my earlier suspicions were correct. He has indeed stepped beyond that threshold, grasping a fragment of the essence. Yuan Qing pondered. In martial arts, form is crucial, but intent is paramount. A person, regardless of their weapon or the techniques they practice, begins by adhering strictly to form. Yet, it is the essence that embodies the true soul of a weapon. For instance, when an individual wields a sword and demonstrates their swordsmanship, attaining a certain comprehension is akin to imbuing their technique with thought. liberating it from the rigid confines of traditional swordplay. Upon reaching this stage, it signifies a qualitative leap, propelling one into an entirely new echelon of swordsmanship. Previously, within the true martial pavilion, Yuan Qing harbored doubts regarding Su Xian's potential to transcend this threshold and grasp a fragment of the essence. Now, witnessing Su Xian execute the Northern Song sword technique, Yuan Qing is acutely aware that it is recognized as the preeminent sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty. Its origins are illustrious, and while the manual is not rare, it is held within esteemed families or factions of the Tianyin dynasty, including the Su family. However, despite possessing the sword manual, the path to mastery is fraught with challenges. Understanding even a sliver of the essence is the minimum requirement for practicing this technique. Su Xian's ability to manifest the shadow form of the Northern Song sword technique undoubtedly indicates his grasp of an essence. In the Tianyin dynasty, even among those at the oceanic transformation realm, including those at its pinnacle, possessing the ability to comprehend a fragment of the essence is regarded as a mark of extraordinary talent. Should they venture into the dragon-seeking tower, they could easily surpass the first level, and with slightly heightened comprehension or other formidable techniques, they might even conquer the second level. Yet, here stands Su Xian, a mere true martial realm practitioner, capable of comprehending an essence and manifesting its shadow form. Truly astonishing, Yuan Qing marveled. Not only is his innate talent formidable, but his disposition is equally remarkable. As the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing had discerned from the outset of the previous battle that Su Xian's intent was to eliminate Zhao Ling. However, he refrained from striking immediately, instead methodically revealing his capabilities, step by step provoking Zhao Ling into a corner, ultimately forcing him to unleash the Mad Demon Blade. Once the Mad Demon Blade was in play, it was only natural for Su Xian to slay Zhao Ling. The intention to kill was clear, yet he left no room for the opponent to retaliate. What a truly fearsome young man. Yuan Qing chuckled softly, lamenting that Su Xian was still merely at the true martial realm, having not yet ascended to the oceanic transformation. Otherwise, he could have participated in this year's Imperial City Hunt. Alas, missing this year's event, he would have to wait another 5 years to partake again. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Xian was met by a guard bearing a message from Su Baiqian, requesting his presence. The dimly lit study, despite being daytime, was only illuminated by faint rays of light. Father Su Xian stood respectfully, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement. It had been half a month since he returned to the Su family from the demon ceiling prison, and today was the first time his father had consented to see him. Su Baiqian, with his back turned, was engrossed in painting a scroll, paying no heed to Su Xian. The latter remained silent, observing quietly. From childhood, Su Xian had been aware of his father's passion for painting, often watching him create. In his memory, every painting his father crafted was imbued with a sense of freedom, nonchalance, and defiance. However, the piece he was working on today depicted a hawk soaring through the skies while keenly surveying its prey below. The artwork conveyed a mixture of defiance, solitude, and a fierce intent towards its quarry. After a considerable duration, Su Baiqian finally set down his brush and turned to regard Su Xian. Having endured 3 years of hardships, he now appeared markedly more mature. Fixating on Su Xian's visage, Su Baiqian eventually revealed a faint smile, one that radiated warmth, causing Su Xian's heart to ease and a smile to bloom on his face as well. Take a seat, Su Baiqian gestured. Su Xian complied. As for the events 3 years past, you need not speak of them, and I shall not inquire. However, today's matter. Why did you feel compelled to kill Zhao Ling? Su Baiqian's gaze remained steady upon Su Xian. The latter was unsurprised. It was common knowledge within the Su family that Zhao Ling practiced the Mad Demon Blade, and his actions in the recent battle clearly indicated a deliberate progression to force Zhao Ling into a desperate situation, ultimately leading to his demise. With a bit of contemplation, one could easily deduce that Su Xian had intended to eliminate Zhao Ling from the outset. Zhao Ling, a mere retainer, dared to encroach upon the authority of the Su family. He deserved death, Su Xian replied. And then? Su Baiqian inquired further. 3 years ago, the family held significant prejudices against me, and as the young master, I have been looked down upon. Slaying Zhao Ling not only preserves the dignity of the Su family but also serves as a means for me to establish my authority and regain respect and status within the clan. Su Xian continued. Is there more? Su Baiqian remained composed. I have heard that Zhao Tianlei has gone to Tianshui City to contest with the elder for the Su family's interests there, and it has reached a critical juncture. That enterprise is crucial for the Su family at present. If Zhao Ling's death could incite Zhao Tianlei's wrath, compelling him to return to the Su family for retribution, it would safeguard that enterprise, Su Xin elaborated. Upon hearing this, Su Baiqian finally smiled, acknowledging Su Xin's third point as commendable, yet lamented, unfortunately, you underestimate Zhao Tianlei. From my understanding of him, while Zhao Ling's demise may enrage him, it will also spur him to intensify his efforts to seize what belongs to the Su family. Thus, should this news reach him, he will likely choose to bide his time, waiting until he secures that enterprise before returning to the family to seek vengeance. Zhao Tianlei would choose to endure even in the face of his son's death. Su Xin furrowed his brow, then solemnly stated, Father, forgive my frankness, but the faction led by Zhao Tianlei has ceased to be an ally to the Su family. Rather, it has become a malignant growth. If we allow it to corrode further, by the time it seeps into our very bones, it may be too late for the Su family to save itself. I am aware of what you speak. Su Baiqian nodded slightly, sighing. The Su family has long since fallen, and the faction led by Zhao Tianlei is exceedingly powerful. To eradicate this tumor is no simple task, and at the forefront of this endeavor must be the elimination of Zhao Tianlei. However, he has already broken through to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm a year ago, and within the Su family, I alone possess the capability to kill him. Alas, it is not convenient for me to act at present. Not convenient to act. Su Xin felt a stirring within. He had long speculated about his father's reluctance to eradicate the faction led by Zhao Tianlei, perhaps due to concerns regarding external forces or fears of weakening the overall strength of the Su family. However, it now appeared that his father indeed desired Zhao Tianlei's death but was simply unable to act personally. Understanding this, Su Xin immediately rose. Father, I shall kill Zhao Tianlei. Chapter 16. Divine Annihilation. You wish to kill him? Su Baiqian lightly tapped the table with his fingers, nodding slightly. You possess a talent for comprehending a fragment of the essence at the true martial realm and are capable of slaying Zhao Ling, which is indeed impressive. Given you a few more years, you might well be able to kill Zhao Tianlei, but I wonder if the Su family has that much time left. Su Xin's expression grew serious. The crisis facing the Su family extends beyond just the tumor represented by Zhao Tianlei. A greater threat looms from external forces, such as the Pang family, which shares the same county, and the Situ family, which has been covertly supporting the Pang family and has consistently sought to suppress the Su family through various means over the past 3 years. The Situ family is a top-tier clan within the Tianyin dynasty, possessing strength and resources that even surpassed the Su family before its decline. Were it not for the fear that the Su family's ancestral patriarch might have left behind some hidden trump card, the Situ family would likely have already moved to eradicate the Su family entirely. Forget it. You need not overthink it. Just focus on your cultivation, Su Baiqian said gently. During the recent competition, you were merely retaliating after Zhao Ling unleashed the mad demon blade, and no matter how much Zhao Tianlei resents you, he would not dare to act openly against you. You must be cautious of subtle schemes. I will keep an eye on matters. At the very least, I will ensure he cannot find an opportunity to strike within the family. Thank you, Father, Su Xin replied. Now, return to your room and remain there. Su Baiqian waved his hand. Su Xin bowed respectfully before turning to leave. After Su Xin departed, a profound smile crept onto Su Baiqian's face. This lad hides his depths well, despite having awakened his bloodline. He fails to mention it at all. Su Baiqian mused with a chuckle. Su Xin's success in slaying Zhao Ling was not only due to his exceptional swordsmanship but, more critically, his bloodline power. This power manifests from within, subtle and elusive. Even the many witnesses at the training grounds, including Yuan Qing, could not discern it directly, merely attributing his astonishing explosive power to some unique technique. In the realm of martial arts, myriad opportunities abound. Special techniques, rare treasures, and peculiar external artifacts can all allow a martial artist to exceed their peers in power. Only Su Baiqian could perceive that Su Xin relied upon his bloodline power. The explosive strength of a peak 9th layer true martial realm practitioner could rival that of a pinnacle 10th layer practitioner, even reaching the threshold of the oceanic transformation realm. Such bloodline potential must be at least of the 2nd tier peak variety. It remains uncertain whether his bloodline has crossed into the 1st tier. Su Baiqian smiled faintly. Yet suddenly, his brow furrowed, blood vessels appearing in his eyes, and veins pulsing visibly on his forehead. His expression contorted in pain. He hastily retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve, from which rolled a crimson pill, exuding a foul odor. After consuming the pill, Su Xin expression gradually relaxed. Upon exiting the study, Su Xin exhaled heavily, feeling a weight lift from his chest. After returning to the family, he had not seen his father, which caused him to worry that his father might harbor resentment over the events of 3 years ago, leading to a rift in their relationship. However, today's meeting clarified that his father remained the caring figure he had always been, unchanged in his affection, even if it was not overtly expressed. Indeed, what father does not love his child? Regardless of the gravity of their misdeeds, a father's reproach seldom breeds resentment. Back in his courtyard, Su Xin instructed, Hong Fang, my father has commanded me to remain in my room for 10 days. During this time, simply deliver my meals to the door as scheduled. Understood, young master, Hong Fang replied, nodding obediently. Within the confines of his room, Su Xin sat cross-legged on his bed. Zhao Tianlei has already advanced to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. My father believes it will take me years to kill him, but he does not know that even now, I may well possess the strength to eliminate him. A fierce killing intent gleamed in Su Xin's eyes. Zhao Tianlei, I shall kill him. This declaration was not made lightly, even now. After awakening my bloodline, I have acquired a bloodline inheritance technique and a forbidden art. The bloodline inheritance technique has not only transformed my meridians and enhanced the quality of my spiritual power, allowing me to unleash greater strength, but it also facilitates a better integration of my spiritual power with my bloodline force. As for that forbidden art. Throughout history, many bloodline awakeners have emerged from the eastern wilderness. And while numerous have been endowed with bloodline inheritance techniques, I have yet to hear of anyone receiving a forbidden technique. It must be unique to those of supreme bloodlines. I wonder how effective it truly is. Su Xin felt a surge of anticipation in the next moment. Forbidden art. Divine annihilation. With the invocation of the forbidden art, the bloodline force within Su Xin surged. Both that which he could control and that which remained beyond his grasp, burning at a terrifying rate. His complexion reddened, and he felt a violent agony, as if his very organs were being scorched by raging flames, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably as the bloodline power ignited. His cultivation soared. Originally at the peak of the 9th layer of true martial realm, in an instant, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th layer, subsequently breaking through the barrier to the oceanic transformation realm. Yet even upon reaching the oceanic transformation, this surge did not wane. Small success, great success in oceanic transformation, until his cultivation reached perfect oceanic transformation, at which point it finally halted. At this moment, Su Xin still felt an inferno raging within him, yet the pain had dissipated, and his consciousness was exceptionally clear. Perfect oceanic transformation. Realizing his current cultivation level, Su Xin could not help but feel ecstatic. From the 9th layer of true martial realm to perfect oceanic transformation, he had directly ascended several tiers. This is the divine annihilation forbidden art. Moreover, Su Xin sensed that although he had elevated his cultivation by consuming his bloodline force, it did not diminish the bloodline power's enhancement of his abilities. Now, at perfect oceanic transformation, bolstered by the bloodline inheritance technique, his strength could rival that of a pinnacle oceanic transformation practitioner. And if he were to activate his bloodline force, he would possess power akin to that of a void-breaking realm expert. With this forbidden art in play, my current combat prowess is undoubtedly at the void-breaking realm level, Su Xin chuckled. However, he was also acutely aware that this forbidden art could not be sustained indefinitely. He seated himself, familiarizing himself with the power of the perfect oceanic transformation realm, and patiently awaited the natural cessation of the forbidden art. Before long, the divine annihilation forbidden art ceased its operation, and Su Xin calculated the passage of time. From the moment I initiated the forbidden art until now, approximately 50 breaths have elapsed. The art will naturally halt after this duration. Su Xin's brow creased. This was still under circumstances where I had not engaged in combat. Purely relying on the passage of time, should I find myself in a life-and-death struggle, employing sword techniques and various methods would naturally lead to greater consumption, and thus, the divine annihilation forbidden art would likely only last about 30 breaths. 30 breaths, a rather brief duration. Yet Su Xin felt satisfied, for this was a power that directly elevated him several levels. The sole inconvenience was that once the forbidden art came to an end, he would discover that his internal spiritual energy, including his bloodline force, had entirely depleted, plunging him into an unprecedented state of weakness, A side effect, he mused, having anticipated it. After an hour, Su Xian's condition began to improve. Now, having utilized the divine annihilation forbidden art, I should be able to contend with Zhao Tianlei using my sword techniques, but to kill him. Su Xian shook his head. Zhao Tianlei has already reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Moreover, a void-breaking realm expert possesses extraordinary means. Even with the divine annihilation forbidden art active, I cannot guarantee I would be able to slay Zhao Tianlei in a one-on-one confrontation, especially given that I only have 30 breaths of time. Should I fail to kill him in that time frame, it would be my own life forfeit. However, Zhao Tianlei will require some time before returning to the family, and in the interim, I can strive to further enhance my strength and cultivation. For the next 10 days, Su Xian remained in his chamber, diligently engaging in closed-door cultivation. Remarkably, by the third day of his seclusion, as he had anticipated, his cultivation ascended from the peak of the 9th layer of true martial realm to the 10th layer. With this elevation in realm, his strength naturally grew even more formidable. Soon, 10 days had elapsed. Creak. Su Xian stepped out of his room, squinting against the glaring sunlight, and could not help but stretch. Young master. Hong Shan stood respectfully at his side, reporting, during your 10 days of seclusion, Miss Yu Ning and young master Su Ming both visited, wishing to see you. They left upon learning you were in isolation. Additionally, the retainer Zhao Qing departed the family on the very first day of your retreat, reportedly taking Zhao Ling's body to Tinshui City to seek out his father, Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Qing has taken Zhao Ling's body to Tinshui City? Su Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Has Zhao Tianlei returned? Not yet. Hong Shan shook her head. As expected, Su Xian sighed lightly. Zhao Tianlei still possesses the patience to endure. Hong Shan, accompany me for a stroll. Su Xian requested. Very well, Hong Shan nodded. Within the Su family compound, Su Xian and Hong Shan meandered leisurely. Young master, greetings. Cousin Su Xian. Su Xian, has your confinement ended? As they strolled, they encountered numerous maids and servants of the Su family, along with several younger members and elders, all greeting Su Xian with warm smiles. Compared to the cold reception he had received upon his return to the Su family over half a month ago, the difference was striking. This transformation filled Su Xian with immense gratification. It had been far too long since he had felt the warmth of family. Before long, he arrived at a martial arts arena, where many young members of the Su family had gathered to spar and refine their skills. Among them, he immediately spotted a striking figure exuding elegance. Hong Shan, let us hurry, Su Xian urged, just as he intended to depart. Su Xian, stop right there. A sharp voice interrupted. Su Xian froze, turning awkwardly to face the speaker. Ning, Sister Ning, he stammered, his lips twitching slightly. In the current circumstances of the Su family, encountering his cousin was the last thing he desired. Chapter 17. Can you return? In the martial arts arena, Su Xian stood there with his head bowed, honestly awaiting his fate. Why, dear cousin Su Xian, or should I say, Jianni, you are quite impressive indeed. How deeply you concealed your talents. I wonder how I failed to notice before. Su Yuning circled around Su Xian, her demeanor fierce. Su Xian could only smile wryly. He knew that with his display of strength during the family competition, particularly in swordsmanship, his identity as Jian Yi could no longer be hidden. Su Yuning had previously sought him out for advice on Jian Yi, and the level of swordsmanship he had exhibited in the competition was undoubtedly above the 13th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, confirming that he was indeed Jian Yi. Ningjia, I was trying to keep my identity concealed. Su Xian could not help but respond. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? Su Yuning snapped, causing Su Xian to immediately close his mouth. Following this, she launched into a tirade against him. Su Xian listened obediently, refraining from retorting, while many of the younger members of the Su family stifled their laughter nearby. After a considerable time, Su Yuning concluded her reprimand, stepping closer to Su Xian and gently tapping his forehead. Though you have pretended to be modest before me, which is rather unbecoming, you did manage to avenge us by defeating Zhao Ling in the competition. That was commendable. Su Xian smiled broadly. Enough of your pride. While you certainly struck down Zhao Ling with great satisfaction, the aftermath will not be trivial. His father, Zhao Tianlei, will undoubtedly seek retribution, Su Yuning added. I am aware. My father has already briefed me. I will be cautious, Su Xian assured her. That is good. With the head of the family present, Zhao Tianlei cannot cause too much trouble. Su Yuning nodded slightly. However, she quickly leaned in closer. Cousin, I have taken to heart what you told me before at the Zhenwu Pavilion. My swordsmanship has improved considerably during this time. Shall we spar again? When faced with the esteemed Jian Yi, Su Yuning naturally felt a profound respect and trepidation, requiring immense courage to approach him for guidance. Yet now, standing before her childhood companion, Su Xian, she felt quite at ease. Certainly, Su Xian replied, casually picking up a stick from the ground. Sister Ning, feel free to strike at me. You truly are audacious, Su Yuning remarked, gritting her teeth as she observed Su Xian wielding nothing but a stick. However, she was well aware that her cousin possessed the strength to back up his bravado. Soon, they engaged in combat. Clang! In a single exchange, Su Yuning's sword was knocked from her grasp by the stick. Is that it? She exclaimed, bewildered. Following Su Xian's indication, she retrieved her sword and re-engaged. Clang, 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 time and again, their swords clashed, and each time, Su Yuning's weapon was sent flying. This time, Su Xian did not wait for Su Yuning to display her full prowess before countering, as he had done previously at the Zhenwu Pavilion. After all, he was well aware of her capabilities now and deemed it unnecessary to prolong the exercise. After several exchanges, they paused. Sister Ning, your swordsmanship has indeed advanced since our last meeting. It is now more grounded and stable, lacking the previous flamboyance. However, your fundamental skills still require bolstering. You struggle to maintain a firm grip on your sword. Su Xian pointed out her shortcomings. Su Yuning nodded in quiet acknowledgement. She had noticed that despite Su Xian wielding a mere stick, his strikes consistently overpowered her sword. As Su Xian provided guidance, the onlooking Su family members were left in awe, a simple stick repeatedly disarming Sister Ning. Remarkable. Though her skills were already formidable among the younger generation, in Su Xian's presence, she appeared as inexperienced as a toddler learning to walk. Cousin Su Xian, your prowess is astonishing, exclaimed one of the younger Su members, stepping forward hesitantly. I also wield a sword. Might you offer me some guidance? Of course, Su Xian replied with a smile, scanning the crowd. If any of you wish to spar with me, feel free to step forward. The excitement among the younger members was palpable. Older brother, a voice tinged with guilt called out. Xiaoming? Su Xian turned to see the speaker. Older brother, I apologize for my previous behavior. Su Ming spoke earnestly. In their prior encounters, he had confronted Su Xian with harsh words when he first returned to the Su family. Ha! We are brothers. There is no need for such formality, Su Xian chuckled, patting Su Ming on the shoulder. Moreover, I admit that 3 years ago, I did wrong by the family. Let us not dwell on the past. Xiaoming, would you care to join in? Su Xian suggested. Certainly, Su Ming nodded eagerly. Thus, Su Xian engaged in friendly sparring with numerous young members of the Su family. While termed sparring, it was primarily a session of guidance. Nevertheless, Su Xian relished this opportunity. He could clearly sense the respect, admiration, and even reverence the younger members held for him. Over 3 years ago, as the Su family's foremost talent, many sought him out for sparring, which he had enjoyed immensely. This camaraderie brought warmth. It was a reminder of family. After an hour had passed, filled with mentorship, Su Xian finally concluded the session. Uncle, he approached his second uncle, Su Baihu, bowing respectfully. Su Xian. Su Baihu regarded his nephew with a warm smile. What brings you here? I would like to request your assistance in monitoring Zhao Tianlei. Please inform me the moment he departs from Tianshui City. Su Xian requested. Certainly, Su Baihu replied, though he was unaware of Su Xian's intentions. Su Xian bowed once more, and then turned to leave in the subsequent days. While Su Xian dedicated most of his time to his own cultivation, he still carved out moments to engage with the younger Su members at the martial arts arena. His standing among them had nearly returned to what it had been 3 years prior, bolstered by his undeniable strength. Daily, throngs of younger members gathered eagerly, awaiting his arrival for guidance. Even some of the more seasoned members who had reached the sea transformation realm became intrigued. Whoosh! A flurry of sword shadows erupted, seemingly ethereal yet moving with an untraceable velocity, crashing against a spear and then slicing through the air to strike the wrist of the spear-wielding opponent. The middle-aged man in gray felt a searing pain in his wrist, causing him to drop his spear and stagger back. Impressive! Truly remarkable! The onlookers among the Su family exclaimed, eyes gleaming with admiration. Uncle Hang, I appreciate the match. Su Xian smiled at the gray-clad middle-aged man, still wielding a mere stick. The young master's swordsmanship is indeed commendable. Su Bohang chuckled lightly. Among the spectators was Su Hong, previously regarded as the only one capable of contending with Zhao Ling. At that moment, his eyes shone brightly with astonishment. Uncle Hang, he is a pinnacle master of the sea transformation realm. Although it was merely a contest of skills, the fact that he was bested by Su Xin wielding a stick in a single exchange is astounding. Su Hong's thoughts were tumultuous. He had always known Su Xin's swordsmanship to be extraordinary, but he had never expected it to reach such heights. After several days of sparring, Su Xin had provided invaluable insights to many of the younger members, resulting in significant advancements in their skills. Su Hong had sought Su Xin's guidance 3 times already, and each session had yielded substantial improvements in his own swordsmanship. He was determined not to squander such an opportunity. As time passed, the martial arts arena remained bustling with eager Su family members. Su Xin. Su, by whose voice rang out as he approached the arena. Upon seeing his uncle, Su Xin's heart quickened, and he paused his sparring to approach him. I have just received news from Tianshui City. The elder lost his battle with Zhao Tianlei and has now completely seized control of our family's assets there. He has made the necessary arrangements and is now en route back. He even prepared a coffin for Zhao Ling's remains, which he is transporting in a cart, dressed in mourning attire. He is expected to return to the family in 3 days. 3 days, you say? Su Xin's gaze narrowed, and he replied, Thank you, uncle. Do not overly concern yourself. The Su family is still under the authority of those of our surname. With your elder brother present, Zhao Tianlei cannot pose a threat. Su Baihu reassured him. Understood. Su Xin nodded slightly. However, as he turned to leave, an unprecedented killing intent ignited within his eyes. Dressed in mourning attire, transporting a coffin. Zhao Tianlei, do you intend to return to the Su family and pay homage to Zhao Ling in front of all the family members? But will you even return? Chapter 18. He must die within the courtyard. A thunderous roar erupted as sword shadows surged forth, brimming with unbridled fury, akin to a long-dormant volcano finally erupting. Each strike was imbued with tremendous power, resonating with explosive force. After a prolonged period, the tempestuous sword shadows gradually subsided. Su Xin stood at the center of the courtyard, exhaling deeply. Truly, the North Song swordsmanship, revered as the finest in the Tianyin dynasty, is formidable. After days of contemplation on the Thunderfire Scroll, I have barely grasped the fundamentals, he murmured to himself. The North Song swordsmanship comprises 3 scrolls: the Shadow Scroll, the Thunderfire Scroll, and the Mountain Sea Scroll. The Shadow Scroll emphasizes speed, the Thunderfire Scroll focuses on power, and the Mountain Sea Scroll prioritizes defense. The combination of these 3 forms the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Tianyin dynasty. Among them, the Shadow Scroll presents the lowest barrier to entry. Having comprehended a fragment of sword intent, Su Xin swiftly mastered the first technique. Recently, he had begun to delve into the Thunderfire Scroll, and after a few days, he had achieved a preliminary understanding. Though he was not entirely satisfied, it was an extraordinary feat for an ordinary individual. In fact, while the Mountain Sea Scroll has a lower threshold than the Thunderfire Scroll, Su Xin found it easier to grasp. However, as the Mountain Sea Scroll is a defensive technique, it would not suffice for his purpose of eliminating Zhao Tianlei swiftly. He needed to unleash an all-out offensive within a limited time frame, channeling every ounce of power to obliterate his target. The Thunderfire Scroll, even at its nascent stage, possessed devastating offensive capabilities. As night fell, Su Xin remained in his room, where he held 2 top-tier spirit-gathering pills. Previously, he had acquired 20 such pills from the Red Dragon building and had consumed 18. These were the final 2. Without hesitation, he swallowed both pills and activated his bloodline inheritance technique, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. As time passed, it soon became the night before Zhao Tianlei's return. Buzz as Su Xin's bloodline inheritance technique surged, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy coursed through him, reaching a state of saturation. The peak of the true martial 10th realm, Su Xin opened his eyes, barely able to conceal his elation. For days, he had exerted every effort to elevate his cultivation, consuming all the spirit-gathering pills, and on this final night, he had achieved this momentous breakthrough, the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm. Once he unleashed the divine annihilation forbidden technique, his power could instantly soar to the peak of the sea transformation realm. Coupled with his bloodline inheritance technique and the strength of his bloodline, he would not be inferior to Zhao Tianlei in sheer power. In fact, He might even surpass him. In terms of skill, Zhao Tianlei's talent was mediocre. His breakthrough to the void-breaking realm had relied significantly on luck. His martial prowess was at best mid-level among his peers, likely only capable of clearing the 14th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion. In contrast, Su Xin had already grasped a fragment of sword intent, and if he unleashed his full potential, he could easily conquer the 15th level. Furthermore, he had been honing his North Song swordsmanship. Both the Shadow and Thunderfire scrolls were now within his grasp. With these two formidable techniques at his disposal, he felt a 90% certainty of success in eliminating Zhao Tianlei. Su Xin rose, gripping his hands tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination. The members of the Su family, his father Su Baiqian, his uncle Su Baihu, and cousins like Su Yuning and Su Qinghong, worried that Zhao Tianlei would retaliate upon his return from Tinshui City. Yet who could fathom, he had never intended to allow Zhao Tianlei to return alive to the Su family. Tomorrow, Zhao Tianlei shall die. Under the cover of night, Su Xin departed the Su residence alone. The following day, around noon, the sky was overcast. A convoy was making its way along a mandatory thoroughfare from Tinshui City back to the county town. In this convoy, two horse-drawn carriages moved steadily forward. One of the carriages bore a pitch-black coffin, surrounded by a dozen riders clad in mourning attire. Indeed, it was Zhao Tianlei and his entourage returning to the Su family. In the other carriage, Zhao Tianlei sat alongside his surviving son, Zhao Qing. Father, in 2 hours we will arrive back at the Su family. Once there, you must ensure that Su Xin is ground to dust and that his head is severed, placed upon my elder brother's altar for 49 days of mourning. Zhao Qing declared vehemently. Silence. Zhao Tianlei, dressed in mourning clothes, his gaunt face framed by piercing eagle-like eyes, was far more composed than his son despite the sorrow of losing a child. I have told you before, once we return to the Su family, you may weep or create a ruckus as you wish. Let everyone know your grief. But you must not show any disrespect towards Su Xin, nor utter a word about seeking vengeance against him. To ensure that every soul in Yongning County is aware, it was none other than the young master of the Su family who took my son's life. It is the Su family that bears the initial injustice. Zhao Tianlei's gaze was as venomous as a serpent, fixated on Zhao Qing. As for Su Xin, he dared to kill my son, and I shall ensure that he meets a fate worse than death. However, we must wait for an opportune moment to strike. Do you understand? Yes. Zhao Qing clenched his teeth and nodded. That moment, my lord. Someone seeks an audience. A subordinate's voice came from outside the carriage. Zhao Tianlei pulled back the curtain and glanced outside, instructing them to come aboard. Soon, a figure cloaked entirely in black ascended the carriage. Once the curtain was drawn closed, he removed his hood, revealing a visage of a man who appeared to be in his 60s. His temples flecked with gray. Brother Tianlei, it has been months. I trust you have been well. The elder bowed slightly to Zhao Tianlei, then sighed and continued. I have also heard of your son's demise. I extend my deepest condolences. Condolences? Spare me your empty words. My son is dead, yet the Su family shall not find solace. I intend for every man, woman, and child of the Su family to pay for my son's life. Zhao Tianlei's voice was frosty. Peng Shan, there is no need for pleasantries. You must have surmised the purpose of my invitation today, so I will not beat around the bush. Your family has been in clandestine communication with me, seeking an alliance to eradicate the Su family. However, I previously found your terms lacking in sincerity, which is why I declined. But now, I am willing to agree. As you proposed, I shall take only 30% of the Su family's resources after their downfall. Nevertheless, I have one condition. What condition? Peng Shan inquired eagerly. After the Su family's annihilation, I wish to obtain a copy of their most esteemed scriptures, Zhao Tianlei stated. Scriptures? Peng Shan couldn't help but chuckle, readily agreeing. No problem. The two reached an immediate accord. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who was also seated in the carriage, wore an expression of shock. He had gleaned from their conversation that Peng Shan was an elder of the Peng family. Not long ago, the Peng family had covertly contacted his father, intending to collaborate in their assault on the Su family. Yet, his father deemed their initial terms insufficient, which is why he did not agree right away. Clearly, following the death of his older brother Zhao Ling, his father had now relented. Brother Tianlei, with your alliance, the annihilation of the Su family is but a matter of time. However, we must remember that the Su family was once a prominent clan of the Tianyan dynasty. As the saying goes, even a dead camel is larger than a horse. Peng Shan's words trailed off. I know what concerns you. Zhao Tianlei interjected, raising a hand dismissively. Your Pang family is merely worried about the Nirvana realm ancestor of the Su family, fearing they may have left behind some formidable trump card. But let me assure you, there is none. The Su family's ancestor did not bequeath them any such advantage. Oh, Brother Tianlei, how can you be so certain? Pang Shan asked. First, if that Nirvana realm ancestor had indeed left the Su family with a trump card, it would be impossible for them to have fallen to such a state in merely 3 years. Second, at the onset of their crisis, I am aware that the strong within the Su family, including many former guests, had covertly sought counsel from Su Baichun, and the answer was always negative. This is why those guests, including several formidable experts, chose to leave the Su family, recognizing their inevitable decline. Thirdly, and most crucially, during the Su family's calamity, there was a powerful individual who breached their defenses, seizing a significant portion of their resources and slaying many of their strong members, nearly claiming the life of the family head, Su Baichun. At such a critical juncture, the Su family never produced any trump card. Zhao Tianlei asserted that a powerful individual invaded the Su family and seized half their resources, nearly killing Su Baichun. Pang Shan's heart stirred. The first 2 points Zhao Tianlei mentioned were already known to the Pang family, yet the third revelation was new to him. That incident occurred at night, and the assailant was far too powerful, causing little commotion. Most who were privy to that event were killed by the assailant. Only a few survived, and I am one of them. Zhao Tianlei elaborated. Is that so? Pang Shan's eyes brightened. With numerous strong members dead and resources plundered, and even the family head nearly perishing without a trump card revealed, it seems they truly have no such advantage. Brother Tianlei, if that is the case, we can now finalize our plans and set a date to strike the Su family, Pang Shan suggested. We still need to set a date? Zhao Tianlei frowned. Brother Tianlei should be aware that my Pang family has the support of the Situ family in the shadows. Now that we intend to strike the Su family, we must consult with the Situ family. They may even dispatch their own strong members to assist us, thus increasing our chances of success, Pang Shan explained. Very well, Zhao Tianlei nodded slightly. Inside the carriage, Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan discussed the details of their impending assault on the Su family. Meanwhile, not far ahead on the official road, atop an unnamed hill adjacent to the path, Su Xin donned a fitted black attire, wielding a long sword, and his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. Last. They have arrived? Beneath the hat, Su Xin's eyes were icy as they fixated on the convoy emerging at the edge of his vision. Given that this was his first attempt at an ambush, Su Xin felt a twinge of nervousness within, and he relaxed his grip on the sword slightly. Su Xin suddenly lifted his gaze. The already dim sky had turned completely dark. Boom. Deafening clap of thunder erupted, and arcs of lightning seemed to flash right before him, followed closely by a torrential downpour. Raindrops pounded the ground, instantly soaking the earth. It is raining. Su Xin extended his hand, feeling the rain pelting against his palm. Since the heavens have favored me, I shall indulge in a massacre amidst this tempest. With that, Su Xin leapt down from the hillside. Chapter 19. The storm strikes. On the official road, the convoy continued onward. By the heavens, it was just fine a moment ago, and now it pours, a loyal confidant grumbled. Ensure the other carriage is well protected. Do not let the rain touch the coffin. Yes, after Zhao Tianlei issued his command, he resumed his conversation with Pang Shan. Brother Pang, if the Situ family truly sends strong members, could you facilitate an introduction for me? Zhao Tianlei inquired. What, do you wish to visit the Situ family? Pang Shan shot Zhao Tianlei a glance, then nodded. Very well, if the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you. Though the Situ family holds lofty standards, you are, after all, a mid-stage void-breaking expert. Even if you enter the Situ family, you will attain a certain status. I am most grateful. Zhao Tianlei felt a surge of joy. Just then, the carriage abruptly came to a halt in the rain. What is happening? Zhao Tianlei frowned. My lord. Someone is blocking the way ahead, that a voice from outside the carriage relayed. Zhao Tianlei slightly lifted the curtain. Even through the downpour, he could see a figure clad in black, wielding a sword, standing defiantly in the center of the road. Who dares to obstruct our path? A mounted confidant stepped forward. May I ask, is this the esteemed Zhao Tianlei within the carriage? The voice of the sword-wielding figure, slightly hoarse, emerged from beneath the hat. You recognize my lord? The confidant queried. I have been entrusted by young master Zhao Ling to deliver a message to Lord Zhao, the figure replied. Young master Zhao Ling? The confidant was taken aback. Could it be that Linger left behind words before his demise? Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed. However, the sword-wielding figure then smiled, saying, "Young Master Zhao Ling appeared in my dreams, expressing, in the lonely depths of the Yellow Springs. He yearns for company and wishes for Lord Zhao and young Master Zhao Qing to join him, to reunite as a family." Preposterous. The confidant was instantly enraged. Within the carriage, Zhao Tianlei's expression darkened. What madman dares to speak such nonsense? Kill him with that. Zhao Tianlei pulled down the curtain. On the official road, the confidants prepared to take action, but Su Xin was evidently quicker. Clang. The longsword was unsheathed, and a surge of spiritual power followed. True martial 10th realm. As soon as Su Xin made his move, the confidants recognized that he was merely at the true martial realm, and they all began to laugh derisively. How reckless! A mere true martial realm dares to ambush us? They are courting death. Most of the confidants remained mounted, showing no intention of engaging, except for the one who had just spoken, who dismounted and approached. It is known that Zhao Tianlei, as the leader of the Su family's faction among the guests, is a mid-stage void-breaking expert, and those around him are also formidable, with the weakest reaching the great completion of the sea transformation realm. The one now advancing is at that level, and to kill a true martial realm expert is akin to squashing an ant. Yet, just as this confidant was about to confront the black-clad swordsman, forbidden technique, divine annihilation, boom, without any warning, the black-clad swordsman's aura, which was only at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, surged at an astonishing rate, instantly skyrocketing to the peak of the sea transformation realm, nearly reaching its ultimate level. Whoosh! A beam of sword light flashed, swiftly cleaving the approaching confidant in half at the waist. What? This is... The confidants, who had just mocked, were now aghast. A true martial 10th realm expert's cultivation has surged to the peak of the sea transformation realm? What kind of sorcery is this? This is bad. He has concealed his strength. Attack together. In an instant, over 10 figures leaped from their horses, a total of 13 figures, the weakest among them being at the great completion of the sea transformation realm, along with 4 at the full completion and 1 at the peak of the sea transformation realm. All 13 drew their weapons, launching an assault from various angles. Meanwhile, beneath the hat, Su Xion's eyes were cold and piercing. Once the divine annihilation technique was invoked, I have only 30 breaths of time. Not a single moment can be squandered. Kill. With a low growl, the killing intent surged to the heavens. The 13 confidants, who had long served Zhao Tianlei, were familiar with one another and coordinated seamlessly, effectively sealing off every escape route for Su Xion. If he were merely an ordinary peak sea transformation expert, he would likely be annihilated in a single exchange against their combined might. However, they were facing Su Xion. A hazy sword shadow suddenly materialized. The shadow was shrouded in a peculiar and eerie power, a manifestation of the essence Su Xion had comprehended. This essence imbued Su Xion's sword with a soul, leading to a qualitative transformation. In a mere instant, the hazy sword shadow ruthlessly swept through the necks of all 13 confidants. Slicing sounds echoed. How swift! The 13 confidants were gripped by terror, some even gaping in shock. Despite encircling their opponent, they had not even managed to unleash their techniques before meeting their doom. In unison, 13 figures fell. After dispatching the 13 confidants, Su Xion directed a fierce slash toward the carriage ahead. Whoosh! The chilling sword shadow, imbued with resolve, cleaved the carriage and horses in two. Whoosh! 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 3 figures leaped from the shattered carriage, landing on the road beside it. Zhao Tianlei stood protectively in front of Zhao Qing, staring at the lifeless bodies of his confidants on the ground. Shock etched across his face. He was acutely aware of the combat prowess of these confidants. Even a typical void-breaking expert would find it challenging to wipe them all out in such a short time. Yet, just moments ago, in an instant, before he could even intervene, all of his confidants had perished. The assailant's strength. There is even a void-breaking expert among them? At this moment, Su Xion's gaze was fixed on the black-robed elder who had also fallen upon the official road. This elder was clearly a void-breaking expert, a presence that Su Xion had not anticipated. Though he did not know who he was, since he was entangled with Zhao Tianlei, he too would be eliminated. A fierce glint flashed in Su Xion's eyes, and he swiftly retrieved a talisman from his waist. After infusing it with a trace of spiritual power, he cast it into the air. The talisman dissolved into nothingness, yet a unique force began to spread, rapidly enveloping the surrounding space. This is not a restriction. This is bad. The expressions of Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan both shifted dramatically as they sensed the presence of that invisible force in their vicinity. It is a spatial restriction, Zhao Tianlei quickly realized. Among void-breaking experts, in addition to their strength, they possess a unique advantage, the ability to fly in the air if Su Xin aims to kill Zhao Tianlei. He must restrict this ability. Thus, before ambushing, he had gone to the Red Dragon Tower to acquire a spatial restriction talisman from Yuan Qing. This talisman can temporarily ground void-breaking experts within a designated area. In terms of value, this talisman is worth more than the 20 premium spirit-gathering pills Su Xin had previously obtained, yet it still fell within his Earth-level privileges. Brother Tianlei, be cautious. This individual has prepared a means to restrict flight, indicating he is well prepared. Let us not stumble into misfortune, Pang Shan cautioned, his expression now grave. Indeed, let us strike together, Zhao Tianlei replied solemnly. Zhao Tianlei, today you shall surely perish, Su Xin shouted fiercely, his aura surging as he charged forth, sword in hand. Humph! Zhao Tianlei's gaze turned icy. A hefty blade materialized in his grasp, weighing nearly 100 pounds. He gripped it with both hands, his steps thunderous. The massive blade swung forcefully towards Su Xin, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, the terrifying might compressing the atmosphere and creating piercing sonic booms. Swift as thunder and fire, Su Xin mirrored the motion with his sword, channeling a thread of essence. Simultaneously, the power of his bloodline. Since awakening his bloodline, even during the fierce battle with Zhao Ling, he had only managed to exert it to 70% capacity. Now, however, he unleashed the full potential of his bloodline. The supreme bloodline of the Eastern Wasteland, never before seen, was fully awakened, unleashing the most formidable aspect of the North Song sword technique. The Thunderfire Gale boom. Su Xion's sword struck the hefty blade with the force of a colossal meteor, unleashing a terrifying explosion of power that caused both the blade and Zhao Tianlei's grip to tremble violently. A flicker of horror crossed Zhao Tianlei's eyes, followed by a suppressed grunt as he was forced to retreat several paces, each step heavily impacting the ground and splashing rainwater and mud around him. Only after retreating more than 10 steps was he able to stabilize himself. Just as Su Xian was poised to pursue, a black-robed figure appeared beside him like a specter, launching a swift claw toward his throat. Pang Shan seized the opportunity to strike, employing a vicious technique at an astonishing speed. You seek death. Su Xian casually swung his sword, and in an instant, numerous sword shadows erupted in the air. Amid the torrential downpour, it was as if snowflakes were falling. The snowfall sword technique, snow-cutting style, guided by that thread of essence. These snowflakes moved with incredible speed, not only repelling the claw that had lunged at him, but also enveloping Pang Shan entirely. This sword technique. Pang Shan was filled with dread, feeling that the oncoming sword shadows were far too swift. Impossibly so, he desperately attempted to defend against the onslaught of sword shadows. Yet each strike was faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, 10 sword shadows cleaved through the air. When the 11th shadow struck, he could no longer muster the strength to resist. With a chilling sound, the icy sword shadow pierced directly through his throat. The formidable master of the broken void realm, Elder Pang Shan of the Pang family, was dead. Chapter 20. Execution. How could this be? Zhao Tianlei, who had only just managed to regain his footing, looked up to witness Su Xian unleashing a terrifying sword technique that instantaneously obliterated Pang Shan. His mind was left in a daze. Despite the fact that the opponent was merely at the peak of the sea transformation realm, in a single confrontation, he was overwhelmed and injured, while Pang Shan was killed on the spot. Although Pang Shan was only at the early stages of the broken void realm and did not surpass him, he was still a bona fide master of that realm. Tio perish in an instant? Such fearsome swordsmanship, such terrifying prowess. Zhao Tianlei trembled inwardly, and without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest card. The Mad Demon Blade. Boom! A tempestuous, violent aura erupted fiercely, enveloping Zhao Tianlei in a haze of blood mist, his eyes turning crimson with madness. Unlike Zhao Ling, Zhao Tianlei, upon invoking the Mad Demon Blade, experienced a greater enhancement in power, and he managed to retain a shred of rationality, avoiding complete descent into madness. Kill! Zhao Tianlei charged forth with his blade, while Su Xin responded with a sweeping strike, infused with the might of thunder and fire, fully channeling his bloodline power in conjunction with his spiritual energy, erupting through the sword in his hand. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as if the very air were about to shatter. Zhao Tianlei staggered back 3 steps. I have invoked the mad demon blade. Yet in this head-on clash, I still find myself at an absolute disadvantage. Zhao Tianlei's face was a mask of disbelief. Yet Su Xion's sword did not falter for a moment, wave after wave of sword shadows. Like a volcano erupting unexpectedly, like lightning striking from a clear sky, swift, frenzied, possessing a terrifying power that could obliterate all in its path and relentless until death. The sword shadows surged towards Zhao Tianlei time and again. Zhao Tianlei had already exhausted all his strength, yet beneath the onslaught of these horrific sword shadows, he could only muster an increasingly difficult defense. So powerful. His strength exceeds mine, and his swordsmanship far surpasses my own. The comprehension of intent, yes, his swordsmanship contains a hint of intent. Zhao Tianlei's heart was engulfed in shock, astonishment, and fear, reaching an extreme. Intent? He, a dignified master of the broken void realm, had spent years in that state without grasping even a fragment. Yet this individual before him had comprehended it and could express it perfectly through his swordsmanship. At this moment, he had no choice but to exert every effort to employ his techniques to withstand the terrifying sword shadows. Fortunately, he had once acquired a formidable defensive sword technique, which he had mastered to a high level. Otherwise, Zhao Tianlei felt a surge of relief within. The Mad Demon Blade, while termed a sword technique, primarily serves as a unique method of channeling power, plunging oneself into a temporary state of madness, thereby dramatically enhancing one's strength. Zhao Tianlei could simultaneously invoke his most adept defensive sword technique while in this mad state. It was thanks to that defensive technique that he had managed to withstand Su Xion's ferocious onslaught of sword shadows until now. However, Su Xion continued to strike with his long sword time and again. After all, this was a true life-and-death battle, vastly different from his previous solitary practice of swordsmanship. Now, every swing was executed with remarkable fluidity and exhilaration. Each strike was imbued with the utmost power, achieving the pinnacle of explosive force. The might of his swordsmanship grew increasingly astounding. Su Xion was completely immersed in this intoxicating frenzy of assault. Suddenly, another sword cut through the air, this one instinctively channeling the power of thunder and fire. The Thunder-Fire Scroll, mastered to a certain level, could invoke the forces of heaven and earth. If earlier Su Xion had merely relied on a hint of sword intent to clumsily execute the Thunder-Fire Scroll, now that he had reached the level of force, the difference was monumental. Boom! The sword light, carrying boundless might, once again violently struck against Zhao Tianlei's battle blade. Yet this time, no. Zhao Tianlei let out a desperate howl. The terrifying force immediately sent his large blade flying from his grasp, while the sword light continued its relentless assault upon his body. With a resounding crash, Zhao Tianlei's chest erupted, his internal organs reduced to pulp in an instant. Am I not going to die? A look of bewilderment lingered on Zhao Tianlei's face. Just moments ago, he had been discussing with Pang Shan how to take revenge against the Su family for his son. He had hoped for the Pang family to introduce him to the Situ family, but in the blink of an eye, death was upon him. Zhao Tianlei, do you not know who I am? Su Xion reverted to his original voice, lifting his hat to reveal an exceptionally youthful and stern visage. Although more than 3 years had passed, upon seeing him again, Zhao Tianlei recognized him immediately. Su Xion. Impossible. Zhao Tianlei's mind screamed in madness, yet his body succumbed, collapsing helplessly. Even in his dying moments, he could not believe that the one who had killed him was none other than Su Xion, the very individual who had recently slain his son at the Su family's grand competition, and merely a true martial realm practitioner. He, Zhao Tianlei, a dignified master of the broken void realm, had never imagined he would perish at the hands of someone in the true martial realm. Father. Zhao Qing stood on the battlefield's periphery, witnessing his father being slain by the black-clad swordsman wearing a hat, especially as the swordsman raised his hat, revealing his face. Su Xion? In that instant, Zhao Qing felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He was utterly dumbfounded, paralyzed. Whoosh! A cold sword light swept across his neck, severing his head from his body before he could even react. In his final moments, he remained in a daze. With Zhao Qing's death, the entire convoy, including Zhao Tianlei and the temporarily present elder Pang Shan, totaling 17 individuals, was annihilated by Su Xin. Not a single survivor was left. After completing this grim task, Su Xin swiftly collected the valuable items from Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan before disappearing from the official road. The torrential rain continued to pour down. The once tranquil official road had transformed into a sea of blood. Half an hour later, Su Xin silently returned to the Su family. Inside his chamber, he stripped off his clothes and soaked in a large bath. The repercussions of employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique were far greater than he had anticipated. Su Xin felt utterly exhausted and weakened. Finding slight comfort only in the warmth of the bath, I previously underestimated Zhao Tianlei. A master of the broken void realm is indeed far more formidable than I had imagined. Su Xin sighed inwardly. Reflecting on the lessons learned from this assassination, he had initially believed that after employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique, he would easily eliminate Zhao Tianlei. However, he hadn't foreseen that Zhao Tianlei possessed an incredibly powerful defensive sword technique, which allowed him to barely withstand Su Xin's Thunderfire scroll for a short time. Fortunately, during their confrontation, Su Xin had comprehended the Thunderfire scroll to a level of force. Otherwise, within 30 breaths, he might not have been able to kill him. With Zhao Tianlei's death, the faction of retainers had lost its leader, ensuring that no further disturbances would arise from them. The internal strife had been resolved, and now it was time to address external threats. The Pang family and the formidable Situ family behind them. Su Xin's gaze sharpened. He understood that while Zhao Tianlei had been relatively easy to deal with, the Pang family and the even more powerful Situ family would not be so easily vanquished. He still needed time. The family must have already received news of Zhao Tianlei's demise. They would likely be utterly shocked, right? Su Xin chuckled softly, but alas, no matter what, no one would suspect him. After all, I am merely a practitioner of the true martial realm. Shortly after Su Xin returned to the Su family, the corpses of Zhao Tianlei and his entourage were discovered on the official road outside the city. The news swiftly spread to the county city and reached the Su family. The entire Su family was thrown into turmoil. Zhao Tianlei is dead? While painting, Su Baichuan paused upon hearing this news, pondering who could have acted. The Pang family? That seems unlikely, as Pang Shan was also found dead at the scene, and it was evident that both had been slain by a single individual wielding exceptionally powerful swordsmanship. Su Baihu remarked gravely, "It can be concluded that the assailant is a truly formidable swordsman, likely above the Broken Void realm in strength. A swordsman skilled in the Broken Void realm?" Su Baichuan furrowed his brow, quickly running through names in his mind, but dismissing each one. Regardless of who acted, it can only be seen as a significant boon for the Su family, which will always remember this favored. Su Baichuan chuckled lightly. Atop the imposing tower of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuanqing pondered in Yongning County. The number of masters capable of killing Zhao Tianlei was exceedingly few, and those skilled in swordsmanship were nearly non-existent. Who could it be? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. This morning, that young man from the Su family had come here to request a void sealing talisman, specifically designed to deal with masters of the Broken Void realm. Could it be? No, it is impossible. That young man is merely in the true martial realm. No matter how one looks at it, he could not possibly kill a master of the Broken Void realm. Rather, it must be the powerful individual who has been guiding him. Yuanqing had long suspected that Su Xin's swordsmanship was extraordinarily exceptional. A mere true martial practitioner had seemingly comprehended a hint of intent, indicating that he must be under the tutelage of a top-tier expert. The death of Zhao Tianlei today only served to validate his suspicions. In his view, Su Xin undoubtedly had a formidable swordsman backing him, aware that Zhao Tianlei sought revenge for his son and would pose a threat to Su Xin. Thus, he had sent Su Xin to the Red Dragon Tower to acquire a void-sealing talisman, then personally intervened to eliminate Zhao Tianlei. Yes, it must be so. Yuanqing smiled. The death of Zhao Tianlei sent ripples of joy through the Su family. Meanwhile, Yuanqing from the Red Dragon Tower was left questioning the identity of Su Xin's benefactor. However, within the other major family in Yongning County, the Pang family, upon receiving this news, was utterly enraged. Bastard. They had originally hoped to ally with Zhao Tianlei to jointly eliminate the Su family, only to suffer a setback that cost them both their plans and elder Pang Shan. Pang Shaoqing, the head of the Pang family, smashed the tea table in a fit of rage. The Su family, what a formidable family. To think that they still harbor such powerful individuals at this juncture. Pang Shaoqing's eyes blazed with fury. The loss of an elder was not particularly significant. What he truly valued was the hidden strength of the Su family. If they could conceal one master of swordsmanship, could they not hide a second? Immediately, he sent word to the Situ family to put their plans against the Su family on hold and to deliberate further. Pang Shaoqing ordered. The entire Yongning County was shaken by Zhao Tianlei's death. Yet, as Su Xian had anticipated, no one suspected him. Even Yuan Qing merely speculated about his benefactor, never imagining that it was Su Xian himself who had acted. Chapter 21. The Black Extension Gang. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, the faction of retainers had been thoroughly dismantled. Zhao Tianlei's subordinates and confidants were all eliminated one by one. The Su family had completely shed its malignant tumor. Su Xian continued his normal training, relying on the bloodline legacy technique. During this period, his internal spiritual power had accumulated to the pinnacle of the true martial realm, mere moments away from breaking into the Sea transformation realm. He frequently appeared in the training grounds, sparring with the Su family's disciples and even some powerful individuals, subtly showcasing his strength, which garnered increasing respect from the younger generation of the Su family. His stature as the young master of the Su family grew ever higher. One day, while still in the training ground, Su Baihu arrived, accompanied by a man clad in purple. Nephew, Su Xian slightly bowed. This is my Su family's retainer, Yi Luo, Su Baihu introduced. Young master. The purple-clad man, Yi Luo, greeted him. Although the Su family had fallen from grace, they still managed to attract numerous retainers, not all of whom were wolves in sheep's clothing supporting Zhao Tianlei. Yi Luo had consistently remained loyal to the Su family. Su Xian, a month ago, you were at the peak of the true martial ninth layer, yet you could confront and kill Zhao Ling, who had broken through to the Sea transformation realm and possessed considerable skill. Now that you have reached the peak of the 10th layer, do you believe your combat power can rival that of a fully realized Sea transformation master? Su Baihu inquired. Su Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Baihu would seek him out to ask such a question. Nevertheless, he nodded. I believe I can. Yi Luo, why don't you give it a try? Su Baihu commanded. Understood. Yi Luo nodded, stepping forward to face Su Xian. Young master, please advise me. Feel free to unleash your full strength, Su Xian replied with a confident smile. Soon, the two engaged in combat. In but a fleeting moment, to be precise, Su Xian had only drawn his sword 3 times. With the first strike, he forced Yi Luo to retreat in panic. With the second, Yi Luo's sword was sent flying from his grasp. And with the third, Su Xian's blade rested against Yi Luo's shoulder. It was a completely one-sided affair. The disparity was immense. Presently, Su Xian's spiritual power, when unleashed normally, equaled that of a minor Sea transformation master, and with a slight infusion of bloodline power, his explosive strength could easily rival a fully realized Sea transformation master. Thus, defeating an ordinary Sea transformation master was a trivial feat. Your strength is truly impressive. Young master, Yi Luo expressed his sincere admiration. He had only heard tales of Su Xian's extraordinary talent and his ability to conquer foes of higher ranks, but today he had witnessed it firsthand. Su Xian, your swordsmanship has advanced again in just a month. Su Baihu approached with a smile, his eyes gleaming with a unique light. When it comes to swordsmanship, no one in our Su family can surpass you. The most powerful member of the Su family was the patriarch, Su Baiqin, yet his expertise lay not in swordsmanship. Nephew, your visit today is not solely to assess my strength, is it? Su Xian observed Su Baihu. Of course not. Su Baihu chuckled, then produced an envelope. There is a letter inside. Take a look. Su Xian opened the envelope and quickly scanned its contents. Gang conflicts? A peculiar expression crossed Su Xian's face. The writer of this letter, Wan Chong, was the leader of the Black Extension Gang. Over the years, the Black Extension Gang had shown respect toward the Su family, consistently delivering their gifts on time. This time, however, the gang was in trouble, and Wan Chong had sent a substantial gift, seeking the Su family's assistance. I have already agreed to help, Su Baihu stated. Upon hearing this, Su Xian understood. Although Yongning County was just a county, it still housed numerous cities and a population in the hundreds of thousands. Such a population naturally gave rise to various gangs and forces, each with their own territory. To maintain stability, they needed a powerful backing. The Su family, as one of the 2 strongest families in Yongning County, served as a significant pillar of support. Thus, many gangs within Yongning County would send gifts to the Su family annually. And in accepting these gifts, The Su family essentially recognized the existence of these gangs, allowing them to continue thriving. The Black Extension Gang had evidently sent substantial gifts to the Su family each year, and this time, they had dispatched an especially generous offering. Wan Chong had initially desired the Su family to send 2 fully realized Sea Transformation Masters for assistance, but I ultimately decided to send you along with Yi Luo, Su Baihu explained. Now that Zhao Tianlei is dead, the threat from the retainer faction has dissipated, and since your strength is sufficient, it is time for you to venture out and see the world. See the world? Su Xin's heart stirred. He understood what Su Baihu meant by that. Su Xin, are you willing to go? Su Baihu asked, and of course I am willing. Su Xin nodded, though he worried that Wan Chong might not be pleased to see him. Wan Chong wanted 2 fully realized Sea Transformation Masters, yet he was merely a practitioner at the true martial 10th layer. Though the young master possesses a low level of cultivation, his strength surpasses that of an average expert at the Grand Sea stage by a considerable margin. It is indeed a tremendous boon for Wan Chong to have secured the young master's assistance. How could he dare to express dissatisfaction? Yi Luo spoke coldly. In that case, after lunch, the 2 of you shall ride swiftly and depart. You should arrive at Dongyang City, where the Black Yin Gang is located, before nightfall, Su Baihu suggested. Not long after, Su Xin and Yi Luo set off. Dongyang City lies in the western part of Yongning Prefecture. Not far from the prefectural city, as night approached, Wan Chong, the leader of the Black Yin Gang, sat restlessly in a reclining chair, unable to find comfort in any position. His face was etched with worry. Once a brigand by nature, he had risen from a mere minion to become the master of the Black Yin Gang in Dongyang City, commanding thousands of followers and establishing himself as a local power. Despite the considerable sums he was required to offer to various influential figures within Yongning Prefecture each year, the remaining profits still afforded him a rather comfortable life. However, not long ago, another gang, the Lu Shui Gang, had suddenly emerged. The leader of the Lu Shui Gang, originally a bandit chief, had brought his men into the city and established a gang that developed rapidly, gaining enough strength to rival the Black Yin Gang within a mere 2 months. Moreover, the Lu Shui Gang boasted a greater number of formidable experts among its upper ranks than the Black Yin Gang. After several skirmishes, the Black Yin Gang found itself at a disadvantage, losing 2 of its 4 hall masters in the process. In a few days, the conflict between the Black Yin Gang and the Lu Shui Gang would reach its climax, the final battle. Wan Chong harbored no confidence in the Black Yin Gang's ability to prevail in this decisive confrontation. Thus, he spared no expense in inviting powerful members of the Su family. Master, master! A gang member rushed in urgently, exclaiming, the expert from the Su family has arrived. Finally, Wan Chong sprang to his feet, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Quick, summon the strategist. Let us go out to greet them. Soon, a large group made their way to the entrance of the headquarters, including Wan Chong, 2 hall masters, and an elderly man with a goat-like beard, the strategist of the Black Yin Gang. From a distance, they spotted 2 figures standing at the entrance. Wan Chong pays his respects. My lord, Wan Chong reverently greeted Yi Luo upon arrival. I am Yi Luo, a guest of the Su family. Master Wan, this is your territory, and you are a formidable expert at the Grand Sea stage. You need not bow so low. Rise, Yi Luo replied. Only then did Wan Chong lift his head, his gaze swiftly scanning Yi Luo. A surge of joy welled up within him. Although Yi Luo had not made a move, Wan Chong could still sense the incredibly subtle yet overwhelming aura emanating from him, a presence that was undoubtedly not inferior to his own. Wan Chong then turned his attention to the other figure beside Yi Luo. His brow furrowed. It was not for any other reason than the fact that this individual appeared exceedingly young. He looked scarcely older than 20. How powerful could one so young truly be? Lord Yi Luo? Who might this be? Wan Chong inquired cautiously. This is our young master from the Su family, the current wielder of the Su family sword edict, Su Xin, Yi Luo replied. Young master? Wan Chong was taken aback. The mere title of young master signified an immensely elevated status within the Su family. He had heard that only the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family were deemed worthy to wield the sword edict. Thus, if the young master could command such authority, his cultivation must be. Before Wan Chong could finish his thought, Su Xin spoke up. Master Wan, I know what you are curious about, but I regret to inform you that I have yet to reach the Grand Sea stage. Not yet at the Grand Sea stage. Wan Chong's expression shifted, a wave of dissatisfaction rising within him. How is it that the young master of the Su family graces us with his presence, yet you do not extend a proper welcome? Yi Luo questioned sharply. To him, the young master's esteemed status and strength meant that Wan Chong should be profoundly grateful for Su Xion's willingness to aid the Black Yin gang. And he could not fathom any inclination to belittle Su Xion's cultivation. Of course not. Wan Chong quickly replied with a forced smile, I have already prepared a feast to welcome the young master and Lord Yi Luo. There is no need for a feast. Just have some food sent to our quarters, Su Xion stated. Yes, yes, Wan Chong nodded repeatedly. Su Lao-san quickly escort the two lords to their rooms. The man named Su Lao-san promptly and respectfully led Su Xion and Yi Luo into the headquarters. Once they had departed, Wan Chong's expression darkened considerably. Not long after, in a completely sealed chamber, Wan Chong's frustration erupted. Damn it! Curse the Su family. I had shown them such reverence, and this time I even prepared lavish gifts to summon 2 experts at the Grand C stage. Yet they only sent 1 Grand C stage expert in this so-called young master. What does this young master take me for? Does he think that the fate of the Black Yin gang is a mere game? Wan Chong seethed with indignation. He had no faith that the Su family's young master, who had yet to even enter the Grand C stage, possessed any real strength, believing he had been sent merely for training purposes. To use the survival of the Black Yin gang as a training exercise was something he could not tolerate. However, he dared not voice his grievances openly. He could only vent his anger in private. Master, please calm down, the goat-bearded strategist interjected soothingly. Although the Su family was unable to send 2 Grand C stage experts, at least they did send one, and the young master's status is not to be underestimated. In a critical moment, he may still prove helpful. Moreover, while the Lu Shui gang has risen swiftly, they lack a solid foundation. Unlike us, who have long been allied with the Su family and could summon their experts ahead of time, the Lu Shui gang has no such connections. Thus, when the final battle arrives, with the support of this Su family Grand C stage expert, our chances of victory will still be significantly enhanced. Ha! Wan Chong exhaled slowly. Let us hope your words ring true. Meanwhile, at the Lu Shui gang's headquarters, situated several miles away from the Black Yin gang's base. Has the expert from the Su family arrived yet? The Lu Shui gang's leader, a remarkably handsome man clad in silver robes, felt no surprise nor tension upon learning of the Su family's arrival. According to reports from their informants, 2 individuals from the Su family had come, one being an expert at the Grand C stage, while the other was said to be a young master whose cultivation appeared to be below the Grand C stage. They sent only 1 Grand C stage expert? The handsome man turned, shaking his head. It seems the Su family is not genuinely committed to supporting Wan Chong. I had prepared for a grand spectacle, but it appears that will not be necessary. Since this battle lacks any suspense, let us commence early. Inform the brothers to prepare. We shall engage the Black Yin gang in battle 3 days hence. Chapter 22. Street combat on the morning of the 3rd day. A broad street in the southern part of Dongyang City lay deserted, its shops shuttered, at both ends of the street. A throng of figures had gathered densely, whoosh, with the sound of a signal arrow. Cries of kill, eliminate them, erupted as countless figures surged into the street, colliding in the central thoroughfare. The decisive battle between the 2 major factions of Dongyang City, the Black Yin gang and the Lu Shui gang, had commenced on the 2nd floor of an inn overlooking the street. Su Xin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the large-scale slaughter unfolding below. My uncle has sent me to witness the world. This must be the scene he wished for me to behold, Su Xin murmured to himself. He had taken lives before it. In fact, he had secretly ambushed Zhao Tianlei's convoy, gaining some experience. However, he had never witnessed the frenzied slaughter of over 1,000 individuals from 2 rival gangs. Many of these gang members were mere street thugs employing various underhanded tactics, using hidden arrows, lime powder, and toxic mists, an array of methods. Su Xion's eyes were opened to a new reality. Typically, in battles among powerful experts, the contest revolved around their true strength, with little regard for such despicable tactics. Yet, these methods, no matter how vile, could prove lethal. Even an expert at the Grand C stage could fall to the hands of these lowly street thugs if caught off guard. Su Xion sighed inwardly. Strategist, is it not said that the Black Yin gang boasts thousands of members? Why do I see fewer than 1,000 engaged in this decisive battle? Su Xion glanced back at the strategist of the Black Yin gang, replying to the young master, while we may have a multitude of followers, most are of little use. The true core strength consists of the 890 individuals currently participating in the fight, the strategist explained. Is that so? Su Xin understood now. In terms of sheer numbers, the Black Yin gang had more members than the Lu Shui gang. Yet the latter possessed a stronger upper echelon. As the battle raged on, casualties mounted on both sides. The street ran red with blood, and the prominent experts of both factions had now joined the fray. Wan Chong, with his Grand C stage cultivation, commanded 2 hall masters, both of whom were at the minor Grand C stage, thus fielding 3 Grand C stage experts. In contrast, the leader of the Lu Shui gang also held the Grand C stage, yet he commanded a full 4 minor Grand C stage experts, giving the Lu Shui gang a distinct advantage from the outset. Yi Luo, you go, Su Xin instructed. Understood, Yi Luo nodded, leaping from the second floor and charging into the battlefield. The arrival of a Grand C stage expert instantly shifted the tide of combat. As for Su Xin, he had no intention of intervening unless absolutely necessary. That individual. Su Xin's expression shifted suddenly. Standing atop the building, he surveyed the entire street, and in an inconspicuous corner, he spotted a figure lounging against the wall. This person wore tattered robes, their hair a disheveled mess, appearing utterly unkempt, resembling a living beggar. Yet, in their hand was a long knife that was clearly no ordinary weapon. While the members of the 2 gangs battled fiercely around him, this beggar remained obliviously asleep, even as corpses fell at his feet without eliciting even a flutter of his eyelids. This person is rather intriguing, Su Xin mused, recognizing the oddity but not dwelling on it. At that moment, Wan Chong, today the Black Yin gang shall be annihilated. A boisterous laugh echoed throughout the street, and simultaneously, 3 powerful auras erupted from a nearby alleyway. 3 figures charged forth, cutting through the ranks of the Black Yin gang, leaving a trail of slaughter in their wake. In an instant, they reached the heart of the battlefield. 3 experts at the Grand C stage. The members of the Black Yin gang paled in shock. They are from the Peng family. You actually managed to invite experts from the Peng family? Wan Chong stared in disbelief at the 3 Grand C stage experts before him. Why should I be allowed to invite the Su family? While the Lu Shui gang cannot seek aid from the Peng family, the leader of the Lu Shui gang sneered. He was well aware of the Black Yin gang's long-standing ties with the Su family, yet he still dared to challenge their position, clearly possessing a measure of confidence. Having emerged from a notorious bandit force known as the Haishanzhai within Yongning Prefecture, he was one of its leaders. The Haishanzhai had long relied on the Peng family for survival, and the tribute they paid was significantly greater than what the Black Yin gang offered to the Su family. However, not long ago, internal strife had torn the Haishanzhai apart, prompting him to bring his brothers to Dongyang City to establish the Lu Shui gang. Although the Haishanzhai was no more, as a former leader, he still maintained a relationship with the Peng family. In this decisive battle, he had exhausted his savings to secure the assistance of their strong experts. That the Peng family would send 3 Grand C stage experts, it's over for the Black Yin gang. Wan Chong's face fell in despair. The 3 Grand C stage experts from the Peng family stood at the center of the battlefield. Among them, 2 bore strikingly similar features, clearly twin brothers, Su family members. The twin brothers focused their gaze on Yi Luo. Noting his Grand C stage prowess, they recognized he was not an important figure from the Su family, merely a guest. Such a pity. The elder twin sighed softly and instructed, "You assist Lu Bangzhu in dealing with the Black Yin gang while we take care of this Grand C stage expert from the Su family." The 3rd Grand C stage expert who arrived with the Peng family was merely a guest, naturally obedient to the twins' commands, and immediately set off to engage Wan Chong and the others. "Do not waste time. Let us strike together and eliminate him." The twins, in perfect synchrony, dashed toward Yi Luo. Clang! In their first clash, Yi Luo's weapon was jolted, and he was sent reeling, barely managing to regain his footing. These 2 seemed slightly stronger than him. Together, they left him without any room to resist. Yi Luo realized he was outmatched. The twin brothers surged forward once more, but at that moment, swish, a sword light suddenly illuminated the air. Though they remained at a distance, the moment they perceived the sword light, the twin brothers' expressions shifted dramatically. Retreat. Without hesitation, they withdrew. The sword light sliced through the void, striking the wall of a nearby shop, leaving a gaping, half-foot-wide gash in its wake. What tremendous power! The twins were taken aback by the damage inflicted upon the wall. They then turned their attention to the source of the sword light, eager to identify its wielder. Though their astonishment as that a true martial realm expert. The brothers were momentarily stunned. The sword strike they had just witnessed, in terms of might, was easily comparable to any Grand C stage experts. Yet the young man before them, radiating the aura of a true martial realm cultivator, was undeniably weaker than them. "Young master," Yi Luo greeted respectfully as he approached Su Xin. "Are you unharmed?" Su Xin inquired, having observed the unfolding events from the inn above. He had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but upon witnessing the arrival of the 3 Grand C stage experts from the Pang family, he knew he had to intervene. "Go assist Wan Chong," Su Xin instructed. "Understood." Yi Luo recognized the depth of Su Xion's strength and wasted no time, turning to join the fray, leaving Su Xion alone to confront the twin brothers from the Pang family. "You are the young master?" the elder twin remarked. Having overheard Yi Luo's address, "I have heard that the young master of the Su family made quite a name for himself in the recent family competition, slaying a Grand C stage expert with his true martial realm cultivation to claim first place, and now commands the sword edict of the younger generation. You must be that young master." "Indeed, I am," Su Xion replied straightforwardly. "How fortunate." The twins exchanged glances, both smiling. Just moments ago, they had regarded the prospect of merely slaying a guest from the Su family as a missed opportunity, but now they realized that eliminating the young master would surely cause the Su family considerable grief. "Should you wish to kill me, you might want to assess whether you possess the capability to do so," Su Xion replied calmly. The twin brothers exchanged knowing looks, and in the next instant, they launched their attack. Moving like phantoms, they approached Su Xion from either side, their slender swords darting forth with blinding speed, aiming for his throat and vital points. Unyielding as a mountain, Su Xion took a single step forward, his long sword sweeping through the air, and an intangible aura surged around him, transforming him into an imposing mountain. Clang, 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 clang. The twin brothers, attacking from either side with frenzied swordplay, relentlessly assailed Su Xion, who responded with a nonchalant elegance, wielding his sword with a flurry of thrusts, sweeping arcs, and precise strikes. Each of his movements emanated an uncanny, ethereal strength, akin to surging waves, effortlessly dismantling the brothers' offensive onslaught. What was this? What kind of bizarre power was this? As they pressed their assault, an overwhelming astonishment gripped their hearts. They realized that their sword techniques, when clashing with Su Xion's blade, felt as though they were striking a thick mass of cotton. The force contained within Su Xion's sword was not particularly robust, evidently weaker than theirs. Yet upon impact, a significant portion of their power inexplicably dissipated, leaving them vulnerable to Su Xion's subsequent dismantling of their attack. The Mountain Sea Scroll. This was a defensive sword technique from the Northern Song swordplay. After eliminating Zhao Tianlei, Su Xion had mastered the concept of force within the Thunderfire Scroll, dedicating the past month to honing the Mountain Sea Scroll. It embodied the steadfastness of mountains and the fluidity of seas, infused with an unending poetic essence, allowing him to significantly mitigate the potency of his opponent's assaults. He himself did not need to exert tremendous force. Even now, he had not activated his bloodline power, relying solely on a pure surge of spiritual energy, which was comparable to an ordinary adept at the small C stage. Remarkably, throughout his engagement with the twin brothers, he had not budged an inch. Meanwhile, in a corner of the street, a beggar who had been lounging against the wall, seemingly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Those clear orbs sparkled with awe as they beheld Su Xion, who was currently demonstrating the Mountain Sea Scroll. Such a formidable defensive swordplay, as sturdy as mountains and as fluid as seas, endlessly flowing. I wonder if my blade technique can breach his sword defenses. The beggar instinctively tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. On the battlefield, the twin brothers had exhausted their every effort, employing all their skills, yet they still could not force Su Xion to shift his stance. Enough of this play. Su Xion decided to cease wasting time. A glint of icy murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Shadow strike. In that instant, the surrounding ambience shifted dramatically. The moment Su Xion unleashed his sword, the power of his bloodline surged forth as well. Boom! The entire world seemed to plunge into darkness, save for the solitary brilliance of Su Xion's sword light, the only beacon in the night. Chapter 23. The Beggar Boy. Oh no! At the moment Su Xion executed his shadow strike, a figure rapidly entered the battlefield from afar. The hazy sword light was astonishingly swift. Terror filled the eyes of the twin brothers as they realized they could not hope to intercept this strike in time. Swoosh! The sword light first skimmed past the brother, severing his head in an instant, and as the light continued to lunge towards the younger brother, a tremendous force surged forth, colliding with the sword light and slightly altering its trajectory. With a shattering sound, the sword light cleaved through, severing the entire arm of the younger brother. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that force, he might have lost his head as well. Another strong opponent? Su Xian's brow furrowed as he regarded the figure now hovering beside the severed armed brother. It was a bald, middle-aged man clad in a long robe. Judging by the formidable energy he had just unleashed, he was likely at the pinnacle of the small C stage. This time, the Lu Shui gang had paid a hefty price to enlist the Peng family as assistants. Furthermore, knowing that the Su family would also send someone, the Peng family had prepared to eliminate any representatives of the Su family. Thus, they had dispatched not only 3 adept warriors at the small C stage, but also one at the pinnacle of the small C stage. This bald man who lurked in the shadows. Damn it, I should have acted sooner. Peng Taiyun glared at the twin brothers, one dead and one injured, his face ashen. He was intimately aware of their abilities. Together, they could withstand even a peak small C adept for a time, and yet this Su Xian, clearly just a true martial realm cultivator, had managed to push them into a corner. Although his skills were impressive and his swordplay exquisite, that art was purely defensive, leading him to feel at ease, never suspecting Su Xian could turn the tide against them. Yet, who could have anticipated that Su Xian, when finally striking, would force the twin brothers into a desperate situation? He had only managed to save one of them, and even then, that individual had lost an arm. The young master of the Su family. Peng Tian's eyes burned with unquenchable killing intent as he glared at Su Xian, a mere youth, slaying an adept of the small C stage directly. Such a prodigy. Though our Peng family has lost one adept, if we can exchange your life for such a talent, it would be worth it. Kill me, with you? Su Xian scoffed disdainfully. Hemph. Peng Taiyun chose not to waste words any further, drawing forth his weapons, 2 golden-hued hammers. Each hammer weighed several hundred pounds, yet Peng Taiyun wielded one in each hand with effortless ease. In the next moment, bang, with a single stride, the ground shattered beneath him as he appeared before Su Xian in a flash, both hammers swinging like twin whirlwinds. The 18 mountain smashes. Peng Tian's face flushed red as he unleashed his full strength. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 golden hammers crashed down in a frenzied assault. Each strike compressed the air, generating a deafening sound as it cleaved through the atmosphere. As the hammers descended, Su Xian remained unperturbed, the might of thunder and fire. Boom! Su Xian's swordplay erupted forth. Like a volcano, it erupted with a force that shook the heavens and the earth. Like thunder descending upon the world, it obliterated all in its path. Once he truly grasped the force of the Mountain Sea Scroll, each strike he unleashed contained an overwhelming tempest of thunder and fire. The power of his bloodline surged. He had only slightly activated it when he executed the shadow strike against the twin brothers, yet now it surged to 70%. Su Xian had long devised a plan for his bloodline power. For ordinary battles, he would activate 50%, in the face of formidable opponents, he would unleash 70%. As for a full activation, that would only be reserved for battles of utmost importance. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sword light clashed violently with the descending hammers. Each collision resonated with a fierce roar, sending ripples through the surrounding space, causing some of the nearby gang members to be caught in the backlash, bleeding from their orifices in an instant. Bang, bang. After 18 consecutive clashes, Peng Tian's hammers faltered, and in the next moment, he was sent reeling backward, utterly disheveled from the force of Su Xian's sword. How could it be? A true martial realm cultivator matching my strength. Peng Tian's expression was one of disbelief. Moments ago, he had proclaimed he would trade Su Xian's life for the one lost from the Peng family's ranks. Yet now, indeed, at that moment, Su Xian wore a peculiar smile. Though I may merely be at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th stage, by harnessing the power of my bloodline and activating 70%, my strength rivals that of a small C adept at near perfection. Coupled with my swordplay, ordinary small C adepts stand no chance against me. In terms of raw power, he was indeed somewhat weaker than Peng Taiyun. However, in swordsmanship and technique, he far surpassed him. Even in a direct clash, bolstered by the formidable might of the Thunderfire Scroll, he felt no fear. You just tried to kill me. Su Xian's gaze turned icy. Now, Let us see who will be the hunter and who the hunted. Su Xin prepared to advance. With his strength, the interplay of the Thunderfire Scroll and the Shadow Strike could indeed keep Peng Taiyun at bay. But just then, "You lot have disturbed my peace," whoosh. An exquisitely brilliant flash of light erupted from a corner of the street. The luminous blade light swept through the air, enveloping a radius of dozens of meters in an instant. Within that space, numerous members from the two factions, who had been embroiled in a fierce battle, found themselves cleaved in half by the dazzling light in the blink of an eye. No one stood within that range except for the wielder of the blade light. Heavens! What is this? The once chaotic battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Members of the two factions, despite receiving no commands, ceased their actions, their faces filled with terror and shock as they turned to gaze at the source of the blade light. Even Su Xin and Peng Taiyun could not help but look over there. The beggar who had been lounging against the wall, seemingly asleep, had risen to his feet, lifting his head to reveal a remarkably youthful face. Judging by appearances, he might even be younger than Su Xin. This disheveled beggar boy hoisted the long knife onto his shoulder, grinning widely to reveal a row of pristine white teeth. Yet his smile sent chills down the spines of those around him. A master, a true master, a level of expertise tenfold, even 100-fold greater than that of the bald, middle-aged man from the Pang family. Su Xion's gaze sharpened. He had noticed the beggar boy's presence early on and found him exceedingly peculiar. The dazzling blade light that had just erupted filled him with trepidation. Under the watchful eyes of all, the beggar boy disregarded the ordinary gang members nearby and approached, step by step, until he stood before Su Xian and Peng Taiyun. "Hey, bald guy." The beggar boy glanced at Peng Taiyun and said, "You are at the pinnacle of the small C stage, and so am I. Come now, show me your strongest technique and attack me." The beggar boy revealed his own cultivation level, which indeed matched that of Peng Taiyun. However, the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him was significantly stronger, suggesting that he had likely cultivated a rather unique technique, allowing his spiritual energy to burst forth with greater might than that of his peers. "Sir, you are neither of the Su family nor a member of the Haiyan gang. We are not enemies." "There is no need to." Peng Taiyun hesitated, reluctant to engage. To put it precisely, the beggar boy's earlier strike had already frightened him, and he lacked the courage to attack. But before he could finish, the beggar boy frowned and shouted, "If I tell you to attack, then attack. Stop babbling." Peng Taiyun's expression darkened. Realizing that there was no way to resolve this peacefully, he steeled himself and launched an attack. Boom! Peng Taiyun swung his two golden hammers once more, unleashing tremendous might as he furiously struck at the beggar boy. Yet the beggar boy merely frowned at this display. "Clumsy, superficial, just brute force." The beggar boy scoffed, his disdain evident, and then he struck. Whoosh! Once more, a brilliantly radiant blade light erupted, dazzling and swift, as if a delicate boat glided through the void. Swish! The golden hammers in Peng Taiyun's hands were cleaved in twain by the blade light, and in the same motion, his entire body was bisected from head to toe, not even having time to utter a scream before meeting his demise. "Waste. You couldn't even withstand a casual strike from me. Truly a waste of space." The beggar boy continued to grumble. The surrounding members of the two factions, as well as the higher-ups who had reached the small C stage, were left utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. One strike, a mere casual strike, and a fellow small C stage adept had perished. At that moment, the beggar boy's gaze shifted leisurely towards Su Xian. The latter's expression turned grave, his heart filled with alarm. This beggar boy possessed terrifying strength, and more critically, his style was utterly reckless. He was clearly not a member of either faction, having unwittingly become embroiled in the street battle, yet with one strike, he had slain dozens from both gangs, including Peng Taiyun. Despite having no connection or grudge with the beggar boy, he had still been killed. Reckless, without restraint, he was utterly imminent. Su Xian had no doubt that the beggar boy could very well turn his blade upon him next. Do not be alarmed, as if sensing Su Xian's wariness, the beggar boy flashed a grin. "The bald guy was just too weak, too disappointing, which is why I struck him down. But you are different. Although your cultivation is somewhat lower, your swordplay is extraordinarily high, if I'm not mistaken. You just executed the Northern Song swordplay, correct?" "Indeed." Su Xian nodded. Though wary, he was not afraid. The beggar boy might be formidable, but should he truly attempt to kill him, Su Xian would not hesitate to unleash the forbidden technique of divine annihilation, instantly elevating his combat prowess to the void-breaking realm to that point. It would be the beggar boy who would need to consider whether he could survive in a confrontation with Su Xin. Indeed, the first swordplay recognized throughout the Tianyin dynasty. A glimmer of delight sparkled in the beggar boy's eyes. In my 2 years of wandering, traversing the 86 prefectures of the 9 provinces and battling countless powerful opponents, among whom were some adept swordsmen, you are the first to wield the Northern Tsang swordplay. Come, unleash your swordplay, and let us duel. Show me whether your Northern Tsang swordplay is superior or if my blade techniques reign supreme. Chapter 24. Breakthrough. Rest assured, I will control my strength to match your level. We shall compete purely in skill. The beggar boy's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He truly is a madman. Su Xin sighed inwardly. This individual, having journeyed through the world and challenged countless strong foes, had continuously pushed himself to surpass his limits. Such a person had an absolute pursuit of strength, rendering him both terrifying and reckless. Very well, then you may proceed. Su Xin's expression remained cold. If it came to a true test of strength, barring the use of the forbidden technique of divine annihilation, he would undoubtedly be no match for this beggar boy. However, if both maintained a balance of power, purely competing in skill, Su Xin felt confident. Ha! You'd best be careful. The beggar boy let out a hearty laugh, taking a single step forward, effortlessly covering dozens of meters in an instant as he swung the long knife in his grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a series of piercing blade lights erupted. Quick to the extreme. The speed was such that many, including the few remaining adept small sea cultivators present, could not track the trajectory of the blade light. Meanwhile, Su Xin transformed into an immovable mountain, wielding his sword with an endless, flowing essence, akin to the tides of the sea. He too responded with speed. No matter how bizarre or cunning the angles of the incoming blade light, Su Xin's sword met each one with perfect precision and timing. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out incessantly, echoing 100 times in the blink of an eye. What a thrill! What a thrill! The beggar boy's eyes sparkled with fervor. Among the countless strong individuals I have encountered on my travels, you are the first whose cultivation is lower than mine, yet can keep pace with my blade speed and so effortlessly counter my techniques. Now, I shall get serious. You'd better be careful with that. The beggar boy lunged forward, his long knife slicing through the air in a rapid succession of 3 strikes, as if 3 streaks of light traversing the void. Once again, the dazzling blade light surged forth with astonishing speed. Yet Su Xin continued to utilize the Mountain Sea Scroll swordplay to defend. However, the moment his sword clashed with the first blade light, Su Xin sensed a formidable force within that strike, at least double the strength of the previous ones. This power had not increased due to any enhancement on the beggar boy's part. Rather, it was solely a testament to his blade technique, which had elevated in potency. Su Xin felt a surge of astonishment, but even with this newfound strength, he easily parried the first strike. The second and third strikes followed, each more potent than the last. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 exchanges, Su Xin remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Had he truly managed to withstand it? The young beggar furrowed his brows, reflecting on the 3 strikes he had just executed. The first strike alone was a magnitude stronger by a factor of 1. The second strike doubled that strength, and the third strike tripled it. Such a relentless series of attacks would be insurmountable for an ordinary person. Yet, Su Xin not only withstood them but seemed to do so with remarkable ease. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the foremost swordsmanship in the Tianyin dynasty, and his comprehension of the realm of intent likely surpassed mine. The beggar boy murmured, then spoke up. The Baitsong sword technique must be more than just a defensive art. Let me witness your offensive prowess. As you wish, Su Xin replied, his gaze sharpening. Boom! In an instant, his sword technique transformed, becoming ferocious and searing. In that moment, the sword light blazed like thunderous fire, casting a terrifying shadow that descended upon the beggar boy. 9th wave. The beggar boy immediately unleashed his blade technique. The two engaged in a fierce clash, and moments later, the beggar boy retreated, re-establishing some distance. Let us end it here, he said with a smile. In terms of offensive capabilities, we are likely on par. However, your defensive swordsmanship is extraordinarily formidable. Unless I unleash my ultimate technique, I cannot hope to penetrate your defenses. Ultimate technique. Su Xin's pupils constricted. Did this beggar boy possess a hidden trump card? My ultimate technique is rather unique. Once unleashed, I lose control over my own strength, and it could very well result in a catastrophic explosion of power. You, in the true martial realm, no matter how exceptional your defensive swordsmanship, would likely be cleaved in two by my strike. Should there be such a vast disparity in strength? Best to avoid it, the beggar boy concluded. Upon hearing this, Su Xin could only shrug in resignation. He was indeed curious to witness the beggar boy's ultimate technique. But if the latter could not control his power afterward, it was better to forego the demonstration. "What is your name?" the beggar boy inquired. "Su Xin," he replied. "I am Duan Yunfeng." "Remember this name. Few are worthy of knowing it," the beggar boy said with a smile, and his words rang true. Over the past 2 years, he had traversed the world, engaging with countless masters of the Transformation Sea realm, most of whom were at the pinnacle of their prowess. Yet, among them, fewer than 5 had merited him revealing his name. By sharing his name with Su Xin, he acknowledged him, despite Su Xin's current status as merely a true martial realm cultivator. "Alas, your cultivation is indeed too low. You cannot even reach the minimum threshold for hunting. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to unleash my full power against you in this year's Imperial City Hunt," Duan Yunfeng remarked. "The Imperial City Hunt?" Su Xin's heart stirred. He had heard of the Tianyin dynasty's Imperial City Hunt, held once every 5 years. It was a grand event that gathered the top talents and formidable figures from all 36 states of the Tianyin dynasty, a coveted stage for the younger generation of cultivators. Those who could pass the rigorous preliminary selections to reach the hunting stage were already considered extraordinary talents, and those who excelled in the hunt would undoubtedly gain fame throughout the land. Most importantly, those who made it to the final stages of the hunt would be admitted into the sacred grounds of the Tianyin Palace. The Tianyin Palace was established by the founding emperor of the Tianyin dynasty and had been passed down through generations. It housed over 70% of the cultivation resources of the entire dynasty and was the gathering place for countless top-tier cultivators. Only the most exceptional young prodigies could be invited into the Tianyin Palace, making it a dream destination for all young aspirants. However, participation in the Imperial City Hunt was not granted to just anyone. The minimum requirement was to possess at least Transformation Sea realm cultivation. As of now, Su Xin was still merely at the true martial realm, and with less than 3 months remaining before the preliminary selections, Duan Yunfeng clearly did not believe Su Xin could break through to the Transformation Sea realm in such a short time. "If given the opportunity, I shall attend the Imperial City Hunt and challenge you to a fair duel," Su Xin stated earnestly. "Ha, splendid. I shall await your arrival," Duan Yunfeng laughed. Although he doubted Su Xin could catch up in time for the hunt, he understood that a talent like Su Xin would eventually make a name for himself in the Tianyin dynasty. Their paths would surely cross again, perhaps even within the Tianyin Palace itself. With a wave of his hand, Duan Yunfeng turned to leave. As he strode down the street, the members of the 2 rival gangs parted to make way, none daring to obstruct his path. The Imperial City Hunt was the stage that all young people of the Tianyin dynasty, regardless of gender, aspired to, a true opportunity to showcase their utmost prowess. "I will definitely participate." Su Xin clenched his fists, his gaze sharp and resolute. The decisive battle between the Black Extension Gang and the Lu Shui Gang, though delayed by the appearance of the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng, ultimately concluded with a clear victor. The Lu Shui Gang suffered a devastating defeat, with many of their members slain and most of their higher-ups killed. The gang leader managed to escape severely injured. As for the 4 powerful individuals from the Pang family, the strongest among them, Pang Taiyun, was slain by Duan Yunfeng in a single stroke, while 2 of the remaining 3 were killed by Su Xin. Only one of the twin brothers, who had lost an arm to Su Xin, managed to escape with his life, thanks to his quick thinking upon witnessing Pang Taiyun's demise. The entrance of the Black Extension Gang's base, Wan Chong smiled ingratiatingly. "Young master, Lord Yi Luo, I have already prepared a celebratory feast for you. Why not sit and enjoy a drink before you depart? There is no need to rush." His demeanor exuded obsequiousness, far from that of a gang leader. He appeared more like a servant. He had indeed lowered his stance to the utmost extent, entirely due to the overwhelming power Su Xin had displayed in today's battle, just 3 days prior. When Su Xin had arrived, Wan Chong had been most dissatisfied with the Su family, even secretly criticizing Su Xin. Yet, who could have imagined that it was this very young master, whom he had previously underestimated, that saved his life today? Had Su Xin not intervened, The Black Extinction Gang would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the 4 members of the Pang family, and Wan Chong would have surely met his demise. He now felt fortunate that the Su family had sent this young master instead of 2 Transformation C realm experts, for ordinary Transformation C cultivators would have stood no chance against the Pang family's formidable quartet. Wan Gong leader, we have matters to attend to. Su Xin had already mounted his steed. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer, Wan Chong said with a smile, casting a glance at his strategist, who promptly approached to present a thick stack of silver notes. Young master, a small token of my esteem, not meant as a formal gift, Wan Chong said. Oh? Su Xin raised an eyebrow, noting Wan Chong's adeptness in navigating such social dynamics. He accepted the silver notes without refusal, and soon after, he and Yi Luo departed Dongyang City. On their journey back to the Su family, the night had fallen deep, and the 2 steeds trotted slowly along the path. Su Xin's gaze remained fixed ahead, lost in thought. Young master, since we left Dongyang City, you have seemed preoccupied. What occupies your mind? Yi Luo inquired. Why Yi Luo? Did you see that person today? Su Xin responded, referring to Duan Yunfeng. Indeed, his strength is formidable. Although he is merely at the pinnacle of the Transformation C realm, I am certain that the vast majority of peak Transformation C experts would not stand a chance against him. Yi Luo's expression turned serious. If it were me, even in a mere contest of skill, I would surely be unable to withstand a single strike. Su Xin smiled and continued. What I refer to is not merely his strength, but rather his experiences. According to his account, he has traversed the world over the past 2 years, passing through 86 states, challenging countless powerful adversaries. While this may seem reckless, there is no doubt that he possesses the heart of a true warrior. He yearns for strength, which drives him to continually seek out challenges. And I have been contemplating whether, one day, once the crises facing the Su family are resolved, and I am free from any lingering concerns, I too might venture forth into the world. Su Xin couldn't help but raise his gaze towards the starry sky above. The world is vast. The Tianyin dynasty is merely one of many within the eastern wilderness. Countless powerful beings exist beyond its borders. Today's battle with Duan Yunfeng ignited a unique feeling within Su Xin, a sense of anticipation for the unknown world and a longing for the myriad strong individuals inhabiting it. He too longed to grow stronger, to stand at the pinnacle of existence and clash with the greatest of warriors. Yet, alas, such aspirations feel distant, and my immediate priority remains to resolve my family's crisis. Su Xin smiled faintly, but just then, Su Xion's eyes widened, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of surprise. He dismounted and found a clear spot by the roadside to sit cross-legged. Why, Yi Luo, keep watch for me. Ensure no one disturbs my meditation, Su Xin instructed. Understood, Yi Luo nodded, dismounting to vigilantly guard nearby. With his eyes closed, Su Xin began to gather the surging spiritual energy within him. Time flowed on as the first rays of dawn broke on the distant horizon. Casting light upon Su Xion's face, his eyes finally opened. The Transformation C realm had been attained. Chapter 25. Astonishment. The Transformation C realm, Su Xion, had been on the verge of this level over 3 years ago. But unfortunate events had led to his imprisonment in the Forbidden Magic Prison, delaying his progress for 3 years and causing his cultivation to regress. Only now had he truly stepped into this realm. In the Tianyin dynasty, true martial cultivators were as numerous as the stars, but only those who crossed into the Transformation Sea could be considered true experts. I have reached the minimum threshold for the Imperial City Hunt's preliminary selection. Excitement surged in Su Xion's eyes. He had longed for the opportunity to participate in the Imperial City Hunt. Congratulations, young master. Yi Luo, who had quietly kept watch, offered his congratulations, marveling inwardly at Su Xion's achievement. Their young master had been able to contend with peak Transformation C experts even while still in the true martial realm. Now that he had genuinely broken through, how powerful would he become? Yi Luo, let us return, Su Xion said with a smile. The two soon mounted their steeds and headed back towards the Su family. Meanwhile, as Su Xion achieved his breakthrough into the Transformation C realm, within the county city, at the Pang family estate. Brother Ming, do you know why the family head has summoned us today? Uncertain, but it likely pertains to a significant matter. Two middle-aged figures walked side by side toward the Pang family's meeting hall. Both were guests of the Pang family and had reached the Broken Void realm. As Broken Void experts, they were rarely called upon for assistance, but given the summons of both today, It was evident that something serious had occurred. Upon entering the meeting hall, they observed that many individuals were already present. In addition to the current family head and several elders, there was also a one-armed young man from the Pang family seated among them. Mr. Ming, Mr. Chang, please take a seat. The family head, Pang Shaoqing, gestured slightly. The two guests nodded respectfully before sitting down beside him. Everyone is present. Pang Shaoqing scanned the room and spoke in a deep voice. Those gathered here are the core strengths of our Pang family, the true pillars. The reason I have convened you all today is for a singular purpose. Qingyu, you may explain. Pang Shaoqing directed his gaze at the one-armed young man. The young man, pale-faced, bit his lip and rose to address the assembly. Honored elders, just recently, the leader of the Lu Shui gang from Dongyang City approached our Pang family. As the one-armed young man, Pang Qingyu, began to recount the events that transpired in Dongyang City. He had only just begun when. What did you say? The Su family's young master, merely at the true martial realm, faced you both in combat, defeating you two, and even killed your elder brother? Several elders of the Pang family erupted in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity. Even the two broken void guests stared at Pang Qingyu in astonishment, a true martial realm cultivator, engaging in a direct confrontation with peak transformation C experts. And winning? Not only that, Pang Qingyu continued, his voice low, Su Xian's sword was terrifying, and my brother and I had no time to react. My brother was slain on the spot. Had it not been for Uncle Tian's timely intervention, I would have suffered worse than merely losing an arm. Moreover, Uncle Taiyun later engaged him personally, yet it was still a fierce contest, and he was slightly at a disadvantage. How can this be? The elders, along with the two broken void guests, were left in stunned silence. A mere true martial cultivator could contend with a peak transformation C expert, even gaining the upper hand. Where did such a monster originate? Unless Pang Qingyu had truly lost an arm, we would suspect him of fabricating these claims to evade responsibility. If this is indeed true, family head, this Su Xian must not be allowed to live. Family head, we must act swiftly and eliminate this child. The elders' tone turned urgent, their anxiety palpable. Please, take a seat. Pang Shaoqing raised a hand to calm them. Qingyu, please continue. Pang Qingyu recounted the sudden appearance of the beggar boy who had slain Pang Taiyun in an instant. As for what transpired afterward, he had fled upon sensing danger, and thus had not witnessed the confrontation between Su Xian and the beggar boy. The one who killed our Pang family member must be dealt with. That person must be eliminated, an elder said through gritted teeth. Pang Taiyun, a peak transformation C expert, was a core member of the Pang family, and his death incited their rage. The one who killed Taiyun. I will certainly send people to investigate. If we uncover him, we shall avenge Taiyun. But the immediate concern remains Su Xian, this young master of the Su family. Pang Shaoqing's deep gaze shifted, his voice resonating with gravity. I had received word earlier that the Su family's young master showcased exceptional strength and talent during the family's grand competition this year. Furthermore, the enigmatic figure known as Jian Yi who recently reached the 14th level of the true martial pavilion is likely this very Su Xian. However, given that Su Xian has been delayed for 3 years in the forbidden magic prison, coupled with the fact that his previous display of strength was not overly alarming, I did not pay him much mind. Yet now it seems Su Xian's talent and potential are far more terrifying than I had anticipated. If a true martial cultivator can contend with peak transformation C experts, then once he breaks through to the transformation C realm, or with a bit more time ascends to the peak, could he not easily slay a broken void realm expert? If he were to reach the broken void realm one day, then perhaps even our combined forces would be unable to withstand his sword, and such an astonishing talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Red Dragon Tower. Given their past practices, they may very well inform the Tianyan Palace of his existence, leading to his special recruitment. The Tianyan Palace. Pang Shaoqing's words sent a tremor through the hearts of the gathered elders. The Tianyan Palace, the highest sanctuary for talents within the Tianyan dynasty, a revered place all young disciples yearn to enter. Entrance into the Tianyan Palace is not solely through the imperial city hunt. Should a candidate exhibit sufficient excellence and immense potential, the Tianyan Palace would seek them out for special recruitment. Given Su Xian's displayed talent and potential, they had no doubt he qualified for such an invitation. And should Su Xian be specially recruited into the Tianyan Palace, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier expert within the Broken Void realm in the future. If Su Xian is willing to serve the Tianyan dynasty, he could easily wield immense power within it, at the very least attaining the rank of a provincial governor. Dealing with the Pang family would then be an exceedingly simple task. Our conflict with the Su family can be temporarily set aside. The plan to eradicate the Su family is not an immediate concern. However, the young master of the Su family, Su Xin, must be eliminated right now. Without delay, Pang Shaoqing growled, his eyes tinged with red. I have summoned you all here today to discuss how we can ensure Su Xin is completely eradicated in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if we fail even once, and Su Xin becomes wary of the Su family, finding another opportunity in the future will be exceedingly difficult. How can we ensure Su Xin's death in one attempt? The gathered individuals exchanged glances, beginning to deliberate. Firstly, given that Su Xin can contend directly with a consummate practitioner of the Transformation Sea realm, we must ensure that the one sent to kill him is at least a peak practitioner of the same realm. As for the Broken Void realm, although the Su and Pang families have been embroiled in fierce conflict over the years, both sides have shown restraint. Most skirmishes involving Broken Void practitioners do not escalate to such measures. After all, sending a Broken Void practitioner to assassinate the younger generation of the opposing family would invite scorn and ridicule, disregarding their status. Moreover, such actions would undoubtedly infuriate the Su family, leading them to retaliate with their own Broken Void practitioners targeting the Pang family's younger generation. This back and forth would incur substantial losses for both sides, hence a tacit understanding has developed. Unless truly driven to desperation or prepared for a final confrontation, neither side would resort to such destructive measures. Su Xin, despite posing a significant threat to the Pang family, has yet to force them into such a dire situation. Master, since we pursue a decisive strike, relying solely on the Pang family, unless a Broken Void practitioner personally intervenes, it will be exceedingly challenging to achieve. It might be more prudent to enlist the services of professional assassins, such as those from the San Shalu, one of the elders of the Pang family suggested. San Shalu? Pang Shaoqing's heart stirred. That is the Tianyin dynasty's officially recognized premier assassin organization, with operations spanning the entire dynasty. It is said that within San Shalu, there are countless assassins, capable of undertaking a variety of assassination tasks, and as long as they are willing to accept a contract, they can almost always accomplish it. Even superlative practitioners of the Nirvana realm have reportedly been targeted by San Shalu. No, Pang Shaoqing shook his head. San Shalu is, in fact, also under the covert control of the dynasty, similar in nature to Qi Long Lu, albeit with different operations. The Tianyin dynasty values geniuses above all else. If we were to commission San Shalu to assassinate Su Xin, they would undoubtedly conduct an exhaustive investigation into him. Upon discovering Su Xin's talents and potential, it is highly likely that San Shalu would decline the task. Even if they did agree, the terms they would demand would be exorbitantly high. Several elders of the Pang family nodded in agreement. San Shalu is indeed covertly managed by the Tianyin dynasty, and this fact is no longer a secret within the dynasty. Master, if we are to dispatch an assassin to eliminate Su Xin, I happen to know of someone. One of the two retainers, Mr. Ming, stood up at this moment. He is located on Baishan Island within Yongning County. Baishan Island? The elders of the Pang family were taken aback, as they already knew who Mr. Ming was referring to. Indeed, in terms of assassination techniques, the individual from Baishan Island can be regarded as the best in Yongning County, and even ranks among the top in the entire Yunju territory. He was once an assassin for San Shalu, and it is said that he has killed dozens of peak practitioners of the Transformation Sea realm. He has even targeted practitioners of the Broken Void realm. Although he did not kill them outright, he did leave them severely injured. If he intervenes, there is at least a 90% chance he could eliminate Su Xin in one strike. Pang Shaoqing nodded. However, the individual from Baishan Island has a rather peculiar temperament, and persuading him is no easy task. Leave this matter to me, Mr. Ming smiled. I have some rapport with the individual from Baishan Island, and to be precise, he owes me a small favor. I will approach him, and as long as the offered compensation is satisfactory, he should not refuse. In that case, I shall trouble you, Mr. Ming. Pang Shaoqing's eyes brightened. As for the compensation, let him state his demands. So long as it ensures the death of Su Xin and alleviates this threat to my Pang family, we shall agree to any price, and no problem. Mr. Ming chuckled and soon set off. 2 days later, deep in the night. Under the cover of darkness, a figure, like a wraith, scaled the walls and entered the Su family estate. Gliding through room after room, not a sound was made. Despite the Su residence being brightly lit and patrolled by numerous guards, including several formidable practitioners of the Transformation Sea realm monitoring the vicinity, None detected the presence of this shadow. Following a route map prepared in advance, the figure moved swiftly towards the courtyard where Su Xin resided. Although it was late at night and the maid Hong Shan had long since retired, Su Xin was still in the courtyard practicing his swordsmanship, bare-chested. With a hum, his sword sliced through the air, resembling the vast waves of the sea, seeming to encompass everything around him. It was evident that in just a few short days, Su Xion's swordsmanship had improved significantly. Indeed, after breaking through to the Transformation Sea realm, both my swordsmanship and comprehension of the profound principles have become markedly easier. Su Xion chuckled lightly. The breakthrough had unearthed considerable latent bloodline power within him. Most importantly, this advancement had greatly enhanced his sensory perception and consciousness, making his exploration of swordsmanship and the profound principles far clearer and much easier. Exhaling lightly, Su Xion ceased his movements, allowing his body to relax naturally. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to return to his room for rest. Yet, at the moment he fully relaxed and turned around, an unprecedented sense of dread suddenly filled his entire being. Every pore in his body stood on end at that instant. Chapter 26. Bloodshed in the Dead of Night. This feeling of dread came without warning, purely an instinctive alert from his body and bloodline regarding the imminent danger to his life. A ghostly figure had appeared behind him without his knowledge. In the darkness, a black flash, brimming with lethal intent, lunged towards Su Xion's heart. An assassin. A flicker of terror flashed across Su Xion's eyes. Too fast. Incredibly so. There was not a hint of warning. The individual only revealed themselves after appearing behind him, and even in the moment before their strike, there was not a whisper of sound. It was as though they did not even breathe. Su Xion had just completed his sword practice and was fully relaxed. The timing of the attack was nothing short of perfect. The assassin's strength was equally terrifying. Under such circumstances, not even Su Xion could entirely evade that black flash. The only stroke of luck was that his breakthrough to the Transformation Sea realm, combined with his bloodline, granted him a heightened awareness of impending danger. Allowing for that instinctive warning in the face of death, Su Xion twisted his body with all his might, managing to shift slightly just as the black flash was about to make contact with his skin. The cold black flash pierced through Su Xion's body, causing one side of his chest to explode, flesh and blood scattering, and a sweet taste filled his throat. Whoosh! Ignoring the excruciating pain, he hastily retreated. He didn't die? Under the moonlight, a veiled face lifted, revealing a hint of astonishment in her icy gaze. Given her strength, such a flawlessly timed assassination would typically guarantee the death of even a peak practitioner of the Transformation Sea realm, unless they were of the very top echelon who could traverse the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, this Su family young master, with mere minor accomplishments in the Transformation Sea realm, had somehow survived. She had to finish him off. An overwhelming intent to kill erupted from the enchanting figure, and she instantly unleashed at terrifying speed, pursuing Su Xion before he could stabilize himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chilling black flash ignited once more, unleashing terrifying speed as it aimed for Su Xion's throat. Facing her head-on, Su Xion finally discerned that the black flash was, in fact, a cold, pitch-black dagger. Mountain and sea roll. Su Xion shouted fiercely, swinging his sword and instantly summoning a multitude of profound principles, resembling surging waves of the ocean. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clashes rang out as the black flash was deflected by Su Xion. He actually blocked it. Quickly flee. The enchanting figure turned without hesitation. As an assassin, especially one of formidable strength and terrifying prowess, she knew precisely that once her lethal strike was exposed and did not end in the immediate death of her target, she had lost the optimal chance to kill him. The only reason she continued to pursue was that she saw Su Xion as merely a minor practitioner of the Transformation Sea realm, already heavily injured, believing she could easily secure the kill. Who would have thought that Su Xion would effortlessly counter her swordsmanship? She felt no lingering attachment. One failed strike, and she would retreat, however. Can you escape? A fierce shout erupted from Su Xion. A hazy sword light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, dreamlike and ethereal. It felt like a phantom, yet was undeniably real, gliding through the void. The second form of the North Song sword technique. Illusory shadow. Not good. The enchanting figure, intent on fleeing, turned pale as she desperately swung her dagger to intercept the incoming strike. Yet the hazy sword shadow was beyond her ability to grasp. Swoosh, the sword light brushed past, leaving a small wound on the enchanting figure's neck, and she fell to the ground, unwilling to accept her fate. The North Song sword technique has 3 roles: the Thunderfire roll for direct confrontation, the Mountain and Sea roll for defense, and the Illusory Shadow roll for speed, serving as a lethal sword technique as well. The Illusory Shadow roll consists of 5 forms, the first being Dark Light, where a single sword strike leaves only a beam of light in the world. The second form, Illusory Shadow, produces a sword shadow that is indistinguishable and ungraspable. Su Xin had only just mastered this form after breaking through to the Transformation Sea realm. With a single execution, he sealed her throat. Thud. After decapitating the assassin, Su Xin could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. A horrifying wound marred his chest, flesh thoroughly shredded. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he had managed to shift his body just enough to avoid the dagger striking his heart. Otherwise, he would have surely perished from that blow. That was close. I almost died. Su Xin felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Just then, whoosh, a figure swiftly descended from the night sky into the courtyard. It was Su Xin's father, Su Baichen. Su Baichen was the strongest in the Su family. Although he had not detected the assassin's infiltration beforehand, he sensed the danger as soon as the assassin engaged Su Xin and rushed over at breakneck speed. This is Su Baichen took in the sight of the lifeless body and Su Xin's pitiful state, immediately grasping the situation. Quickly, take this pill. Su Baichen knelt down, hastily retrieving a white pill from his sleeve for Su Xin to swallow. Upon ingestion, a peculiar energy began to circulate within Su Xin's body, improving his pale complexion slightly. Meanwhile, Su Baichen began to examine Su Xin's wounds. Thankfully, it was merely a stab wound, having avoided any vital points, and most importantly, the blade had not been poisoned. Su Baichen let out a sigh of relief. Poison? Su Xin exclaimed in shock. Yes, the dagger had pierced directly through your body. Had it been coated with potent poison, the consequences would have been dire. Your injuries are not severe. After taking the pill, rest for a few days, and you will be fine. Su Baichen rose, but his gaze fell upon the corpse, removing the veil to reveal the assassin's face. It was a woman? Su Xin squinted. Not only was she a woman, but she was also extraordinarily enchanting, possessing an alluring beauty. It's her. The #1 assassin in Yongning County, Mei Ying. Su Baichen recognized the woman immediately. It is said that Mei Ying has a peculiar disposition. Ever since leaving San Shalu, she has resided on Baishan Island, rarely interacting with the outside world, and has not made a move in years. Yet this time, she actually attempted to assassinate you. Su Baichen's heart was deeply shaken. The first reason was that Mei Ying had chosen to target Su Xin. But what truly astonished him was that not only had Su Xin survived the assassination attempt, but he had also managed to kill Mei Ying. Mei Ying was a genuine peak practitioner of the Transformation Sea realm, known to have killed numerous peak practitioners of the same realm, and it was rumored she had even targeted practitioners of the Broken Void realm. How could Su Xin, who had just entered the Transformation Sea realm, possibly have killed Mei Ying? What kind of strength must he possess? This boy, could his awakened bloodline truly be of the 1st grade? Or perhaps even higher, a divine grade bloodline? Su Baichen scrutinized Su Xin, who was tending to his injuries, his eyes slightly narrowing. He dared to only consider the divine grade bloodline. As for the supreme grade bloodline, that had never existed in the entire eastern wilderness, merely a legend. He could not even fathom such a level at that moment. Having sensed the commotion, the Grand Elder Su Boyong and several other formidable practitioners of the Transformation Sea realm from the Su family rushed back to the estate. What is this? Su Boyong surveyed the corpse of Mei Ying, and from the wound, he immediately discerned she had been slain by a sword. He quickly realized that Su Xin was responsible for her death. Grand Elder, have someone dispose of this body immediately and ensure her wounds are not visible, Su Baichen commanded. Understood, Su Boyong nodded. Soon, arrangements were made to handle the body discreetly. Xiner, tomorrow morning, you will move to Bishui Courtyard. Su Baichen declared. Bishui Courtyard. Su Xin's heart stirred. Bishui Courtyard is adjacent to the residence of Su Baichen, clearly indicating that his father was concerned there might be other assassins attempting to take his life. Half an hour later, I in the main hall of the Su family. All the senior members had gathered, having learned of Su Xin's assassination attempt. Master, This matter cannot be treated as if nothing has happened. We must retaliate in kind. The most hot-tempered second elder, Su Taitong, spoke first. Yes, we must take revenge, a fierce retribution. Although there was no concrete evidence, it was clear to everyone in Yongning County who had dispatched Mei Ying. The elders and senior members of the Su family were united in their stance, demanding a fierce retaliation against the Pang family. After all, this incident had occurred within the Su family estate, where the esteemed young master of the Su family, the current wielder of the sword order, had been attacked. If the Su family were to endure this, it would first invite ridicule from the world, emboldening anyone to send their assassins to the Su family in the future. Secondly, it would dishearten the members of the Su family themselves. The Su family acted swiftly. By the very next morning, their retaliation against the Pang family had commenced. This retaliation encompassed various facets, including economic impacts, conflicts of interest, and most importantly, fierce battles between their strongest practitioners. The Su and Pang families were already the two most powerful families in Yongning County. While the Pang family held a slight advantage in upper-tier combat strength, the Su family possessed greater depth. The clash between these two strongest families ignited a storm throughout Yongning County. In the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. Within the Su family estate. Second elder, greetings, second elder. The second elder, Su Taitong, walked through with his hands clasped behind his back. The younger members of the Su family bowed in respect, their eyes alight with fervor. Have you heard? Just yesterday, during a skirmish with the Pang family in the southern part of the city, my Su family was initially at a disadvantage. Yet, the moment the second elder arrived, he not only turned the tide but also decisively slew a peak elder of the Pang family who had reached the Transformation Sea realm. That was a peak practitioner of the Transformation Sea, second only to those of the Broken Void realm. The second elder himself is only at the peak of the Transformation Sea realm, yet he could single-handedly slay that elder from the Pang family. In recent days, the Pang family has lost nearly 10 formidable experts at the Transformation Sea realm, all at the hands of the second elder. Just 2 days ago, the second elder personally intervened, eliminating 2 fully realized Transformation Sea warriors from the Pang family. Some of the younger members of the Su family, including several maids and servants, have been discreetly discussing the brutal conflict between the Su and Pang families. Given that both sides harbor reservations and no void-breaking realm experts have emerged, the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm constitutes the strongest forces on either side. The Su family possesses only a few such experts, with the second elder, Su Taitong, being the most powerful among them. Consequently, in the ongoing skirmishes against the Pang family, Su Taitong has taken the lead, personally engaging in battle to eliminate Pang family warriors. Over the past few days, a significant number of Pang family experts have fallen to his might. If we merely consider the outcomes, the losses sustained by the Pang family over these 7 days far exceed those of the Su family, including the death of a pinnacle Transformation Sea expert. At this moment, another figure approaches the second elder, Su Xin. Su Taitong finally comes to a halt, scrutinizing the newcomer. Is your injury healed? Almost completely, Su Xin replies with a slight smile. Previously, he had been grievously wounded by a female assassin's dagger, a blow that would typically confine an ordinary person to bed for at least half a month. However, perhaps due to the unique nature of his bloodline, his recovery was remarkably swift. He was able to walk again within just 3 days. Now, after a week, he has fully regained his peak condition. Second elder, I have heard that the family has been engaged in battles against the Pang family's experts these past few days. If possible, I would like to take part, Su Xin asserts. You? Foolish. Su Taitong furrows his brow and immediately reprimands him. Su Xin, you should understand that this conflict with the Pang family was instigated because of you. The Pang family went to great lengths to hire assassins to eliminate you precisely because they recognized your talent and potential. Unfortunately for them, they failed at this time. Your priority should be to enhance your cultivation and strengthen your abilities. As for the external conflict, the Pang family would be delighted if you rushed out to fight them. That would provide them an opportunity to eliminate you. If you wish to fight for the family, to engage in battle with the Pang family's experts, you may. But wait until your strength has increased. Until your cultivation has advanced to the late Transformation Sea realm, when you can confront the Pang family's pinnacle experts without fear, and even possess some ability to protect yourself against void-breaking realm experts. Then come find me. Su Taitong's admonishment elicits a wry smile from Su Xin. He recognizes the validity of Su Taitong's words, yet he cannot simply reveal that he already possesses such strength. Even if he did, Su Taitong likely would not believe him. After all, only Su Chen and the eldest elder, Su Yong, have seen the corpse of the female assassin, knowing it was Su Xian who struck the fatal blow. The others assume it was Su Chen who acted at this juncture. Su Tong steps closer, placing a hand on Su Xian's shoulder, and solemnly states, "Su Xian, you must remember that you are the hope of the Su family. Only when all of us old fools have passed will it be your generation's turn to fight for the family." With that, Su Tong departs, leaving Su Xian standing there. Indeed, the second elder is correct. I bear the hope of the Su family's resurgence, and my vision should extend further. My current foray into battle against the Pang family's experts, even if I reveal my strength and eliminate several of their warriors, would not significantly impact the Pang family's foundation. Su Xian reflects. The true core of the Pang family lies in their void-breaking realm experts. As long as we cannot eliminate them, merely slaying a few Transformation C realm warriors will not shake the foundations of the Pang family. With that thought, he clenches his fist. The Red Dragon Tower. The two towering black spires loom large, one of which is the Jinwu Pavilion, teeming with crowds as numerous Jinwu realm warriors gather, occasionally entering the tower to engage in challenges. In contrast, the other imposing black tower, the Dragon-Seeking Tower, sees little attention. A young figure clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and wielding a sharp sword, arrives before the Dragon-Seeking Tower. I wish to challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Chapter 27. The first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, unlike the Jinwu Pavilion, which focuses solely on skills, the Dragon-Seeking Tower assesses overall combat prowess. The Dragon-Seeking Tower consists of 3 levels, and even the first level requires truly exceptional individuals at the pinnacle of the Transformation C realm to pass. This is precisely why so few dare to challenge it. After all, within Yongning County, there are not many who have reached the pinnacle of the Transformation C realm, and even fewer who qualify to attempt the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Most who try are thoroughly overwhelmed. Yet today, Su Xian, who has only reached the minor completion of the Transformation C realm, stands ready to enter the tower. The first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower is a vast expanse of open ground. At the forefront, a man in gray attire approaches slowly. A minor completion of the Transformation C realm dares to challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Is this confidence or ignorance? The gray-clad man scrutinizes Su Xian, immediately discerning his level of cultivation. Whether it is ignorance or not, senior, you shall find out, Su Xian replies, unsheathing his sword. Although he has never challenged the Dragon-Seeking Tower before, he has heard tales that each level has only one guardian. To pass, one must defeat this guardian. The gray-clad man does not elaborate further. With a flick of his wrist, he produces a pitch-black spear. Suddenly, thump, 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 with 3 rapid steps, the gray-clad man appears before Su Xian, brandishing the black spear as if it were a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashes a barrage of thrusts at Su Xian from bizarre and unpredictable angles. In an instant, Su Xian is besieged by a flurry of spear shadows. Faced with the relentless assault of the gray-clad man's spear, Su Xian promptly channels over 50% of his bloodline power. His sword transforms into a manifestation of mountains and seas, evoking profound intentions, making him feel as if he is amidst a tumultuous ocean. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of continuous clashes resonate as the two engage in a flurry of exchanges in mere moments. How formidable! Su Xian cannot help but marvel at the intensity of their encounter. In terms of strength, speed, and spear techniques, the gray-clad man has truly reached the zenith of the Transformation C realm. Embodying the ultimate combat prowess of that level. It is no wonder that so many pinnacle Transformation C experts fail to pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Su Xian muses. To defeat this gray-clad man, one must exceed the boundaries of the Transformation C realm in some aspect. For instance, those rare bloodline awakeners, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Transformation C realm, can unleash powers far surpassing that level. Such individuals can easily conquer the tower. There are also those who have undergone unique experiences or have cultivated formidable techniques, like the beggar youth Duan Yunfeng Su Xian encountered in Dongyang City, who, despite being at the pinnacle of the Transformation C realm, could effortlessly slay another of the same level with a single stroke due to his extraordinary technique. Moreover, if one excels in aspects such as speed or skill, they can also succeed in the challenge. For Su Xian, his greatest advantage lies in his technique, buzz, buzz. Su Xian strikes again and again, each swing perfectly executed, He stands like a towering mountain, unyielding despite the frenzied onslaught of the gray-clad man. The gray-clad man's spear technique has reached its zenith, yet he cannot shake Su Xin in the slightest. It is no wonder he dares to challenge the dragon-seeking tower. He indeed possesses considerable strength. The gray-clad man cannot help but express his admiration, but he knows that relying solely on defense will not suffice to truly conquer this level. Humph! Su Xin huffs, shifting his sword style immediately. With the momentum of thunder and fire, the defensive mountain and sea sword technique transforms into the thunder-fire spiral. His strikes become ferocious and terrifying. As waves of violent sword shadows erupt, they are imbued with intention. The intent seamlessly melds with the sword, forming a unique sword intent. A flicker of surprise flashes in the gray-clad man's eyes. The comprehension of intent is merely the initial grasp, and applying it in combat is just the beginning. But to perfectly integrate intent with a weapon, creating one's unique sword intent or blade intent, signifies a higher level of understanding. Su Xin's grasp of intent is evidently profound, and combined with the renowned North Song sword technique, the horrifying sword shadows descend like thunder and fire, relentless and merciless, not granting the gray-clad man a moment's respite. Suddenly, Su Xin shifts his sword stance again. The first move of the void shadow spiral. Dark light, whoosh, the sword light ignites, illuminating the surroundings as if it were the last glimmer of brightness in the world. The speed is unfathomable. The gray-clad man recognizes this sword light but has no time to defend against it. Swoosh! The sword light sweeps past the gray-clad man, leaving a distinct sword mark upon him. Yet no blood flows, and the mark swiftly heals. The gray-clad man halts his actions, retreating to a distance, as the stone door leading to the second level of the tower swings open. I have passed. Su Xin exclaims internally, elated. Just as he had anticipated, the first level of the dragon-seeking tower is said to be conquerable by an ordinary pinnacle transformation sea warrior who can comprehend even a hint of intent. Although he only unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, equating his might to that of a fully realized transformation sea warrior, his understanding of intent is exceptionally high, allowing it to merge perfectly with his sword, enhancing his techniques further, particularly with the North Song sword technique. Overall, his combat prowess likely exceeds that of a pinnacle transformation sea expert who has merely grasped a trace of intent, thus enabling him to pass the first level with relative ease. Exhaling softly, Su Xin quickly ascends the stairs to enter the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. The guardian of the second level is still the same gray-clad man. With minor completion of the transformation sea realm, you have breached the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. You have a bright future ahead, the gray-clad man praises, gazing at Su Xin with admiration. Please guide me, senior, Su Xin replies humbly. Whoosh, the gray-clad man strikes again, wielding the pitch-black spear. However, this time, his explosive power, speed, and spear techniques have evidently transcended the boundaries of the transformation sea realm, reaching the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Moreover, as the spear thrusts forth, it carries a hint of intent. The might he exudes is at least tenfold stronger than in the first level. Su Xin does not dare to employ the thunderfire spiral against this gray-clad man. He can only exert all his effort to utilize the mountain and sea spiral, attempting to withstand the relentless barrage of strikes from the terrifying spear. The mountain and sea spiral boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, capable of dissipating force through sword intent. Even when facing an opponent whose power far exceeds his own, Su Xin can still hold his ground. Utilizing the defensive sword technique of the mountain and sea spiral, he manages to endure for a considerable duration against the gray-clad man's onslaught. Ultimately, however, he is still defeated. How powerful, he exclaims inwardly. The gray-clad man in the second level is at least 10 times stronger than his counterpart in the first level. While Su Xin could easily conquer the first level, the second level presents a formidable challenge. Even if he maximizes his bloodline power, it will only allow him to endure a bit longer. Defeating this guardian seems an insurmountable task unless he experiences a significant breakthrough in either his sword techniques or his comprehension of intent, or unless he advances in cultivation to the major completion of the transformation sea realm. Once he achieves that level, even with only 50% of his bloodline power unleashed, his strength and speed will rival that of the pinnacle transformation sea realm. At that point, relying on his sword techniques, passing the second level should not be overly difficult. Upon exiting the dragon-seeking tower, a figure awaits him, Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower. Under Yuan Qing's guidance, Su Xian enters a tea room and removes his hat. Indeed, Yuan Qing smiles. I just received word from that esteemed individual in the dragon-seeking tower, who mentioned a sword-wielding minor completion of the Transformation Sea Realm has passed the first level. I knew it had to be you. Esteemed individual. Su Xian's expression shifts. Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower in Yongning County, is a void-breaking realm expert, and his status and strength command respect. Who could possibly warrant such a title? What? You still do not know the identity of that esteemed individual? Yuan Qing glances over. Indeed, I do not. Su Xian shakes his head. Haha, Yuan Qing chuckles and then explains. Su Xian, you should know that my Red Dragon Tower oversees the world, spanning 36 states and various counties. The existence of the dragon-seeking tower and the Jinwu Pavilion is intended to gather the world's talents. The trials within both towers have long been recognized, and no one questions their integrity. Why is that so? Because both the Jinwu Pavilion and the dragon-seeking tower are incredibly rigorous. The Jinwu Pavilion employs battle automatons as opponents, while the dragon-seeking tower features the top-tier experts from the headquarters of the Red Dragon Tower as guardians. Top-tier experts from the headquarters. Su Xian is taken aback. Yes, the guardian you faced in the dragon-seeking tower is one of the top-tier experts from our Red Dragon Tower headquarters. Of course, it is not his true self, but rather a fragment of his consciousness left in the battle automaton, which he controls to duel you, Yuan Qing continues. Moreover, this is not just the dragon-seeking tower in Yongning County. Throughout Yunzhou and several surrounding states, the guardians in the dragon-seeking towers of countless counties are all operated by this esteemed individual, as for his strength. Yuan Qing flashes a knowing smile and states, he is above the void-breaking realm. Su Xian is taken aback. Above the void-breaking realm? That can only mean the Nirvana realm? The Nirvana realm represents the pinnacle of strength within the Tianyin dynasty. The highest echelon of existence, in the Tianyin dynasty, any faction or family that produces a Nirvana realm expert will rise to prominence, becoming a powerhouse within the dynasty. For instance, the Su family once thrived due to the existence of a Nirvana realm ancestor, achieving status as a top-tier family within the Tianyin dynasty. However, after that Nirvana realm ancestor's demise, the Su family experienced a complete decline. Theo think that the guardian I faced in the dragon-seeking tower was actually a Nirvana realm expert. Su Xian silently gasps in astonishment. In a wonder no one dares to question it. With a formidable Nirvana realm expert personally overseeing the trials, who would dare to claim the challenges are rigged? When that esteemed individual sent word to me, he expressed great admiration for you and mentioned that he would personally visit the Tianyin Palace to recommend you. The Tianyin Palace has extremely high entry requirements. Yet you, having achieved minor completion of the Transformation Sea Realm and successfully passing the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, have met the criteria. With that esteemed individual personally recommending you, it is unlikely there will be any complications. It should not be long before you become a member of the Tianyin Palace. Yuan Qing smiles warmly, his demeanor exceedingly friendly. He understands the immense value of being a disciple of the Tianyin Palace. Once one enters the Tianyin Palace, barring unforeseen circumstances, they will undoubtedly become a prominent figure within the Tianyin dynasty. Even if they do not attain the Nirvana realm, they will at least become a top-tier expert within the void-breaking realm. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's heart swells with joy. He has only reached minor completion of the Transformation Sea Realm. Why did he enter the Dragon-Seeking Tower? It was not for fame or fortune, but for a coveted spot in the Tianyin Palace. If I can secure a special invitation and become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, the assassinations I previously faced will become nearly impossible to repeat. Ensuring the Su family can rest easy, Su Xian clenches his fists tightly. Disciples of the Tianyin Palace are treasures highly valued by the Tianyin dynasty. Attempting to assassinate a disciple of the Tianyin Palace? Should such an act be discovered, regardless of the perpetrator's identity or the powerful factions backing them, even if they had a Nirvana realm ancestor behind them, they would still face total annihilation. Take the Situ family, for instance, which remains a top-tier family in the Tianyin dynasty, with a Nirvana realm ancestor in their ranks. Even the Situ family, no matter how bold they might be, would never dare to take lethal action against a disciple of the Tianyin Palace. Similarly, the families of Tianyin Palace disciples will receive the dynasty's protection. Thus, the Situ family will never again dare to target the Su family, either openly or covertly. If the Situ family is so cautious, then the Mir Pang family is hardly a concern. Yuan Qing, the supervisor, inquired, "May I ask the name of that esteemed individual?" "Name?" Yuan Qing chuckled bitterly and shook his head, and I am merely a humble supervisor in the Red Dragon Tower. I possess no qualifications to know the name of that esteemed personage. The message he sent me was simply a part of my duties. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the right to converse with him. As for you, there is no need for haste. Once you arrive at the Tianyan Palace in the future and your strength has increased, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet that esteemed individual. Su Xin nodded. The individual he had fought against in the dragon-seeking tower had no real connection with him. It was merely that he had recognized a semblance of talent in him and had personally gone to the Tianyan Palace to recommend him. This was a favor he needed to remember. Su Xin, you may now return and await news. The powerful individual sent by the Tianyan Palace will notify you as soon as they arrive. Yuan Qing stated. All right, Su Xin replied, but then added, by the way, Supervisor Yuan Qing, I currently require some medicinal pills to assist in my cultivation and enhance my abilities. That's simple. Yuan Qing smiled. Soon, Su Xin departed from the Red Dragon Tower, carrying with him 100 first-grade Huahai pills. On his way back to the Su family, Su Xin felt a sense of elation. Why Su family is now beset with dangers. The Pang family has been plotting against us, previously sending assassins to kill me. The fighting between our families has been exceptionally fierce these days, and the hatred has long been established. A decisive battle is inevitable. Furthermore, the Situ family has been lurking behind the Pang family, merely holding back due to some concerns regarding our family's hidden cards. However, who knows how long this restraint will last? The Situ family might strike hard at any moment. Nevertheless, as long as I can successfully enter the Tianyan Palace and become a disciple there, all these crises will cease to exist. Su Xin was lost in thought when suddenly, get out of the way. Don't block the road. War horses galloped down the street, causing passers-by to hurriedly dodge. Galloping horses in the streets? Su Xin frowned. This was within the county city, on a bustling thoroughfare. Unless there was an urgent matter, who would dare to ride so recklessly? As the war horses drew nearer, Su Xin caught sight of a figure, drenched in blood, looking both disheveled and anxious. Why Yi Luo? Su Xin was taken aback. Young master. Yi Luo spotted Su Xin and immediately brought the warhorse to a stop. What happened? Su Xin asked. It's the second elder. He is surrounded by 3 peak Huahai experts from the Pang family in the East City's Dark Water Alley and is about to collapse. Yi Luo exclaimed urgently. What did you say? Su Xion's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 28, Dragon Destruction. With a swift dash, Su Xion raced towards the East City's Dark Water Alley, his heart ablaze with urgency. The second elder, that impulsive yet fiery elder who regarded the family's honor above all else. The one who said that he would only allow the younger generation of the Su family to fight once all the old fogies had perished. This time, the Su family's retaliation against the Pang family had largely been spearheaded by this very second elder. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a colossal blow to the entire Su family. I must reach him in time. Su Xion's heart was roaring with determination. In the East City, Dark Water Alley, a fierce battle had raged on for some time. Several houses within the alley had collapsed under the onslaught, and some walls had been reduced to rubble. This moment, on the eaves of a house, the second elder, Su Taitong, held a green stone staff in both hands, struggling mightily against the assault of 3 peak Huahai experts. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his robe torn, and he bore 2 wounds on his body. One was a knife cut on his left waist, not too deep but still bleeding profusely. The other was a bloody hole in his right calf, pierced by a spear. In terms of pure strength, Su Taitong was undoubtedly formidable among the peak Huahai experts. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could slay an average peak Huahai. Even against 2 peak Huahai opponents, he could hold his ground. But now, 3 peak Huahai experts were besieging him, and he had been ambushed from the start, leaving him with that bloody hole as a consequence of the surprise attack. This injury not only severely weakened his combat capability, but it also robbed him of the chance to escape. He could only try to fend off the 3 attackers and buy time, hoping to hold on until reinforcements from the Su family arrived. Haha. Su Taitong, stop struggling. Under our combined assault, do you still think you can survive? The 3 assailants, 2 men and 1 woman, included a purple-clad man who was an elder of the Pang family, while the other 2, a brown-haired elder wielding a spear and a middle-aged woman with twin swords, were both retainers of the Pang family. They had launched their full strength and could tell that Su Taitong was on the brink of collapse. However, they still found him difficult to deal with, and no wonder, he's the second elder of the Su family. His strength must have reached the pinnacle of Huahai, and he is probably not far from breaking through the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower. Even with our ambush, we still can't take him down in a short time. His staff technique was indeed impressive. Though they felt challenged, the three were not worried. After all, the Pang family had made ample preparations for today's ambush against Su Taitong. From the moment they lured him into this dark water alley, the Pang family had already calculated everything. Even if someone rushed out to send a message, by the time they reached the Su family's nearest stronghold and sent reinforcements back, a considerable amount of time would have passed, time enough for them to kill Su Taitong. You deserve to die, Su Taitong, for killing over 10 of my Pang family's Huahai experts, including a peak Huahai, the elder of the Pang family coldly snorted. Initially, the Pang family had intended to endure the Su family's retaliation. After all, the two families had long-standing grievances, with ongoing conflicts and skirmishes. This time, they had instigated the situation by sending assassins to kill the young master of the Su family, resulting in failure. The Su family, enraged, sought revenge, which was entirely expected. They had also prepared some emergency measures in response. However, they never anticipated that the Su family's retaliation would be so ruthless, with the second elder himself personally taking action to slay several of their Huahai experts, even killing one peak Huahai just the other day. This compelled the Pang family to take immediate action, determined to eliminate this headstrong second elder of the Su family. Hence, the current scene unfolded. Amidst the clash, the brown-haired elder seized an opportunity, lightly flicking his spear. And Su Taitong, caught off guard, suffered another wound as the spear pierced his shoulder. This new injury instantly compromised Su Taitong's arm strength, making it even harder for him to withstand the three-way assault. Clang, clang. The middle-aged woman with the twin swords struck repeatedly, causing Su Taitong's stone staff to be knocked from his grasp. His weapon gone, it's over. A glimmer of despair flashed in Su Taitong's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented madness. If I must die, I will take someone down with me. His gaze hardened as he looked at the spear aimed at his throat, and instead of instinctively dodging, he charged forward at the same time. He gathered power in his fingertips, intending to launch a fatal counterattack at the instant the spear pierced his throat. Yet, just as the spear was about to strike, a sword suddenly surged forth. The sword, like a swift serpent, sliced through the air, deftly deflecting the spear and simultaneously countering the attacks of the other two assailants. Swish, swish, swish. The three attackers were compelled to retreat. Reinforcements? Has the Su family's support arrived so quickly? The expressions of the three turned grim. According to the Pang family's expectations, the Su family's reinforcements shouldn't have arrived so soon. But now, reinforcements? Su Taitong felt a surge of joy as he turned to see the figure that had appeared before him. But upon seeing Su Xin, Su Taitong's expression changed instantly. What are you doing here? Who asked you to come? I happened to be nearby. When Yilua went to fetch help, he ran into me. So I came, Su Xin replied. At that moment, Su Xin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. If he had been any slower, the second elder might not have survived. Foolishness! Su Taitong's face was filled with urgency. Su Xin, have you forgotten what I told you before? Who told you to come here and throw your life away? Quickly, I will find a way to hold them off. You must escape. Su Taitong was genuinely frantic. Even if he died 2 or 3 times over, the Su family could endure it. But a prodigy like Su Xin, who carried the future of the Su family, the family simply could not afford to lose him. Second elder, do not worry. With these 3 before me, they cannot kill me, Su Xin replied confidently, a smile gracing his lips. His eyes turned cold as he regarded the 3 assailants. A wave of overwhelming killing intent began to coalesce. Just these 3, they were so close, merely a hair's breadth away from finishing me off. Have you 3 decided how you wish to perish? A fierce shout erupted. The moment Su Xin arrived, the 3 peak Huahai experts were astonished, but they quickly sensed the spiritual energy emanating from him. A mere Huahai minor success. They were astonished, yet bewildered that he had managed to block their combined assault and save Su Taitong. The 3 exchanged glances and soon, their expressions shifted to Zhao Su Xin. The young master of the Su family, they exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. It was as if, while expecting a simple meal, they stumbled upon a lavish feast. Compared to Su Taitong, who was merely a slightly stronger Pequot High. Su Xin was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime genius capable of challenging even the pinnacle of Hua Hai. The Peng family had gone to great lengths to eliminate him, and their ongoing conflict with the Su family had been instigated by him. They had been worried that Phantom had failed to kill Su Xin. But now, the Su family's prodigy had delivered himself right into their hands. Kill him? Regardless of the cost, we must eliminate him. The murderous intent surged within the three at that moment. Have you three decided how you wish to perish? Su Xion's fierce shout rang out. This brat, he still dares to threaten us? Seeking death. The three exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they all moved in unison. Just as they had surrounded Su Tai Tong, they unleashed their full strength, aiming to kill Su Xian as swiftly as possible. Su Xian. Su Tai Tong was anxious, having retrieved his weapon, eager to intervene. But Su Xian's speed surpassed his by far. And in an instant, he was upon the three assailants, his sword already in motion. Su Xian unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, manifesting strength comparable to that of a perfected Hua Hai. But what was truly terrifying was his swordsmanship. Unyielding, it was akin to a blazing flame, yet also reminiscent of a raging storm. The two forces combined to forge an overwhelming might. The thunderous flames descended, imbued with a fierce sword intent, crashing down upon them. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike was frenzied to the utmost. Each sword swing seemed to embody the wrath of the heavens. The three, initially contemplating surrounding Su Xian, were left dumbfounded as they faced the reality of his overwhelming might. As they engaged in battle, they immediately sensed the terrifying, insurmountable power contained within Su Xian's sword, an endless tide of pressure that forced them into a defensive position, and even then they could only barely hold their ground together. The three peak Hua Hai experts from the Peng family felt utterly dazed. They were aware of Su Xian's extraordinary talent, which was precisely why the Peng family sought to eliminate him at all costs. They knew he could contend against perfected Hua Hai in his true martial realm. Yet no, these three were peak Hua Hai experts, and they had joined forces. They were at least 2 or 3 tiers above Su Xian in terms of cultivation. Yet they found themselves being suppressed by him. Even Su Tai Tong, who had initially planned to assist Su Xian, was momentarily stunned. Su Xian. But Su Xian remained unfazed, his entire being radiating an inferno of fury and determination. The Peng family, the sworn enemies of the Su family. Over the years, countless Hua Hai experts from the Su family, including some of the more talented younger disciples, had fallen victim to the Peng family's schemes. Even I, having only recently unveiled my potential, was targeted for assassination by peak Hua Hai assassins summoned by the Peng family. And now, they dared to surround the second elder. The Peng family must be punished. They must be eradicated. With each furious swing of his sword, the fury and killing intent within him reached a boiling point. The relentless tide of rage and vengeance surged forth, and as he poured himself into the swordsmanship, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. Suddenly, as the three assailants began to retreat before his sword, Su Xian lifted his head. Thunderfire Secret Technique, Starfire Burning Heaven, Sword Art, Dragon Destruction, Chapter 29. The surprises of the Su family as the primary offensive technique of the Northern Tsang swordsmanship. The Thunderfire roll was not merely about overwhelming force. Just as the Snowfall sword art he had previously practiced contained the Snow Slash technique, the Thunderfire roll harbored 4 profound secret techniques. Yet, even the first level of this secret technique required a comprehension of the Thunderfire roll to the minor achievement stage. Though Su Xian possessed extraordinary talent, he had only been studying the Thunderfire roll for a little over a month. While he had grasped the form, he still fell short of fully mastering the minor achievement stage. However, unexpectedly, during this battle against the 3 peak Hua Hai experts from the Peng family, the combination of endless rage and murderous intent had propelled his swordsmanship to new heights. He directly comprehended and unleashed the first level of the Thunderfire roll's secret technique. Boom! The sword intent erupted. A terrifying sword shadow emerged, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. The 3 assailants, already struggling under Su Xian's relentless assault, turned pale at the sight of this dreadful sword shadow. No, it's over. A chorus of despair filled their hearts as the overwhelming sword shadow surged forth, its might far beyond their capacity to withstand, and no matter how they tried to resist, the sword shadow ruthlessly swept over them, engulfing their forms entirely. Under the force of the impact, their bones shattered inch by inch in one strike. Three peak Huahai experts fell lifeless. Su Taitong, standing atop the eaves, watched in astonishment as Su Xian single-handedly suppressed the three assailants. He was utterly dumbfounded when he saw Su Xian unleash the secret technique and slay them all. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the eaves, the first elder, Su Boyong, who had rushed to the scene after receiving the distress signal. Upon arriving, he saw that Su Taitong bore several wounds, but none were life-threatening, and Su Xian stood beside him. As for the three peak experts of the Pang family who were supposed to besiege Su Taitong, they are already dead. What happened? How did these three peak masters of the Pang family meet their demise? Second elder, was it you who killed them? With only Su Taitong remaining as a peak master present, Su Boyong instinctively believed that it was Su Taitong who had slain the three. It wasn't me. Su Taitong shook his head. It was Su Xian. What? Su Boyong was taken aback. Elders, let us return and discuss this matter further, Su Xian suggested. Su Boyong nodded and, after briefly tending to Su Taitong's injuries, the three of them promptly returned to the Su family estate. However, although the battle erupted in a dark alley, the commotion it caused was substantial, attracting several martial artists to observe from the periphery. They had witnessed with their own eyes as Su Xian defeated the three members of the Pang family. Consequently, after Su Xian and the others departed, the dark alley erupted into chaos. Did you see that? The three members of the Pang family who attacked were all peak experts, yet they were effortlessly swept away by a single young disciple from the Su family, wielding just one sword? This disciple from the Su family is evidently merely at the minor success stage of the Sea Transformation Realm. To face and even annihilate three peak masters at the Sea Transformation Realm? It is simply unfathomable. I know that disciple from the Su family. He is Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. Gasps of astonishment and shock filled the air. It can be imagined that it will not be long before the news of this battle, along with Su Xian's name, spreads throughout the entire Yongning Prefecture. In the main hall of the Su family, the family head Su Baiqian, three elders, and several high-ranking members of the Su family who possessed both strength and unwavering loyalty were gathered. The injuries on Su Taitong had been stabilized, and he had consumed some healing elixirs, so his complexion had improved significantly. I consider myself fortunate to be alive. Had it not been for Su Xian's timely arrival, I would likely have perished at the hands of those three peak masters from the Pang family. I never expected the Pang family to act so ruthlessly after enduring for so many days. Targeting you, second elder. It seems they are aware that, with the void-breaking realm not in play, you are the foremost general of our Su family. If you were to be killed, it would be a tremendous blow to us. Su Taitong conversed lightly with several other strong members of the Su family. All right, Su Boyong suddenly interjected. Let us set aside the matter of the second elder for now. What we must discuss now is something else. The entire hall fell silent as all eyes involuntarily turned toward the young figure seated in the corner. This young figure was none other than Su Xian. Just moments ago, the high-ranking members of the Su family had learned from the second elder that it was Su Xian who had timely intervened to rescue him from the hands of the three peak masters of the Pang family. Most importantly, Su Xian had single-handedly slain those three peak masters. A minor success in the Sea Transformation Realm, facing and slaying three peak masters. Everyone present found it utterly incomprehensible. If it weren't for Su Taitong's repeated confirmations and the corroborating reports from the Dark Water Alley, they would have found it hard to believe. It was simply too astonishing, Su Boyong sighed. Although I have long known of your exceptional talent, Su Xian, and your extraordinary swordsmanship, even to the point of comprehending a certain realm of intent, those are still peak masters of the Sea Transformation Realm, 3 levels above you. To transcend 3 levels, the disparity in power alone is insurmountable. Yet, you managed to slay those 3 peak masters. This is not something achievable solely through skill. Unless Su Boyong's gaze narrowed slightly, casting a serious look at Su Xian. Su Xian, tell me honestly, have you awakened your bloodline? The eyes of many high-ranking members of the Su family turned toward Su Xian. Yes, Su Xian nodded. Acknowledging the truth, he was aware that as he gradually revealed his strength, his identity as a bloodline awakener could no longer be concealed. In the true martial realm, the gap in cultivation could be bridged through formidable techniques or strategies. But upon reaching the Sea Transformation Realm, the disparities between each level were immense. The power gap across 3 levels could not be remedied by ordinary techniques. Only those who had experienced extraordinary fortunes or were legendary bloodline awakeners possessed the capability to defeat opponents across 3 levels in the Sea Transformation Realm. Indeed, Upon hearing Su Xian's response, Su Boyong's eyes lit up. The surrounding high-ranking members of the Su family also exhibited expressions of delight. Bloodline awakeners are rare gems among millions, each possessing exceptional talent and limitless potential. Over the past 3 years of decline for the Su family, they had longed for their younger generation to rise, to produce genuine talents, and now one had truly emerged, a bloodline awakener at that. Su Xian, what tier is your awakened bloodline? Su Boyong inquired further. Second tier, Su Xian replied. This was a response he had long contemplated. A second-tier bloodline was neither too high nor too low. It perfectly explained his ability to challenge across levels without stirring too great a disturbance. After all, in the Tianyin Empire, while bloodline awakeners were indeed scarce, a few would still emerge every several decades. And second-tier bloodlines were not unheard of. Second-tier bloodline. The expressions of Su Boyong and the high-ranking members of the Su family were filled with immense joy to them. A second-tier bloodline was already considered quite impressive. Only Su Baichun, seated in the main position, cast a slightly peculiar glance at Su Xian. Second tier? Is it truly just a second-tier bloodline? Su Baichun mused quietly, yet refrained from exposing him. There is one more matter I must convey to all of you. Su Xian surveyed the crowd. Today, I visited the Qilong Tower and successfully passed the first level of the Sunlong Tower. What? The attendees were momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of exclamations. The first level of the Sunlong Tower? That legendary place, where only the top peak masters of the sea transformation realm stand a chance to pass. Heavens! Everyone was taken aback. Even Su Taitong, the second elder, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at Su Xian. He, too, was a peak master of the sea transformation realm and considered quite formidable years ago. He had attempted to challenge the Sunlong Tower, only to be easily defeated by the Guardian shortly after beginning. He understood precisely how arduous it was to pass the first level of the Sunlong Tower. Yet, this young disciple before him, merely 18 or 19 years old, had managed to do so? No wonder he was able to slay those three from the Pang family. Hu Tai Tong sighed lightly. A strong individual capable of passing the first level of the Sunlong Tower could easily defeat not just 3 peak masters, but even 4 or 5 simultaneously. Moreover, after I cleared the first level of the Sunlong Tower, the supervisor, Yuan Qing, informed me that the guardian of the Sunlong Tower holds my talent in high regard and is willing to personally visit the Tianyin Palace to recommend me. There is a strong possibility that I will receive a special admission quota from the Tianyin Palace. Su Xian dropped yet another bombshell. The Tianyin Palace? A special admission quota? The high-ranking members of the Su family could not help but gape in astonishment. Even Su Baichun, who had been sitting in the main seat, could not help but look at Su Xian. Shiner, are you truly speaking the truth? Su Baichun asked. Yes, Su Xian nodded firmly. Ha ha, Su Baichun laughed, a hint of surprise on his face. I have also heard of the guardian of the Sunlong Tower. He is a powerful figure at the highest level of the Qilong Tower. Having reached the Nirvana realm, one of the top existences throughout the entire Tianyin Empire. If he personally recommends you, it is highly unlikely that the Tianyin Palace would refuse his request. This means that your special admission quota is almost guaranteed. Su Xian smiled, while the members of the Su family were already ecstatic. Ha ha ha, well done. Excellent. Su Xian, my boy, I adore you. There was no denying that since the death of the Su family's Nirvana realm ancestor and their subsequent decline, a pall of gloom had enveloped the entire Su family. Internally, there was the faction led by Zhao Tianlei, which had formed a malignant tumor, seeking to usurp the family. Externally, the Pang family eyed them covetously, eager to swallow the Su family whole. Additionally, there was the grave threat posed by the top-tier forces of the Situ family. Amidst these internal and external troubles, the high-ranking members of the Su family felt immense pressure, as though an enormous mountain bore down upon them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Fortunately, the leader of the faction, Zhao Tianlei, had been slain by an unknown assailant, leading to the dissolution of the faction, alleviating some of their internal strife. Yet, the crisis facing the Su family remained ever present, preventing them from relaxing even slightly. Now that they had learned of Su Xian's potential entry into the Tianyin Palace. If Su Xian could become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, then even the Pang family would not dare to act against the Su family, let alone the Situ family. Although the crisis facing the Su family would not be completely resolved, it would at least be significantly alleviated. They would be able to cast off a substantial portion of the burdens weighing on them. How could they not feel excited? How could they not be delighted? Enough. Su Baiqian waved his hand, and the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Su family settled down. While the opportunity for my son to become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace is indeed a momentous occasion for our Su family, we must remain vigilant until the envoy from the Tianyin Palace actually arrives. Anything could happen, and we cannot afford to let our guard down, Su Baiqian stated. Everyone nodded in agreement. From today onward, let our retaliation against the Pang family cease, Su Baiqian commanded. Cease retaliation? Su Taitong furrowed his brow. Family head, it may be easy for us to stop, but the Pang family has just lost 3 peak masters, and they will surely have learned that it was Su Xin who killed them. They will undoubtedly become even more frenzied, and at that time, we need not concern ourselves with the Pang family's madness, Su Baiqian replied indifferently. To avoid unnecessary losses, from today onward, the members and disciples of our Su family shall remain within the estate and refrain from venturing out unless absolutely necessary. Understood, everyone complied. If the Su family did not venture out, then no matter how furious or frenzied the Pang family became, it would be of little consequence. Unless the Pang family disregarded everything and stormed into the Su family estate for a decisive confrontation. Otherwise, once the envoy from the Tianyin Palace arrives, and Su Xion's status as a disciple becomes a reality, the Su family would no longer need to fear the Pang family. Let us hope that everything proceeds smoothly, Su Baiqian thought to himself. What was originally a joyous occasion, however, left him with an inexplicable sense of unease as he observed the Su family's members reveling in the news. Chapter 30. The time to act had come. The orders were swiftly issued. The strong members and disciples of the Su family stationed at various strongholds in the county were recalled, and even some assets were abandoned. While most members of the Su family were puzzled by this command, they obediently remained within the estate. Meanwhile, the highest-ranking members of the Su family awaited news from the Tianyin Palace. Soon enough, 5 days passed. What on earth is the Su family up to? The elders of the Pang family, including several of their strongest retainers, gathered together, their expressions filled with confusion. They had been engaged in fierce battles, with the Su family killing numerous experts from the Pang family within just a few days. Yet suddenly, the Su family had ceased all hostilities. Several strongholds, including some assets that they had long sought to claim, had been entirely abandoned by the Su family, and their members had not ventured out in days. Is the Su family afraid? Are they retreating? One elder from the Pang family speculated. Afraid? Pang Shaoqing, the head of the Pang family, sneered. The Su family was once a top-tier power with a Nirvana realm ancestor at its helm. Although they have fallen, the pride of the Su family runs deep. Even when they knew they were outmatched in terms of strength, they never backed down during our previous conflicts. How could they possibly be afraid? Moreover, in this recent spate of conflicts, the Su family had undeniably gained the upper hand. The Pang family had lost more than 10 Sea Transformation Realm experts, especially 4 Peak Masters, while the Su family had only lost a few ordinary Sea Transformation Realm members. None of their Peak Masters had perished. With the Void-Breaking Realm not in play, in terms of combat strength within the Sea Transformation Realm, the Su family is hardly weaker than us. Why should they fear? As Pang Shaoqing spoke, his expression grew increasingly grim. In truth, the loss of several Sea Transformation Realm experts was not particularly troubling. Even losing 4 Peak Masters was something the Pang family could accept. However, what he could not accept, and what filled him with dread, was the individual who had slain 3 of those Peak Masters. Su Xin, the young master of the Su family. Many eyes had witnessed Su Xin single-handedly overpowering and killing the 3 Peak Masters from the Pang family in the Darkwater Alley. This surge of combat power was terrifying, so much so that it instilled fear throughout the entire Pang family. This only intensified their urgency to eliminate Su Xin, and he had even prepared to send a Void-Breaking Realm expert to personally deal with him. Yet, to his astonishment, not only was Su Xin not present, but every member of the Su family was now holed up within their estate. In this situation, attempting to kill Su Xin would require a direct assault on the Su family estate, leading to a true confrontation. The mysterious swordsman who had slain Zhao Tianlei had yet to be identified, and it remained unknown how many such Void-Breaking Realm experts were concealed within the Su family. To recklessly initiate a confrontation now would be fraught with peril. Pang Shaoqing pondered for a moment before raising his head again. Issue orders to swiftly and completely seize all of the Su family's assets in the county, as well as throughout the entire Yongning prefecture. I refuse to believe they can survive without food and water. If we take all their assets, they will surely feel the pressure. Additionally, We must find a way to establish contact with our informants within the Su family to determine what exactly has transpired. As for that Su Xin, wait. Though he was indeed a genius with extraordinary potential, every top-tier expert in this world had grown through relentless trials and tribulations. Let him remain in the Su family, untested. Given time, he would surely become mediocre. Just as Pang Xiaoqing finished speaking, a sudden cold scoff echoed through the hall. Mediocre? Before that Su Xin turns into a mediocre talent, your Pang family members will likely have already perished. Who? Pang Xiaoqing's expression turned icy. The other members of the Pang family also rose, their faces filled with vigilance. A burly figure appeared out of thin air in the hall. This was a black-robed elder with a powerful build. His eyes cold and surveying the surroundings, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Ayan Song. Pang Xiaoqing immediately bowed. The nearby elders who recognized the visitor also hurriedly bowed in respect. Ayan Song, a top-tier expert from the Situ family. For the past 3 years, the Pang family had been acting under the directives of the Situ family, consistently oppressing the Su family, and the intermediary between the Situ family and the Pang family was this Song. Pang family head, my master is quite disappointed in you. Song spoke coldly. Pang Xiaoqing's expression shifted dramatically as he repeatedly assured, Song, my Pang family has been diligently following your instructions over the past few years. The Su family is on the verge of collapse. I believe it won't be long before we can completely uproot them. Uproot them? Song scoffed, Pang family head, you are truly unaware of the impending doom that looms over you. Impending doom? Pang Xiaoqing's expression changed drastically. The surrounding members of the Pang family were equally astonished. The phrase impending doom carried significant weight. Song. What do you mean by this? Pang Xiaoqing pressed. Do you know why the Su family, despite their fierce battles with you, has suddenly chosen to retreat these past few days? The somber and indifferent gaze of Song fixated upon Pang Xiaoqing. For it was known that Su Xin of the Su family had already breached the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower and was on the verge of becoming a disciple of the Tianyan Palace. What? Pang Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. A disciple of the Tianyan Palace? The Tianyan Palace is exceedingly unique. Even my Situ family would not dare to provoke a disciple of the Tianyan Palace lightly. If Su Xin truly becomes a disciple, dealing with your mere Pang family will be child's play. The Su family is well aware of this fact, which is precisely why they find no need to continue the struggle against you, choosing instead to endure temporarily. Once the situation at the Tianyan Palace reaches a conclusion, and Su Xion's status as a disciple is firmly established, your Pang family will become nothing more than fish on the chopping block for the Su family. And Song stated. Pang Xiaoqing felt a tremor in his heart, understanding that a disciple of the Tianyan Palace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would undoubtedly ascend to become a top power within the Tianyan dynasty. During his growth, he would certainly attract the attention of many influential forces, and at that time, Su Xian would need only to utter a few words for numerous factions within the Tianyan dynasty to obliterate your Pang family. After all, your Pang family is merely a family within a county, insignificant in comparison to the true powers and affluent families of the Tianyan dynasty, akin to an ant. Annihilate a Pang family and gain the favor of a top genius like Su Xian would be a pursuit many forces would eagerly undertake. Lord Song, my Pang family has always been loyal to the Situ family. For the past few years, we have been exhausting ourselves in our efforts against the Su family upon the Situ family's directive. Now that my Pang family is in peril, I implore you, in light of our loyalty, to save us, Pang Xiaoqing urgently pleaded. The high-ranking experts of the Pang family beside him were equally distressed. They had not anticipated that a single Su Xian could inadvertently force their family to the brink of a precipice. Had it not been for Lord Song's personal visit today to inform them, they might never have realized the gravity of their situation. Just as Song had remarked, the Pang family was indeed on the verge of annihilation, yet remained oblivious. Fear not, everything your Pang family has done over the years has not gone unnoticed by the master. Had the master been indifferent to your plight, I would not have been sent here tonight, Song assured. These words brought a glimmer of hope to the hearts of the Pang family's experts. At least, in this dire moment, the Situ family had not abandoned them. The existence of Su Xian was already known to the Tianyan Palace, and discussions were underway among the higher-ups regarding whether to grant him a special admission quota, an unalterable fact. Once Su Xian became a disciple of the Tianyan Palace, even if my Situ family had no intention of leaving any traces, we would not dare to take action against him. However, before the special admission quota from the Tianyan Palace is officially granted, we still have a chance. And Song's voice turned grave. Lord and Song, are you suggesting we act within the next few days? Pang Xiaoqing furrowed his brow. However, Su Xian would remain at the Su family residence for the next few days. To strike against him would necessitate a direct confrontation with the Su family. A confrontation is a confrontation. Is your Pang family truly afraid? And Song fixed his gaze upon Pang Xiaoqing. It is not fear, but rather, a recent elder of my Pang family, at the void-breaking realm, fell to a mysterious swordsman. I suspect the Su family may be hiding other powerful individuals. Pang Xiaoqing's words trailed off. Hemph. Does the Sita family not know whether the Su family harbors hidden powers? And Song scoffed coldly. I can tell you with certainty that the remaining void-breaking experts of the Su family, aside from those who left following the death of their ancestor, have all perished in a massacre. Currently, only 2 void-breaking experts remain in the Su family. Huh. Pang Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback at a massacre. All of the Su family's remaining void-breaking experts have perished. When did this massacre occur? And Song offered no further explanation. You need not worry about the hidden powers of the Su family. As for whether the Su family's ancestor left behind any trump cards. Given the scale of the massacre and the immense pressure the Su family faced, it is unlikely they would have revealed any trump cards. Thus, we need only be wary of one individual, the head of the Su family, Su Baichen. Su Baichen? Pang Xiaoqing was astonished. But Su Baichen is merely at the late stage of the void-breaking realm. On par with me, I have fought him before, and he is only slightly stronger. With your strength, Lord and Song, dealing with him should be a trivial matter. Trivial? And Song regarded Pang Xiaoqing with a peculiar expression before replying. Pang family head, Su Baichen is not as simple as you might think. In the past, when the Su family's ancestor was still alive, Su Baichen was among the most exceptional talents of the younger generation within the dynasty, even possessing the qualifications to become a disciple of the Tianyan Palace. However, due to his carefree nature, he chose not to enter the Tianyan Palace after reaching a certain level of cultivation, and instead ventured into the world alone for over a decade. When he returned, he brought along a child no older than 2 or 3 years, and shortly thereafter, he became the head of the Su family. It can be said that since his return, he has seldom engaged in combat, leaving no one truly aware of the extent of his strength. However, as someone who can rival my master, and with both being at the peak of the void-breaking realm, my master can now kill me with a single hand. Su Baichen may be slightly inferior to my master, but he is certainly not far behind. This time, my master has expended considerable resources and effort to invite that individual, sending a team of Yinglong guards to assist. Yinglong guards? Pang Xiaoqing gasped in shock, for it was rumored that only the Tianyan royal family had the authority to designate this most formidable guard unit. Indeed, thus this time, we absolutely cannot afford to fail. If we cannot annihilate the Su family now, once Su Xian becomes a disciple of the Tianyan Palace, it will be exceedingly difficult to act against them, Song asserted. Pang Xiaoqing, upon hearing this, was filled with both astonishment and elation. The astonishment stemmed from the formidable nature of Su Baichen, who could compel the Situ family to go so far as to enlist the Yinglong guards. The elation arose from the realization that, since the Yinglong guards were involved, unless Su Baichen possessed strength on par with the Nirvana realm, his demise was all but certain, and the Su family would undoubtedly be destroyed. As for Su Xian, should the Su family be obliterated, this genius would surely meet his end as well. Pang family head, the Yinglong guards will arrive in 2 days. They cannot linger, so we must strike against the Su family that very night. Prepare accordingly, Song instructed. Understood, Pang Xiaoqing nodded. Soon after, Pang Xiaoqing began discussions with the elders of the Pang family regarding preparations. However, while they were preparing, they conducted their actions in secrecy, wary of any leaks that might alert the Su family. Only those absolutely loyal to the Pang family were privy to this information. 2 days later, the Yinglong guards arrived as scheduled. Under the dim moonlight of the night, in the streets and hidden alleys near the Su family residence, numerous figures lay in wait, concealed and poised on the rooftop of a pavilion. A dozen figures stood in a row. Remember, our mission is to completely annihilate the Su family. If that is not possible, we must ensure the deaths of Su Baichen and Su Xian. And Song's voice was solemn. Brother Longjio, your Yinglong guard team will join forces with me and Pang family head to surround and eliminate Su Baichen. As for the remaining void-breaking experts from the Pang family, they will charge into the Su family residence with the others, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Su Xian first. Understood, Longjio, the leader of the Yinglong guard team. nodded slightly to Mr. Chong. Aside from myself, you are the only one in my Pang family who has reached the late stage of the void-breaking realm, and you are well-versed in assassination techniques. Once we enter the Su family residence, conceal yourself and observe whether any other powerful individuals from the Su family appear. If not, you may strike directly to eliminate Su Xin. If they're as long as they expose themselves first, you will find an opportunity to kill Su Xin. Pang Shaoqing instructed the attendant beside him in a hushed tone. Understood, Mr. Chong nodded. Commence. In no time, the assault began. The dozen figures atop the pavilion leapt into the air, swiftly advancing towards the Su family residence. Who goes there? Inside the Su family, the vigilance was unwavering. The moment the dozen figures approached, the Su family's guards detected their presence immediately. Ha ha, little brats of the Su family. Tonight marks the day of your family's annihilation. A resounding roar echoed through the night sky, shaking the Su family to its core. Chapter 31. The Su family in peril. The night air carried a subtle chill. Su Xin was in his residence, diligently practicing sword techniques. Upon completing a particular sword move, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Having mastered the first level of the secret technique, Thunderfire Roll, I have significantly enhanced my comprehension of the realm. If I were to challenge the second layer of the dragon-seeking tower again, while the odds of victory remain slim, I could at least engage the guardian for a brief period. Su Xin mused with a faint smile. But suddenly, ha ha, little brats of the Su family, tonight marks the day of your family's annihilation. With that thunderous proclamation echoing throughout the Su family residence, Su Xion's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Su Xion immediately leaped onto the roof, only to behold a dozen figures soaring through the night sky with astounding speed. Each figure radiated an aura of terror as they rampaged through. The Su family's guards were powerless to stop them and lacked the courage to intervene. All were void-breaking experts. A wave of dread washed over Su Xin. The Su family boasted only 2 void-breaking experts, yet now more than 10 were charging in. Furthermore, judging by their auras, most were significantly stronger than Zhao Tianlei, whom he had previously slain. Boom boom. Within the Su family, 2 figures soared into the air. It was the head of the Su family, Su Baichen, and the Grand Elder, Su Boyong. However, upon facing the incoming dozen void-breaking experts, Su Boyong did not even dare to intercept them. A few of those experts split off to engage Su Boyong, while 2 others began ransacking the Su family residence. The remaining a complete squad of Yinglong guards, consisting of 9 at the late stage of the void-breaking realm, along with a captain at the peak of the void-breaking realm, and Song and Pang Shaoqing. Also at the late stage of the void-breaking realm. In total, 12 individuals surged towards Su Baichen. Su Baichen, today, you must die. The Su family shall be obliterated. And Song's furious roar resonated through the skies. Father! Su Xian was filled with rage and despair, but before he could act, a signal arrow shot skyward. The numerous Pang family experts hidden outside the Su family residence sprang into action upon receiving the signal, flooding into the residence from all directions. At the edges of the Su family residence, Pang family members were seen leaping over walls or darting across rooftops. Moreover, within the Su family residence itself, several hidden lines that the Pang family had long since infiltrated also sprung into action, launching a frenzied assault on the Su family members surrounding them. In an instant, chaos erupted. Shouts of fury, clashes, and screams intertwined, plunging the entire Su family into disarray. This is the war of extermination. Su Xion's gaze turned icy, his expression dark and foreboding. He had originally believed that he would soon become a disciple of the Tianyin Palace, and with its protection, the Su family would be free from worries. Yet, unexpectedly, before the special admission quota from the Tianyin Palace was formally granted, the Pang family, along with the Sidu family lurking in the shadows, had chosen to strike. Li Hu! A furious shout suddenly rang out from a nearby courtyard, prompting Su Xion to focus his gaze. He saw several Su family experts hastening towards the front yard. But suddenly, one of the guests at the perfect stage of the Sea transformation realm launched a surprise attack. Caught completely off guard, the Su family experts were severely injured, with 2 of them killed on the spot. The one who had shouted in anger was none other than Su Boyong, who had been ambushed and was now gravely wounded. Uncle Hang! Su Xion's eyes turned red with rage. You scoundrel! Boom! Su Xion leaped into the courtyard. Just as the guest named Li Hu prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the gravely injured Su Boyong, he saw Su Xion attacking from the side. Young Master Su? Li Hu's expression changed. Despite being merely a guest, he was aware of Su Xian's recent exploits where he single-handedly slayed 3 at the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm in the Eastern City. If he could kill those at the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm, how could he possibly withstand an attack from someone as formidable as Su Xian? You shall die. Su Xian's sword was already drawn. The sword light was so swift that it was beyond the capabilities of Li Hu. A mere Sea Transformation expert, to withstand in a single exchange, he was slain. Su Xian Yu Boyong managed to lift his gaze to glance at Su Xian, but soon his head drooped, and he fell silent. Uncle Hang. Su Xian was filled with sorrow. Just as he was about to move forward, I found him. 2 figures landed on the eaves of the courtyard simultaneously, their cold gazes locking onto Su Xian. 2 void-breaking experts. How shocking. Su Xian's heart raced with alarm. Earlier, he had seen that the incoming dozen void-breaking experts had split up, with 1 engaging the Grand Elder and 2 searching the Su family residence, seemingly in pursuit of something, and now, it appeared that these 2 were indeed on that mission. They'll send 2 void-breaking experts after me. They certainly think highly of me. Su Xian's expression hardened. In reality, compared to him, the Situ family held an even greater regard for his father, Su Baichen. After all, the Yinglong Guard squad, including An Song and Pang Shaoqing, were all heading to eliminate Su Baichen. Kill. The 2 void-breaking experts sent to eliminate Su Xian were both from the Pang family. They understood the immense threat he posed and, without the need for words, unleashed their full strength. Aiming to eliminate Su Xian at the earliest opportunity, 1 wielded a spear, while the other brandished a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh! The spear shot through the air like a venomous dragon, instantly piercing the void. Swish! The blood-red blade moved with incredible stealth, aimed directly at Su Xian's throat. With both void-breaking experts attacking simultaneously, they were confident they could easily eliminate even a genius who had breached the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower. However, the outcome was clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out as the 2 were forced to retreat. He didn't die. The 2 experts were perplexed. Their combined attacks had been blocked. Soon after, the 2 renewed their assault. This time, they coordinated their attacks more effectively, launching successive strikes from opposing directions towards Su Xian. Yet, he stood resolute like a stubborn rock in the midst of a storm, wielding his sword to generate formidable waves of energy that repelled their attacks time and again. Even Su Xian's bloodline power was only pushed to 50%. Humph. While these 2 may be void-breaking experts, they are merely at the initial stage, and their techniques are quite ordinary in terms of strength. They fall short compared to the guardian of the second layer of the dragon-seeking tower, Su Xian sneered. The guardian of the second layer of the dragon-seeking tower, when unleashing their speed and power, barely reached the threshold of the void-breaking realm. However, their spear technique contained a hint of profundity, which rendered it particularly fearsome. In terms of overall strength, the guardian of the second layer was stronger than either of these 2. Previously, Su Xian had managed to endure against the guardian for a lengthy period, relying on the mountain and sea roll. Now, having mastered the thunder-fire roll, his comprehension of the realm had significantly improved, leading to an even stronger defense. Even when facing 2 opponents, he could handle them with relative ease. These 2 posed no threat to me, but the Su family. Su Xian's expression grew grave. Amidst the fierce battle with these 2 formidable practitioners of the broken void realm, he had already leapt onto the eaves, affording him a view of the Su family, where bloodshed was rampant. Although the initial onslaught from the Pang family's numerous strongmen, coupled with the sudden emergence of their hidden forces, had caught the Su family off guard, they quickly regained their composure. Under the guidance of the elders and the highest echelons of the Su family, they began to mount an effective resistance. In terms of combat capability at the Sea Transformation stage, the Su family was not significantly inferior to the Pang family. Hence, the outcome of this night's battle ultimately hinged on the broken Void Realm powerhouses. At this moment within the Su family, there were 3 battlegrounds involving broken Void experts. The first was the confrontation between the Grand Elder Su Boyong and a broken Void Elder from the Pang family. Their strengths were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor in the short term. The second battleground involved Su Xian, who was currently besieged by 2 broken Void Realm opponents. The third and most perilous battleground saw 12 broken Void experts encircling Su Baichen alone. With so many broken Void practitioners targeting his father, Su Xian could only wonder how long his father could endure. Filled with urgency, Su Xian yearned to rush to his father's aid. But he had to first deal with the two broken void opponents before him. Normally, it would be impossible to eliminate these two, and the only feasible method was to utilize the divine annihilation forbidden technique. However, once this technique was invoked, it could only be maintained for a mere few dozen breaths. I cannot afford the slightest delay. I must seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Su Xin's gaze turned cold. He was capable of effortlessly fending off the attacks from the two broken void realm experts using the mountain and sea sword art. Yet he was gradually finding it increasingly strenuous to maintain his defense. This boy is about to collapse. With merely a small success in the sea transformation stage, he has managed to endure so long against us. That is already quite impressive. The eyes of the two broken void practitioners gleamed with excitement, and their attacks intensified. Meanwhile, lurking in the void near the courtyard was a figure, Mr. Chong, a late-stage broken void expert, who had been instructed by Pang Shaoqing to wait and observe whether the Su family had other hidden powerhouses. However, as the battle had raged on for so long, and even Su Xin was on the verge of being killed without any new strong presence from the Su family, it seemed that they truly lacked powerful reinforcements. Mr. Chong felt a sense of relief as he quietly advanced towards the battlefield ahead. As Su Xin struggled more under the relentless assault of the two broken void experts, it appeared he was on the brink of complete collapse. At this moment, another figure suddenly materialized beside Su Xin, a soft sword aimed directly at Su Xin's neck. Another scoundrel. Su Xin was filled with rage, and murderous intent surged within him. Since you have come, then let us perish together. Forbidden Technique, Divine Annihilation, Chapter 32. Eruption Boom. Without any warning, Su Xin's aura surged at a terrifying speed. Back when he was merely at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th stage, invoking the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique had allowed his cultivation to instantly soar to the peak of the sea transformation stage. Now that he had broken through to a small success in the sea transformation stage, invoking the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique, that terrifying aura continued to rise, shattering the barriers and directly reaching the threshold of the broken void realm. What? The two practitioners who were just about to execute a killing move on Su Xin and Mr. Chong, who had suddenly launched a sneak attack, were utterly astonished at this scene. In an instant, he had transitioned from a small success in the sea transformation stage to the threshold of the broken void realm. Death. Su Xin's gaze was electrifying as he wielded his long sword, and the bloodline power within him erupted at that moment. The full force of his bloodline power was unleashed to its utmost. Buzz, the ethereal sword light suddenly ignited, dreamlike and ephemeral, gliding through the void. The Northern Tsang sword art's phantom rolled forth, second form, shadow manipulation, too fast. After ascending to the threshold of the broken void realm, bolstered by the bloodline heritage and the surge of bloodline power, Su Xin's strength and speed reached the level of a late-stage broken void practitioner, nearly equivalent to that of a peak broken void expert. Executing this sword art, swoosh, 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 3 heads were sent flying. Among them was Mr. Chong, who had launched the surprise attack and was already at the late stage of the broken void realm. Even in death, his face bore an expression of terror and disbelief. He could never have imagined that this young master of the Su family, who had previously only exhibited a small success in the sea transformation stage, could slay him with a single sword strike. Whoosh! After decapitating the 3 broken void experts, Su Xin did not pause for a moment and immediately soared into the air, racing towards the largest battlefield nearby at the fastest speed. Boom, boom, bang. A series of earth-shattering roars and clashes erupted on the battlefield. Countless violent and formidable auras surged, creating waves of shock that swept in all directions, with surrounding structures crumbling like paper under this onslaught. The overwhelming power was astonishing. From a distance, Su Xin could feel the terrifying might emanating from the battlefield. Without invoking the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique, he would not even qualify to step onto that battlefield. Merely approaching would likely result in severe injury from the residual shockwaves. However, after employing the Forbidden Technique, his combat power surged, giving him the capital to contend even against peak broken void experts. Kill. Su Xin, armed with his sword, charged directly into a battlefield where the lowest cultivation was that of a late-stage broken void practitioner. And there, 12 broken void experts were fiercely besieging Su Xin alone. Su Xin wielded a spear with a terrifying aura radiating from him, and a unique ambience enveloped him. Clearly, Su Xin had also comprehended a certain level of profundity. and his understanding was significantly higher than Su Xion's. His spear techniques were both powerful and fearsome. Despite being only at the late stage of the Broken Void realm, the strength he unleashed was merely at the normal level of a late-stage Broken Void practitioner. Yet, relying on his spear techniques and comprehension, he managed to hold his ground against the 12 experts, including 2 peak Broken Void practitioners, for a considerable time, only slightly disadvantaged. The 12 Broken Void experts, particularly the 10-member Ing Long Guard Squad AS, the most elite guard unit only deployable by the imperial family of the Tianyin dynasty. The Ing Long Guard Squad worked in perfect harmony and was adept at employing battle formations. Normally, even 2 or 3 peak Broken Void practitioners working together would be overwhelmed and killed by this squad. However, encircling Su Xin alone felt far more challenging than facing 2 or 3 peak Broken Void experts. Truly, he was a prodigious talent comparable to the master in his youth. If he were to reach the peak of the Broken Void realm, it would be hard for even all 12 of us to eliminate him. And Song marveled inwardly. Though he was a peak Broken Void expert, the effort to subdue Su Xin primarily relied on the Ing Long Guard. He merely supported from the sidelines, occasionally launching sneak attacks. Su Xin proved to be exceptionally strong. Similarly, Peng Xiaoqing, who was assisting the Ing Long Guard, felt a storm of emotions rising within him. He had always believed that Su Xin's strength was comparable to his own, and even if he was slightly stronger, it would not be by much. Yet, in today's battle, he realized that this wasn't a mere similarity. This Su Xin could undoubtedly sweep aside 10 of him simultaneously. But if he was indeed that strong, why had he been so restrained previously, not even personally dealing with Zhao Tianlei when he became a nuisance? Peng Xiaoqing felt perplexed, but suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, Su Xin's condition appears to be somewhat unusual. Not only him, but the captain of the Ing Long Guard, Long Jiao, and Song also noticed it. Although Su Xin had not sustained any substantial injuries during the battle, a trace of pain was evident in his expression, and the veins on his forehead pulsed as if he were enduring immense suffering. Could it be that Su Xin is already severely injured? And Song exclaimed in astonishment. Severely injured? Peng Xiaoqing was equally taken aback. If he were truly injured, how could he have fought so long? If he were at his peak, how formidable would he be? At that moment, a figure radiating the aura of the Broken Void realm surged into the battlefield like a flash of lightning. Swish! A chilling sword light ignited, and a massive sword shadow, imbued with formidable power, slashed towards several members of the Ing Long Guard who were relying on their formation to besiege Su Xin. Not good. The Su family still has Broken Void experts. The expressions of the 12 Broken Void practitioners changed dramatically, and the Ing Long Guard members enveloped by the sword shadow swiftly shifted positions to evade it. This person. Peng Xiaoqing's gaze fixated on the young figure that had entered the battlefield. As the greatest threat to the Peng family, a being who had once kept him awake with worry, Peng Xiaoqing recognized this figure immediately. Su Xin. Peng Xiaoqing's eyes widened in shock. What? And Song was equally astonished. Su Xin was not supposed to have merely reached a small success in the sea transformation stage. Yet here he was, directly stepping into the battlefield as a Broken Void practitioner. Had he invoked some special secret technique that allowed him to surge in cultivation? And Song narrowed his eyes. He is still alive. Peng Xiaoqing's fury and disbelief reached their peak. Several of my family's Broken Void experts have gone to kill him. I even sent Mr. Chong to ambush him. Yet now he has appeared, and none of my Broken Void experts are present. Could it be that they were all killed by him? Peng Xiaoqing found it hard to believe. But then, his figure flickered as he charged towards Su Xin. Boom! Peng Xiaoqing, wearing a pair of dark red gauntlets that emanated faint flames, rushed towards Su Xin. Upon reaching him, he unleashed a fierce punch, his spiritual energy erupting like a massive meteor aimed at Su Xion's head. Su Xin, however, simply drew his sword. The sword light, blazing like fire, surged forth with ferocity. The fist and sword collided head-on. Bang! In just a single clash, the terrifying power contained within Su Xion's sword erupted, crushing Peng Xiaoqing's fist. Poof! Peng Xiaoqing opened his mouth, spewing a mouthful of blood as he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Struggling, he found it impossible to rise, his eyes filled with fear as they fixated on Su Xin. Useless trash, Peng Xiaoqing. All of you from the Peng family, including yourself, are a bunch of useless trash. And Song was infuriated at this sight. Yes, He watched Su Xin continue to charge into the battlefield, and Song immediately intervened to block him. After all, and Song was a genuine peak broken void expert and had also comprehended profundities, with a skill level that was not to be underestimated. Although Su Xin had unleashed the forbidden technique and had pushed his bloodline power to its limits, placing his strength and speed close to the threshold of peak broken void, he still fell slightly short compared to Song. However, Su Xin's skill and comprehension of profundity were evidently superior to Song's. Su Xin executed the Thunder Fire roll, unleashing a frenzied sword art that bore immense pressure. Song swung his battle blade to counter, but after just a few exchanges, he felt a chill in his heart. This boy, despite being slightly weaker than me in strength, relying on the enhancement of sword intent and executing sword techniques, unleashed a power that was even greater than mine. Moreover, his swordsmanship was terrifying. Faced with Su Xin's relentless and explosive sword techniques, Song felt a surge of trepidation. He instantly understood that one-on-one, he was not a match for the Su Xin before him. Longjio, brothers, Song called out urgently. Longjio, leading the Ying Long Guard squad, was fully engaged in besieging Su Baichun. Upon hearing Song's call, his brow furrowed. He had noticed the unfolding situation and understood that Song was on the verge of collapse. Even though it was somewhat laughable for a peak broken void expert to be so thoroughly suppressed by someone who was clearly just a novice at the threshold of the broken void realm, he had no time to ponder further. 95, 96, 97, you three, go kill that boy, Longjio commanded. The Ying Long Guard was quite special. Aside from the captain, the members did not have individual names, only numbers. Upon receiving Longjio's order, 3 members of the Ying Long Guard immediately withdrew and charged towards Su Xin. With 3 members absent, the remaining 7 swiftly adjusted their formation. Although they no longer had the confidence to completely eliminate Su Baichun, they could still contain him, waiting for the 3 Ying Long Guard members and Song to jointly slay Su Xin before resuming their assault on Su Baichun. The 3 Ying Long Guard members charging towards Su Xin, although only late-stage Broken Void practitioners, could still form a trio formation that posed a greater threat than a peak Broken Void expert. Coupled with Song's collaboration, Su Xin felt the pressure mounting. As the exchanges continued, Su Xin's expression grew increasingly grave. While remaining time is limited, Su Xin had been carefully calculating the time. The Divine Annihilation forbidden technique could not last long, only a few dozen breaths. This was its greatest flaw. From the moment he began to eradicate the 3 Broken Void practitioners from the Pang family to his entry into this battlefield and the ensuing combat, more than half of the duration of the technique had already elapsed. I can only gamble. An unprecedented madness surged in Su Xin's eyes. Facing Song and the 3 Ying Long Guard members attacking simultaneously, he ceased all defense and launched a frenzied offense. With a sword in hand, he advanced without retreat. The sword techniques he executed grew increasingly violent and frenzied. Has he gone mad? Is he reckless? Song was furious. He realized that Su Xin was now fully committed, prepared to fight to the death. But suddenly, an intense brilliance surged in Su Xin's eyes. Thunder Fire Roll's profound secret technique. Starfire Burning Heaven, one sword, Dragon Annihilation, boom. The sword intent erupted, cleaving through the heavens and annihilating the earth. Not good. Song and the 3 Ying Long Guard members instantly changed color, sensing the terrifying power contained within this strike. They hurriedly attempted to defend themselves. However, the result? Poof, poof, poof. Poof. Under the overwhelming might, all 4 spat out blood and were sent reeling back. Yet Su Xin surged forward again. Phantom Roll, second form, Shadow Manipulation. Buzz the ethereal sword shadows illuminated the air, racing towards the 2 nearest Ying Long Guard members with incredible speed. The 2 Ying Long Guard members, still in the midst of retreating, were unable to stabilize themselves in time to defend and could only watch helplessly as the sword light swept past. Poof. Poof. Beneath the night sky, 2 corpses plummeted to the ground. Having achieved this, Su Xin's figure shuddered violently, an unprecedented fatigue and weakness engulfing his entire being. Even his sword hand became devoid of strength. His body simultaneously began to fall from the air. Father, I have done my best. A bittersweet smile graced Su Xin's lips. Chapter 33. Purple Eyes. Purple Eyes. Su Xin had indeed done his utmost. From the moment he invoked the Divine Annihilation forbidden technique until now, in merely a few dozen breaths, He had first annihilated the 3 broken void practitioners from the Pang family with overwhelming force. He then charged into the battlefield, severely injuring Pang Xiaoqing, and subsequently compelled the peak broken void expert An Song and 3 Ying Long Guard members to confront him. He had also heavily wounded An Song and slain 2 of the 3 Ying Long Guard members, in such a brief time. He had achieved the utmost of what he could accomplish. Thud! Both Su Xian and the 2 fallen Ying Long Guard members collapsed to the ground. Su Xian had no strength left. The repercussions of invoking the forbidden technique left him incapable of even standing. 2 Ying Long Guard members have perished. Long Jiao, the captain of the Ying Long Guard squad, felt his expression darken upon seeing the bodies of his fallen comrades. The Ying Long Guard was the most elite squad controlled by the imperial family of the Tianyan dynasty. Every member's existence was hard-won. Losing 2 Ying Long Guard members at once was a significant blow to the royal family. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and kill that boy. Long Jiao barked. An Song also noticed Long Jia's growing anger. This time, it was the master of his household who expended great effort and resources to persuade the one who dispatched a small team of Ying Long Guards. However, now 2 members of the Ying Long Guards have perished, and even that individual must find it difficult to explain. It is this wretch. Dark malice surged within his eyes as he loomed over the immobile Su Xin below, prepared to strike him down, but suddenly, boom! A terrifying aura erupted violently from the center of the battlefield. This aura was frigid, sinister, and suffocating. The space within 100 zhang radius seemed to solidify completely. What? The Ying Long Guards, who had been relying on their formation to besiege Su Baichen, looked up in shock. They beheld Su Baichen, who had been barely holding on under their siege, his hair and robes billowing as he stood there, his icy gaze fixed upon them, akin to the stare of the grim reaper, casting the surroundings into utter silence. In this moment, they felt a deep tremor within their hearts, every pore standing on end. You forced me to unleash the first layer of my seal. You shall pay dearly for it. Su Baichen's voice was frigid. With a whoosh, he stepped forward, and a streak of light flashed. The Ying Long Guards, including the mightiest among them, the team leader Long Jiao, did not even have time to discern Su Baichen's figure. An overwhelming aura of death surged forth, as though an ancient behemoth had opened its gaping maw to swallow them whole. Boom! With a resounding crash, 4 figures were sent flying in disarray, spitting blood along the way, including Long Jiu. For the other 3, they had already transformed into cold corpses, mercilessly plummeting to the ground. How could this be? Long Jiao was horrified beyond comprehension. Even after dispatching 3 to deal with Su Xian, they still had 7 Ying Long Guards, led by him, to execute their formation. They should have been able to contain even the more formidable among those at the peak of the void-breaking realm. But now, in a single blow, 3 of them were instantly annihilated, and 4 were gravely injured. Invincible in the void-breaking realm? Or was it the combat power of the Nirvana realm? Long Jiao stared at Su Baichen in disbelief. The next moment, retreat. Without hesitation, Long Jiao issued the order to withdraw. Faced with Su Baichen at this moment, if they did not flee, it seemed they would all meet their end here. Can you escape? Su Baichen's voice remained cold and sharp, laced with an astonishing killing intent, akin to that of a hellish fiend. He stood amidst the void, his pace unyielding, yet his spear slowly thrust forward. This thrust was clearly aimed at the air, but at the moment the spear shot forth, swoosh, 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 before Long Jiao, Dark Song, the 4 surviving Ying Long Guards, and even the severely injured Pang Xiaoqing, who had been sitting on the ground since the initial confrontation with Su Xian. A figure of Su Baichen suddenly appeared before them. His spear simultaneously struck out. Despite not having moved an inch, an apparition of Su Baichen appeared before each of them. Pft, 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 pft. The spear pierced through bodies one after another. Long Jiao, Dark Song, Pang Xiaoqing, and the 4 Ying Long Guards all bore expressions of terror and disbelief as they helplessly collapsed. Witnessing this scene, Su Xian felt his heart tremble in an instant. All the void-breaking realm fighters present were annihilated. What kind of power is this? After slaying all those in the void-breaking realm, Su Baichen seemed ready to approach and check on Su Xian's condition, but as he took a step forward, he suddenly halted. A mouthful of black blood spewed forth from Su Baichen's mouth, and his face contorted grotesquely. A myriad of dark, eerie runes spread from his heart like a spider's web, rapidly enveloping his entire body. Even his face becoming covered in these strange markings, rendering him a horrific sight. At this moment, he hunched over, his eyes turning crimson, and his mouth emitted silent screams that were heart-wrenching yet utterly voiceless. Most terrifyingly, Su Baichen's hands frantically clawed at his own flesh, as if enduring an unspeakable agony that compelled him to grasp at his own blood and flesh for relief. Father! Although Su Xin lay there, he could still see the manic, twisted, yet helpless expression on his father's face. His heart ached, but he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, Su Xin's head spun, and an overwhelming weakness finally caused him to lose consciousness. When Su Xin awoke, it was already the following day. Father! Su Xin opened his eyes to find himself in a room, with the maid Hong Shan tending to him. Young master, you are awake, she exclaimed joyfully as she helped him sit up. However, as soon as he did, Su Xin realized his body felt hollow, devoid of any spiritual power, and he could barely sense any strength within himself. He felt utterly weak. The side effects of using the forbidden technique are far greater than I anticipated. Su Xin mused. The god-extinguishing forbidden technique had been previously utilized to slay Zhao Tianlei. That time, the process had gone relatively smoothly, and he had not spent too long executing it. After killing Zhao Tianlei, he had immediately ceased the secret technique, allowing him to retain some stamina and walk normally. Yet, this time, he had genuinely pushed the forbidden technique to its limits, exhausting himself completely. The side effects were naturally different. Su Xin estimated that it would take several days for his body to recover. Hong Shan, how is the family faring now? Su Xin inquired. Young master, do not worry. Although the bandits from the Pang family came unexpectedly last night, our Su family responded swiftly, gradually repelling their assault under the leadership of several elders, and we even managed to counterattack by dawn. The Pang family's intruders had already been driven back, Hong Shan replied. What about father? Su Xin asked again. The head of the family seems to have sustained injuries. After repelling the Pang family's bandits, he returned to his residence and has not come out since. Hong Shan informed him. Hong Shan, help me up, Su Xin commanded. Hong Shan promptly assisted him in standing as they made their way outside. As they stepped out of the room, several guards outside immediately bowed in greeting. These guards were quite formidable, with He Luo among them. Clearly, after last night's battle, the Su family was concerned about any potential follow-up actions from the Pang family. With Su Xin unconscious, they had dispatched strong protectors to ensure his safety. Hong Shan, take me to my father, Su Xin instructed. Hong Shan guided him to the courtyard where Su Baichen resided, in front of the study. Several guards stood watch. I must see my father, Su Xin stated directly. Young master, the head of the family has ordered that no one is to disturb him, the leading guard interjected, blocking Su Xin's path. Let him in. A voice suddenly emanated from within the study. The guards ceased their obstruction, and Su Xin, aided by Hong Shan, entered the study. After the door closed, the room remained shrouded in darkness. A figure sat somewhat desolately at the desk, the flickering candlelight casting indistinct shadows, obscuring his features. Father, Su Xin spoke softly. Su Baichen slightly raised his head, and at that moment, Su Xin could finally discern his father's appearance. To his shock, Su Baichen's once handsome, refined visage had turned sallow and withered, his entire face gaunt and sunken, appearing exceedingly emaciated. His hair was disheveled, with strands turning white in places. The man seemed to have aged decades in an instant. Father, what has happened to you? Su Xin gasped. Stepping forward instinctively. Stop! Su Baichen barked sharply. Do not come any closer. Su Xin halted, anxiety gnawing at his insides. He remembered witnessing his father enduring unprecedented torment the previous night, and now seeing him in such a state sent a chill through him. What had transpired in the interim? Shiner, I must ask you, last night, how did your cultivation ascend from the minor success of the sea transformation realm to the threshold of the void-breaking realm? Did you employ some special secret technique? Su Baichen's once clear gaze was now clouded as it turned towards Su Xin. Yes, Su Xin nodded. You had been cultivating within the family, rarely interacting with the outside world. Logically, you should not have had the opportunity to acquire such a technique, unless it is due to your bloodline, Su Baichen mused. Indeed, Su Xin affirmed once more that it seems your bloodline is truly extraordinary, Su Baichen remarked. Scrutinizing Su Xin deeply in this world, bloodlines rated as third or second tier were commonplace, while a first-tier bloodline might awaken innate abilities upon reaching a certain cultivation level, thus deemed formidable. Yet you, having just awakened your bloodline, can already access a technique that significantly boosts your cultivation in a short time. This bloodline must be of divine quality, surpassing even first-tier status. Su Xin remained silent, not providing an answer. The study fell silent for a moment. Su Baichen spoke again. Listen closely. From this day forth, unless you find yourself in a true deadlock where you must risk everything to fight, you must never employ that secret technique in any circumstance. Understood, Su Xin replied, recognizing the weight of his father's words. He knew that his father, having witnessed him utilize the forbidden technique, could surmise its connection to his bloodline based on his prior experiences, leading him to deduce that his bloodline was at least divine in quality. Others could likewise infer this. Thus, from the very beginning, Su Xin had treated the God-extinguishing forbidden technique as his ultimate trump card. Moreover, the side effects were immense. Unless faced with an absolute life-or-death situation, Su Xin had no intention of risking his life with this card. Father, about last night, Su Xin began to inquire. However, Su Baichen raised a hand to interrupt him. I know what you wish to ask. Do not inquire, I will not divulge anything. He continued, your current strength is still too weak. You have only reached the void-breaking realm due to that technique. Without it, you would not even be the strongest among the sea transformation realm. You have no right to know these matters. Nonetheless, he added, your talent is remarkable, and your bloodline is unfathomably powerful. Your potential far exceeds that of your father. Soon, you will be able to enter the Tianyan Palace to cultivate. Your progress will be swift. When your strength is sufficient, I will naturally reveal everything to you. Father, what level of strength do you consider sufficient? Su Xin could not help but ask. The day you can single-handedly trample the entire Situ family underfoot, then you shall be worthy of knowing everything, Su Baichen declared. Tio single-handedly trample the entire Situ family? Su Xin was taken aback. The Situ family boasted elders of the Nirvana realm. Understood. Su Xion's gaze hardened once more. Go. Su Baichen waved his hand. Su Xion promptly exited the study. Divine bloodline? Could a divine bloodline grant one access to such extraordinary techniques? Su Baichen pondered quietly, yet suddenly his gaunt features contorted in pain again. He hastily retrieved several pills from his sleeve and swallowed them all at once. The agony etched on his face slightly eased. Purple eyes, Su Baichen roared, his eyes filled with unprecedented madness and resentment. Chapter 34. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Emerging from the study, Su Xion felt a heavy heart. He was oblivious to what had transpired with his father. But the visible changes spoke volumes. His father was not in good condition. Reflecting on the power his father had unleashed the night before, annihilating so many void-breaking realm experts in an instant, it was clear that such formidable strength transcended the boundaries of the void-breaking realm. If his father could unleash such power at will, why had he tolerated the Pang family for so long? What about Zhao Tianlei? His father could have easily killed him, yet he never acted. All these thoughts led Su Xion to understand that his father harbored a significant secret. Was he waiting for Su Xion to reach a level where he could single-handedly trample the Situ family before revealing it? Su Xion's gaze sharpened. The Situ family was a top-tier aristocratic family within the Tianyan Empire, with elders of the Nirvana realm in their ranks. For an ordinary person, to single-handedly trample the Situ family was a mere fantasy. Yet for Su Xion, awakened with the supreme bloodline, limitless possibilities lay ahead. Given time, the Situ family would be inconsequential to him. Father, I will soon meet your expectations. Su Xion clenched his fists, silently resolving himself. Within the Su family residence, a heavy atmosphere lingered. Though the Su family ultimately repelled the attack last night, the losses they sustained were immense. Too many lives had been lost. Young master, Su Xion arrived at the largest training ground of the Su family, where numerous family members had gathered. On the ground lay numerous cold corpses covered with white cloths. At a glance, there were over 100 bodies. Su Xion, you have arrived, Su Baihu called out as he approached. Second uncle, Su Xion greeted, but suddenly his expression changed. He noticed that Su Baihu not only appeared pale but, at such close range, he could sense no spiritual energy emanating from him. Logically, unless one was a top-tier expert capable of completely suppressing their spiritual presence, there should be some trace of energy detectable at such proximity. Yet his second uncle Su Baihu was clearly far from that level. Second uncle, what has happened to you? Su Xion inquired. Last night's battle. My Dantian was ruined. Su Baihu waved his hand dismissively. Ruined Dantian? Su Xian was taken aback. A ruined dantian meant the loss of cultivation. From now on, he would be nothing more than a waste. Although he could still move freely. The second elder had both legs severed, making walking an insurmountable challenge. Su Baihu sighed. The second elder's legs have been completely severed. The second elder's legs are gone? Su Xian trembled at the thought. The second elder, known for his ruggedness and his belief that family honor was paramount, had charged into battle at the forefront of the family. Now he had lost his legs. In truth, both of us are still fortunate. At least we are alive. But those lying before us will never awaken again. Su Baihu lamented. Su Xian clenched his fists tightly, and at that moment, his gaze fell upon a figure kneeling before a corpse. Weeping. Sister Ning. Su Xian rushed forward, placing a hand on Su Yuning's shoulder. He then knelt down and pulled back the white cloth covering the corpse. Su Qinghong. Su Xian's hand trembled uncontrollably, slowly shaking his head. Su Qinghong, among the younger generation of the Su family, was the most exceptional talent aside from Su Xian himself. During the sword order competition, before Su Xian had truly revealed his strength, Su Qinghong had been seen as the hope of the entire Su family. After Su Xian defeated Zhao Ling and regained prestige for the Su family, Su Qinghong frequently visited the training ground to spar with Su Xian. They had developed a strong camaraderie, yet now, Su Qinghong was dead? From the conversations among the family members nearby, Su Qinghong had sacrificed himself to save Su Yuning and a few other young family members, bravely standing against 2C transformation realm experts from the Peng family. It must be noted that Su Qinghong had yet to break through to the C transformation realm. How could he possibly stand against 2C transformation realm experts alone? By the time reinforcements from the Su family arrived, Su Qinghong had already been killed, but his final blow had severely injured one of the Peng family's C transformation realm experts, leading to their eventual demise at the hands of the arriving Su family reinforcements. Su Xian wandered among the fallen family members, uncovering white cloths one by one, recognizing many familiar faces. Among them were elder experts from the Su family, loyal retainers, and several younger members who often sought his guidance in martial arts. Su Xian's heart ached profoundly. However, beyond the sorrow, what looms larger is the fury. The Peng family. No, it should be the Situ family. Su Xian clenched his fists tightly, fully aware that the Peng family was merely a pawn, while the true puppeteer orchestrating all of this remained the Situ family. The Su family had been ruthlessly pressured and suppressed before, and last night, a multitude of formidable opponents came directly to their door. Intent on annihilating the Su family, so many lives had been lost. This is a blood debt that must be repaid in blood. Young master. An urgent servant rushed over. The Grand Elder requests your immediate presence in the front hall. Lord Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, has arrived. Yuan Qing has arrived. Su Xian's heart stirred. It must pertain to that matter. Su Baihu, standing nearby, also turned his gaze. Without delay, Su Xian swiftly made his way to the front hall. Upon seeing Su Xian enter, Yuan Qing rose to greet him. I heard about last night's events. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Lord Yuan Qing, you have come today. I presume to bring news from the Tianyan Palace? Su Xian inquired directly. Indeed, Yuan Qing nodded, though his expression bore an unusual gravity. I'm afraid it is bad news. Bad news. Su Xian's brow furrowed instantly. The esteemed individual guarding the Sikh Dragon Tower personally made a trip to recommend you to the Tianyan Palace. Initially, it went quite smoothly. After all, your talent of surpassing the first layer of the Sikh Dragon Tower with your minor attainment in the C transformation realm met their special recruitment criteria. However, at the critical moment of decision, unexpected resistance arose, seemingly due to external interference. Yuan Qing explained. External interference? Is it the Situ family? Su Xian's gaze turned. I see wide-eye in his view. He had no enemies in the entire Tianyan dynasty except for the Situ family. Not the Situ family. Yuan Qing shook his head. Su Xian, you may not be aware that the Tianyan Palace holds a position of unparalleled authority within the Tianyan dynasty. Though the Situ family is a top-tier family, they lack the qualification to meddle in the affairs of the Tianyan Palace. The ones who possess such power to intervene would undoubtedly be from the royal family, and they would wield significant influence. The royal family? Su Xian was taken aback. Among those who attacked last night, there was a remarkably strong and well-coordinated team of 10 from the void-breaking realm. If Su Xian is not mistaken, that team should be the legendary Yinglong Guard, and only individuals of royal descent have the authority to dispatch the Yinglong Guard. When did my Su family provoke members of the royal family? Su Xian narrowed his eyes. Yuan Qing continued, with external interference at play, combined with the fact that 3 years ago you offended the emperor, this incident has also impacted the decisions of the higher-ups in the Tianyan Palace. Thus, your special recruitment quota has been temporarily shelved. The higher-ups of the Tianyan Palace wish to observe you for a while longer. If your subsequent performance remains as astonishing, they will consider you for special recruitment. Is that so? Su Xian understood that he indeed had angered the emperor 3 years prior, leading to the emperor's order for his confinement in the forbidden magic prison. It was only natural for the Tianyan Palace to deliberate over this matter. After all, the Tianyan Palace was responsible for nurturing top-tier talents for the Tianyan dynasty, and any nurtured genius must show loyalty to the dynasty. At the very least, they should not harbor animosity or hostility towards the Tianyan dynasty or its emperor. Su Xian, the esteemed individual guarding the Sikh Dragon Tower, conveyed that he would visit the Tianyan Palace again in due time to advocate on your behalf. Yuan Qing said, "No need." Su Xian waved his hand. "Please extend my gratitude to that esteemed individual on my behalf, and tell him that this favor will be remembered. I shall repay it in the future." But the Tianyan Palace. Yuan Qing frowned. The Tianyan Palace is indeed commendable and has greatly aided my cultivation. However, if I cannot gain entry, I will not force the issue, nor will I beg repeatedly. Su Xian smiled. Besides, there are other avenues to enter the Tianyan Palace for cultivation besides special recruitment. The Royal City Hunt is about to commence, is it not? The Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing paused, and then said, Su Xian, while it is true that one can gain entry to the Tianyan Palace through the Royal City Hunt, do you know how many geniuses gather from various states and counties every time the Royal City Hunt is held? Ultimately, only the top 10 strongest individuals, who make it to the end, are qualified to be accepted into the Tianyan Palace. Although you have surpassed the first layer of the Sikh Dragon Tower, you are still too young, and your cultivation is only at the minor attainment of the Sea Transformation realm. If you participate in the Royal City Hunt, making it to the end.it is exceedingly difficult. Yuan Qing repeated the word difficult 3 times. Su Xian was not surprised. Indeed, he could not even surpass the second layer of the Sikh Dragon Tower at present. Such strength would not place him among the top 10 even within the Yunzhou region. Yet, he felt no urgency, for there were still 2 full months until the preliminary round of the Royal City Hunt. 2 months might seem short for others, but for him it was ample time to significantly enhance his strength. Not to mention, just in terms of cultivation, 2 months would allow him, with his bloodline heritage and the aid of a first-grade Sea Transformation pill, to break through from the minor attainment to the major attainment of the Sea Transformation realm. With this enhancement in cultivation, his power would experience a qualitative transformation. Su Xian, do you truly intend to participate in this year's Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing looked at Su Xian again. Yes, Su Xian nodded firmly, then suddenly asked, by the way, Situ, you should also participate in this Royal City Hunt, right? Situ? Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow. Knowing Su Xian's past well, he was aware of the enmity between Su Xian and Situ. Indeed, Situ is the foremost genius of the Situ family. Although he possesses remarkable talent, he cannot directly obtain a special recruitment quota from the Tianyan Palace. Therefore, his only route to enter the Tianyan Palace is through participating in the Royal City Hunt. Yuan Qing explained. Excellent. A smirk played at the corners of Su Xian's mouth, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Situ, the long-awaited battle that has been delayed for over 3 years, this time, I shall not retreat without a fight. 3 years ago, the ancestor of the Su family sought an opportunity for a marriage alliance with the emperor of the Tianyan dynasty. Intending to wed the 9th princess at that time, Su Xian, as the foremost talent of the Su family, was set to battle none other than Situ of the Situ family. Chapter 35. One man, one sword in a single battle. Over 100 clansmen perished. The entire Su family was engulfed in sorrow. 7 days quickly passed. The Pang family has been annihilated. It was said that the Grand Elder personally took action, obliterating all the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang family, with only a few young clansmen managing to escape by sheer luck. A fitting end. That wretched Pang family has finally been dealt with. Upon receiving this news, the members of the Su family felt a surge of relief. The battle from 7 days prior had resulted in heavy casualties for the Su family, yet the Pang family suffered even greater losses. Especially the void-breaking realm experts at the highest levels of the Pang family, who had been entirely wiped out that night. With no more void-breaking realm experts to oversee them, the Pang family no longer qualified to contend with the Su family. Just yesterday, the Grand Elder, Su Boyong, took matters into his own hands, exterminating the remaining high-ranking experts of the Pang family, leading to their complete demise. Such is the way of the world. Had the Su family not been able to withstand the Pang family's assault that night, it would have been the Su family facing annihilation. As Su Xin walked through the Su family estate, he overheard many family members rejoicing over this turn of events, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Pang family had been eradicated, and the Situ family would likely not dare to strike against the Su family again in the near future. It was time for him to prepare for the upcoming royal city hunt. That night, the Situ family had mobilized considerable forces, even dispatching a squad from the Yinglong Guard. In the end, all of them were thoroughly contained within the Su estate. With this incident, the Situ family would undoubtedly harbor renewed caution towards the Su family and would not dare to act recklessly again. Furthermore, the loss of an entire squad from the Yinglong Guard would surely compel the Situ family to bear the consequences, likely leaving them in disarray for some time. Su Xin could finally set his mind at ease and prepare for the imminent royal city hunt. On this day, Su Xin ventured out alone, marking the first time in his life he had truly embarked on a solitary journey for training. In less than 2 months, he sought to explore the depths of Yongning County on his own. North Cold City, one of the more renowned cities within Yongning County, garnered attention primarily due to its venerable city lord. This city lord had surpassed 100 years of age and had held his position for a full 60 years, earning great respect. Most importantly, this old city lord possessed formidable strength, with few below the void-breaking realm able to contend with him in the entire Yongning County. In the city lord's estate, amidst a spacious courtyard, a burly elder with a tiger-like build was diligently practicing a knife technique, his full concentration directed towards the exercise. His knife technique was profound and expansive, exuding tremendous momentum. After a considerable time, he finally completed his practice. On a stone bench at the edge of the courtyard sat a graceful young woman, the city lord's granddaughter. Upon seeing her grandfather approach, she smiled. "Grandfather, even at over 100 years old, you are still as vigorous as ever." "Ha ha!" The old city lord laughed heartily. "What of being over 100? With my spirit, I could easily live another 34 years. He was not merely boasting. In this world, individuals cultivate martial arts to strengthen their bodies. The higher their cultivation, the longer they naturally live. For instance, those at the Sea Transformation realm can typically live for over 100 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This old city lord had long reached the peak of the Sea Transformation realm, and given his robust health, it was indeed plausible for him to live to 130 or even 40. As for those at the void-breaking realm, living to 160 or 70 is quite normal. Many who attain the Nirvana realm or higher can often live beyond 200 years. Regrettably, the old man feared he might never advance further in his lifetime. He sighed softly. He had already attained the peak of the Sea Transformation realm, and the next step would be to break into the void-breaking realm. However, this step felt as insurmountable as a chasm. He had been stuck at this threshold for nearly half his life, unable to cross over. "Master, there is someone requesting an audience outside." An elderly servant approached. "Who is it?" the old city lord inquired. "He claims to be Jian Yi, a very young fellow," the servant replied. "Jian Yi?" The old city lord was puzzled but smiled nonetheless. "Let him in." The servant nodded and departed. "Very young. Most likely another one seeking to become my disciple." The graceful young woman frowned. "Grandfather, during your 60 years as city lord, you must have seen countless young talents seeking to become your disciples. Of all those you accepted, only a handful have truly achieved anything noteworthy, while many remain obscure, and a few have even tarnished your reputation with their misdeeds. If you intend to take on more disciples, you ought to be more discerning." "Understood. I can handle my own affairs without your concern." The old city lord chuckled, though he did not take her words to heart. He was generous by nature. As long as a candidate did not have excessively bad intentions and showed some talent, he was inclined to accept them. Furthermore, he would wholeheartedly teach any disciple he took in, without holding back. However, the world is too complex. Some disciples, despite starting with good character, may change during their external training. Over the decades, he had indeed taken in a number of disciples, and a few had strayed into nefarious paths. Yet this did not dampen his enthusiasm for accepting new disciples. Before long, guided by the old servant, a young man clad in black robes, wielding a sword, entered. So young. No more than 20, surely? The graceful young woman found her expression turning peculiar upon seeing the black-robed youth. "Junior Jian Yi, greetings to the esteemed city lord." Su Xin slightly bowed. He had heard much about this venerable city lord during his journey and held deep respect for such a powerful, virtuous figure who willingly guided the younger generation. "Young lad, what brings you to seek me?" the old city lord inquired. "I have heard of your exceptional knife techniques and wish to learn from you." Su Xin replied. "Just admit you wish to become a disciple. No need for pretense," the graceful young woman remarked with dissatisfaction. Su Xin was momentarily taken aback. "Become a disciple? Me?" The old city lord, however, laughed heartily. "Very well. I have just finished my practice. Young lad, feel free to make your move. Do be cautious, senior." Su Xin unsheathed his sword. "Come forth." The old city lord grasped his knife with one hand, smiling, while the other hand remained behind his back. He had long recognized that Su Xin, merely at the minor attainment of the sea transformation realm, was akin to his granddaughter, and assumed Su Xin was seeking to become a disciple. Thus, he initially did not regard Su Xin's strength with much seriousness, treating him like any other junior disciple. However, as soon as Su Xin launched his attack, the sword light was hazy yet reached an unparalleled speed. Most crucially, as the sword light flickered, it carried with it an indescribable aura. "This is sword intent?" The old city lord was taken aback. The comprehension of intent reaches a certain level before it can perfectly blend with weaponry, forming sword intent. This young lad before him, merely at the minor attainment of the sea transformation realm, startled him with his initial strike. The old city lord immediately countered. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of steel rang out with fervor. The old city lord, who had initially been casual, began to fight with utmost seriousness, gradually unleashing his full strength. Yet after a single exchange, he found himself forced to retreat step by step. The old man have been completely suppressed? The old city lord was incredulous. "Good lad, come again." The two engaged in yet another fierce battle, with the old city lord unleashing his full power, while Su Xin activated 50% of his bloodline strength and began employing the Thunderfire sword technique. Half a tea time later, they both halted in their tracks. "Senior, I concede," Su Xin said humbly with a smile. "I have been defeated." The old city lord remained in shock, but soon regained his composure. "Haha, good lad. I reached the peak of the sea transformation realm long ago and surpassed the first layer of the Seek Dragon Tower decades ago. I believed only 2 or 3 people in the entire Yongning County could surpass me, yet today, I have been bested by you. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, as the waves of the Yangtze River push forward." The old city lord exclaimed in admiration. Meanwhile, his granddaughter, the graceful young woman, was utterly astonished. Initially, she had genuinely believed this remarkably young Jian had come to seek discipleship. But now, "Young friend Jian, our battle just now has greatly enlightened me in terms of knife techniques. If you have no pressing matters, could you stay for a night at this city lord's estate and engage in further exchanges with me?" The old city lord proposed, and of course, Su Xin smiled. The old city lord's strength was extraordinary. He had barely managed to defeat him while activating 50% of his bloodline strength and pushing his sword techniques to their limits. This battle had not only enlightened the old city lord, but also provided Su Xin with significant gains. He was more than willing to spar with this old city lord multiple times and exchange insights. That day, Su Xin and the old city lord battled several more times. As night fell, they engaged in candlelit discussions. It was not until the following morning that Su Xin took his leave. Such youth, already possessing extraordinary strength, traveling the world alone with sword in hand, challenging various formidable opponents, truly enviable. The old city lord gazed at Su Xin's departing figure, filled with admiration. "Grandfather, though Jian is formidable, you are not far behind him," the graceful young woman remarked. "That is different." The old city lord shook his head, sighing. "Compared to him, I am like the setting sun, while he is the rising sun, full of boundless vigor. Youth is truly a wonderful thing." In a village at the foot of a great mountain, Su Xin had just arrived. "Haha, kill them all? No, spare us. We are willing to offer riches." "Mother!" A band of thieves rode through the village, rampaging and mercilessly slaughtering in this world. Martial arts flourished yet chaos reigned, giving rise to countless bandits. Within those cities, the presence of the imperial army provides a semblance of security. However, for the villages that lie beyond the town's borders, where survival hinges upon the mountains, the threat of banditry looms incessantly. The imperial dynasty finds itself powerless in the face of such turmoil. Witnessing this scene, Su Xian's eyes brimmed with anger, and he sprang into action. The bandits were merely ordinary brigands, their leader merely a minor practitioner at the level of Hua Hai, offering no resistance against Su Xian. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of marauders who had pillaged the village were thoroughly eradicated by him. As a result, this village was spared from the fate of massacre in a splendid estate. Lord Tang, upon hearing that the steward of his household had single-handedly slain several peak Hua Hai practitioners in his youth, sought to engage in discourse. Another martial enthusiast, he waved his hand and instructed, "Elder Qi, since this young brother has come seeking guidance, feel free to offer him your insights." Understood, the elder steward responded promptly. "Mr. Song, I, Jian Yi, would like to request your esteemed guidance. An insignificant practitioner at the minor Hua Hai level dares to spar with me?" Mr. Song retorted, dismissively sweeping his sleeves aside as he turned to leave, showing no inclination to engage. "Then let it be," Su Xian replied, unperturbed, as he turned to depart. With a single sword in hand, Su Xian traversed through the various cities and forests of Yongning County. Wherever he traveled, upon hearing of individuals possessing formidable strength or remarkable skills, he would seek them out for challenges, reminiscent of his encounter with the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng in Dongyang City. He ventured across the land, challenging all manner of formidable opponents. Yet, unlike Duan Yunfeng's reckless bravado, Su Xian's confrontations were purely for the sake of skill refinement. He had no intention of inflicting real harm. Should an opponent decline his challenge, he would not persist nor force a confrontation. If he encountered injustice along his journey, he would, without hesitation, intervene. Time slipped by in this manner, and soon the day of the initial selection for the Imperial City's hunt arrived. Chapter 36. Seeking guidance. The Imperial City hunt, though conducted within the Imperial City itself, commenced with preliminary assessments held in various states and counties. Furthermore, this preliminary evaluation had its own prerequisites. First, one must be a practitioner of the Hua Hai realm. Second, one must be under the age of 40. Given that practitioners of the Hua Hai realm typically live to be around 120 to 130 years old, the age of 40 is considered relatively youthful. In the training grounds of the county magistrate's residence in Yongning County, dozens of eligible Hua Hai practitioners gathered. Some, familiar with one another, engaged in casual conversation. "Brother Kong Jing, it has been a while. Is this your younger brother Kong Xian?" One remarked, "I have heard that your brother is quite the talent, having reached the peak of Hua Hai. If both of you managed to pass the preliminaries, attending the Imperial City hunt together would indeed be a tale worth telling." "Not at all. There are many formidable practitioners in Yongning County, yet only about 10 will pass the preliminaries. Even I am not entirely confident, and as for my brother, he has much further to go. He is merely here to join the festivities." The duo of brothers found themselves surrounded by many. They stood nearly the same height, though the elder brother was noticeably more robust while the younger appeared somewhat slender. The brothers were quite renowned in Yongning County, particularly the elder, Kong Jing, who was said to have conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. It is worth noting that fewer than 10 individuals in the entire Yongning County's Hua Hai realm had successfully navigated the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, most of whom had already surpassed the age of 40, such as the old city lord of Beihan City. Those under 40 who had achieved this feat were exceedingly rare. If Kong Jing truly had the strength to conquer the first level, he would undoubtedly be among the 10 who passed the preliminary assessment. "Brother, you are far too modest. Your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the Hua Hai realm, and you have recently grasped a glimpse of the profound. If you were to challenge the Seeking Dragon Tower, you would surely succeed in overcoming the first level. You will undoubtedly be among those who pass the preliminaries, perhaps even the strongest," Kong Xian whispered earnestly. "Maintain a low profile," Kong Jing chuckled, then turned serious. "Xian, during the preliminaries, do not take it lightly. With your strength, if you give it your all and luck is on your side, you should secure a hunting spot." "Understood," Kong Xian nodded earnestly. He too yearned to pass the preliminaries and join his elder brother in the Imperial City hunt. After all, his brother was already 37 years old. If he participated this year, the next opportunity would not come until 5 years later, at which point his brother would be over 40 and ineligible. At that moment, a figure entered the county magistrate's residence. Long Dao. It was he. The dozens of Hua Hai practitioners gathered in the training grounds all turned their gazes toward the newcomer. Long Dao. Kong Jing's eyes narrowed. Among the Hua Hai practitioners under 40 in Yongning County, he was one of the few who elicited his apprehension, and without a doubt, He was the strongest. 7 years prior, he had successfully navigated the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower in terms of strength. He was indeed the mightiest among the practitioners under 40 in Yongning County. Kong Jing mused to himself. As Long Dao stepped into the training ground, someone immediately approached him to escort him into the inner courtyard. Why isn't he standing with us? Kong Xian questioned, perplexed. That's normal, Kong Jing replied. Historically, only 56 individuals from Yongning County have participated in the Imperial City Hunt's preliminary assessments, and among them, only a handful have successfully navigated the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. Given Long Dao's strength, he is certain to pass the preliminaries and secure a hunting spot. His arrival is merely a formality. Barring any surprises, he likely won't even need to participate in the preliminaries to obtain a spot. Is it really that simple? Kong Xian exclaimed, quickly grasping the situation. The credibility of the Seeking Dragon Tower was beyond question. Since Long Dao had conquered the first level, his strength was undoubtedly compelling. And thus, it was fitting for him to be granted a spot. As the crowd awaited, 2 more individuals arrived and were promptly invited in. Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and the matriarch of the Ling family, Ling Yu, were all individuals who had successfully navigated the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, their strength unquestionable. Aside from these 3, it was unlikely that anyone else would qualify for entry. Suddenly, a youthful figure stepped into the training grounds, immediately capturing the attention of all present. So young. He appears to be under 20. Could this young lad really be here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt? Many in the crowd wore expressions of disbelief. Typically, those bold enough to join the Imperial City Hunt were individuals confident in their abilities, nearly all having reached the peak of the Hua Hai realm. The journey from the very beginning of martial arts to the peak of Hua Hai requires considerable time and effort. Most achieve this status in their 30s, whereas those below 30 are a rarity. As for those under 20 participating in the hunt, such instances exist, but they are exceedingly few. Given the youthfulness of this figure, as he drew closer, the crowd quickly discerned his cultivation level, merely at the great completion of Hua Hai. Is a mere great completion practitioner really here to join the Imperial City Hunt? This is utterly reckless. Kong Xian scoffed. He must be having a moment of folly, or perhaps he is ignorant of the Imperial City Hunt's significance, thinking it merely an opportunity to showcase his talents. Such individuals are not uncommon, and there is no need to concern ourselves. The preliminaries will surely eliminate him. Kong Jing merely smiled faintly. The gathered peak Hua Hai practitioners wore expressions of amusement. However, as the young figure reached the center of the training grounds, a steward from the county magistrate's residence stepped forward. Young Master Su Xin, please follow me. The county magistrate is awaiting you in the main hall. Very well, Su Xin nodded, following the steward toward the inner courtyard. The onlookers were left in astonishment. What is happening? How does this great completion practitioner have the qualifications to be invited inside? Young Master Su Xin? Which Su Xin is that? I recognize him. He is the young master of the Su family. Not long ago, during the conflict with the Peng family, it is said that he slew a peak Hua Hai practitioner from their ranks. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, Su Xion's identity was unveiled. However, the revelation of his background incited a wave of discontent among the gathered individuals. Clearly, this Su Xian, like them, had come to partake in the Imperial City Hunt. In contrast, the 3 individuals who had been invited into the inner courtyard, Long Dao and the other 2, had already proven their worth by overcoming the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, securing their spots without question. Yet, Su Xian, a mere great completion practitioner, appearing to be under 20, was granted special treatment solely due to his status as a young master of the Su family. What is the county magistrate thinking? We are left waiting here while they usher Su Xian inside. Kong Xian remarked, his displeasure evident. Oh, what if he has slain a peak Hua Hai practitioner? A great completion practitioner can defeat a peak Hua Hai? Ridiculous. Su Xian had indeed conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, albeit under an alias and not long prior. Moreover, he had kept this accomplishment under wraps, known only to a select few within the upper echelons of the Su family. Thus, it was unsurprising that the majority of the Su family's members were unaware as for the claim that he had slain a peak Hua Hai practitioner they had not witnessed it firsthand. So why would they believe it? Lower your voice. Do not let anyone hear, Kong Jing admonished, aware of the Su family's standing as the foremost family in Yongning County, their deep-rooted influence. It was only natural for the county magistrate to treat Su Xian with distinction. Though he chastised them, Kong Jing bore a frown, his own dissatisfaction evident. Yet, Despite their grievances, none dared to voice their concerns aloud. At that moment, a steward from the county magistrate's residence approached to address the gathering. Now that most of the participants have arrived, we shall commence the preliminaries. The rules for the preliminary assessments were straightforward. As the official from the county magistrate's residence announced the regulations, the curtain was raised on the preliminary assessments for the Imperial City Hunt in Yongning County. However, it was important to note that these preliminaries would only concern those gathered in the training grounds, including the Kong brothers, while Su Xin and the others who had already been invited into the inner courtyard were exempt from participation. Their hunting spots had already been secured. Within the inner hall of the county magistrate's residence, Su Xin entered under the steward's guidance to find several individuals awaiting him. Young Master Su Xin, this gentleman is the county magistrate. The steward indicated toward a middle-aged man seated at the forefront. Su Xin pays his respects to the county magistrate. Su Xin promptly bowed. Although he had never met the county magistrate before, he was aware that the magistrate's surname was Wang. There is no need for such formality. County Magistrate Wang waved his hand. Su Xin, I am old acquaintances with your father. It is remarkable to see that even after the decline of the Su family, a talent like you has emerged. Su Xin merely smiled lightly. These three individuals, like you, have also conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, allowing them to bypass the preliminary assessments and secure hunting spots directly. Please take a moment to introduce yourself. Su Xin greets the three, he said, offering a slight bow to the trio seated nearby. Among them were the seemingly simple-minded Qiu Zhe and the matriarch of the Ling family, Ling Yu, both of whom now regarded Su Xin with peculiar expressions. They had deduced from County Magistrate Wang's words that Su Xin had also conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. However, this Su Xin appeared to be under 20 years of age, and his cultivation level seemed to be merely at the Great Completion of Hua Hai. A Great Completion practitioner has conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower? It must be you. Long Dao, recognizing Su Xion's visage, was the first to rise, astonishment etched on his face. Long Dao, it is a pleasure, Su Xian greeted with a smile. Brother Long, do you know this young master Su Xian? Ling Yu inquired. Indeed, Long Dao affirmed. Half a month ago, I encountered brother Su Xian, and we engaged in a sparring match. That battle was immensely enlightening for me. Enlightening? Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu exchanged glances, bewildered. Although they had also conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, Long Dao had done so 7 years ago, establishing his strength as the most formidable among the three. Though think that he had learned from a match with Su Xian implied that the outcome had not been in his favor. I merely had the upper hand, Su Xian chuckled, clearly downplaying the encounter. Over the past 2 months, he had traversed Yongning County, challenging various strong individuals. However, not everyone held the privilege of being invited to spar with him. He sought out only those of exceptional strength, particularly those who had conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, such as the venerable old city lord of Beihan City, or the esteemed elder steward from the Tang estate. As for Long Dao, who had conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower 7 years ago, Su Xian had indeed battled him, and that encounter had occurred just half a month prior when Su Xian had attained the great completion of Hua Hai. With a slight activation of his bloodline power, his strength was sufficient to rival that of a peak Hua Hai practitioner. Thus, the duel had been rather one-sided. Brother Su Xian, after our match, I reflected deeply and have made considerable progress in my strength over the past half-month. Since we have crossed paths again today, I wish to seek your guidance once more. Would you permit it? Long Dao inquired earnestly. Certainly, Su Xian replied amicably. At this point, Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were left in shock. Seeking guidance? Ling Yu noted the distinction. TOC guidance implies a hierarchical difference, suggesting that Su Xian held superiority over Long Dao. Su Xian is stronger than Long Dao. In fact, he may be significantly stronger. Understanding this, Ling Yu could no longer remain seated. Young Master Su Xian, since Brother Long seeks your guidance, might I also request your insights? She implored. The affable Qiu Zhe stood as well, echoing her sentiment. Of course, if that is the case, we shall engage in a friendly exchange, Su Xian replied with a smile. Having faced numerous formidable challengers over the past 2 months, his strength had seen significant enhancement. Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were experts who had conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, and Su Xian was more than willing to engage with them. Chapter 37. 1 against 3. A stunning display in the training grounds of the county magistrate's residence. The preliminary assessments were nearing their conclusion. The dozens of peak Hua High practitioners who had come to participate had showcased their utmost capabilities. Standing together, the Kong brothers conversed. Su Xin, you performed admirably, Kong Jing remarked. With a smile, Kong Xian replied, among those participating in the preliminaries, only 6 others performed better than me, including you, brother. Counting the 3 who had already conquered the first level of the Qihong Tower and secured their spots. That makes 9. I am precisely the 10th. Though he occupied the last position, as long as he could pass the preliminaries and accompany his elder brother to the Imperial City Hunt, he would be content. At that moment, the steward from the county magistrate's residence began announcing the results. Kong Jing, Tang Feng, Guan Yu. The steward called out 6 names in succession. These 6 individuals had displayed the most exceptional performances in the preliminary assessments. The next name is mine, Kong Xian thought eagerly. However, after announcing the 6 names, the steward hesitated before continuing. Congratulations to the 6 of you for securing a spot in the Imperial City Hunt. As for the rest, perhaps you may try again in 5 years. What? Kong Xian's expression shifted dramatically. The others seemed unfazed, as their performances had not warranted a top 10 placement. Yet, Kong Xian had anticipated being the 10th, thus earning a spot. What is happening? Why are there only 6 individuals? Counting the 3 from Long Dao, there are only 9 individuals, correct. To whom has the remaining spot been allocated? Could it be Su Xian? Kong Xian immediately recalled Su Xian. Previously, Su Xian had been invited into the inner courtyard in front of them all, just like Long Dao. Moreover, he had not appeared in the recent preliminary assessment. It must be him. A flicker of anger flashed in Kong Xian's eyes. Sir, this is unjust. Kong Xian stepped forward and exclaimed in a low voice. What did you say? The one presiding over the preliminary assessment was the chief steward of the county governor's mansion. A person who was not only the most trusted aide of the county governor Wang, but also a genuine powerhouse of the Broken Void realm. Upon hearing Kong Xian's words, the steward's expression darkened immediately. If I am not mistaken, the Su Xian who was invited into the inner courtyard also received a spot for the preliminary assessment, did he not? Kong Xian inquired. Indeed, the steward nodded. Upon hearing the steward's confirmation, Kong Xian's anger surged. What a farce! Su Xian is merely at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. What qualifications does he possess to deserve a hunting spot? His remarks immediately garnered the agreement of most present. Many had already harbored dissatisfaction upon seeing Su Xian invited into the inner courtyard ahead of them. Little did they expect that Su Xian would not only receive a treatment entirely distinct from theirs but also, like Long Dao, Qiuzhe, and Ling Yu, be granted a hunting spot in advance. How could they possibly accept this? Are you questioning the fairness of our county governor's mansion? The steward's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Kong Xian. Under the steward's scrutiny, Kong Xian felt an unsettling chill within. Humph! A cold snort suddenly resonated as a figure appeared beside the steward. Lord Yuanqing. The steward immediately bowed to the newcomer. Greetings, Lord Yuanqing. The crowd in the training grounds also bowed in unison. However, Yuanqing merely cast a chilly glance at Kong Xian and remarked, every time the royal city hunting takes place, the preliminary assessments determining the hunting spots among the various states and counties have always been under the supervision of my Qilong Tower. If you find it unfair, you are free to leave. In future hunts, you need not participate. Kong Xian stammered, his form trembling slightly, unable to articulate his thoughts. Silence. Kong Jing, standing beside him, reprimanded, with the supervision of Qilong Tower. No one dares to act recklessly. Since Su Xian has managed to obtain a hunting spot in advance, there must be a valid reason. Do not speak further. Kong Xian dared not utter another word. At that moment, having learned that the preliminary assessment had concluded, Su Xian and the others emerged from the inner courtyard. Young friend Su Xian. Upon seeing Su Xian, Yuanqing's face broke into a warm smile. Greetings, Lord Yuanqing. Su Xian greeted back with a smile. As for Long Dao, Qiuzhe, and Ling Yu, who stood alongside Su Xian, they promptly saluted Yuanqing, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Although Long Dao and his companions could be considered impressive talents for having breached the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower before the age of 40, in Yuanqing's eyes, their combined significance paled in comparison to even a single finger of Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, let us spar here in the training grounds, Long Dao suggested. Very well, Su Xian nodded in agreement. Soon, all 4 were present on the training grounds. The Peak Sea Transformation Realm practitioners who had originally gathered there instinctively made way. What is happening? Is it Long Dao and his companions preparing to spar? It seems Su Xian is included as well. Wait, judging by their positions, it appears that Long Dao and the others intend to engage Su Xian. The Peak Sea Transformation Realm practitioners who had come for the preliminary assessment were instantly intrigued. They were filled with curiosity about Su Xian's strength, a mere pinnacle of the Sea Transformation Realm, yet he had managed to secure a hunting spot in advance. Initially, they thought Su Xian would face one of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, or Ling Yu. However, as Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu brandished their weapons, the crowd was astonished. It was not a one-on-one. It was a 1 versus 3. Su Xian was to battle against Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu simultaneously. What a joke. Kong Jing and Kong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Kong Xian even wondered if Su Xian had lost his mind. How could a mere pinnacle of the Sea Transformation Realm take on 3 top-tier powerhouses who had breached the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower? In reality, the reason for this 1 versus 3 scenario was not due to Su Xian's arrogance, but rather Long Dao's initiative. Half a month prior, during their last confrontation, the disparity had been too great. Although Long Dao had made some progress in that time, he was acutely aware that he was still far from being Su Xian's match. Thus, upon learning that Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu also wished to engage Su Xian, they agreed to team up. Su Xian did not refuse, leading to the current situation. Brother Su Xian, you must exercise caution, Long Dao warned, his confidence evidently bolstered by the trio's collaboration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 3 launched their attack simultaneously. 3 formidable auras of spiritual power erupted. Just observing their energy, each was considerably stronger than an ordinary Peak Sea Transformation Realm practitioner. Even more impressive were the techniques they unleashed. Among the trio, Long Dao wielded a pair of battle knives, leaping forth like a dart, his blades slicing through the air with an ethereal grace, silent yet impactful. Just as one knife struck, the other followed in rapid succession. Qiu Zhe, robust as a small mountain, brandished a massive axe weighing hundreds of pounds, its swing reminiscent of cleaving mountains and splitting seas. Accompanied by an aura of intent. As for Ling Yu, she moved like a specter. Her soft sword as thin as a cicada's wing fluttering in the breeze, darting towards Su Xian's waist with lightning speed, empowered by her intent. How powerful, Kong Jing thought, astonished. Each of these 3 is stronger than I. Though he had performed admirably in the recently concluded preliminary assessment and possessed the strength to breach the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, he now realized that any one of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, or Ling Yu, having previously breached that level, was slightly superior to him. Particularly, the dual battle knives in Long Dao's hand seemed capable of swiftly overwhelming him. Yet, facing the combined onslaught of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, Su Xian appeared unfazed. With a single hand, he wielded his sword casually, effortlessly deflecting their fierce attacks, dismantling their relentless barrage with ease, regardless of how intensely the trio assaulted him. Even with their ultimate techniques, Su Xian effortlessly countered every strike. He this strong. Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu, having exerted themselves fully, felt a profound shock within. They had initially doubted Long Dao's claim that even together they might not match Su Xian, but now, suddenly, Su Xian took a swift step forward, his sword sweeping through the air. Phantom sweep, first style, dark light. In that moment, it seemed as if only Su Xian's sword remained in the world, a solitary glimmer of light. Guided by sword intent, this ray of light moved with incredible speed. Long Dao and the others had no time to react. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons clattered to the ground under the force of the impact. You 3? Thank you for your kindness, Su Xian said with a faint smile. Defeated? We 3, working together, were so easily vanquished? Long Dao and his companions were left dazed. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt his eyes gleam with excitement at this scene. The second level, Su Xian has evidently reached the capability to breach the second level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, and he is undoubtedly among the most formidable talents even among those who have passed that level. Not only had his cultivation advanced, but his swordsmanship and understanding of sword intent had also seen tremendous growth. Such remarkable progress in just 2 short months. Yuan Qing was astonished. He even felt that the Tianyin Palace had been blind to overlook Su Xian's special invitation. Once the battle concluded, Long Dao and his companions slowly regained their composure. Those who have received hunting spots, please step forward. I shall brief you on the details of this hunt, Yuan Qing proclaimed. The awarded individual stepped forward. Xian, wait for me here for a moment. Kong Jing instructed before joining the others. At that moment, Kong Xian's eyes were vacant, his mind blank. He was utterly stunned. Tio faced 3 opponents and win so effortlessly. Su Xian had proven to be astonishingly powerful. I had previously doubted him, thinking he unworthy of a hunting spot. I truly. Kong Xian found himself at a loss for words. He could only feel grateful that Su Xian had not overheard his earlier comments. Otherwise, judging by the strength Su Xian had just displayed, even 10 of him together would likely fall short against a single hand of Su Xian. After Yuan Qing's briefing concluded, the crowd dispersed. Su Xian returned to the Su family. As the foremost family in Yongning County, the Su family was well informed and had already learned of Su Xian's acquisition of a hunting spot in the royal city. The entire Su family was thus filled with excitement. The young master is remarkable. He is only 19 this year. Tio be able to participate in the royal city hunt and have a chance to enter the legendary Tianyan Palace. It is said that the young master shone brilliantly in today's preliminary assessment, defeating several who had breached the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. The Su family buzzed with discussions. The younger generation was particularly animated, filled with admiration for Su Xian. Upon returning to the family, Su Xian immediately sought out his father in the study. Su Baichun had not changed much compared to 2 months ago. He still appeared old, withered, and exceedingly haggard. You wish to enter the Tianyan Palace through the royal city hunt? Su Baichun scrutinized Su Xian. Yes, Su Xian affirmed with a nod. Do you have confidence? Su Baichun inquired. Certainly, Su Xian nodded again. After 2 months of training, not only had his cultivation advanced, but his swordsmanship and comprehension of intent had also significantly improved. Now, even breaching the 2nd level of the Seeking Dragon Tower seemed effortless. If he truly exerted himself, placing within the top 10 of this royal city hunt was far from a mere dream. If you can indeed enter Tianyan Palace, you will be studying there for a considerable time. Do not worry about the family. With your status as a disciple of Tianyan Palace, no one will dare to act against the family. As long as I am alive, no one can harm our family. Su Baichun's voice was somewhat hoarse. Focus on your journey. How far you can go depends solely on you. Remember what I told you before. When you can step on the entire Situ family beneath your feet with your own strength, you will earn the right to know the true secrets of my Su family. Additionally, when you break through to the Broken Void Realm, do remember to return to the family. After Su Baichun finished speaking, he waved his hand, turning back to his painting. Sun takes his leave. Su Xian bowed and then turned to depart. Chapter 38. A gathering of talents. The next morning, the 10 talents who secured hunting spots gathered at the county governor's mansion. Is that a purple wind beast? The crowd watched as a dozen or so magical beasts stood before them. The purple wind beast, a relatively low-tier magical beast, was known for its swift flight and docile nature, making it easy to tame. Thus, many within the Tianyan dynasty used them as mounts for travel. Let us depart. Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Qilong Tower, personally led the group. Within just 2 hours, they arrived at the Cloud State Governor's Mansion. At this moment, a multitude of talents selected from various counties had gathered there. Yuan Qing. The moment Su Xian and his companions landed, a figure approached them. Tying, you rascal. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuan Qing's face lit up with a smile, clearly recognizing him as an old friend. Tying, the individuals behind you are the talents selected from the Sishui County, right? I heard that this time, there is a genius who has breached the 2nd level of the Qilong Tower. Who is it? Yuan Qing inquired as he pulled Tying aside. That would be him, Tying said, pointing to a cold-faced man in a black robe standing in the back. The man exuded an icy demeanor, resembling a razor-sharp blade, exuding an air of intensity. He seems to be a formidable opponent. Yuan Qing nodded. What about your Yongning County? It appears there are no particularly strong individuals among you. Wait. Why is there someone at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm mixed in? Tying observed the 10 talents selected from Yongning County, and upon seeing Su Xian, he displayed a peculiar expression. Do not underestimate this young man. Although he is merely at the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, in terms of strength, he is the most formidable in this generation of Yongning County talents. Not at all inferior to your strongest from Sishui County, Yuan Qing declared. Now you have piqued my interest. A pinnacle of the sea transformation realm is the strongest among you. Come, tell me more. Yuan Qing and Tying, both supervisors of the Qilong Tower from their respective counties and close friends, engaged in casual conversation while Su Xian and the other 10 talents gazed ahead in astonishment. Before them, A sea of talents from various counties congregated, numbering perhaps 2,000. Long Dao marvel.in the cloud state. There are a total of 206 counties, and with 10 talents selected from each, that makes 2,060 talents. Su Xion's expression grew solemn. The Tianyin dynasty comprises 36 states. If we consider an average of 200 counties per state and 2,000 talents, that yields a staggering 72,000 talents. This does not even account for the prominent families, powerful factions, and many independent sects within the Tianyin dynasty that do not require preliminary assessments. They receive direct hunting spots each time a hunt occurs. If we were to include them all, the royal city hunt could potentially attract nearly 100,000 talents. Su Xin, having once been a young master of a prominent family, possessed a deeper understanding of the royal city hunt. He knew that those prominent families and powerful factions, along with independent sects, were allocated fixed hunting spots, a reality he was well aware of. In the past, when the Su family was thriving, its ancestor had access to abundant resources, cultivating numerous disciples. Whenever the royal city hunt took place, the Su family would secure a significant number of hunting spots. However, following their decline, such opportunities vanished. Nearly 100,000 talents. Long Dao and the others felt their heads spinning. In Yongning County, they were indeed the top talents, yet in the broader context of Cloud State, they could only be considered somewhat above average. When gathered among nearly 100,000 talents from the entire dynasty, they seemed exceedingly ordinary. Such a multitude of talents gathered in one place. Su Xian clenched his fists, a surge of ambition rising within him. Among these nearly 100,000 talents, the most average were individuals like Kong Jing, who barely managed to breach the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower or were close to that level. Those slightly stronger were the likes of Long Dao, Qiuzhe, and Ling Yu. The truly formidable individuals were those who had breached the second level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. There were likely over 1,000 of such top-tier geniuses in this royal city hunt. This was the true gathering of talents. Compared to the entire Tianyin dynasty, Yongning County was indeed minuscule. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of figures simultaneously soared from the governor's mansion, led by a venerable elder, the governor of Cloud State. Cloud State is one of the 36 states within the Tianyin dynasty. The governor of Cloud State is a significant official. With the ability to oversee an entire state, this governor's strength was incredibly formidable, having long reached the pinnacle of the Broken Void realm. All county talents have now gathered. Let us proceed. With the governor's command, the 206 counties of Cloud State, comprising 2,060 talents, mounted their purple winged beasts and set off in a grand procession toward the royal city. The Zifeng beast, remarkably swift in its movements, traversed a journey that would typically take over half a month in merely 2 days. A group of individuals arrived at an expansive plain located several dozen miles from the imperial city, where they could gaze upon the magnificent royal city from afar. However, instead of entering the city, they chose to settle within a vast encampment on the plain. This encampment, situated near the royal hunting grounds, was specifically established for the many prodigies participating in the imperial city's hunt. Under the direct guidance of the governor of Yunzhou, the numerous talents from Yunzhou entered the camp in an orderly fashion, followed by a sequential registration of their identities, each receiving a token of identity along with assigned accommodations. Once everything was arranged, the talented individuals were free to engage in various activities. As night fell, the camp buzzed with excitement. With less than 2 days remaining until the hunt commenced, nearly 100,000 prodigies selected from across the Tianyin dynasty had gathered in the encampment, making it nearly impossible to avoid the lively atmosphere. There were over 100 platforms designated for sparring, and nearly all of them were occupied. Haha, exhilarating. Keep going. With your skills, you are no match for me. Take this blow. Su Xian strolled casually through the encampment, passing by various platforms where prodigies were engaged in combat. These individuals, usually scattered across different states and counties, found it exceedingly difficult to locate suitable opponents in their daily lives. Yet, upon arriving at the imperial city for the hunt, an abundance of challengers awaited them, and they readily seized the opportunity to engage. Among them, the more combative ones flitted from one platform to another, constantly testing their skills against others. Even Su Xian felt an urge to join the fray, but he ultimately refrained. After all, he was merely at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm. Should he consecutively defeat those who had successfully passed the first or even second levels of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, it would certainly draw attention. Given the multitude of enemies surrounding him, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary ostentation. He resolved to reveal his talents only after the first round of the hunt and upon entering the imperial city, when all the top-tier powerhouses and elite factions would converge. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Su Xion's ears. "Ha ha, you big oaf. Your attack methods are rather clumsy. Come, let us see your swordplay again." Turning to look, Su Xion immediately recognized the disheveled youth with the long knife, grinning mischievously from a nearby platform. It was him. Overjoyed, Su Xion made his way toward the platform. The big oaf that the youth referred to was a robust man nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a heavy battle blade with formidable might and a profound essence, exuding an aura of terror in terms of strength. This brawny man could undoubtedly conquer the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, before the disheveled youth, he appeared rather foolish. Though his swordsmanship was powerful, he could not even graze the youth's attire, while the latter effortlessly countered, leaving the brawny man in a state of utter disarray. Moments later, the brawny man conceded, "I admit defeat." From beginning to end, he had been thoroughly dominated, with no room for resistance. A crowd of prodigies gathered below the platform, witnessing the defeat of the brawny man, and they couldn't help but sigh. "Another one lost. That makes 11, doesn't it?" Indeed, it's the 11th. Among these 11, only 4 have passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, while the other 7 have successfully navigated the second level. Yet they were all easily defeated by this disheveled youth. Who exactly is this youth, and how can his strength be so formidable? I know this youth. His name is Duan Yunfeng, a rather eccentric genius. It's said that he has roamed the Tianyan dynasty for years, challenging various formidable opponents. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, he undoubtedly qualifies to contend for a spot in the top 10. Qualified to contend for the top 10? No wonder he is so impressive. As the crowd buzzed with discussions and admiration, Duan Yunfeng stood atop the platform for a while longer, but no one dared to challenge him again. "How boring," he muttered, pouting slightly before stepping down from the platform. "Duan Yunfeng." Just as he descended, someone called out to him, and he turned toward the voice. "Su Xion?" Duan Yunfeng's eyes brightened instantly. Among the countless prodigies he had battled during his time in the Tianyan dynasty, only a select few had truly made a lasting impression on him, and Su Xion was undoubtedly the most memorable. Back in Dongyang City, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, while Su Xion had merely been at the true martial realm. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he had found himself utterly unable to gain the upper hand in purely technical confrontations, even when unleashing his strongest moves. Such a talented individual was certainly worthy of his remembrance. Within the encampment, not only were there platforms for combat, but also taverns for relaxation. At that moment, Su Xion and Duan Yunfeng sat face to face in one such tavern. "Su Xion, back in Dongyang City, you mentioned you would come to the Imperial City for the hunt and face me in battle. I didn't expect you to actually arrive," Duan Yunfeng exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that in just a few short months, Su Xion would elevate his cultivation from the true martial realm to the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm. "I promised I would come," Su Xion replied with a smile. "Duan Yunfeng, it seems your cultivation has also progressed during these past few months. You are certainly a contender for the top 10 in this hunt at haha. "I can confidently say that I have a good chance at the top 10, Duan Yunfeng replied with a self-assured grin. Su Xion subtly nodded. Having noticed that Duan Yunfeng's cultivation had advanced from the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea to its summit. Previously, when Duan Yunfeng was at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea, the power he unleashed through his techniques could rival those at the summit, and with his exceptional comprehension of swordsmanship and intent, now that he had broken through to the summit, his strength was indeed astonishing. The usual prodigies who had passed the second level of the dragon-seeking tower would likely struggle to match him, even if 2 or 3 of them teamed up. "And what about you? What level do you aspire to reach in this hunt?" Duan Yunfeng inquired. "If you are confident in reaching the top 10, I too shall not fall short," Su Xion replied with a chuckle. "You aim to contend for the top 10 as well? Do you have confidence in that?" Duan Yunfeng asked, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xion. Of course, Su Xion affirmed with a nod. "Ha, that's excellent. Back in Dongyang City, your cultivation was too low for me to truly unleash my strength against you. During this hunt, let us leave aside the initial stage of the hunting grounds, but when we reach the final stage, if we cross paths, I shall certainly engage you with all my might," Duan Yunfeng declared. "Agreed," Su Xion responded, equally eager to face Duan Yunfeng in combat. At that moment, "Senior sister, look, It's Duan Yunfeng. A few figures passed by, and one pointed toward Duan Yunfeng's direction. The leading woman among them glanced over at Duan Yunfeng, pondered for a moment, then cupped her hands in greeting before departing. Duan Yunfeng, do you know those individuals? Su Xin inquired. I don't know them, but I am aware. The first prodigy of the Ziyun sect, Luo Xinzi, is also qualified to contend for the top 20 in this hunt. Duan Yunfeng replied with a casual smile. Luo Xinzi of the Ziyun sect? Su Xin thought to himself. He had indeed heard of the Ziyun sect, a deeply rooted faction within the Tianyin dynasty. Su Xin, the prodigies from Yunzhou just arrived at the camp today, correct? Duan Yunfeng remarked, turning toward him. Yes, Su Xin nodded. And no wonder you don't recognize Luo Xinzi. Duan Yunfeng chuckled. In this camp, aside from the prodigies participating in the hunt, there are also merchants selling information about these talents. They record details about the top prodigies participating in this hunt. You can wait here in this tavern. Those merchants should arrive shortly, Duan Yunfeng suggested. Information, you say? Su Xin mused. Before long, Su Xin spotted a merchant and promptly purchased a piece of information from him. A thick notebook was laid before him, and he began to peruse it. The first page revealed a name. Xiameng. Xiameng. Su Xin examined the detailed introduction of this individual. The current top prodigy of the Tianyin royal family, 34 years of age, with cultivation at the pinnacle of the transformation seat. He has mastered the unique imperial yuan technique of the Tianyin royal family, boasting a power output surpassing that of typical early-stage void breakers. His comprehension of intent has reached the first tier, and his dragon spear technique has achieved mastery. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, he is undoubtedly a contender for the top 3 super prodigies. This Xiameng is incredibly powerful, Su Xin couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, he is, Duan Yunfeng nodded. Although he shares the same pinnacle of the transformation sea cultivation, the imperial yuan technique he practices is a unique heritage of the Tianyin royal family, showcasing extraordinary explosive power, even stronger than my own technique in terms of sheer power output. He exceeds me significantly. And as for comprehension of intent and spear techniques, he is equally formidable. Facing him, I could only give it my all and unleash my strongest moves. Perhaps then I could hold my ground. While Duan Yunfeng was highly confident in his abilities, he still held considerable respect for Xiameng. It said that Xiameng has long been granted a special invitation to Tianyin Palace. However, as a royal family member, he did not want others to perceive his admission as a result of his status, which is why he has chosen to participate in this hunt, Duan Yunfeng continued. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, the most powerful and fierce contender revealed thus far is undoubtedly Xiameng, making him a surefire candidate for the top 3. As for the rest, even I am merely considered eligible to contend for the top TEN.Su Xin continued to browse through the information on various prodigies. Sure enough, he soon came across Duan Yunfeng's entry. The disheveled youth Duan Yunfeng, known for his eccentric temperament and mysterious background, has roamed the Tianyin dynasty for years, challenging various formidable opponents. His swordsmanship is exceptionally strong, and his comprehension of intent is remarkably high. Thus far, no one has been able to compel him to unleash his full strength, and he is recognized as a contender for the top 10 in the hunt. Upon reading this information, Su Xion's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He noted 2 points. One was that Duan Yunfeng's background was shrouded in mystery, and the second was that he had yet to reveal his full strength. The fact that he had not displayed his strongest abilities yet was already enough for him to be regarded as a contender for the top 10, combined with his own confidence. Su Xion sighed inwardly and continued to read on. Tu San. Su Xion's attention was drawn to another name, Tu San, also recognized as a contender for the top 10 and a peerless prodigy on par with Duan Yunfeng. However, the reason Su Xion took note of him was not due to his strength, but rather on his background. According to the information, Tu San hails from the Qi Fu and is one of the orphans raised by the Qi. The Qi. Su Xion's eyes narrowed. He recalled that this Qi was the younger brother of the current emperor, who had once contended for the throne, and although he had ultimately failed, he remained a figure of immense power within the Tianyin dynasty, maintaining intricate connections with many influential families and factions, including a close relationship with the Situ family. It was the Situ family that had dispatched an Ao Longwei squad to attack Su Xion's family, and only members of the royal family, particularly those of significant influence, had the authority to deploy the Ao Longwei. The Qi was indeed one of those with such privileges, Su Xion pondered deeply. though he could only speculate without certainty. Is this the information on that Luo Xinzi from earlier? Su Xin came across the details of the young woman he had seen pass by moments ago. Although she was not as impressive as Duan Yunfeng or Tu San, she was still formidable enough to qualify for a shot at the top 20. Moreover, it turned out that Luo Xinzi was a bloodline awakener. Having awakened a third-tier bloodline, Su Xin quickly skimmed through the information of several other prodigies. At last, he found the name he had been looking for, Situ family, Situ Yu. This Situ Yu was not particularly dazzling. Su Xin examined the introduction regarding Situ Yu. Although he ranked among the top prodigies within the Tianyan dynasty and was indeed qualified to contend for a top 20 spot, it was evident that his strength and accomplishments fell significantly short compared to Duan Yunfeng and Tu San. With my current strength, defeating him should not pose a challenge. Su Xin clenched his fist, and of course, this was merely the information currently available, which had already been made public. Who could say for certain whether Situ Yu had concealed any hidden strengths? Furthermore, this hunt attracted nearly 100,000 prodigies, and while most had already showcased their abilities, there were undoubtedly some who remained low-key, possessing tremendous strength yet to be uncovered, just like Su Xin himself. His rapid advancement in strength and limited combat experience meant that very few, only those he had fought against, knew of his true capabilities. The information certainly did not include his name. Among the openly recorded talents eligible for the top 20, there were dozens, including several bloodline awakeners, not to mention those who had yet to reveal their prowess. There were simply too many. Su Xion's grip tightened as he felt a twinge of pressure. However, he was determined to secure a spot among the Tianyan Palace disciples. When the time came, he would see just how far he could go. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sat in the tavern, enjoying drinks and discussing the talents mentioned in the intelligence reports. Suddenly, an uproar arose from the platform. Someone is challenging Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo from the Xiao family? The one qualified to contend for a top 20 spot? Quick, let us go take a look. The tavern erupted in excitement as many prodigies got up and rushed toward the platform. Xiao Mo? Su Xian swiftly recalled the information regarding this individual. Su Xian, shall we go take a look? Duan Yunfeng suggested. Sure, Su Xian nodded, and the two immediately set off. Before long, they arrived beside the platform, where two figures were engaged in a rapid and intense duel. That essay prodigy from Yunzhou. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. As one of the 36 states, Yunzhou had not sent many exceptional talents to this hunt. While there were a few who had passed the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, only two had truly qualified for a spot in the top 100, and the one currently battling Xiao Mo was one of them. He is going to lose, Duan Yunfeng remarked. Indeed, as Xiao Mo unleashed his strikes, it seemed as though dozens of gleaming blades had materialized simultaneously on the platform, and the Yunzhou prodigy, caught in the midst of them, was swiftly defeated. Thank you for the match, Xiao Mo said cheerfully after vanquishing his opponent, turning to leave. However, just as he did, his gaze fell upon Duan Yunfeng standing below the platform. Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo's expression twisted with a flicker of resentment, yet he made no move, merely snorting coldly before departing. Duan Yunfeng, did Xiao Mo seem to harbor a grudge against you? Su Xian inquired, intrigued. It's nothing really. I merely took his bride on the day of his wedding and gave him a bit of a lesson. Duan Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. You're quite ruthless, Su Xian remarked, astonished. His fiancée, he was someone he had coerced into marrying him. I simply couldn't stand his behavior, which is why I intervened, Duan Yunfeng explained. Su Xian observed Duan Yunfeng giving a thumbs up, and it was no wonder that Xiao Mo had looked at him with such venomous eyes. Su Xian didn't engage in much conversation with Duan Yunfeng, and soon returned to their respective quarters to rest. The following 2 days, the camp remained abuzz with excitement. Duan Yunfeng, unable to contain his impatience, frequently took to the arena to spar with others, while Su Xian maintained a notably low profile before long. The day of the hunt finally arrived at dawn. As the sun rose in the east, nearly 100,000 prodigies stood densely packed across the vast, boundless plain. Su Xian stood alongside Long Dao and 9 other talents from Yongning County. Long Dao, what's the matter? Why do you all look so glum? Su Xian inquired, having noticed that not only Long Dao but also Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu wore expressions of distress. Su Xian, during our time in the camp, we all sparred in the arena, but the results, Long Dao began, and Su Xian quickly grasped the situation. Long Dao and his companions had only managed to pass the first level of the dragon-seeking tower at best, which rendered them rather average among the multitude of talents participating in this hunt. Their attempts to challenge others in the arena had resulted in a harsh reality check. The arena was filled with individuals who had either cleared the first or even the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. And after several matches, they found themselves on the losing end more often than not, sometimes suffering quite disastrous defeats. There are simply too many geniuses here. For us, it feels like merely going through the motions. This first stage of the hunt is not something we can hope to pass, Long Dao said with a wry smile. Among the 10 talents selected from Yongning County, it seems you alone might have a chance to navigate through the first stage of the hunt. Don't lose heart. There are so many talented individuals participating in this stage of the hunt. With a bit of luck, perhaps you might yet succeed, Su Xin reassured them, but Long Dao and the others could only manage a bitter smile in response. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a series of spatial rifts collapsed into existence, revealing dozens of passages leading to the royal hunting grounds. Under the astonished gazes of the talented crowd, an aged elder gestured grandly. Enter. Instantly, nearly 100,000 talents surged into the spatial passages like a swarm of hornets. In mere moments, they had all entered the hunting grounds. The royal city's hunt had officially begun. Chapter 40. The initial battle. The royal hunting grounds constituted a vast, independent space, complete with mountains and rivers, resembling the outside world in every way. All nearly 100,000 talents now found themselves within this hunting ground. Upon his arrival, Su Xin immediately scanned his surroundings. Although he could see some individuals nearby, the familiar figures of Long Dao and Qiuzhe had vanished. Have they all dispersed? Su Xin murmured to himself. Young ones, a resonant voice echoed from above, reverberating throughout every corner of the hunting ground. All the talented individuals focused intently on the source of the voice. The rules of the first phase of the hunt are quite simple. Each of you received a token representing your identity upon registering at the camp. Your task is to do everything in your power to kill anyone you encounter and seize their tokens. After 5 days, the 1,000 individuals with the most tokens will be deemed successful. Furthermore, the tokens contain a special protective enchantment, which will safeguard your lives in critical moments. Thus, you may act without restraint. Even if you kill someone, they will not truly perish, they will merely be eliminated. Young ones, let the madness commence. As the grand voice faded, the numerous talents within the hunting ground instantly grasped the nature of the hunt. It was a chaotic free-for-all, a bloodbath gathering nearly 100,000 prodigies. Only 1,000 can remain. Su Xin narrowed his eyes. The moment he entered the hunting ground, he discovered that he could sense the precise positions of nearby talents through his token. This meant that as long as someone was within his vicinity, no matter how adept their concealment techniques, he would detect them immediately. It became evident that this was designed to force them into frenzied combat. As he pondered the implications of the rules, Su Xin sensed several talents approaching him at high speed. Among them, 4 individuals were the fastest. They're all coming for me. Do they think I'm an easy target just because I'm at the peak of the sea transformation realm? With a cold glint in his eyes, Su Xin swiftly drew his sword. The first 4 individuals to reach him, a trio of men and a woman, were led by a young man clad in purple, brandishing a battle spear, his aura surging with excitement. A mere peak sea transformation dares to join the royal hunt. I shall make an example of you. In a contest where only 1,000 would survive, each kill meant 1 less competitor. Even if 1 were killed, the presence of the token ensured they would not truly die, leaving no room for mercy among these talents. Die? The purple-clad youth lunged forward, his spear cutting through the air like a tempest aimed at Su Xin, wielding his sword with a single hand, pushed it forward seemingly casually. However, the force of his swordsmanship deflected the spear aside, and then, with a swift motion, his sword arced toward the young man's throat. What? The purple-clad youth's eyes widened in shock, but the enchantment on his token activated, enveloping him in a flash of white light, transporting him out of the hunting ground, leaving his token to drift in the air. Su Xin effortlessly snatched the token. Having completed this, the attacks from the other 3 assailants arrived in quick succession. Get lost, Su Xin bellowed, his sword transforming into a flash of lightning. The first technique, dark light, emanated a brilliance amidst the vast darkness, embodying an exquisite profundity that utterly surpassed the imagination of the 3 talents. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out as the 3 talents' assaults were not only thwarted but the weakest among them, a young woman, was swiftly slain by Su Xin. How is this possible? He is so strong. The remaining 2 talents were left in a state of disbelief. and without hesitation, they turned to fleet. Su Xin, however, did not pursue them but moved to collect the token left behind by the slain woman. These four must have barely reached the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Su Xin mused. To have cleared the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. They are indeed talents. Under normal circumstances, one could easily slay several peak C transformation individuals in a single county. They would absolutely be among the top tier of powerful beings. However, just 2 months ago, when I was merely at the initial stage of C transformation, I easily cleared the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. After 2 months of training, not only have I advanced to the peak of C transformation, but my swordsmanship and comprehension of sword intent have also significantly improved. Now, I am confident that I can strive for a place in the top 10 of this hunt. Dealing with talents who have barely passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower is exceedingly effortless. I hardly even need to utilize my bloodline power. My swordsmanship barely needs to be fully unleashed. Just as Su Xin reflected on the inadequacies of the 4 talents, he sensed the approach of several more prodigies. They had initially been at a distance, but upon seeing the swift demise of the first 4, they hurried towards him. Just a moment later, they witnessed the shocking scene of 4 peak C transformation talents attempting to ambush a peak C transformation individual, only to find 2 of their number killed in an instant, with the remaining 2 fleeing in panic. The newcomers halted in their tracks. This peak C transformation individual is incredibly strong. The sight of 2 out of 4 being swiftly dispatched left them aghast. Such strength must be on par with those at the second level of the Red Dragon Tower. We need to leave, now. Without hesitation, the witnesses turned and fled, fearing that Su Xin might soon turn his attention to them. Within the royal hunting grounds, due to the rules of the first phase of the hunt, battles erupted all around. The nearly 100,000 talents, driven mad by the desire for tokens, clashed violently as the fighting ensued. Many talents were eliminated and expelled from the hunting ground. Outside the hunting grounds, on the vast and expansive plain, one after another, talents were expelled from the spatial passages. Kongjing, you've been eliminated so soon? A group of talents from Yongning County, already eliminated, gathered together. I had no choice. Although my strength is slightly above yours, I barely reached the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Among the many talents in this hunt, I was still among the weakest. Just moments after understanding the rules, a talent killed me in 2 moves. That individual was undoubtedly a top-tier talent who had cleared the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. I stood no chance against him, Kongjing lamented. I thought you would have fared better in this hunt. Another eliminated talent remarked. In one corner of the plain, a purple-clad youth, seemingly stunned, was approached by an eliminated talent. Brother Chu, how did you get eliminated so quickly? With your strength, you could have lasted longer in the hunting ground, killing a few talents and seizing some tokens. After a brief pause, the purple-clad youth finally snapped back to reality and replied. Ling bro, you might find this laughable, but I encountered a peak C transformation individual in the hunting ground. I thought I could easily seize a token, but to my shock, he killed me in a single encounter. A peak C transformation killed you in one move? The revelation left the surrounding talents in disbelief. I never anticipated such a turn of events, the purple-clad youth replied with a bitter smile. As time passed, the number of eliminated talents continued to rise. Within just half a day, over half of the nearly 100,000 talents who had entered the hunting ground had already been eliminated. Soon, a full day of bloodshed had passed. As night fell, the remaining talents in the hunting ground tacitly chose to rest, as they too needed time to recover their spiritual energy and nourishment. It wasn't until the following morning that the slaughter resumed. Within the hunting ground, the sound of swords clashing echoed as Su Xin gracefully maneuvered through the trees, his sword gliding like a serpent striking its prey, aiming for the neck of a nearby talent. The talent, eyes wide with shock, was enveloped in white light as his form was sent away from the hunting ground. The 14th, Su Xin observed calmly as another talent was eliminated. In terms of skill, this individual was close to the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, yet he had no chance to resist against Su Xin. Though he had only personally dispatched 14 talents, he had accumulated over 30 tokens, as many of those he had slain had also previously eliminated others, thereby relinquishing their tokens to him upon their demise. After a day of relentless combat, Su Xin noted that the number of talents he encountered was dwindling. After slaying his 13th target, it took over an hour before he encountered the 14th. He understood that at the beginning, with nearly 100,000 talents appearing simultaneously in the hunting ground, the density of encounters was high, leading to fierce and frenzied battles. However, as time passed and more talents were eliminated, the remaining individuals became increasingly scarce, reducing the likelihood of encounters. Nevertheless, those who had survived a full day of slaughter were undoubtedly skilled, and their tokens were likely numerous. Killing one of them would equate to defeating several lesser talents. Su Xin mused. For instance, the talent he had just slain had left behind a total of 8 tokens. By midday, under the scorching sun, Su Xin strolled alone through a forested area, sword in hand. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed 3 talents nearby through his token. They had evidently also detected him and were rushing in his direction. 3 of them together. Have they decided to team up? Su Xin thought, not surprised by this development. After all, only 1,000 would remain at the end of the first phase of the hunt, and due to the nature of the rules, luck played little role. Survival in this stage depended entirely on one's strength to eliminate others and seize their tokens. The top-tier talents, such as Xia Meng, Duan Yunfeng, and Tu San, could easily dispatch others to amass tokens with their prowess. However, those slightly weaker and lacking the confidence to succeed alone would inevitably resort to forming alliances. In just moments, the 3 talents appeared before Su Xin, standing shoulder to shoulder. Is that all? A mere peak C transformation? The leader, a defiant-looking man with keen eyes, assessed Su Xin. You've managed to survive until now, so your strength can't be too shabby. Kid, you have 2 options. 1. Hand over all the tokens you've gathered and join our team. We'll hunt other talents together and share the spoils. 2. We kill you right here and take your tokens anyway. Kill me? Just the 3 of you? Su Xin scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Seek your death. The defiant man shouted in fury, and the trio launched their assault simultaneously, unperturbed by Su Xion's apparent weakness. The sounds of blades clashing echoed as 2 of them wielded knives while the third swung a massive hammer. Their attacks imbued with formidable intent and sheer ferocity. Su Xin raised an eyebrow, instantly discerning their levels of strength. His sword leapt forth, embodying the essence of mountains and seas. The trio unleashed their utmost speed and power, but upon colliding with Su Xion's blade, they felt as though they were striking a wall of cotton, unable to find any openings in their opponent's defense. Such a bizarre defensive technique, they thought. Astonished. Even if our power were doubled, it would still be easily deflected. Realizing that they could not hope to kill him, the leader shouted, "We need to retreat." Without hesitation, the 3 turned and fled at their fastest pace. Su Xin watched them depart calmly. Having just employed his defensive technique to counter their initial wave of attacks, he had begun to prepare for his counterstrike when they retreated before he could act. Had he been a moment slower, at least 2 of them would have been left behind. Shaking his head, Su Xin continued onward. Half an hour later, he sensed 4 talents gathering ahead, evidently engaged in combat. He promptly made his way toward them. At them? Su Xin arrived at the edge of the battlefield and immediately recognized that among the combatants, 3 were the rebellious men he had recently encountered and fought against. Now, these rebellious men found themselves pitted against a burly blonde man. The blonde man wore a pair of golden gauntlets on his hands, and as his ferocious spiritual energy surged, his fists resembled 2 golden meteors, mercilessly striking out with incredible power. The rebellious men were exerting all their strength, barely managing to fend off the onslaught of the blonde man, yet it was becoming increasingly difficult. Song Yin, Su Xin recognized the blonde man, his expression somewhat peculiar. Why had these 3 been so cautious earlier, only to engage in battle with Song Yin now? Shouldn't they have fled at the mere sight of him? Song Yin was a genius recorded in the intelligence reports, deemed qualified to contend for a place among the top 20 in this hunt. Such a genius, even if he were alone, would theoretically dominate the hunting grounds. Although the rebellious men fought as a trio and had a formidable formation, to actively confront Song Yin was akin to courting death. In truth, the rebellious men were feeling quite bitter. The tokens on their bodies could sense the presence of a genius nearby, but they couldn't discern the identity of their opponent. Upon sensing a genius nearby, they had rushed in, only to find themselves facing Song Yin. Once they recognized him, they dared not engage and prepared to withdraw, but Song Yin would not let them escape and charged at them with lightning speed. One of the 3 was caught by Song Yin, leaving them no choice but to join forces, resulting in the current situation. Song Yin, we have already made concessions and are willing to offer you 10 tokens. Do not go too far. One of the rebellious men shouted amidst the battle. Go too far? What does it matter? Song Yin sneered, and at that moment, the power of his fists surged once more. In the blink of an eye, one of the three, already pushed to their limits, was unable to evade and was obliterated by Song Yan's strike. Scatter and flee. The remaining two immediately fled in different directions, but Song Yan pursued one of them and killed him as well. In the end, only the rebellious man managed to escape, while the other two were eliminated, their tokens falling into Song Yan's hands. Humph, one managed to escape. Song Yan snorted coldly, feeling quite displeased, but there was nothing he could do. Those who had survived until this point in the hunting grounds were all true geniuses with formidable strength. For him to have killed two of them in direct combat was already impressive. At this moment, Song Yan's cold, beast-like gaze turned towards Su Xin at the edge of the battlefield. Encountering me and not fleeing immediately, even daring to stay and watch as I eliminated other geniuses, you are either a foolish, self-important individual or a true powerhouse. Which do you belong to, the former or the latter? Song Yan's voice was icy, echoing through the forest. Am I a fool or a powerhouse? You shall find out soon enough, Su Xin replied with a faint smile. Song Yan said nothing more. He merely fixed his cold gaze on Su Xin. After 3 breaths, whoosh, like a living beast, Song Yan lunged directly at Su Xin, his clenched fists resembling 2 massive golden suns, brimming with a terrifying and suffocating power, aimed directly at Su Xin. Both speed and strength reached their zenith. According to the intelligence reports, Song Yan was astonishing in both speed and strength, his aggressive attack methods undeniably fierce, clearly belonging to the category of genius powerhouses who relied on brute force. Now, I shall see whose power is stronger. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Xion's eyes. Boom. The swordsmanship erupted like fire and thunder, carrying with it an astonishing sword intent. He unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, combining it with the transformed spiritual energy from his inherited techniques, resulting in a force that was entirely at the peak of the sea transformation realm. Bang, 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 bang. Song Yan's golden fists collided with Su Xion's ferocious sword time and again. Each collision produced a series of violent roars and terrifying shockwaves that spread through the forest, causing numerous trees to shatter and collapse under the impact. The ground trembled violently with each strike. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed over 100 times, and the forest around them lay in ruins from the aftermath of their confrontation. Such powerful swordsmanship in direct combat. Your strength is on par with mine. No, perhaps even slightly stronger. Song Yan stared intently at Su Xin, a rare solemnity in his eyes. He did not underestimate Su Xin due to his cultivation level. From the very beginning, he had gone all out. However, after nearly 100 clashes, it was clear he was at a slight disadvantage. You possess great strength, certainly not beneath my own. A decisive outcome between us seems unlikely. Shall we cease this battle? Song Yan proposed. An inconclusive outcome? I do not share your view, Su Xin chuckled lightly, swinging his sword once more with unyielding ferocity. Are you wasting time? Song Yan felt a twinge of irritation. But before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. He realized that while Su Xion's swordsmanship had not fundamentally changed, the sword intent imbued within it had significantly intensified compared to their previous exchanges. The power of that swordsmanship surged correspondingly. If previously Su Xion's swordsmanship had been akin to an intensely blazing flame, now, under the influence of heightened sword intent, it resembled a volcano erupting with molten fury. Song Yan hurriedly swung his fists, executing his ultimate technique in retaliation. But the results were staggering. Bang, bang, bang. After just 3 successive collisions, Song Yan felt a tingling in his hands, and his figure was repeatedly forced back. Stronger than I. This swordsmanship's power exceeds my own by a considerable margin. A flicker of astonishment crossed Song Yan's eyes. He too was a genius from the state, having encountered countless formidable opponents on his rise to power. Yet up until now, no one in the sea transformation realm had managed to overpower him in a straightforward contest of raw strength. Until this hunt, until now, he had met this sword-wielding genius before him, an unmistakable force, and he was being genuinely overwhelmed. Furthermore, this sword-wielding genius was only at the consummate stage of sea transformation. 30 tokens. Let me go. Song Yan called out as he retreated. Su Xin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Song Yan wasted no time, swiftly retrieving a pouch from his waist and producing 30 tokens, tossing them to Su Xin. Upon receiving them, Su Xin immediately ceased his assault. May I ask your name? Song Yin inquired, fixing his gaze on Su Xin. Yongning Jun, Su Xin replied, Su Xin, your strength surpasses mine. You will surely reach the end of this hunt. If we meet again in the final stage, let us battle once more, Song Yin stated. Agreed, Su Xin nodded. Song Yin clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave the hunting grounds. There were far too many geniuses. Besides those recorded in the intelligence reports, there were many more whose strengths had yet to be revealed, and today he had encountered one. Song Yin thought to himself, disappearing swiftly from Su Xin's sight. This Song Yin is decisively resolute and quite a man. Su Xin contemplated the 30 tokens he had just acquired. In truth, had he continued to press the attack, he could have likely eliminated Song Yin entirely, resulting in far more tokens. However, there was no need for that. After all, the other party had already conceded and presented him with 30 tokens. Should he strike again, it would only serve to provoke Song Yan in the hunting grounds. One could not truly eliminate an opponent to prevent future troubles. For the sake of a few tokens, to completely offend a genius capable of contending for a place in the top 20 of the hunt would be unwise. If Song Yin held a grudge, revenge could ensue. He himself was unafraid, but it could potentially endanger his family. According to the intelligence, Song Yin was also capable of vying for a place in the top 20 of this hunt, comparable to C2U. While C2U, being from a prominent family, might have access to slightly more resources and thus be marginally stronger than Song Yin, the difference was not substantial. And I defeated Song Yin with relative ease, Su Xin pondered. Indeed, it had been effortless. He had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline power and a fraction of his swordsmanship, without even employing his ultimate techniques. And yet Song Yin could not withstand C2U. Let me not encounter you in this hunting ground, or else I shall ensure you do not even pass the first stage of the hunt. Su Xin silently vowed. Chapter 42. The birth of the strongest combination. The slaughter continued. In the forest, a barefoot, portly monk stood there, a large string of black prayer beads hanging around his neck. Resting upon his rotund belly in front of the monk stood a man in a red robe who had already passed the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, trembling in fear. Just moments ago, this red-robed man's team of 4 had encountered the monk, and they immediately attempted to seize the tokens from him. However, in just one exchange, the monk had eliminated 3 of the 4, leaving only him temporarily alive. Benefactor, have you encountered C2U in this hunting ground? The monk suddenly asked. C2U? The one recorded is qualified to enter the top 20. The red-robed man was taken aback and instinctively shook his head. He had not encountered C2U in 3 successive encounters. Was he not in this area? The monk muttered to himself, seemingly disappointed, and then turned to leave without further regard for the red-robed man. Half a day later, the barefoot monk arrived in another region of the hunting ground. 2 geniuses, a man and a woman, stood before him. Both were recorded in the intelligence as top geniuses with qualifications to contend for a place in the top 50. Yet the presence of the monk inadvertently imposed a sense of pressure upon them. It was evident that the monk's strength was extraordinary. Esteemed benefactors, have you encountered C2U in this region? The monk inquired. No, the 2 shook their heads. Not in this area either. The monk appeared somewhat regretful, but suddenly his eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on the green-clad woman among them. If I am not mistaken, you must be the young lady of the Song family, and the Song family has always been close to the C2 family. Your relationship with C2U should be quite amicable. What of it? The green-clad woman replied coldly. Indeed, she had a close relationship with C2Y. In that case, forgive my impertinence. No sooner had the monk spoken than, whoosh, his figure seemed to teleport, appearing directly before the green-clad woman, and with a stone staff in hand, he struck down towards her. Such speed! The green-clad woman was startled, but being a top genius capable of contending for the top 50, she quickly reacted, swinging her sword to defend. However, crack! The terrifying force shattered her sword upon impact, and the stone staff continued its momentum, striking the green-clad woman directly. Buzzing, a white light flickered, and the green-clad woman was instantly eliminated. How could this be? The male genius accompanying her, just having processed what happened, saw the green-clad woman eliminated. After dispatching her, the monk's stone staff swung towards him as well. Once more, it was a single strike. This man, also a top genius vying for a place in the top 50, met the same fate of elimination. The tokens left behind by the 2 were merely glanced at by the monk before being tossed into his bag. Not in this area. I must move on to the next location. With 3 days remaining until the first stage of the hunt concludes, I hope to find C2U. Otherwise, I will have to wait until the next stage of the hunt, wasting considerable time. Sigh, what a laborious task. The monk shook his large head, complaining a bit before taking a couple of strides and vanishing into the forest. Outside the hunting grounds, on the vast plains, the two green-clad women were sent out one after the other. Surrounding them were numerous eliminated geniuses who recognized the pair immediately. It is the young lady of the Song family and the top genius of the Turning Cloud sect. According to the intelligence, both of them were qualified to contend for the top 50 in the hunt. How could they both be eliminated? And precisely in succession. What happened? Who eliminated them? Many geniuses were astonished. Logically, those geniuses recorded in the intelligence reports should easily pass the first stage of the hunt as long as luck was not particularly against them and they were somewhat cautious. The elimination of two geniuses qualified for the top 50 in quick succession was indeed surprising. At this moment, the recently eliminated green-clad women stood together, still somewhat dazed. Just one blow, and my weapon was shattered? How could this be? Who on earth is that monk? The two could hardly believe they had been so easily eliminated. Their shock at the monk's displayed prowess was immense, so powerful, utterly inconceivable, stronger than any sea transformation realm individual I have previously encountered. Even that figure recognized as likely to rank in the top 3 of the hunt, Xiaomeng, would likely pale in comparison. One strike, and there was no room for struggle or resistance. This power made their hearts tremble. Most importantly, they knew nothing of who the monk was. He was not mentioned in the intelligence report. They had never heard of him before, yet he appeared. The monk is searching for C2U? The green-clad woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Xin continued to wander alone within the hunting ground. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Through the tokens, he sensed the presence of a genius nearby, and upon realizing he had been detected, the genius approached him at remarkable speed. Such swiftness, Su Xin thought to himself. Over these past 2 days of slaughter, Su Xin had come to understand that those who moved in teams were generally not particularly strong. Even if several banded together, he did not regard them with concern. Conversely, those who acted alone were often the true powerhouses. Like Song Yin, who had dared to roam the hunting grounds alone, capable of contending for a top 20 spot. Before long, the approaching figure drew near. Su Xin had readied himself for battle, but when the figure came into view and he recognized the face, he smiled. Duan Yunfeng. Su Xin called out cheerfully. Su Xin? Duan Yunfeng was initially taken aback, then smiled in return. The two sheathed their weapons, having no intention of fighting. They were both extraordinary talents of comparable strength, sharing a strong bond and good relationship. Even if they were to battle to determine a victor, it would have to wait until the final stage of the hunt. Haha, Su Xin, it seems we have quite the connection. This hunting ground is so vast. Yet we meet here ahead of time. Duan Yunfeng laughed. Let us not say that. If you were a woman, I might find it acceptable, Su Xin jested. Given their close relationship, light-hearted banter was entirely appropriate. How many tokens do you have now? Have you gathered enough? Duan Yunfeng asked. With nearly 100,000 geniuses participating in the hunt, only the top 1,000 with the most tokens could pass the first stage. Averaging it out, possessing over 100 tokens would guarantee success. I'm almost there, just a little short. How about you? Su Xin inquired. I still need quite a few. Duan Yunfeng shrugged, expressing his helplessness. During my previous adventures and trials, I acted too recklessly, which resulted in my name being recorded on that intelligence list early on. All the prodigies participating in the hunt are familiar with me. Thus, upon seeing me, they immediately flee or avoid confrontation. At first, it was manageable as the prodigies were densely distributed, allowing me to easily pursue and eliminate some of them to seize their tokens. However, as more and more prodigies were eliminated, acquiring tokens became increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, with 3 days remaining in this initial phase of the hunt, gathering tokens should still be relatively simple for me. Su Xin nodded in understanding. Like him, he was inconspicuous. No one recognized him, nor was anyone aware of his true strength. Therefore, whenever Su Xin encountered others, those prodigies, whether alone or in groups, would instinctively target him for elimination. In contrast, Duan Yunfeng was a notorious figure. Others would keep their distance upon sighting him, naturally affording him fewer opportunities to acquire tokens. By the way, Su Xin, as this first phase of the hunt progresses, many prodigies have chosen to band together, including several noted in the intelligence. Why don't we join forces as well? Duan Yunfeng suddenly proposed. Join forces? Wouldn't that be a bit unfair? Su Xian exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, it would be. Duan Yunfeng did not need to elaborate. The intelligence had already established that he was capable of breaking into the top 10, and importantly, he had never revealed his full strength. Su Xian, too, was not lacking in power. Previously, he had managed to suppress Zhang Yin, a contender for the top 20, without exerting himself fully, forcing Zhang Yin to surrender 30 tokens and retreat. The strength of either of them was sufficient to effortlessly eliminate the prodigies in the hunting grounds. If the two teamed up, haha, what does it matter if we bully them? Who cares what they think? Duan Yunfeng laughed. Besides, your cultivation is merely at the peak of the transformation C stage, and very few know your true strength. Even if we join forces, who would truly comprehend the power of our combination? Moreover, with our alliance, we could dominate this hunting ground. Even if we encounter those vying for the top 10, including the supposedly strongest Xia Meng, we could devise a way to eliminate them, thereby clearing obstacles for our subsequent hunts. Su Xian felt a flicker of interest. Duan Yunfeng was correct. This hunt featured numerous top-tier prodigies, and should he come across any in the hunting grounds, even if he could defeat them, eliminating them completely would be near impossible, as they could always flee. However, if he allied with Duan Yunfeng, the chances of those prodigies escaping would diminish significantly. Together, they could eliminate the top prodigies they encountered, ensuring they would not face them again in the later stages. If they were to encounter the strongest, Xia Meng, though formidable, the two of them combined could certainly inflict significant losses upon him. With a stroke of luck, they might even eliminate Xia Meng prematurely. Very well, let us join forces, Su Xian agreed. Haha, splendid, Duan Yunfeng burst into laughter. With their alliance, the strongest combination in the hunt was born. Chapter 43. Tang Xian within the hunting grounds. We've spotted someone. Just one datum? The other party has also noticed us and, knowing they can't win, has begun to flee. Haha, let us pursue. A small team of 4 prodigies, alerted by their tokens, sensed the fleeing individual ahead and immediately gave chase. In no time, they caught up with him. Just a transformation C stage. The 4 prodigies were taken aback, but the individual they pursued had already halted and turned to face them, a playful smile gracing his lips. Something feels off. The 4 sensed danger immediately. Simultaneously, they noticed another figure rapidly approaching from nearby, soon coming into view. It's Duan Yunfeng, the one who is absolutely qualified to rank among the top 10 in this hunt. A trap. This is a trap. The expressions of the 4 prodigies shifted dramatically. They were not foolish. They realized that the transformation C stage individual before them was merely bait designed to lure them in. Although their team was formidable, with 2 members having successfully navigated the second layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower, facing Duan Yunfeng left them feeling utterly unconfident. Let us get out of here. The 4 immediately began to flee. Yet, the transformation C stage individual they had assumed was bait charged directly at them. Seeking death, Duan Yunfeng was one thing, but a mere transformation C stage dared to stand in their way. Kill him! The 4 immediately launched their attacks, unleashing their most formidable techniques. However, Su Xian appeared remarkably relaxed in the face of their assault, his sword slicing through the air. His form was as solid as a mountain, and his sword intent surged forth, as if conjuring waves of sword energy. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of 4 consecutive clashes echoed as their attacks were effortlessly deflected by Su Xian, who did not retreat a single step but pressed forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that forced the 4 to defend themselves in a panic. How is this possible? The 4 were bewildered. Logically, even if they unleashed their full strength, it should not have been this easy for a prodigy ranked among the top 50 in the hunting grounds to withstand their combined efforts. Yet, this transformation C-stage individual not only blocked their attacks with ease, but also compelled them to defend desperately. With Su Xian serving as an obstacle, the 4 could not escape in time before Duan Yunfeng closed in. In mere moments, the 4 were eliminated by the combined efforts of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. Haha, now this is satisfying, Duan Yunfeng laughed heartily while counting the tokens left behind by the 4. If I were alone, they would have fled at the mere sight of me. Even if I exerted myself to the fullest, I could only take down one of them at most if they scattered. But with you as bait, they couldn't escape at all. Su Xian nodded in agreement, laughing as well. Without Duan Yunfeng, had he been on his own, he would have been lucky to take down 1 or 2 of them. Once the tokens were counted, they divided them evenly. The duo continued their strategy, Su Xin would act as bait to attract other teams of prodigies, and then Duan Yunfeng would step in for their combined assault. It's a trap. Duan Yunfeng is deliberately using a transformation C stage as bait. Just one Duan Yunfeng was already formidable enough. How could this transformation C stage be so strong too? And they were working together? This is utterly unfair. The prodigies drawn in and subsequently eliminated by Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng were filled with indignation, yet they had no means to fight back. The two of them paid no mind to their grievances. After several successful encounters, they found the process to be seamless, with very few escaping their clutches. The tokens they acquired soon exceeded 100, indicating that as long as they weren't eliminated themselves, they would surely succeed in this first phase of the hunt. Of course, neither of them truly cared about the number of tokens. In fact, they regarded this initial phase of the hunt with little concern. Their only hope was to encounter some worthy top-tier opponents during this phase and devise a way to eliminate them first. Su Xin, why have you only employed your defensive sword techniques in these recent encounters? Duan Yunfeng suddenly inquired. He had noticed that Su Xin consistently utilized the mountain and sea technique while blocking the fleeing prodigies. Having fought against Su Xin before, he was aware that Su Xin excelled in the thunder and fire technique, which could have easily dispatched those prodigies, and he hide it from you. I've reached a bottleneck with this defensive sword technique, and I feel that a breakthrough is imminent. If I could engage in a few battles against some truly top-tier opponents, I might just unlock new potential in my swordsmanship. Su Xin explained, is that so? Duan Yunfeng understood. When swordsmanship encounters a bottleneck, it requires honing through battle to break through. The duo continued their rampage through the hunting grounds. By the afternoon of the third day of the first phase of the hunt, they finally encountered a true top-tier prodigy, Tang Xian. This prodigy was also deemed capable of breaking into the top 10, and in terms of strength, he was very close to Duan Yunfeng. Su Xin's gaze hardened as he focused on the tall, stern man wielding a long spear before him. According to the intelligence, Tang Xian was indeed qualified to vie for a top 10 position. However, the intelligence also noted nearly 20 prodigies with similar qualifications, and ultimately, it was uncertain who would actually secure a spot in the top 10. The intelligence merely provided a rough estimate of their strength. Among those qualified for the top 10, Duan Yunfeng and the renowned Tu San from the Qi Wangfu were the most credible contenders based on their track record and abilities. Thus, it could be concluded that Duan Yunfeng was slightly stronger than Tang Xian. Tang Xian, I didn't expect to encounter you in this first phase of the hunt. Your luck seems rather unfortunate, Duan Yunfeng remarked with a grin. The spear-wielding Tang Xian's gaze locked onto Duan Yunfeng, as for Su Xin, a mere transformation C-stage individual who had not been recorded in the intelligence. He was entirely disregarded. Duan Yunfeng, do you wish to face me in battle? Tang Xian snorted coldly. While Duan Yunfeng was slightly stronger, the difference between them was minimal, and he was not afraid of a true confrontation. Face you? No, 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 I don't merely wish to battle you. I intend to kill you and eliminate you from the hunt, Duan Yunfeng declared. Kill me? You think you can? Tang Xian scoffed. Alone, I certainly cannot. However, before Duan Yunfeng could finish his sentence, he had already surged forward. Whoosh! The blade shimmered brilliantly as it cleaved through the AI art. Dio, you think I fear you? Tang Xian was undeterred, charging forward with his spear. Boom, boom, boom. Although it was a spear, his strikes came down like a massive hammer, each blow more powerful than the last. Duan Yunfeng's spiritual power surged, fully reaching the threshold of the void-breaking stage as he wielded his long knife. The blade radiating strength and brilliance. As they clashed, Tang Xian found himself slightly at a disadvantage. Yet, at that moment, a flash of sword light appeared, silently and abruptly. What? Tang Xian was taken aback. The sword light emerged too suddenly, and its speed was astonishing. The depth of its intent was unfathomable. Even in direct confrontation, he would have to exert all his strength to deflect it, yet he was entirely focused on battling Duan Yunfeng. Caught off guard by this unexpected sword. Whoosh! Tang Xian erupted with terrifying force, using his ultimate move to block Duan Yunfeng's blade while desperately twisting his body to evade the silently approaching sword light. Although he succeeded in dodging, he remained shaken. Was that him? The sword just now was unleashed by him. Tang Xian finally recognized the source of the sword light. It was the very person he had disregarded. The Transformation C-stage individual he had dismissed from the beginning. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate to have evaded. Su Xin smirked coldly. This Tang Xian has underestimated you. Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Su Xin, Let us strike together and eliminate this prodigy qualified to enter the top 10. Agreed, Su Xin nodded. Without delay, the two launched their combined assault. Tang Xian could no longer maintain his composure, pouring all his energy into battling both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng. Yet, as the battle progressed, his anxiety grew. Duan Yunfeng was one thing. He had long been aware of Duan Yunfeng's strength and did not fear him in a one-on-one fight. However, now there was this Su Xin, who, despite appearing to be merely at the Transformation C stage. What terrifying swordsmanship! This intent, he had clearly reached the first level of comprehension, far surpassing my understanding. Although merely at the Transformation C stage, his explosive power was on par with any peak Transformation C expert. He must be a bloodline awakener. Against either of these opponents, I stand no chance, and facing both together, I cannot even hope to escape. Tang Xian panicked. He had never expected that, with his strength, he would be pushed to such an extent in this royal city hunt. Merely in the first phase, and was on the verge of elimination. Duan Yunfeng and this sword-wielding lad, both of you possessed the strength to vie for a top 10 position in this hunt. Alone, you could dominate this hunting ground, yet you still choose to team up. Despicable. You are utterly despicable. Tang Xian could only scream in rage. Other than his furious outburst, he had no recourse. Despicable? Duan Yunfeng scoffed. And what of it? His temperament was peculiar. He acted according to his whims, entirely unconcerned with the opinions of others. At that moment, Su Xin suddenly halted his assault. Tang Xian, I can offer you an opportunity. Su Xin proposed. I possess a defensive sword technique. If you can break through it, I shall allow you to leave. Tang Xian looked at Su Xin. Are you serious? Of course, Su Xin affirmed with a nod. Tang Xian then glanced at Duan Yunfeng. Don't look at me. Since he has proposed it, I certainly won't object. Duan Yunfeng shrugged indifferently. He had already sensed that Su Xian's defensive sword technique was at a bottleneck, and it was clear he wished to use Tang Xian to refine his swordsmanship. He was more than supportive of Su Xian's endeavor. Moreover, to be honest, he did not regard Tang Xian as a threat. Even if he were to let him go now, Tang Xian would pose no danger in the subsequent stages of the hunt. Go ahead. Su Xian gestured with his sword. I'm eager to see just how formidable your defensive sword technique is. Tang Xian's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, his spear transforming into a dragon. Boom. A chilling gleam erupted, unleashing a terrifying force. Tang Xian was renowned for his offensive prowess, and he held unwavering confidence in his attacking methods. Although this Transformation C stage individual displayed remarkable swordsmanship and comprehension of intent, he did not believe his defensive techniques could withstand his spear techniques. Yet the reality was that no matter how ferocious and powerful Tang Xian's spear techniques were, they could not breach Su Xian's sword defense. Su Xian's sword technique stood like an imposing mountain. Even after unleashing his most formidable moves, Tang Xian could not shake this mountain in the slightest. After the duration of half a jaw stick, Su Xian's voice cut through the atmosphere. That will be enough. He coldly regarded Tang Xian, his eyes glimmering with disappointment. This Tang Xian's strength was far weaker than he had anticipated. Though his spear techniques were domineering, his comprehension of intent was not particularly high, providing him with little pressure. With minimal pressure, there was no chance for honing. Hence, his swordsmanship remained unbroken. Tang Xian was left in a daze. Soon after, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng struck simultaneously, eliminating this prodigy, who was deemed qualified to vie for a top 10 position in the hunt. Chapter 44. Encounter outside the hunting grounds. As a figure was expelled, many previously eliminated prodigies turned to observe. Its Tang Xian, the one said to have a chance at the top 10? How could he possibly be eliminated? Could it be that he faced Xiao Meng? The prodigies wore incredulous expressions. A top-tier prodigy like Tang Xian, capable of contending for a top 10 position, should theoretically have been able to dominate the hunting grounds even while alone. Eliminating him seemed improbable, as most believed only the universally acknowledged top 3 contender, Xiao Meng, could achieve such a feat. After his elimination, Tang Xian did not linger on the plain but returned directly to the royal city. The Tang family, also a prominent family within the Tianyan Empire, possessed strength and resources rivaling those of the Situ family. Young master, Tang Xian returned to the Tang family estate, and as he passed by, everyone he encountered bowed respectfully. What could be the reason for this? Wasn't the young master supposed to be participating in the hunt? It was said that there were still 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the first phase of the hunt. How could he have returned so soon? Could it be that he was eliminated? How could that be possible? Given the young master's prowess, who could possibly eliminate him in the first phase of the hunt? Within the walls of the Tang family, whispers filled the air. Get lost? All of you, get out! Tang Xian scolded the maids and servants who had come to attend to him before shutting himself in his room. He sat in silence for a long while, his eyes closed, before finally reopening them. With a sigh, Tang Xian felt a measure of calm wash over him. I had anticipated this, he mused. I in the Tianyan dynasty. Across 36 states and a population of billions, there are undoubtedly countless geniuses. Given my abilities, breaking into the top 10 of the hunt would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, I never imagined that I would be eliminated so early in the first phase. His thoughts turned to Duan Yunfeng and the swordsman who had reached the realm of Huahai. Tang Xian clenched his fists in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Both Duan Yunfeng and Su Xin were significantly stronger than him, especially when they worked together. This year's hunt had come to an abrupt end for him. Now, he faced two choices. The first was to directly break through to the void-breaking realm, utilizing the resources of the Tang family to enhance his strength and then venture out for further training. The second option was to wait another 5 years until the next hunt, by which time his abilities would be even greater, significantly increasing his chances of breaking into the top 10. Tang Xian weighed his options carefully. At 34 years of age, he would still be eligible to participate in the Royal City Hunt at 30-9 for breaking through to the void-breaking realm. A genius like him already possessed the conditions necessary for such a breakthrough. With a little time, it would be effortlessly achieved. Yet, he felt reluctant to simply take that route. Although the Tang family was a prestigious clan with certain resources, it could not be compared to the Tianyan Palace, the true sanctuary for cultivation in the entire Tianyan dynasty. Disciples who entered the Tianyan Palace for training were destined to become peak powerhouses in the void-breaking realm, and many had a great chance of reaching the Nirvana realm. Relying solely on the Tang family's resources and his own efforts, his chances of reaching the Nirvana realm were minuscule. Thus, waiting it out seemed the better option. He resolved to wait another 5 years. Duan Yunfeng and the swordsman who had reached Huahai would undoubtedly secure places in the top 10 of this hunt and subsequently enter the Tianyan Palace for cultivation. They might have started ahead of him, but the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and anything could happen. You two may be stronger than me now, but your future achievements may not surpass mine. Meanwhile, within the hunting grounds, Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng were exceedingly pleased. Su Xin, our partnership makes us virtually invincible in this hunt. Although Tang Xian's strength cannot compare to ours, he could have posed a significant threat had we encountered him in the later stages. Yet we managed to eliminate him early, Duan Yunfeng said with a grin, now referring to Su Xin as a brother. Su Xin was more than willing to accept this camaraderie. While Duan Yunfeng had a somewhat quirky temperament and was rather free-spirited, he was straightforward and lacked any ulterior motives, making him a suitable friend and brother. I am now genuinely looking forward to encountering that Xia Meng in the hunting grounds. When the time comes, we must work together to eliminate him as well, Duan Yunfeng stated. Given their strength, there were few who could genuinely threaten them in this hunt, yet Xia Meng was undoubtedly the strongest among them. The hunting grounds were vast, and with 2 days remaining, it would be difficult to cross paths with him. Let us try our luck, Duan Yunfeng chuckled, and the two continued their search for prey. At the same time, a portly monk, barefoot with a round face and a massive string of prayer beads around his neck, had arrived in the area. It has been nearly 3 days, and I have searched most of this hunting ground without encountering that Situyu. My luck is truly abysmal, the monk lamented as he wandered through the vicinity. Shortly thereafter, he sensed the presence of 2 individuals nearby. 2 more benefactors have arrived. I hope they know the whereabouts of Situyu. The monk immediately approached them. Su Xin, someone is coming. One person? Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng sensed the presence and promptly moved forward to greet the newcomer. Soon, they found themselves face to face with the monk. Oh, it's a big monk? Duan Yunfeng chuckled. This monk didn't he flee at the sight of you? Su Xion's brow furrowed slightly. Up until now, they had merely sensed each other, but given that the monk dared to approach, it was reasonable to assume that he recognized Duan Yunfeng, yet showed no inclination to escape. In fact, Su Xian detected no signs of tension on the monk's face. As they drew closer, Su Xian instinctively felt an impressive pressure emanating from the monk. Duan Yunfeng, be cautious. The monk's strength may not be weak, Su Xian warned. Whether he is strong or weak, we'll deal with him accordingly, Duan Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. With his strength, The only geniuses in this hunt who could truly intimidate him, including Xia Meng, were few and far between. Moreover, with Su Xin at his side, he felt no fear. With a swift leap, Duan Yunfeng charged forward, his long knife slicing through the air in a dazzling arc. The blade gleamed brightly, imbued with astonishing force and intent, as it struck towards the monk's head. The monk wore a warm and inviting smile, showing no change in expression as he witnessed the knife's approach. He wielded his stone staff with lightning speed, striking out with a casual, unadorned swing, almost as if he were swatting a fly. Yet in the next instant, a terrifying force erupted, shattering Duan Yunfeng's knife light in an instant and sending him hurtling like a meteor into the distant woods. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of multiple impacts echoed as trees splintered and a cloud of dust erupted, completely engulfing Duan Yunfeng. "This is impossible," Su Xin gasped in shock. That was Duan Yunfeng, a force to be reckoned with in this hunt, a veritable harbinger of death. Yet he had been sent flying with such ease, as if he were merely a nuisance to be brushed aside. In a flash, the burly monk appeared before Su Xin, his stone staff once again raised, devoid of any embellishment, as he swung it towards Su Xin. Without hesitation, Su Xin retaliated with a strike of his own. Like thunder and fire, his sword surged with overwhelming intent, colliding head-on with the descending stone staff. Clang! In an instant, Su Xin felt a tingling in his arm, an immense force transmitting through his sword, and he too was sent flying. Thud! Su Xin crashed into a large tree, which cracked but did not collapse as he felt the pain radiating from his back. A tempest of emotions surged within him. His power is monstrous, Su Xin thought, realizing that this strength far exceeded that of typical Huahai realm cultivators and even surpassed many early-stage void-breaking realm warriors in sheer force. The monk, in the mid-stage of void-breaking, was indeed formidable. Su Xin fixed his gaze on the monk, who still wore that disarmingly friendly smile. He had once sparred with Zhao Tianlei, a mid-stage void-breaking realm expert, and understood the level of power they possessed. Yet, both he and Duan Yunfeng, even at their full strength, could barely reach the threshold of the void-breaking realm, while the monk was clearly on a different level altogether. "Duan Yunfeng, are you all right?" Su Xin called to his side. Duan Yunfeng was struggling to regain his footing. Upon hearing Su Xin's voice, he turned to look at him, his expression a mix of bewilderment and shock. "Brother, who exactly did we just encounter? Was that Xia Meng?" Duan Yunfeng asked. "No, but perhaps he is even stronger than Xia Meng," Su Xin replied, his face grave as he stared at the monk. "The two benefactors are quite impressive," the monk remarked with a smile. This was no mockery. Over the past 3 days, he had encountered countless talents in the hunting grounds, yet thus far, no one had withstood his strike without being eliminated. Yet both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng had managed to do so. "Duan Yunfeng, we must give it our all in this battle," Su Xin said earnestly. "Agreed," Duan Yunfeng nodded. "Now fully alert, I will engage him directly, and you can provide support from the sidelines, striking when you find an opportunity," Su Xin instructed. "You plan to confront him directly? Are you sure?" Duan Yunfeng replied, eyeing Su Xin incredulously. Given the monk's earlier display of power, Duan Yunfeng was hesitant to face him head-on. "I believe it will be fine," Su Xin reassured him. "Very well," Duan Yunfeng conceded. Roar. Su Xin launched his assault. In that instant, the bloodline power within him, which had previously only reached 50% since the hunt began, surged to 70%. With his cultivation base and the unique properties of his bloodline technique, even at 50%, he could unleash power comparable to the peak of the Huahai realm. However, once he tapped into 70%, his power soared to the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Su Xin's sword technique reached its zenith in terms of might and intent, as he unleashed a fierce strike towards the monk. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng moved like a specter, a red glow enveloping him as he evidently activated some technique to enhance his strength. Both he and Su Xin were giving their all, yet the monk remained all smiles, his stone staff swinging out once more with the same casual demeanor. The monk's stone staff clashed with Su Xin's long sword, but this time, Su Xin merely staggered slightly before launching another strike. The first layer of sword intent? The monk's eyes widened in surprise. Understanding intent is categorized into 3 levels. Even within the void-breaking realm, only the most elite could achieve the first level. Among the nearly 100,000 talents in this hunt, only Xia Meng had been known to have reached that level. Yet here was Su Xin, whose sword technique clearly embodied the first layer of intent. Ha ha ha! The monk laughed heartily, swinging his stone staff with increasing speed, clashing repeatedly with Su Xin's relentless strikes. However, it was at that moment that Duan Yunfeng sprang into action. He wielded his long knife with deadly precision, the blade slicing through the air with uncanny speed. Initially, the monk could hold his ground, but Duan Yunfeng's attacks became swifter and more unpredictable, pushing the monk to his limits. Finally, Duan Yunfeng seized the opportunity. "Monk, allow me to send you on your way," he declared coldly, a radiant arc of light from his knife aimed directly at the monk's head, in order to counter Su Xin's swordplay. The monk was unable to wield his stone staff to deflect the incoming blade. Just then, a shimmering golden light enveloped the monk's body. Clang. Duan Yunfeng's long knife struck the golden aura surrounding the monk's head, producing a metallic clang. The monk turned his head, playfully winking at Duan Yunfeng. "What the hell?" Duan Yunfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 45. The monster Duan Yunfeng was utterly dumbfounded, too shocked to contain his expletives. His full-powered strike had failed to penetrate the monk's golden aura. Even a genuine mid-stage void-breaking realm expert should not be capable of blocking such a blow with mere surface defense. Suddenly, the monk's eyes glinted with golden light as he swung his stone staff with renewed vigor. Once again, it was an unadorned strike, yet its might was evidently far superior to before. Su Xin's gaze sharpened as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Thunderfire's secret technique. Starfire burned the heavens, one sword, dragon annihilation. A terrifying sword shadow sliced through the air. Bm. The very fabric of reality trembled under the impact. The stone staff descended like a mountain weighing millions of pounds, and despite Su Xin's ultimate technique, he was still sent flying. As for Duan Yunfeng, he was so startled that he instinctively retreated, knowing he lacked the courage to confront the monk directly. With a deep breath, Su Xin regained his footing, his sword hand still tingling. "This is absurdly powerful," he thought, cursing under his breath in their direct confrontation. Even with 70% of his bloodline power unleashed and the Thunderfire technique at its peak, he and Duan Yunfeng had failed to gain any advantage. If he were alone, a direct confrontation would surely lead to his defeat at the hands of the monk. What he had witnessed moments ago was sobering. Duan Yunfeng's full-powered strike had been effortlessly neutralized by the monk's golden aura. What kind of being is this? Su Xin pondered, struggling to find a suitable description for the monk before him. "The strength of both benefactors is truly remarkable," the monk said with a smile. "Alas, I cannot prevail against you both. However, attempting to seize the talisman from me will also be quite challenging. Perhaps it is best to call it a day." "Call it a day." Su Xin's expression shifted as he glanced at Duan Yunfeng. "I have no objections." Duan Yunfeng nodded vigorously. Though their brief skirmish had revealed their hidden trump cards, it was clear that the monk had already displayed his. The last technique he employed had been the only one that seemed to genuinely unleash his true power. However, it was undeniable that the encounter had shaken Duan Yunfeng's confidence. Though he was typically reckless and carefree, he now felt a twinge of fear regarding the monk. In that case, let us call it a day." Su Xin sheathed his sword. The monk smiled, placing his stone staff at his waist, before inquiring, "Have either of you encountered Situ during this hunt?" "Not at all." Duan Yunfeng shook his head. "Situ." Su Xin's expression changed, curious about the monk's interest in Situ. "Naturally, there is a reason. Since you have not seen him, I shall not impose further." With a sigh, the monk continued, "I must change locations again. This is quite the arduous task." With that, he strolled away into the nearby woods. Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng did not dare to obstruct him, and soon, the monk vanished from their sight. Once the monk had left, Duan Yunfeng could no longer maintain his composure. "Brother, what kind of monster did we just encounter? Even with our combined efforts, we couldn't hope to defeat him, let alone win. Surely, even Xiameng cannot compare to him? And that golden aura surrounding him. My full-powered strike couldn't even break through. Does that mean if he just stands there, I could strike him repeatedly without making any progress?" Duan Yunfeng exclaimed. The number of geniuses participating in this royal city hunt under the Tianyin dynasty was simply overwhelming, far exceeding what was recorded in previous reports, with many hidden talents still yet to reveal their true strength. As formidable as Xiameng may be, he is merely acknowledged as a contender for the top 3. Yet no one dares to assert he is the best. This sentiment is understandable, particularly now that we have encountered an existence whose strength is not in the slightest inferior to Xia Meng's, and may even surpass it. Su Xin mused. Although Xia Meng is powerful, if the intelligence is to be believed, when faced with the combined might of himself and Duan Yunfeng, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant defeat. Yet that large monk, who managed to depart calmly despite facing both of them, clearly possesses strength that exceeds Xia Meng's. It is my hope that in the upcoming phases of the hunt, we can avoid this monk as much as possible. Otherwise, Su Xian's expression turned grave. Confronted with such an opponent, one whose prowess in power, speed, defense, and martial arts is utterly extraordinary, and who bears no discernible weaknesses, anyone would find the challenge daunting. Is that monk still searching for Situyu? What could he possibly want with her? Su Xian pondered, noting that the monk had been searching for Situyu for quite some time within this hunting ground, moving from one location to another. He even mentioned it as a burdensome task. Who assigned him this duty? Shaking his head, Su Xian decided not to dwell on it further. Following this, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng continued their exploration of the hunting ground, though the encounter with the monk had evidently dampened Duan Yunfeng's previous enthusiasm. Time passed swiftly, and soon the final day of the hunt arrived. As night fell, if it had been any of the previous nights, the many geniuses would have harmoniously rested to recover their physical and spiritual strength. However, on this final night, those geniuses who lacked sufficient talismans for advancement could find no rest. Instead of recuperating, they engaged in even more frenzied battles. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng, having secured ample talismans early on, had no need to engage in conflict. They sought out a relatively secluded spot. Without delay, even while resting in the hunting ground, Su Xian immersed himself in refining his swordsmanship, while Duan Yunfeng casually perched atop a large tree. Perhaps inspired by Su Xian's practice, Duan Yunfeng leaped down. Su Xian, your defensive swordsmanship is evidently far superior to what it was the last time we sparred in Dongyang City. Now that we have the time, shall we engage in a little duel? Duan Yunfeng proposed. Certainly, Su Xian replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He had reached an impasse with his Shanhai scroll and needed to hone his skills against a strong opponent. His previous encounter with Tang Xian had been disappointing due to Tang Xian's slightly inferior strength, but Duan Yunfeng was undoubtedly far superior. Before long, the two began to spar. This hunting ground sprawled over a vast area of 100 miles, encompassing towering mountains, dense forests, and serene lakes. At this moment, by the edge of a breathtaking lake, a young man clad in luxurious robes sat, flanked by 5 others. Xiaomo, I have arrived. Now tell me, who do you wish for me to assist you in dealing with? A wild-looking man with disheveled hair and a bushy beard inquired. Xiaomo, recognized in intelligence reports as a top genius with the potential to break into the top 20 of the hunt, also boasts considerable backing within the Tianyan dynasty. The wild man, known as Bajio, is likewise a genius qualified to contend for a top 20 position. The other 4, with the exception of a frail girl, were also named in that intelligence report as contenders for the top 100. Though not be hasty. Let us wait for everyone to arrive before we discuss further. The opulent-robed youth, Xiaomo, stated, Is there more? Bajio responded, astonished. The 6 waited by the lakeside for a short while until a stunning woman in a blue gown approached gracefully. Lady Luo? Upon seeing her, Bajio and the other talented individuals were taken aback. Lady Luo, the foremost genius of the Ziyun sect, also stands a chance to break into the top 20. Moreover, as a bloodline awakener endowed with bloodline powers, she possesses significant advantages in strength, making her even stronger than Xiaomo and Bajio. Many assert that the assessment of Lady Luo in the intelligence report was understated, and her abilities are indeed worthy of a top 10 ranking. Xiaomo, what grand scheme have you concocted to warrant such a gathering? Bajio's demeanor grew serious. With Lady Luo, Xiaomo, and 2 other top talents present, they formed a formidable lineup capable of confronting even the mightiest Xia Meng. Since everyone is here, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. Xiaomo finally stood, speaking in a hushed tone. The person I wish to deal with is Duan Yunfeng. Is it him? Lady Luo, Bajio, and the others were taken aback. While Duan Yunfeng's revealed strength may not surpass Xia Meng's, he is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional geniuses in this hunting expedition. No wonder Xiaomo had summoned so many powerful allies. Xiaomo, do you harbor a grudge against Duan Yunfeng? Bajio inquired. A grudge? Indeed. Xiaomo's gaze turned venomous. He would never forget what Duan Yunfeng had done to him. On the day of his wedding, Before the bride had even stepped out, Duan Yunfeng stormed into her home and abducted her. When Xiao Mo pursued, Duan Yunfeng ruthlessly humiliated him. That was the most humiliating day of his life, a disgrace he had never endured before. Most importantly, when he sought revenge through his family connections afterward, they refused to engage with Duan Yunfeng, indicating that Duan Yunfeng's background was superior to his OWNI in terms of background and personal strength. Duan Yunfeng had utterly outclassed him. He had never found an opportunity to retaliate against Duan Yunfeng until this hunting expedition, where he finally had the chance to do so. Duan Yunfeng, while I cannot contend with you in daily life, I may not be able to kill you in this hunt either, but I can find a way to eliminate you from the competition, thus extinguishing your hopes of entering the Tianyin Palace. Xiao Mo seethed. Xiao Mo, even if you intend to take revenge on Duan Yunfeng, this hunting ground is vast, and tonight is the final night. How can you ensure that you will find him? Lady Luo queried. Rest assured, since I invited you all here, I have a means to locate Duan Yunfeng, Xiao Mo replied, glancing at the most unassuming figure among them, the frail girl. The delicate girl stepped forward and stated, "Everyone, I hail from the Yuling sect." The Yuling sect? Lady Luo, Bajia, and the others reacted with interest. The Yuling sect is merely a minor sect within the Tianyin dynasty, unable to compare with the deeply rooted Ziyun sect. However, the Yuling sect is renowned for its beast-taming techniques. Many of the Zifeng beasts they traveled on from various provinces to the imperial city were tamed by the Yuling sect. During my previous ventures in the hunting ground, I encountered Duan Yunfeng that time. I had my tamed beast leave a trace of its scent on him. This scent cannot dissipate within a few days, and I can use my beast to track him down, the frail girl explained. Is that so? The group immediately understood. Additionally, the frail girl continued, when I met Duan Yunfeng, he was accompanied by another person. Another person? Duan Yunfeng, with such formidable strength, requires assistance. Ba Jiao and the others were astonished. The individual accompanying him is a sword-wielding genius. Although his cultivation is merely at the great completion of the sea transformation stage, his strength is no less impressive, the frail girl recounted. She would not forget their previous encounter, where her team initially attempted to eliminate the sea transformation stage practitioner, only to find he could withstand their attacks. Later, when Duan Yunfeng arrived, her team was decimated, leaving her as the lone survivor by sheer luck. Haha, merely a great completion of the sea transformation stage. How strong could he possibly be? Any one of us could easily eliminate him. One of the other geniuses laughed. Xiao Mo, Lady Luo, and Bajio paid little heed. A great completion of the sea transformation stage is hardly worthy of concern. Then let us proceed, Xiao Mo declared. Before long, the group of 7, led by the frail girl, hastened towards the locations of Duan Yunfeng and Su Xin. Chapter 46. Great completion of the sea transformation? In a secluded forest, clang, 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 clang. The sound of fierce clashes resonated in succession. Duan Yunfeng's swordsmanship neared its apex, his strikes executed with dazzling brilliance and an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Su Xin wielded the Shanhai scroll, manifesting the essence of mountains and seas, his long sword swirling with profound sword intent, successfully parrying the relentless onslaught of blade light. Compared to before, Su Xion's swordsmanship was evidently more stable and substantial. Su Xion's bloodline power was casually activated to only 50%. Despite Duan Yunfeng unleashing his full potential, he was unable to breach Su Xion's defenses. Enough. Unless I employ my ultimate technique, even at my fastest, my swordplay cannot pose any threat to you. Duan Yunfeng expressed his frustration after their sparring session. Su Xion's defensive swordsmanship was exceedingly enigmatic, especially the method of gradually dissipating force, which proved to be exceedingly troublesome for him. Su Xion exhaled lightly. In terms of strength, Duan Yunfeng far surpassed Tang Xian. The pressure from Duan Yunfeng's swordplay was significantly greater, and their spar had deepened Su Xion's understanding of the Shanhai scroll, yet he still had not achieved a true breakthrough. Suddenly, both Su Xion and Duan Yunfeng raised their heads simultaneously, glancing toward a nearby direction. Someone was approaching, and it seemed to be quite a number of them. Su Xion's expression hardened. Their duo was virtually invincible within this hunting ground. Even when faced with that monstrous monk, neither could impose on the other. On this final night, it would suffice for them to avoid trouble. Yet someone dared to approach them seeking death. A glint of hostility flashed in Duan Yunfeng's eyes. He was no benevolent person. He was a veritable harbinger of doom. Before long, A group of 7 appeared before Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng. I asked him. Su Xin raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the leader and understanding why they had sought them out. Xiaomo, a genius contender for the top 20 in this hunt, Su Xin recalled that Duan Yunfeng had previously disrupted Xiaomo's wedding and humiliated him thoroughly. Haha, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, a worthless fool who can't even keep his own bride. Duan Yunfeng scoffed derisively. He had always found Xiaomo insufferable. The bride had been coerced by Xiaomo, and after abducting her, he had released her without further ado. Duan Yunfeng, Xiaomo glared at him, his face twisted with resentment. I may not know your background that intimidates my family, but today, I will shatter your hopes of entering the Tianyan Palace. Attack! Xiaomo commanded, and one of the geniuses behind him immediately stepped forward, tossing a talisman into the air. Buzz instantly, waves of overwhelming power surged forth at a formation. Su Xion's expression shifted. It was indeed a low-level formation, merely intended to temporarily restrain. Higher-level deadly formations, or those that significantly enhance personal strength, were strictly prohibited in this hunt unless created by the user themselves. After all, this hunt relied on one's own strength. Having prepared a formation, it was evident they had come well-prepared. Su Xian smiled lightly. Apologies, Su Xian, but it seems I may drag you into this. Duan Yunfeng glanced at Su Xian. Su Xian shrugged, offering a nonchalant smile. Being embroiled in trouble during the hunt was of little concern to him. Moreover, despite the formidable presence of the 7 before them, they would likely find it challenging to deal with both him and Duan Yunfeng simultaneously. We will strike together. Duan Yunfeng must not be given a chance. Be wary of his counterattack if he finds himself cornered. Do not let him take down 1 or 2 of us. Xiaomo instructed, Xiao, take care of that great completion of the C transformation stage, eliminate him quickly, then join us to deal with Duan Yunfeng. Understood. The genius named Xiao nodded, and immediately, 5 of the 7, excluding the frail girl, charged toward Duan Yunfeng. Xiao, meanwhile, darted towards Su Xian like a bolt of lightning. Just one of you to face me? And it's the weakest among your group? How very dismissive of you, Su Xian chuckled. Among the 7 who had come to attack, all but the frail girl were top geniuses recorded in the intelligence report. Xiaomo, Lady Luo, and Bajio were more renowned and powerful, while the remaining 3 were ranked lower in the report. Su Xian had merely skimmed the information earlier, and it was clear that Xiao was the weakest of them all. Although dismissed, Su Xian paid no mind in advance to meet Xiao head-on. Duan Yunfeng, you cannot escape today. You are destined to be eliminated. Xiaomo's icy voice echoed through the forest as Lady Luo, Bajio, and the other 2 geniuses launched their assaults on Duan Yunfeng. Humph, do you think I fear you? Duan Yunfeng showed no signs of trepidation. A crimson aura enveloped him, his eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. With a resounding clash, the terrifying blade techniques erupted forth. The blade light shimmered like a galaxy, dazzling against the night sky. Just one person wielding their sword was enough to fend off the combined assaults of 5. No wonder he was recognized as a genius capable of breaking into the top 10 of this hunt. Lady Luo silently acknowledged this, recognizing the disparity in strength between herself and Duan Yunfeng. Were it not for the 5 of them joining forces, she would never have dared to provoke him. After their initial exchanges, the 5 planned to strike again, but suddenly, impossible! A shocked exclamation rang out. The 5 surrounding Duan Yunfeng instinctively turned to see Xiao, who had previously charged at Su Xian, now standing there with wide eyes, enveloped in radiant white light, before being expelled from the hunting ground. This, Xiaomo, Lady Luo, Bajia, and the others were taken aback. Xiao, while the weakest of their group, was still a top genius qualified to contend for the top 100 yet. Within mere moments of their confrontation, Xiao had been eliminated. This great completion of the C transformation stage. The 5 exchanged glances, instinctively looking at Su Xian, who was wielding a sword with one hand. They noticed that Su Xian's aura indeed only reflected the strength of a great completion of the C transformation stage. However, to eliminate Xiao in one encounter, was this truly the level of a great completion of the C transformation stage? Such prowess might even surpass that of Lady Luo, the strongest among them. Haha, you sent the weakest to confront my brother? Xiaomo, you truly are foolish. Duan Yunfeng laughed heartily, then called out, Brother, hurry over. Let us join forces and take them all down. Of course, Su Xian smiled as he stepped closer. Lady Luo, you stay back to tangle with Duan Yunfeng. Bajia, You three join forces to eliminate that great completion of the sea transformation stage, Xiaomo commanded. The original plan had been for 6 to join forces, which would have certainly left Duan Yunfeng trapped. Who would have thought that the great completion of the sea transformation stage they had so easily dismissed would possess such overwhelming strength, forcing him to alter their strategy immediately. Whoosh, 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 Bajio and the other 2 top geniuses from the intelligence reports charged towards Su Xin. They could also discern that Su Xin was extraordinarily powerful, which made them wary and cautious. The 3 of them, therefore, exerted their utmost effort in their attacks. Among the trio, there was even a genius known as Bajio, who was recognized in the intelligence reports as strong enough to challenge the top 20. Su Xin raised his eyebrows. His Shanghai scroll indeed possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Duan Yunfeng, without resorting to his ultimate moves, could not exert significant pressure on him. However, if the 3 of them were to join forces, Su Xin immediately unleashed his swordsmanship to fend off their assaults. This Xiaomo was targeting Duan Yunfeng, and he was merely caught in the crossfire, having already eliminated one of their number and held back the 3. Including Ba Jiu, he felt justified in his actions that, of course, this was also due to his recent interactions, which had revealed to him the terrifying strength of Duan Yunfeng, far beyond what was suggested in the intelligence reports. The combined might of Luo Xinzi and Xiaomo was insufficient to contend with Duan Yunfeng. Su Xin even anticipated that their collaboration might force Duan Yunfeng to reveal his true trump cards, such as the ultimate move he had previously mentioned. He was eager to witness it firsthand. Boom! Crash! The sounds of fierce clashes and the clang of weapons reverberated through the forest. The prowess of Xiaomo and Luo Xinzi was indeed extraordinary, particularly Luo Xinzi as a bloodline awakener. When she unleashed her bloodline power, each of her moves was imbued with tremendous and terrifying force. Together with Xiaomo, they managed to completely suppress Duan Yunfeng for a short while. Yet, this was merely suppression. To truly kill Duan Yunfeng and eliminate him, they could not rely solely on the 2 of them. Xiaomo could only hope that Bajio and the others would swiftly deal with Su Xin and come to assist them. However, the outcome was, damn it. Where did such a monstrous figure, a consummate master of the transformation sea, come from? The 3 of Bajio, despite their combined efforts, found themselves utterly incapable of dealing with him. Xiaomo observed the situation keenly. Bajio and his companions were exerting their utmost strength, particularly Bajio, whose overwhelming might was truly ferocious. Yet, faced with such a tempest and the assaults of the other 2 geniuses, that transformation sea master appeared to glide effortlessly through their onslaught. His swordsmanship was exceedingly enigmatic, akin to a vast ocean embracing all. The attacks from Bajio and his comrades merely stirred ripples in this ocean. It was evident that they could not contend with that master of the transformation sea, and their combined efforts with Luo Xinzi could not bring about Duan Yunfeng's demise. Was it possible that I couldn't seize even a single opportunity for revenge? Xiaomo gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, without any warning, Duan Yunfeng, who had been suppressed by Luo Xinzi and Xiaomo, erupted with immense force. A dazzling blood light surged forth, illuminating the night with its haunting beauty, yet bearing terrifying speed and formidable power. That strike! Su Xin, who had been entangled in a contest with Bajio and the others, felt his gaze drawn involuntarily to the radiant bloodlight at that very moment. Xiaomo and Luo Xinzi, upon seeing the bloodlight, were filled with shock and anger. The speed of that bloodlight was astonishing, far too swift for them to counter. Chapter 47. Conclusion of the first phase swoosh. The ethereal bloodlight swept past, and the stronger of the 2, Luo Xinzi, was the first to be enveloped by the white light, expelled from the hunting grounds. Luo Xinzi has been eliminated? Xiaomo was momentarily dazed, but soon fled without hesitation. Duan Yunfeng's eyes glinted red as he pursued. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Bajio and his companions, who were desperately attacking Su Xin, were filled with horror at the sight of Luo Xinzi's elimination and Xiaomo's pursuit. We must retreat, Bajio exclaimed urgently, and the 3 of them immediately attempted to flee, however. Trying to escape, Su Xin chuckled, and his originally defensive swordsmanship suddenly transformed into a flurry of sword shadows. It was as if a colossal wave had surged forth from the depths of the ocean, sweeping over the 3 of them. The Shanghai scroll, while primarily a defensive technique, was equally adept at entangling opponents. The sword intent he wielded was incredibly subtle and relentless, rendering the three unable to extricate themselves, despite their utmost efforts to flee. Entangled in this ceaseless tide of sword intent, they found it impossible to shake off Su Xin. If they attempted to force their way out, they risked being severely injured by the very sword intent that ensnared them. Furthermore, within the hunting grounds, the conditions for activating the restraints on their tokens were exceedingly delicate. They would not only trigger in life-and-death situations, but could also activate upon severe injury, leading to elimination. This was a grave predicament. Why was this master of the transformation so difficult to handle? The expressions of Ba Jiao and his companions shifted dramatically in no time. Duan Yunfeng returned to confront them, and it was clear that Xiao Mo had been eliminated. However, upon returning to the battlefield, Duan Yunfeng did not immediately engage. Instead, he cast a peculiar glance at Su Xin. "Brother, what are you still playing at? Why not strike quickly and eliminate the three of them?" Playing? Ba Jiao and his companions were taken aback. The figure they perceived as exceedingly difficult to deal with had merely been toying with them. Indeed, after a light chuckle, Su Xin decisively made his move. The sword intent in his hand transformed instantly. What had previously been an exceedingly subtle and flowing sword intent now turned ferocious and fiery. That swordsmanship descended like a torrent, brutal and terrifying, enveloping the three of them. What power! Ba Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The three of them exerted their utmost to withstand this ferocious assault of sword shadows, but after just a brief moment, two of them were swiftly eliminated. The mightiest among them, Ba Jiao, also fell in the end. Among the seven who had come specifically to deal with Duan Yunfeng, only the gentle girl who had led them managed to escape, while the other six, including Luo Xinzi, Xiao Mo, and Ba Jia, three top-tier geniuses deemed capable of contending for the top 20, were all slain by Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng. "Duan Yunfeng, your sword technique was impressive just now," Su Xin remarked as he approached. "That was my ultimate move, which I had intended to showcase in the final stages of the hunt. Now, you've seen it ahead of time. Should we encounter each other in the final stages, it might spell disaster for me," Duan Yunfeng replied in an unknown circumstance. Deploying one's ultimate technique unexpectedly yields the best results. However, now that Su Xin had witnessed his ultimate move, Duan Yunfeng felt somewhat at a disadvantage in a potential future confrontation. "You can't be deceiving me. That strike just now might be one of your ultimate moves, but surely it can't be your only one?" Su Xin inquired. Duan Yunfeng chuckled, touching his nose, clearly acknowledging the implication. Su Xin marveled at the fact that, even if it was merely one of Duan Yunfeng's ultimate techniques, it had effortlessly eliminated Luo Xinzi under their combined assault, revealing the depth of Duan Yunfeng's hidden strength. "The ultimate technique you just demonstrated feels quite similar to the phantom scroll I practice. Both are astonishingly swift. I wonder who is stronger," Su Xin pondered. Naturally, the answer would only be revealed when they faced off in the final stages of the hunt. The fierce battle had left no significant impact on either Su Xin or Duan Yunfeng, and they continued to rest, awaiting the dawn of the next day. Outside the hunting grounds, the recently eliminated Xiao Mo, Luo Xinzi, and others gathered once more. Xiao Mo's expression was grim. "Damn it. I went to such great lengths to recruit so many talented individuals, yet we still couldn't eliminate Duan Yunfeng, and instead, he eliminated us. Curse it. How infuriating." Xiao Mo seethed with anger and frustration, feeling utterly powerless. This was the only opportunity he had found to seek revenge against Duan Yunfeng, and now it had slipped through his fingers. Meanwhile, Luo Xinzi stood calmly beside him. "My master sent me to participate in this imperial city hunt, hoping I could give it my all and see if I could enter the Tianyan Palace for training. However, this time, the competition is evidently fiercer than before, with more top talents. Given my strength, it seems nearly impossible to truly break into the top 10. After all, I can't even enter the Tianyan Palace. Being eliminated early isn't much of a loss. Furthermore, I did gain quite a bit from Xiao Mo. Most importantly, through him, I might establish a connection with the current Duke of the nation. If I can leverage this to foster a good relationship between my Ziyun sect and the Duke, that would be a significant achievement. The Ziyun sect, while possessing some heritage, is considered a major sect within the Tianyan dynasty. Yet, the imperial authority of the Tianyan dynasty completely overshadows these sections. The current Duke holds immense power and is undoubtedly among the most prominent figures in the dynasty. Cultivating a good relationship with such a high-ranking individual is something the Ziyun sect greatly desires. A night swiftly passed. As dawn broke on the following day, the the first phase of the hunt, which had lasted a full 5 days, finally came to a close. The many surviving talents were escorted out of the hunting grounds, and soon, based on the tokens each person carried, the 1,000 talents advancing to the second phase were swiftly determined. Naturally, Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng were among those 1,000. Subsequently, everyone returned to the camp. Following the conclusion of the first phase of the hunt, there would be a 3-day respite before the second phase commenced. Within the camp, Su Xin looked at the 3 individuals, Long Dao, Zhao and Ling Yu, who had come to bid farewell. So, you 3 are preparing to return to Yongning County. What else can we do? Long Dao replied, clearly disheartened. Among the 10 talents selected from Yongning County, aside from you, Su Xin, the rest were all eliminated during the first phase of the hunt, and their eliminations were quite tragic. Indeed, Zhao nodded gravely. The talents of the Tianyan dynasty are simply overwhelming. We, who barely passed the first layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower, are considered the top talents in Yongning County, yet on the grand stage of the Tianyan dynasty, we amount to little. This hunt has thoroughly discouraged us. Leaving now will lessen the blow we feel. If we stayed and witnessed how you true top talents continue the hunt, we would likely feel even more disheartened. Ling Yu added. Among the 10 talents from Yongning County, only you have passed the first phase of the hunt and can continue to strive for more. As for us, we just want to break through to the void-defying realm as soon as possible. We no longer harbor hopes for the Tianyan Palace. Long Dao smiled at Su Xin. I hope you truly achieve your goal of entering the Tianyan Palace. When you return to Yongning County, do come find us for a drink. All right, Su Xin nodded. Soon, Long Dao and the others departed on the Zifeng beast. Not just the 3 of them, but among the many talents eliminated in the first phase, most chose to leave. When they arrived, they were filled with enthusiasm, each eager to break into the top 10 and gain entry to the sacred training grounds of the Tianyan Palace. Yet, upon leaving, most felt a profound sense of despondency. Many talents had faced a harsh reality check during this hunt. However, such setbacks can be both beneficial and detrimental. The advantage lies in that experiencing failure can prompt timely self-awareness, enabling smoother cultivation in the future. The downside, however, is the risk of being permanently discouraged. Out of nearly 100,000 talents, almost 99% were eliminated in just the first phase, leaving only 1,000 talents remaining. Su Xin couldn't help but sigh. Yet, among the 1,000 who remained, each possessed extraordinary strength, and even the weakest among them likely had the capability to pass the second layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower. The competition in the upcoming hunt would undoubtedly be fiercer. Su Xin clenched his fists. Within the hunting grounds, he had encountered many top-tier talents, such as the likes of Song Yin, Tang Xian, and that formidable monk who had left him in awe. There were also others like Xia Meng and Tu San, who were already recognized as possessing exceptional strength. Regardless of who they were, none could obstruct his path forward. The Tianyan Palace was his absolute goal. As night fell, the camp was illuminated with bright lights. Although more than half of the talents had departed, the camp remained bustling. At its center stood an imposing black tower, the Red Dragon Tower. The Red Dragon Tower oversees the world. This imperial city hunt was also under the watchful gaze of the Red Dragon Tower, which had arranged many aspects of the hunt. For instance, the intelligence reports on talents that had been widely circulated within the camp were, in fact, produced by the Red Dragon Tower. A frail girl approached the Red Dragon Tower. "Miss, do you require assistance?" asked a steward responsible for reception within the tower. "I have come to sell information on a certain talent from this hunt," the frail girl replied. "Sell talent information?" The steward's demeanor shifted. The Red Dragon Tower had collected information on the talents involved in the hunt through various means, including their performances during the Seeking Dragon Tower trials and their subsequent public achievements. However, during the first phase of the hunt, with so many talents engaged in combat, it was impossible for the Red Dragon Tower to monitor every individual. Consequently, they would offer a reward for any information that had not yet been reported to them. The frail girl soon recounted everything she knew about a specific talent. "Are you saying that among the 1,000 talents who passed the first phase, there is one whose cultivation is at the peak of the transformation sea yet possesses the strength to contend for a spot in the top 10? The steward stood up, incredulous as he gazed at the girl before him. After careful inquiry, he said, "Miss, the Red Dragon Tower will promptly send someone to verify your claims. If what you say is true, we will pay you the corresponding reward." "Very well." The frail girl nodded and then turned to leave. The Red Dragon Tower acted swiftly. Within an hour, they had confirmed the girl's information in a tavern within the camp. Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng sat together. Everyone, this is the new talent intelligence report from the Red Dragon Tower, which contains numerous records of newly emerged powerful talents from the first phase of the hunt. Why not purchase a copy and take a look? Around them, merchants were selling the latest talent intelligence. Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng soon acquired a copy. As they flipped through the first few pages, they found familiar names: Xiameng, Tu San, Duan Yunfeng, and others long recognized as talents. However, they soon encountered a new name, Wu Zhao, origin unknown, at the peak of the transformation sea, wielding a stone staff, had struck multiple times during the first phase of the hunt, and no one could withstand his blows. He undoubtedly possessed the strength to contend for a spot in the top 10. It's him, the monk. Upon seeing Wu Zhao's introduction, Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng immediately recognized that this must be the formidable monk they had encountered in the hunting grounds. The report indicated that even those previously deemed capable of breaking into the top 50 had been eliminated by this monk's strike, underscoring his strength. That monster. Duan Yunfeng couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the monk. In terms of strength, even Xiameng might not be able to match Wu Zhao, Su Xin mused. The report merely classified Wu Zhao as possessing top 10 strength, which was clearly an understatement. Of course, this also reflected the limited understanding of Wu Zhao's capabilities from the outside. He and Duan Yunfeng had engaged him in true combat, even compelling Wu Zhao to utilize impressive techniques. As they continued reading, Duan Yunfeng turned to a new page and suddenly froze. "Brother, you must see this." Su Xin immediately leaned over to look, and upon doing so, he too was struck with astonishment. Upon the page of intelligence, it was inscribed, Su Xin, hailing from Yunzhou's Yongning County, age 19, possesses a cultivation level of great completion in the sea transformation realm, and is suspected to rank among the top 10 combatants for this hunting expedition. Chapter 48. Doubts regarding my name? Su Xin was taken aback. During the first phase of the hunt, he had engaged multiple times, showcasing considerable prowess, and it was only natural for the Red Dragon Tower to document him in this intelligence report. However, Su Xin did not anticipate his ranking to be so elevated. Suspected to be among the top 10 combatants? Su Xin murmured. The top 10? He certainly had the capability to be in the top 10. It was just that during the first phase of the hunt, he had refrained from showing his full strength on most occasions. The Red Dragon Tower's claim of suspicion indicated a lack of absolute certainty. Su Xin, you see, this report merely states that you eliminated Luo Xiao in a single encounter, and then single-handedly contended against 3 major geniuses, including Ba Jiao, without falling behind, hence the belief that you might possess top 10 combat strength. As for the rest, there is nothing more to say, Duan Yunfeng remarked. Su Xin smiled. Indeed, his achievements documented in this intelligence were rather sparse. It merely referenced the climactic battle of the last night, where he had slain Luo Xiao and thwarted Ba Jiao and his companions, yet the report only indicated a stalemate with them, failing to mention that he had ultimately dispatched all 3. In that battle, there had been 7 opponents, and it was likely that his accomplishments were relayed from either the first eliminated, Luo Xinzi, Xiaomo, or that girl who had fled at the first sign of danger. Su Xin speculated internally. Regardless of whether it was Luo Xinzi, Xiaomo, or the timid girl who had escaped, they had only witnessed Su Xin's elimination of Luo Xiao and his evenly matched contest with Ba Jiao's trio, without knowing that he had subsequently defeated them all alone. Furthermore, even if the Red Dragon Tower were to investigate later, Ba Jiao and his companions, being proud geniuses, would likely refuse to admit the fact that they had been eliminated by a single great completion in the sea transformation realm, instead claiming that Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng had worked together to vanquish them. Such meager accomplishments might not convince many. Duan Yunfeng continued. Su Xin chuckled. Yes, the record of his achievements in this intelligence was indeed rather thin. Merely the battle of that final night, where he had slain Luo Xiao and thwarted Ba Jiao and his companions, and the report only stated that he had contended with them, when in reality, he had single-handedly dispatched all 3. At that time, there had been 7 adversaries, and his accomplishments should have originated from the first eliminated, Luo Xinzi, Xiaomo, or that girl who had fled early. Su Xin mused internally. Regardless of whether it was Luo Xinzi, Xiaomo, or the girl who had fled, they had only seen Su Xin defeat Luo Xiao and engage in a contest with Ba Jiao's trio, without realizing that he had ultimately slain them all. Furthermore, even if the Red Dragon Tower were to investigate later, Ba Jiao and his companions, being proud geniuses, would likely refuse to admit they had been eliminated by a single great completion in the sea transformation realm. instead claiming that Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng had collaborated to vanquish them. Such scant achievements would hardly convince many. Within the encampment, following the release of the latest intelligence regarding geniuses from the Red Dragon Tower, the entire camp buzzed with discussion. This Wu Zhao, where did he come from, and why was there no introduction to his background? Yet, his strength is undeniably formidable. Indeed, it is powerful. According to this intelligence, few can withstand his blow. The young lady from the Song family could at least contend for a spot in the top 50 of the hunt, yet she was struck down by him in a single blow, truly terrifying. In terms of combat strength, this Wu Zhao undoubtedly qualifies for the top 10 of the hunt, but who is this Su Xin that has emerged? A great completion in the sea transformation realm, how could he possibly rank in the top 10? Able to eliminate Luo Xiao in a single encounter and simultaneously contend against 3 major geniuses, including Bajio, without yielding. Impressive indeed, and sufficient to claim he could breach the top 20. But the top 10 seems a stretch. Indeed, the top 20 is sufficient. Many who are deemed qualified to challenge the top 10 have far more impressive records than he does. It is unclear how the Red Dragon Tower ranks its talents, but perhaps Su Xin possesses some hidden capabilities. What capabilities could he possibly have? A mere great completion in the sea transformation realm, I truly do not believe he has the strength to be among the top 10. Throughout the encampment, discussions abounded, primarily focusing on Wu Zhao and Su Xin. After the first phase of the hunt, numerous talents had emerged in the latest intelligence report, with Wu Zhao and Su Xin ranking highest among them. Wu Zhao's combat prowess is undeniably fierce, and his achievements are credible, prompting admiration from those discussing him. However, as for Su Xin, while the talents within the camp were astonished by a great completion in the sea transformation realm exhibiting such strength, many felt that the Red Dragon Tower had ranked him too high based solely on his achievements. Su Xin hardly qualifies for the top 10, and many believed he fell short of even contending for a spot in the top 10. These fools die in a corner of the encampment. A burly blond man stood, listening to the surrounding talents' discussions, particularly their disparagement of Su Xin, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. They truly have no idea of Su Xin's true strength. To think he lacks the qualifications for the top 10? Ridiculous. Song Yin scoffed, waiting for the upcoming hunt. These talents who belittled Su Xin would soon realize the truth upon encountering him. Unlike others, he had faced Su Xin in the hunting grounds and had engaged him in a genuine battle. The outcome had forced him to surrender 30 command talismans to secure his release. He understood well that Su Xin's strength far surpassed that of any talent who could contend for the top 20, and he undoubtedly possessed top 10 combat power. Of course, he was aware but chose not to reveal it. Moreover, there was that Tang Xian. Even if the Red Dragon Tower inquired about the reason for his elimination, he would only state that it was due to the collaboration of Duan Yunfeng and Su Xin, perhaps slightly praising Su Xin's strength, but he would never admit to being outmatched by a mere great completion in the sea transformation realm. Within a beautiful estate in the imperial city, there lay a serene lake. A man clad in gray, wearing a conical hat, quietly fished with a bamboo rod. The lake's surface was utterly tranquil, without a ripple, and the entire estate was enveloped in silence. The gray-clad man, with clear eyes, fished in stillness for over half an hour without any sign of movement. The scene seemed to be frozen in time. Until, from a distance in the void, a figure sped toward him and landed behind him. Whoosh! The wind stirred, causing the surrounding trees and branches to sway, and the lake's surface rippled gently in response to the breeze. The gray-clad man slightly turned his gaze, breaking free from the previous state of total stillness. "My lord." The suddenly arriving frail elder bowed respectfully to the gray-clad man. The elder's face bore the marks of time, indicating his advanced age, and his cultivation was exceedingly high, having reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Yet, before the gray-clad man, this formidable figure appeared exceptionally humble and respectful. "Is there something amiss?" The gray-clad man inquired, turning his head slightly to "My lord. This is the news just returned from the hunt." The frail elder respectfully presented a slip of paper. "The hunt?" The gray-clad man's brow furrowed slightly. "The Imperial City hunt is merely a competition among some young ones. When has it warranted my attention?" With a subtle gesture, the paper floated into his hand. After a cursory glance, the gray-clad man smiled. "The young one I previously praised actually has the qualifications to vie for the top 10 in this hunt. However, why the word suspected?" The gray-clad man looked over. Replying to "My lord, it is merely that the Red Dragon Tower's verified achievements suggest he is slightly short of the top 10, but during the verification process, we noticed that the expressions of the geniuses who fought him, including Ba Jiu, were somewhat unusual. They acknowledged that they merely contended evenly with Su Xin, yet they were reluctant to elaborate on the final elimination process, implying that it seemed as though Su Xin alone had eliminated all three of them. The frail elder explained, "Is that so?" The gray-clad man nodded. The Red Dragon Tower has always been meticulous in its operations. Their findings are indeed sufficient to indicate Su Xin's potential for the top 10. However, due to the lack of absolutely convincing achievements, they chose to use the term suspected to avoid raising too much doubt. Remarkable, has it only been a little over 2 months? The gray-clad man recalled that he had first learned of Su Xin when this young man had ventured into the dragon-seeking tower over 2 months ago. He was the guardian of the dragon-seeking tower at that time. He had been astounded by Su Xin's displayed strength, as a mere great completion in the sea transformation realm managed to pass through the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower with such ease. Consequently, he had personally visited the Tianyan Palace, intending to recommend this young man for a special recruitment opportunity. Now, merely 2 months later, this young man had directly participated in the Imperial City's hunt and had gained the qualifications to contend for the top 10. Such rapid progress in just over 2 months. That old fool Qing, who had previously gone to great lengths to prevent this young man from entering the Tianyan Palace, must be utterly dazed upon seeing his performance in the hunt. Humph! The gray-clad man snorted coldly. That stubborn old fool has been in the Tianyan Palace for years, still clinging to his former master's ideals. If this continues, I fear he may soon find his position as palace master in jeopardy. The gray-clad man was quite displeased that Su Xin had not obtained the special recruitment opportunity from the Tianyan Palace. After all, he held a significant status as a Nirvana realm expert and was one of the upper echelons of the Red Dragon Tower. He had personally gone to make the recommendation, only to face rejection, which naturally vexed him. He was also aware that many of the senior figures within the Tianyan Palace had praised Su Xin's talent and agreed to the special recruitment, with the sole exception of that old coot Qing. The Tianyan Palace had 3 palace masters, and Qing was one of them, wielding considerable power. He had vehemently opposed the recruitment, even citing the incident from over 3 years ago when Su Xin was personally punished by the Tianyan Emperor, which led to Su Xin's special recruitment opportunity being shelved. The gray-clad man understood that Qing's relentless obstruction was merely following the orders of his old master. The Tianyan Palace would not grant a special recruitment opportunity, so he would have to participate in the Imperial City's hunt and seize a disciple slot through sheer strength. This young man possesses ambition. I admire that. The gray-clad man smiled, rising to shoulder his bamboo rod. When does the next hunt commence? He inquired. The second phase of the hunt will take place 3 days hence, within the Imperial City, followed by the final phase 3 days later, the frail elder replied. Very well, keep a close watch. If that young man makes it to the final phase, come and inform me. I shall also make my way to observe, the gray-clad man remarked with a smile. This statement startled the frail elder. Given this lord's status, he intends to witness it personally. This signifies that the lord holds more than just a passing interest in Su Xin. Indeed, the frail elder respectfully nodded before turning to leave. The estate, along with the lake before it, returned to its tranquil state. Chapter 49. A twisted heart within a tavern in the encampment, in a private room. What a pity! If I hadn't encountered a talent qualified to challenge the top 100 right at the start, this young master might have had a chance to advance through the first phase of the hunt. A young man donned in a resplendent golden robe sat there, flanked by 2 individuals. One of them was Situ, and the other was the genius Su Xin, deemed qualified to contend for the top 10 from the Qi Wangfu. Yet, both Su Xin and Situ appeared exceedingly respectful before the young man. Your Highness, the order has been issued. Within 3 days, the entire family of that talent who eliminated you, along with those closely associated with him, will be exterminated, Su Xin reported respectfully, and no need to be so cruel. Eliminating just him and his immediate family will suffice. The young man waved his hand dismissively, his tone exceedingly indifferent, as though extinguishing an entire family was no more significant than squashing a handful of ants. Situ, standing respectfully beside him, could not help but click his tongue in secret. The Imperial City hunt was meant for young talents within the Tianyan Empire to compete fairly based on their own abilities. Even if eliminated during the hunt, it would be solely due to a lack of strength. Yet, this young prince, merely because of his own elimination, sought to take vengeance on the family of the talent who had defeated him. Rumors indeed hold some truth, Situ mused silently. He had previously heard whispers claiming that this prince of the Qi Wangfu, Xia Yuanji, was a bastard child raised in a highly unconventional environment. His heart twisted and deranged. After becoming a prince, he became increasingly unrestrained, often executing individuals or even exterminating entire families over trivial matters. Within the imperial city alone, several families had been wiped out by this prince for reasons that were utterly trivial. Such a calamity, I must tread carefully around him. Otherwise, if I provoke him, even my family may not be able to protect me, Sityu thought to himself, genuinely reluctant to serve such a twisted and potentially mad prince. However, it was a task assigned by his family, instructing him to cultivate a favorable relationship with this prince. Sityu, have you seen the latest talent intelligence released by the Red Dragon Tower? Xia Yuanji suddenly inquired. That I have. Sityu nodded repeatedly. According to the information gathered by my subordinates, the two newly emerged talents with the potential to contend for the top 10 seem to have some connection to you. Xia Yuanji's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Sityu continued nodding. Of the two, the one named Wu Zhao, I do not know him at all. We have never interacted before, and I have no idea why he seeks me out, nor why he harbors such hostility toward me. After the first phase of the hunt concluded, Sityu learned from the eliminated young lady from the Song family that a terrifyingly powerful monk had been searching for his whereabouts throughout the first phase of the hunt. That young lady also mentioned that it was because she knew they had a good relationship that the monk had directly intervened to eliminate her. It was evident that the monk had come to seek him out for misfortune. According to the intelligence from the Red Dragon Tower, this Wu Zhao possesses immense strength. Even I may not necessarily win against him, Tu San remarked. Even you, Tu San, do not feel confident of a victory? Xia Yuanji chuckled in surprise. Sityu, to be targeted by such an individual, you truly are unfortunate. Sityu could only smile bitterly. He had no idea why Wu Zhao was after him. Aside from Wu Zhao, there was also that Su Xin from the Su family. Xia Yuanji's gaze suddenly turned cold. Humph, the Su family, a clan that has long since fallen. Even their Nirvana realm ancestor has perished. Yet, recently, a squad of Yinglong guards dispatched at your family's behest was entirely wiped out. That was a complete squad of Yinglong guards. Xia Yuanji's voice was laced with evident fury. Sityu felt a tremor in his heart. That squad of Yinglong guards had been dispatched by the Qi Wang, and their annihilation at the hands of the Su family had incited the Qi Wang's wrath, resulting in significant repercussions for the Sityu family. He had been sent to curry favor with this prince to mitigate the Qi Wang's anger. Moreover, that Su Xin, merely a great completion in the sea transformation realm, has a lower cultivation than this prince, yet the Red Dragon Tower believes he qualifies for the top 10 in this hunt? What a joke! This prince could not even pass the first phase of the hunt. By what right does he have to contend for the top 10? Xia Yuanji growled. His childhood experiences had thoroughly twisted his heart. He regarded himself as a genius and could not abide those with greater talent than his own. He was at the peak of the sea transformation realm and had received abundant resources for cultivation within the Qi Wangfu. Yet he was eliminated in the first phase of the hunt. This alone filled him with rage, prompting him to seek the extermination of the family of the talent who had defeated him. And Su Xin, a mere great completion in the sea transformation realm, was able to pass the first phase. How could he be deemed qualified for the top 10? Kill him. You two, moving forward, if anyone encounters Su Xin, eliminate him on sight. Although the reasoning seemed laughable, Xia Yuanji issued the command without hesitation. Understood, Tu San nodded, his expression unwavering. Sityu, however, wore a face of shock. Your Highness, the regulations regarding the royal city hunt have long been established, strictly prohibiting any lethal actions, should one contravene this decree. Before Sityu could finish his words, Xia Yuanji's icy gaze swept over. Established regulations? Whose regulations? The edicts of the Yin Emperor. Even if this noble son were to defy them, what consequence could arise? Xia Yuanji's voice was frigid, his eyes glinting like those of a feral beast. Sityu was so terrified that he did not dare utter a single word. He was acutely aware of the reckless and unrestrained nature of this noble son, who indeed possessed the audacity to act as he pleased. The Qi Wang, after all, was a contender for the throne against the current emperor, their struggle having been fiercely contested, with him once able to stand toe-to-toe with the emperor for an extended period. Although he ultimately lost the battle, the power he wielded remained vast enough that the Yin Emperor had refrained from any retaliatory actions throughout his reign. This Xia Yuanji, previously so brazen in his actions, was tolerated even during his wanton slaughters. Thus, should he casually eliminate a genius during the hunt, it is unlikely the Yin Emperor would take any action against him. Understanding this, Situ could not help but revel in schadenfreude. Poor Su Xin, to be the target of the Qi Wang's attention. Your misfortune far surpasses mine. He too was unfortunate, targeted by the enigmatic Wu dynasty. Yet, at least the Wu dynasty adhered to the rules of the hunt. Now, however, the one fixated on Su Xin was a genuine madman, one who disregarded all rules, and the reasoning behind his fixation was utterly absurd. 3 days swiftly elapsed. At dawn, the 1,000 talented individuals who had progressed through the first stage of the hunt entered the Tianyin imperial city under guidance. The grand imperial city was far more bustling and magnificent than any location within the 36 states of the Tianyin dynasty. Countless exquisite houses and pavilions dotted the streets, which were teeming with people, many of whom were formidable. Within the Xuanwu Gate lay an expansive training ground capable of accommodating tens of thousands. As numerous talents arrived at the Xuanwu Gate, many figures were already stationed within this vast arena. Each individual donned garments of varying styles, some gathered in small groups, while others stood solitary. Yet, every one of them exuded a powerful aura, clearly having crossed into the breaking void realm. The 1,000 newly arrived talents gazed in confusion at these figures before them. They were undoubtedly the formidable practitioners from the various major factions and sects within the Tianyin dynasty. Duan Yunfeng stood alongside Su Xin and remarked, during each royal city hunt, while the top 10 talents are inevitably absorbed into the Tianyin palace, the remaining talents also possess high potential and aptitude. This is the moment when the major factions and sects of the Tianyin dynasty compete to recruit them. Su Xin nodded slightly, aware that the royal city hunt was the grandest gathering of geniuses within the Tianyin dynasty. The allure of this event lay in its ability to attract talents from all corners, enabling those already affiliated with various factions to bolster their reputation and pave their way towards the Tianyin palace. Those who had not yet joined any faction had the opportunity to prove themselves through the hunt, thereby gaining entry into the major sects and factions. The prominent factions within the Tianyin dynasty possessed abundant resources, and joining such factions could be immensely beneficial. The Su family, to which Su Xin belonged, had, at its peak, sent strong practitioners to these hunts, seeking to recruit genuine talents. Even if they failed to recruit, establishing a rapport was still a wise choice. You have 1 hour to prepare. The second stage of the hunt will commence in 1 hour. The resounding voice echoed throughout the training ground. An hour to prepare. Su Xion's heart stirred, realizing that this time was likely allocated for the factions to attract talents. Although the first stage of the hunt had not been publicly disclosed, it was evident that nearly 10,000 talents had been whittled down to a mere 1,000. Most of the noteworthy talents had already made their presence known. Even those who had concealed their abilities would not be too numerous. Armed with the intelligence provided by the Qihong Tower, these factions could now set about recruiting talents. Indeed, the various faction leaders who had gathered earlier began to spring into action, eyeing a corner of the training ground. Elder Imo remarked, "I did not expect you to personally attend this year's Royal City Hunt." There was no choice. This year's talents are evidently superior to those of previous years, and the sect naturally places greater emphasis on this hunt. Two familiar figures conversed casually. "So, have you spotted any promising talents?" one inquired. "The top talents destined for the Tianyin Palace are beyond consideration, but there are indeed several noteworthy prospects among the others." Elder Imo, clad in a white robe, smiled, holding a dossier containing intelligence on the talents provided by the Qihong Tower. Compared to the information circulating among the talents, the details available to the faction leaders were considerably more comprehensive. At that moment, Elder Mo's gaze fixated intensely on one name. Su Xian. Elder Mo's eyes gleamed with fervor. According to the intelligence from the Qihong Tower, this Su Xian was merely 19 years old and had achieved the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, yet his combat prowess qualified him for contention among the top 10 in the hunt. Truly prodigious. He must have awakened his bloodline. Compared to the strongest talents in this hunt, Su Xian's potential appeared even more remarkable. Contemplating this, Elder Imo promptly made his way towards Su Xion's location. Chapter 50. The second stage of the hunt within the training ground, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng stood together, observing the bustling activity of the formidable practitioners from various factions. "Young friends," a white-robed elder approached them. "I am Elder Imo, a member of the Tianyi sect." Su Xion's heart stirred at the mention of the Tianyi sect. The Tianyin dynasty, vast and expansive, boasted numerous sects and factions. among which 3 were particularly renowned as the mightiest. The Tianai sect was one of these 3. It was said that the Tianai sect had existed for centuries, possessing profound roots. Currently, it housed no fewer than 4 Nirvana realm experts. To have even one Nirvana realm ancestor in a family is considered a mark of a top-tier aristocracy. Thus, to possess 4 such experts alongside its deep heritage, the Tianai sect could be accurately described as a colossal force within the Tianyin dynasty. As long as it did not rebel or provoke the royal family to intervene, the Tianai sect could operate with impunity within the dynasty. Su Xin. My young friend, Elder Mo continued, I have come to inquire whether you would be willing to join our Tianai sect. A smile adorned his face. Should you agree, you would be welcomed as a core disciple, receiving resources and training second only to those of the Tianyin palace and the royal family. Furthermore, I can assure you that one of our 4 Nirvana realm elders would take you as a disciple and provide personal guidance. Additionally, I have heard of the recent predicaments faced by your Su family. If you become a disciple of the Tianai sect, I guarantee that no one shall lay a finger upon your family. Elder Mo wasted no time in presenting his conditions, which were indeed very enticing. The prospect of resources second only to those of the Tianyin palace and the royal family, mentorship from a Nirvana realm expert, and protection for the Su family. Such offers left even Su Xin momentarily speechless. It was Duan Yunfeng who first regained his composure, indignantly exclaiming, Old man, what is the meaning of this? You invite Su Xin alone while neglecting me? Do you look down upon me? Su Xin was taken aback. A dignified elder of the Tianai sect, a peak-breaking void realm expert, was being addressed so casually by Duan Yunfeng, and in such a disrespectful manner. Did he not fear the elder's wrath? Yet, to Duan Yunfeng's words, Elder Mo exhibited no sign of anger, instead chuckling, If you wish to join our Tianai sect as well, my young friend, I would naturally welcome you. I merely fear that our humble sect may not meet your expectations. Hemph, you guessed correctly. I truly look down upon your Tianai sect. Duan Yunfeng scoffed, showing no restraint. Su Xin quickly grasped the situation. Duan Yunfeng's background was substantial, and Elder Mo was surely aware of it. Thus, despite Duan Yunfeng's exceptional talent, Elder Mo had no intention of extending an invitation. In truth, many other talents present at this hunt were similarly illustrious, such as Xia Meng and Tu San. Their reputations were well known. One was a royal scion, while the other hailed from the Qi Wang's residence. Regardless of their strength or potential to enter the Tianyin palace, it was improbable they would join any other faction, leading these factions to refrain from wasting their efforts on them. At most, they would only attempt to establish a cordial relationship. Elder Mo, I appreciate your kind offer, but I would prefer to first see if I can break into the top 10 and gain entry into the Tianyin palace for training. If I fail to do so, I shall then reconsider joining the Tianai sect. Su Xin replied, Of course. Elder Mo smiled. In that case, we shall wait until the conclusion of this hunt for your decision. With that, Elder Mo departed. Following his exit, numerous other representatives from various sects or factions approached Su Xin, including one faction that was also among the 3 most powerful sects, extending equally appealing offers. Naturally, these factions understood that Su Xin would not immediately accept, as he would first seek to gain entry into the Tianyin palace, so they merely extended their olive branches in advance. The final decision regarding Su Xin would be made after the hunt concluded. These invitations from the factions and sects were indeed fortuitous for Su Xin. Even should he face the direst of circumstances and fail to enter the top 10, he could still opt to join these factions, ensuring a degree of safety for his family. Su Xin pondered silently. An hour passed swiftly. The 1,000 talented individuals had reconvened. The host of the second stage of the hunt held a peculiar white orb in his hand. He tossed the orb into the void, and it immediately enlarged, radiating a dazzling white light that enveloped all 1,000 talents in the training ground before they vanished from sight. The Tianxin realm? Is it the trial space designated for royal offspring by the Tianyin royal family? The various faction leaders recognized the origin of the white orb. The Tianxin realm was specifically designed as a trial space for the royal family's offspring. The white orb served as a guiding object, transporting the 1,000 talents into the Tianxin realm. Once the numerous talents were enveloped by the Tianxin realm, the orb emitted waves of white light, projecting images into the void of the training ground. These images depicted various scenes of the talents within the Tianxin realm, albeit only a fraction of them. Go employ the Tianxin realm as the second stage of the hunt. Quite intriguing. Elder Mo stood in a corner of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back, Observing the unfolding images with a smile, in this expansive trial space, the ground was paved with blue stones, stretching nearly 100 feet in both length and width. Surrounding the perimeter was a white light barrier. Su Xin found himself standing at the heart of this trial space. A resounding voice echoed in the ears of all 1,000 talents within the trial space. After 10 breaths, your opponents will begin to emerge from the white light barrier, attacking you in succession. These opponents will vary in form and number, and your task is to withstand the onslaught of these waves of adversaries. The more rounds of opponents you overcome, the greater your chances of passing this second stage of the hunt. The explanation was straightforward, yet lacked detailed rules. The first stage of the hunt had been explicitly outlined, with a clear stipulation that only 1,000 participants would progress, while the second stage merely instructed them to endure the attacks of the opponents without specifying how many would ultimately remain. Su Xin furrowed his brow slightly. 10 breaths flew by, and 2 shadowy figures surged forth from the white light barrier. Whoosh, whoosh! The 2 shadows raced toward Su Xin with astonishing speed, akin to twin hurricanes. As they drew near, Su Xin discerned their true forms, not humans, but ferocious beasts. His pupils contracted. These 2 shadows were, in fact, 2 imposing black wolves, each over 2 meters in length. Their crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty aura as they lunged forward. In an instant, Su Xin drew his sword. Swish, swish! The blade sang as it sliced through the air, a speed beyond comprehension. The 2 wolves, barely having reached him, found their heads severed, their mournful howls echoing before they dissolved into white light, vanishing within the trial space. Not real beasts, but avatars conjured through some extraordinary technique. Su Xin marveled at the impressive craftsmanship behind this trial space. Evidently, the creator of this trial space was extraordinary. Following the disappearance of the 2 wolves, several more figures emerged from the surrounding white light barrier. This time, for bizarre birds with razor-sharp beaks that resembled swords appeared. In terms of speed, these 4 birds surpassed the previous wolves. Su Xin continued to strike, swiftly dispatching the 4 birds as they disintegrated. One after another, waves of opponents emerged from the white light barrier. Beasts, strange birds, and flying insects, all formidable in their own right, yet hardly posed a significant threat to Su Xin. In rapid succession, he dispatched 5 rounds of adversaries and entered the 6th. In this 6th round, he faced 2 human assassins, clad in black robes. Their movements were not only swift but also eerie, combining terrifying speed with an elusive agility that made it difficult for Su Xin to pinpoint their locations. Their attacks, executed with silent precision, rendered them nearly impossible to defend against. While Su Xin could certainly employ his sword techniques to eliminate them, he began to sense something was amiss after battling through 6 rounds. My spiritual energy has been continuously depleting without any opportunity for replenishment. He furrowed his brow. In the previous 5 rounds, he had relied on his strength to vanquish his foes, resulting in substantial energy expenditure. Particularly during the 5th round, where he had faced 100 flying insects, his energy had been significantly drained. However, the relentless waves of adversaries afforded him no respite, leaving no time to recover his spiritual energy. The 2 assassins in this 6th round were particularly troublesome. Should he resort to his true prowess, his energy consumption would escalate further. Yet, he remained uncertain of how many more rounds of opponents awaited him or under what conditions he could be deemed successful in this second stage of the hunt. The previously announced rules had merely instructed them to withstand the onslaught of opponents, with a greater number of overcome rounds increasing their chances of advancement, rather than emphasizing the need to eliminate opponents swiftly. In other words, Su Xin's gaze sharpened, and he halted in his tracks. He no longer pursued the 2 assassins, but instead stood his ground, allowing them to approach. Swish, swish! The 2 cold daggers stabbed silently toward him. Su Xin unsheathed his sword, the essence of his blade swirling, transforming into mountains and seas, effortlessly deflecting the assaults of the 2 attackers. The duo of assassins persisted in their onslaught. Clang, clang, clang time and again. Their strikes were easily parried by Su Xin. Yet, in a mere moment, without him lifting a finger, the 2 assassins' forms dissipated into nothingness, as anticipated, upon witnessing the 2 figures vanish into radiant white light within the trial space. A smile graced Su Xin's lips. He had come to understand that the second phase of the hunt was not about engaging in brutal combat with these adversaries, but rather about surviving the relentless waves of their frenzied attacks. As long as he endured their onslaught for a while, the opponents would eventually fade away. The second phase of the hunt relied not only on personal strength but also on stamina and perceptiveness. If one failed to discern the traps within this phase in a timely manner and blindly relied on brute force to clash with the relentless foes, expending vast amounts of spiritual energy, even someone capable of passing this phase might ultimately face elimination, Su Xin mused. Now that he had grasped the true rules, handling the subsequent challenges would be significantly simpler. Chapter 51. The Final Four in the Training Grounds. After a brief period following the arrival of 1,000 prodigies into the Tianxin realm, several began to emerge one after another. Am I eliminated? That shouldn't be the case. My strength should have been sufficient to withstand that round of attacks, yet my spiritual energy has been entirely depleted. How many rounds did you endure? 8 rounds. Those who had been sent out gathered together, exchanging hushed discussions, their expressions mostly grim. Soon, the number of prodigies emerging from the Tianxin realm had already surpassed half. At that moment, a burly blond man was also sent out. His appearance immediately captivated the attention of all the prodigies present. It's Su Xin. Is it really him? How could he have been sent out this early? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Su Xin was a top prodigy qualified to challenge the top 20 in the hunt. Based solely on strength, he should not have been eliminated so soon. After all, there were still over 100 prodigies remaining in the Tianxin realm. Damn it! At that moment, Su Xin gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, his expression exceedingly grim. I was too reckless. I should have been more cautious, conserving my spiritual energy as much as possible. Otherwise, I could have easily withstood the 10th round of attacks. Just moments ago, within the Tianxin realm, facing the successive waves of opponents, he had unleashed his full power from the outset, relying on sheer strength to forcefully eliminate those adversaries. While he had indeed progressed swiftly, having cleared the 8th round early, he had exhausted more than half of his spiritual energy by then. It was only when he sensed something amiss that it was too late. He barely managed to scrape through the 9th round, but by the 10th round, the strength of the opponents surged unexpectedly, and with his dwindling spiritual energy, he was ultimately eliminated by the adversaries of the 10th round. Within the Tianxin realm, the 9th round served as a threshold. Upon reaching the 10th round, the difficulty would escalate dramatically. If one expended too much spiritual energy during the first 9 rounds, they would likely be eliminated in the 10th due to the heightened challenge and their depleted reserves. Elder Imo from Tianai sect stood with his arms crossed. Observing his prodigies were eliminated and sent out from the Tianxin realm, shaking his head in silence, he understood that the Tianyin dynasty intended to use the Tianxin realm as an assessment for the second phase of the hunt. A prodigy's innate talent and strength are indeed crucial, but if, in a unique environment, they lack the most basic judgment of crises or respond sluggishly, such talent, no matter how exceptional, will not carry them far. Su Xin, with his reckless actions, relying solely on brute force to eliminate opponents without fully understanding the rules of the second phase of the hunt, and carelessly depleting his spiritual energy, it was only right for him to be eliminated early. As time passed, more and more prodigies were sent out of the Tianxin realm. After a brief interval, Duan Yunfeng was also expelled. What a pity! I knew I should conserve spiritual energy, yet I couldn't help but unleash some powerful sword techniques to eliminate my foes. If only I had a bit more spiritual energy, I could execute 1 or 2 ultimate techniques, and I would have easily withstood the 13th round of attacks, perhaps even holding out a while longer in the 14th. Duan Yunfeng sighed softly. He had navigated through 12 rounds of attacks within the Tianxin realm, managing to endure most of the 13th round before ultimately being eliminated. This result was already among the best among the many prodigies who had been eliminated. Now, the images suspended in the sky above the training grounds displayed only 4 figures remaining. This meant that only 4 individuals persisted within the Tianxin realm. These 4 were universally acknowledged as the strongest: Xiameng, from the Qiwang mansion, Tu San, the mysteriously originating monk, Wu Zhao, and finally, the one suspected of possessing top 10 fighting prowess, yet questioned by many as merely having attained the peak of the sea transformation stage, Su Xin. Within the Tianxin realm, in the trial space, the challenge had progressed to the 13th round. The opponents in this round were 10 black-armored soldiers wielding long spears. Each of these soldiers possessed terrifying strength, and Wu Zhao, the barefoot monk adorned with prayer beads, stood at the center of the trial space, casually wielding a stone staff. Bang, 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 bang. With each swing of the stone staff, a black-armored soldier was sent flying. As 10 black-armored soldiers charged simultaneously, The outcome was that all 10 were sent hurtling away. Simple, brutal. There was nothing flashy about it. Yet, to many observers, these 10 formidable black-armored soldiers appeared as mere punching bags before Wu Zhao. Repeatedly sent soaring, so powerful. Just how strong is that monk's stone staff? This is the opponent of the 13th round. Any one of those 10 black-armored soldiers could easily trample a typical prodigy who had passed the second level of the Sikh Dragon Tower. Right? The prodigies standing in the training grounds, along with powerful figures from various factions and sects, were awestruck as they witnessed the monk Wu Zhao effortlessly dispatching the black-armored soldiers. That monstrous figure. Duan Yunfeng gritted his teeth as he recalled being knocked senseless by that monk's staff, a chill running down his spine. The 13th round was swiftly conquered. Upon reaching the 14th round, the opponents were still 10 soldiers, but their armor had transitioned from black to silver, their combat abilities significantly heightened. Almost there, the monk Wu Zhao calmly observed as the 10 silver-armored soldiers advanced. Having endured 13 rounds of attacks, he should be able to pass this second phase of the hunt. I did not come here for fame. This should suffice. The monk chuckled, and in the face of the 10 silver-armored soldiers' assault, he merely waved his stone staff a couple of times symbolically before being eliminated and sent out. As Wu Zhao appeared on the training grounds, the expressions of the gathered prodigies were all exceedingly peculiar. How could this be? He breezed through the 13th round so effortlessly, yet was eliminated in an instant during the 14th. Could it be that his spiritual energy was depleted? Impossible. Just look at how relaxed he was before. He didn't seem to exhaust any energy at all. I suspect he deliberately threw the match. Most prodigies understood this. Wu Zhao clearly did not intend to continue, hence he allowed himself to be eliminated. As for his strength, previously, the Qilong Tower had deemed him capable of top 10 combat prowess, and no one doubted it now. Many speculated that his true strength might rival Xiaomeng. Sitiyu, I heard that during the first phase of the hunt, this Wu Zhao was actively searching for your whereabouts. You should be cautious. Someone nearby reminded Sitiyu, whose expression darkened like stormy waters. He knew the monk was formidable, yet had not anticipated him to be so powerful. Where on earth did this monster come from? Sitiyu glared with gritted teeth. In another trial space, Xiaomeng had also progressed to the 14th round. At this moment, all eyes were firmly fixed upon him. I am a royal descendant. I represent the dignity of the royal family. I will enter the Tianyan Palace, and I must do so as the first of this hunting event. Not only must I rank first overall, but I must also be first in this second phase of the hunt. The robust, proud-faced Xiaomeng stood at the center, exuding an air of dominance. Born into royalty, he had never lived a life of luxury, but instead had grown amidst fierce and brutal competition. In such an environment, his relentless pursuit was to become the strongest. I have traversed the Tianxin realm numerous times, always stopping at the 14th round, but this time, I will surely surpass it. Xiaomeng roared, his spear swirling like a dragon, dominant, fierce. The might he wielded was utterly terrifying. The 10 silver-armored soldiers, each immensely powerful, especially as a united force, were no match for Xiaomeng's overwhelming spear techniques, and within a short span, he had already eliminated 3 of them. Then came the thunderous clashes, as the 10 silver-armored soldiers engaged in fierce and intense combat, ultimately all falling to Xiaomeng's spear. The 14th round was conquered. So strong, utterly formidable. The training grounds erupted in exclamations. Until now, even top prodigies like Tu San and Wu Zhao had only made it through the 13th round, failing to last long in the 14th before being eliminated. Yet Xiaomeng had decisively triumphed over the 14th round, and he did not merely endure the assaults of the silver-armored soldiers. He had obliterated them with sheer force. This display of strength was terrifying, unbelievably strong. This was the individual previously acknowledged as the strongest in this hunt. The entire training ground was in an uproar. No one had anticipated Xiaomeng's power to be so extraordinary. The 3rd level, Xiaomeng undoubtedly possessed the strength to conquer the 3rd level of the Sikh Dragon Tower. The elite powers and sects present were similarly shaken. They understood that anyone who could surpass the 14th round of the Tianxin realm, especially through sheer force, must have the capability to conquer the 3rd level of the Sikh Dragon Tower. To surpass the 3rd level indicated the pinnacle of talent within the Tianyan dynasty. Such prodigies were rare, even across numerous generations of royal city hunts, yet one had emerged this time. After conquering the 14th round, Xiaomeng faced the opponents of the 15th round, 10 golden armored soldiers. These golden armored soldiers were clearly stronger than their silver armored predecessors, and Xia Meng, after a brief struggle, ultimately succumbed. Following Xia Meng's defeat, of the 1,000 prodigies who had participated in the second phase of the hunt, only one remained in the Tianxin realm. This individual was none other than Su Xin. Chapter 52. A stunning revelation in the training grounds. Numerous eliminated prodigies, alongside elite figures from various factions and sects, were fixated on the last floating image in the void. Within the image, a young man clad in black was executing sword techniques, constantly deflecting the attacks of surrounding opponents. Su Xin is still pressing on. Among the 1,000 prodigies participating in the second phase of the hunt, the strongest, Xia Meng, had already passed the 14th round and was defeated in the 15th. Yet Su Xin was still leisurely navigating the 12th round. Many prodigies wore peculiar expressions. Progressing through the Tianxin realm does not necessarily mean that the longer one lasts, the more rounds one surpasses. After all, during the trials, one can preemptively eliminate opponents to swiftly pass a round. Conversely, one could also adopt a more cautious approach, finding ways to stall for time until the time limit arrives. Allowing the opponents to dissipate on their OWN. Su Xin evidently belonged to the latter category. From the 6th round onward, having grasped the true rules of this second phase of the hunt, Su Xin ceased to actively engage in eliminating his opponents. Instead, he focused on conserving spiritual energy, employing defensive sword techniques to repel their attacks. By utilizing the Mountain Sea Scroll, he merely defended, consuming minimal spiritual energy, and each time waited until the opponent's time limit expired, allowing them to vanish. Consequently, while everyone else had been eliminated, even Xia Meng had fallen in the 15th round, Su Xin had only just advanced to the final moments of the 12th round. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of collisions, the time limit for the 12th round's opponents expired, and they dissipated. Su Xin smoothly transitioned into the 13th round. This is indeed quite leisurely. With solely defensive maneuvers, his spiritual energy consumption was minimal, hence his ease. He must be employing the North Song sword technique, the officially recognized top sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty, many prodigies speculated. Although Su Xin had remained defensive, no one deemed it inappropriate. After all, in the Tianxin realm, as long as one could withstand the attacks of successive opponents, the method employed mattered little. In the 13th round, Su Xin faced the 10 black-armored soldiers wielding long spears. With the combined onslaught of the 10 soldiers, Su Xin could not maintain the same level of ease as before. Yet he only felt a slight increase in pressure. The North Song sword technique, regarded as the foremost sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty, wielded by Su Xin with his profound understanding of intent, created crashing waves, successfully repelling all attacks from the 10 black-armored soldiers. Before long, Su Xin had surpassed the 13th round, advancing to the 14th. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long spears struck like dragons. The speed and power were astonishing. The pressure on Su Xin surged dramatically. Although it was still 10 soldiers, the silver-armored soldiers in the 14th round were significantly stronger than the black-armored soldiers from the previous round. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Xion's eyes. In the next moment, a surge of overwhelming bloodline power erupted. Since entering the trial space and facing the first round of opponents, Su Xian had only activated 50% of his bloodline power. Yet now, he unleashed 70%. The increase to 70% amplified his strength exponentially. "Come on," Su Xian shouted, and his sword techniques erupted entirely. The boundless waves surged, intertwining with profound sword intent, making it appear as though the 10 silver-armored soldiers were submerged in a tumultuous sea. As for Su Xian, he stood resolutely like a stubborn rock in the midst of the vast ocean. Faced with the incessant onslaught of long spears, Su Xian wielded his sword with remarkable agility, executing a series of peculiar movements, sometimes sweeping horizontally, sometimes striking downwards with ferocity, and at other times delivering swift, intricate thrusts. The glimmer of his sword danced continuously, each movement precisely repelling or deflecting the shadows of the surrounding spears. The trial space resonated with a cacophony of metallic clashes, clang, clang, clang. Such formidable swordsmanship. The many prodigies observing from the training ground displayed expressions of astonishment. They recognized that Su Xian's defensive sword technique was exceptionally adept, showcasing a profound understanding of the concept, clearly having reached the first level of comprehension. Among nearly 100,000 talented individuals participating in this hunt, only three, Xiaomeng, Tu San, and Duan Yunfeng, had genuinely crossed into this first level of comprehension. As for Wu Zhao, while his staff techniques were exceedingly powerful and his understanding of the concept was also quite high, he had yet to fully reveal it. Thus, in terms of comprehension, Su Xian undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in this hunt. The first level of comprehension, combined with the Beitsong sword techniques Mountain and Sea Scroll, rendered his swordsmanship akin to mountains and seas. Most importantly, the layered techniques of dissipating force allowed him to withstand even the most potent attacks from his adversaries. However, his cultivation was somewhat lacking. Despite practicing a unique technique and tapping into his bloodline power, he had merely reached the threshold of the void-breaking realm in this hunt. There were others whose explosive power could rival or even surpass his. Yet apart from Xiaomeng, none had successfully navigated through the 14th round of attacks. Yet Su Xian could undoubtedly triumph over the 14th round, Elder Imo from the Tianai sect spoke solemnly. The 14th round, so far, only Xiaomeng had succeeded in surpassing it. Yet, it was clear to any discerning eye that, despite the immense pressure exerted by the 10 silver-armored soldiers, Su Xian was still capable of holding his ground with his swordsmanship. As long as he could withstand the onslaught without immediate defeat, he would surely advance past the 14th round once the time limit expired. Indeed, it wasn't long before the 10 silver-armored soldiers dissipated, and Su Xian successfully stepped into the 15th round. In the 15th round, he faced 10 golden-armored soldiers. Previously, Xiaomeng had also reached this 15th round and had barely managed to endure against these 10 golden-armored soldiers before being decisively defeated. Now, as Su Xian engaged them, the long spears pierced forth with astonishing speed, accompanied by a peculiar spiral force that seemed to ripple through the air, producing a piercing sound of breaking through the void. Su Xian continued to exert his utmost in employing the mountain and sea sword technique to counter. Clang! A collision sent forth a terrifying force. Although he managed to block the long spear, Su Xian felt a numbness in his arm. Such an overwhelming force. This power was likely comparable to Wu Zhao's formidable strike. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Xian's eyes. Previously, when he had clashed with Wu Zhao in the hunting grounds, he vividly remembered the impact of the latter's seemingly casual swing of his stone staff. One blow had left Duan Yunfeng dazed. Now, Su Xian sensed that the power contained within the golden-armored soldier's thrusting spear was no less formidable than Wu Zhao's strike. The crucial difference was that while Wu Zhao's strength came from a single individual, in this 15th round, he faced a full 10 golden-armored soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 golden-armored soldiers charged simultaneously, their spears either crashing down or thrusting forward. Piercing through the air with astonishing force, Su Xian, still relying on 7/10 of his bloodline power, could only exert himself to the fullest to defend against these terrifying assaults with the mountain and sea sword technique. This is where it ends. The spectators on the training ground sighed inwardly. They could all see that under the assault of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xian had already been pushed to his limits from the very beginning. Unless something extraordinary occurred, he would likely only be able to hold on for a short while before being completely overwhelmed. The Tianxin realm grew increasingly challenging. For a mere ocean transformation realm practitioner to pass the 14th round was already a remarkable feat. As for the 15th round, it was simply beyond the capabilities of someone in the ocean transformation realm. Moreover, Su Xian was merely at the peak of the ocean transformation realm. If he were to reach the consummate stage or the pinnacle of ocean transformation, he might stand a chance. Elder Imo smiled lightly. The 15th round of the Tianxin realm was indeed formidable. The Tianyin imperial dynasty held its hunting events every 5 years, drawing numerous prodigies, and among the countless top talents over the years, only a select few had ever qualified to pass the 14th round. As for those who could pass the 15th round in the past 20 events, spanning over a century, not a single one had emerged. It is over. Elder Imo smiled as he gazed at the mirror-like image above, while the many prodigies present, along with the formidable figures from various factions and sects, all believed Su Xian was destined to be defeated. But suddenly, Elder Mo's expression changed. Within the trial space, it was evident that Su Xian had indeed reached his ultimate limit under the relentless assault of the 10 golden-armored soldiers. Yet, it was precisely this extreme pressure that granted him a newfound understanding of swordsmanship, and a flicker of insight naturally blossomed in his mind. The mountain and sea scroll, rooted in the concept of mountains. What constitutes a mountain? Under the siege of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xin pondered deeply. The overwhelming might surged forth repeatedly, each collision shaking his form, compelling him to plant his feet firmly into the ground to maintain his balance. Seemingly a mere act of stabilization, the moment his feet sank into the earth, he suddenly experienced a profound epiphany. The ground, the earth? I understand. The reason mountains endure is that they are anchored to the earth, connected to the roots beneath. Even amidst the vast ocean, a stubborn rock stands tall because it is anchored to the seabed. The earth is the foundation of mountains, trees, rocks, and all things in the world. Su Xin continued to wield his sword, yet he seamlessly merged with the very earth beneath him. It was as if he had become a nail, driven deep into the ground. The 10 golden armored soldier spear techniques remained fearsome, each strike imbued with incredible power. Yet, as Su Xin wielded his sword to defend, his movements became markedly smoother and more harmonious than before. Although each strike from the golden armored soldiers was capable of causing his arm to tremble and go numb, he now felt a newfound ease in his defenses. What is happening? This swordsmanship. The numerous prodigies observing from the training ground, along with the powerful figures from various sects and factions, displayed expressions of astonishment. They could all sense that Su Xion's swordsmanship had undergone a complete transformation. He had broken through. Elder Imo from the Tianai sect stared in disbelief at Su Xion on the screen. Merging with the earth, achieving a state of seamlessness, this was the manifestation of the mountain and sea scroll at its peak. As the Tianyin imperial dynasties acknowledged foremost sword technique, reaching the pinnacle of the mountain and sea scroll required not only a profound comprehension of the concept, but also an unparalleled understanding of swordsmanship and exceptional talent. Even among the pinnacle practitioners of the void-breaking realm who trained in the Baitsong sword technique, many had failed to master the mountain and sea scroll to such a level. Yet Su Xion had achieved it, a genius, a true prodigy in the realm of swordsmanship. Elder Mo's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Su Xion, as if gazing upon a rare and precious treasure. Within the trial space, as Su Xion's mountain and sea scroll sword technique broke through to its peak, he found it remarkably easier to contend with the 10 golden armored soldiers. Soon, he successfully weathered the time limit of their attacks. Surpassing the 15th round, in the 16th round, he faced 10 soldiers clad in crimson armor, wielding blood-red long spears. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 soldiers charged together once more, yet their power had escalated significantly. Su Xion stood firm like a nail driven into the ground, unleashing the full force of the mountain and sea scroll sword technique to its utmost extent, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the 10 soldiers. Each collision sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. This is the pressure my swordsmanship craves. Su Xion was filled with fervor. Despite the overwhelming strength of the 10 crimson-armored soldiers, he still managed to hold them off with the mountain and sea scroll sword technique, albeit with great difficulty. Relying on merely 7/10 of his bloodline power, he fought to the very end, pushing himself to the limit. Ultimately, just as his spiritual energy was entirely depleted and his sword technique was on the verge of collapse, he barely managed to endure until the time limit of the 10 blood-armored soldiers' attacks elapsed. The 16th round of attacks, successfully surpassed. Su Xion, a mere practitioner at the peak of the ocean transformation realm, whom many regarded as youthful and inexperienced, had previously been suspected by the Red Dragon Tower of having potential for a top 10 combat prowess. Now, however, he had astonished everyone. He had remained silent until now. But this display was nothing short of sensational. Chapter 53. Fearless once again, the training ground was packed with spectators. The numerous prodigies participating in the second phase of the hunt, along with the top-tier experts from various factions and sects, were all fixated on the mirror-like image in the AIRD. The 15th round of attacks. Everyone had believed Su Xion had reached his limit and would falter here. Who would have thought? Su Xion suddenly erupted. His swordsmanship broke through, not only surpassing the 15th round but also continuing on to the 16th round of attacks. Everyone was left dumbfounded. A profound silence enveloped the training ground. One could hear a pin drop. The 16th round. How is this possible? Even Xiao Meng wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, when Su Xion had passed the 14th round, equal to him, he had appeared relaxed. Although both had passed the 14th round, Xiao Meng had done so through a direct offensive against his opponent, while Su Xion had merely relied on defensive swordsmanship to endure. One had barely held on, while the other had unleashed a full offensive to vanquish his adversaries. Even if they both ultimately fell at the 15th round, discerning eyes would still conclude that Xia Meng was the stronger of the two. But now, Tio surpassed the 16th round. In all the years the Tianyin imperial dynasty had been involved in the Tianxin realm, countless prodigies had ventured forth, yet Su Xin was the first to surpass the 16th round. Though he had done so purely through defense, that in itself was a remarkable skill. In this second phase of the hunt, there was no doubt that he shone even brighter than Xia Meng. Xia Meng clenched his fists involuntarily. Throughout his life, he had always strived to be the strongest. Regardless of the time or stage of competition, he had consistently held that title. In this hunt, he aimed not only for the final ranking but also to shine as the most radiant figure in the second phase. Yet now, his brilliance had been completely overshadowed by Su Xin. Su Xin? Xia Meng murmured, the name firmly etched in his mind. The prince has commanded that if encountered during this hunt, he must be eliminated. Su Xin stood there with a cold expression. Despite Su Xin's astonishing performance in the mirror image, he felt not a shred of emotion within. Merely relying on defensive swordsmanship to surpass the 16th round of the Tianxin realm would pose no threat to him. I must employ my strongest trump card, that one move, go forsake everything. That is the only way to have a chance at eliminating him. Su Xin's resolve was as steadfast as iron. For him, the prince's command was paramount. Even if it cost him his life, he must fulfill it. The tall figure of Wu Zhao, adorned with a massive black Buddhist bead necklace, stood smiling in a corner of the training ground, gazing up at the image above. Upon witnessing Su Xin's sword technique breakthrough, surpassing the 15th and 16th rounds of attacks, Wu Zhao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such an impressive defensive technique. Even if the monk were to unleash his full strength, he might not be able to overpower him directly. The Tianyin imperial dynasty truly boasts a plethora of talents. Having just witnessed the formidable spear technique of Xia Meng, now they had another prodigy in Su Xin, whose defensive capabilities seemed invincible. Truly, one of the dynasties with the deepest roots beneath the 9 holy mountains. Wu Zhao continued to smile benignly. Whether it was Xia Meng or Su Xin, both had imposed tremendous pressure on the other prodigies present. Yet Wu Zhao remained unconcerned. What does it matter if others are strong? His sole target was that one person. Situ Yu Dime Y brothers' defensive sword technique is truly monstrous. Duan Yunfeng, amidst the crowd, watched Su Xin's eruption in astonishment. He had long known that Su Xin's defensive sword technique was remarkable, and previously, during the first phase of the hunt, Su Xin had reached a certain bottleneck with his defensive swordsmanship. To break through this bottleneck, he had sought to refine his technique by confronting stronger opponents in the hunting grounds, but had been unsuccessful. Now, within the Tianxin realm, facing wave after wave of increasingly powerful adversaries provided Su Xin with the perfect opportunity to hone his skills, leading to a direct breakthrough in his swordsmanship. And now, with this breakthrough, his defensive capabilities instilled a sense of despair in Duan Yunfeng. If he were to encounter Su Xin alone in the upcoming hunts, he would undoubtedly face considerable hardship. After surpassing the 16th round, the opponents for the 17th round emerged. Unlike the previous opponents, in this round, there was only one adversary. This individual, wielding a long spear with one hand, swiftly approached Su Xin from within the white light. The spear first slashed, then swiftly thrust forward. The seemingly simple attacks were imbued with intricacies that the numerous prodigies present, including Su Xin himself, could not comprehend. Although Su Xin's defensive sword technique appeared flawless, it failed to withstand the onslaught of the long spear. In a single exchange, Su Xin was defeated and swiftly ejected from the arena. Upon reappearing in the training ground, countless gazes immediately converged upon him, most filled with admiration. This Su Xin, regardless of anything else, possessed a truly terrifying defensive sword technique. Indeed, merely relying on defensive swordsmanship to surpass the 16th round of the Tianxin realm, who could possibly breach such defense? Not only us, but even those prodigies capable of contending for the top 10 in the hunt would likely feel despair upon witnessing his defensive swordsmanship, would they not? Previously, some had doubted his strength to rank in the top 10. What a farce! With this defensive swordsmanship, entering the top 10 of the hunt poses no challenge whatsoever. Whispers of discussion echoed throughout the training ground. Surpassing the 16th round of the Tianxin realm, even if achieved solely through defensive means, undoubtedly indicated that his strength was sufficient to place him among the top 10 in this hunt, and he would surely secure a spot in the Tianyin palace. It seemed impossible for him to join our Tianyi sect. Elder Imo shook his head quietly beside them. He understood that Su Xian's explosive performance had effectively severed any ties with the Tianai sect. Not only the Tianai sect, but also the various factions and sects that had previously extended invitations to Su Xian were now unlikely to pursue him. Su Xian, your silence was one thing, but this sudden eruption is truly astonishing. Duan Yunfeng approached Su Xian, smiling as he spoke. What is happening? Why is everyone looking at me? Su Xian inquired with confusion. Having remained in the trial space, he was unaware of the reactions of those around him. As Duan Yunfeng explained. Su Xian quickly grasped the situation. I am the only one to have surpassed the 16th round, while even Xiao Meng has only reached the 14th round? No wonder so many people are focused on me. Su Xian smiled lightly. In truth, it was only after his breakthrough to the peak of the mountain and sea scroll sword technique that he was able to laboriously surpass the 16th round. Had his swordsmanship not broken through, he would have been fortunate to clear the 14th round, let alone the 15th. That moment, the elder with purple hair presiding over the hunt floated into the air, proclaiming grandly, the second phase of the hunt has concluded. All those who successfully surpass the 10th round of attacks in the trial space may advance to the third phase, which is the final stage of the hunt. I will now call out the names to Su Xian, Xiao Meng, Tu San. One by one. The names were called out according to their achievements in this stage. After announcing 36 names in succession, the elder with the purple hair finally came to a halt. This meant that through the second stage of the hunt, only 36 geniuses had progressed to the final stage. Just like that, only 36 remained. The powerful figures from various sects and factions around them expressed their astonishment. Yet they could comprehend the situation. Despite Su Xian having advanced through the 16th round, the Tianxin realm posed a significant threshold. Surpassing the 9th round was already formidable, and the difficulty escalated dramatically at the 10th round. Furthermore, with the factor of spiritual energy consumption, overcoming the 10th round was far from easy. For instance, despite Song Yan's capability ranking within the top 20, he ultimately failed to conquer the 10th round. Out of the 1,000 geniuses who participated in the second stage of the hunt, having 36 advance is already quite commendable. Following the conclusion of the second stage of the hunt, there were still 3 days allotted for rest. The geniuses returned to their camp. In the tavern, Su Xian sat together with Duan Yunfeng. Ha, Su Xian. Look at the latest genius intelligence released by the Qihong Tower. Previously, it merely suggested you might possess top 10 combat prowess, but this time, not only have they removed the word suspected, they have even placed your name prominently at the forefront, ahead of mine. Moreover, the report states that in terms of defense, you are undoubtedly the best among this year's geniuses. Duan Yunfeng chuckled. Su Xian glanced at the report and smiled. During the first stage of the hunt, although many geniuses had showcased their abilities, the Qihong Tower could only rely on battle results or information from other geniuses, rendering much of the information somewhat imprecise and lacking in detail. However, in the second stage of the hunt, all geniuses performed within the Tianxin realm, and their displays were clearly observed by various factions and sect powerhouses. Thus, the evaluations of these geniuses by the Qihong Tower became considerably more accurate. Xiao Meng, having directly slain his opponent and passed the 14th round, undoubtedly topped the genius intelligence report. As for Su Xian, if Xiao Meng's marksmanship could be described as overwhelmingly powerful, making him the foremost in this hunt, then Su Xian was indisputably the champion of defense. His defensive swordsmanship was witnessed by many, and this singular technique was sufficient to plunge most geniuses into despair. After all, with such defensive swordsmanship, even if he focused solely on defense, most geniuses would find themselves utterly helpless against him, rendering him invincible. In terms of pure defense, I may not necessarily be the best in this hunt, Su Xian suddenly remarked. The great monk Wu Zhao we encountered in the hunting ground possesses truly terrifying defensive capabilities. Duan Yunfeng couldn't help but recall the great monk. He had struck with all his might against the monk's head, yet the monk had not even suffered a scratch. Merely relying on the protective golden light, he had effortlessly deflected the blow. Indeed, the monk's defense is genuinely formidable. Duan Yunfeng nodded repeatedly. Su Xian's defense primarily stemmed from his swordsmanship, which emphasized a subtle technique of force dissipation. Even if his opponent's strength and prowess surpassed his by several or even tenfold, Su Xian, having reached a significant level in the Shanhai scroll, could withstand it. Most opponents within the Tianxin realm were merely focused on augmenting their strength and speed, yet their skill levels were not particularly high before the 17th round. However, when it came to the 17th round, with only one opponent remaining, The opponent's strength had not significantly increased, but he was defeated in a single exchange due to the opponent's skills far exceeding his expectations. As for the geniuses in this hunt, while none might have absolute superiority over him in terms of skill, there were a few who could certainly rival him, such as Xiao Meng, Su Xin, and Duan Yunfeng. Their skill levels were on par with Su Xian's, and they could potentially devise ways to breach his defenses. In contrast, the great monk Wu Zhao's protective golden light was indeed more abnormal by comparison. However, only Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were aware of Wu Zhao's protective capability. The other geniuses, including the Qihong Tower, remained oblivious. Regardless, with our strengths, as long as luck is not particularly against us and we do not encounter the top-tier geniuses too early, breaking into the top 10 should be feasible, Duan Yunfeng remarked with a smile that indeed. Su Xian nodded in agreement. As night fell, bathed in a hazy moonlight, Su Xian practiced his swordsmanship alone atop a nameless hill surrounding the camp. Every night, he dedicated hours to sword practice, a ritual he had long since adopted. It was precisely due to this habit and diligence that his swordsmanship progressed so rapidly, a testament not merely to his innate talent. Swish, 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 the sword light surged forth, fierce as a raging fire. The fire, by nature, is devoid of mercy, relentlessly slashing through the air with each strike. With every swing, Su Xian exerted his utmost effort, each stroke a cathartic release. After more than half an hour had passed, Su Xian lost count of how many strikes he had unleashed. However, in that singular moment, as he executed another swift and merciless sword shadow with unrestrained vigor, the spiritual energy within him erupted like a torrential river, surging forth. His form trembled in response. This was the culmination of the transformation of the sea. Su Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the surge of power within him, more potent and vigorous than ever. His heart swelled with joy. Merely 2 months prior, he had just recently broken through to the minor completion of the transformation of the sea. However, bolstered by the rapid cultivation speed of his bloodline inheritance and the assistance of numerous first-grade transformation of the sea pills, his progress had been exceptionally swift. After a brief period of solitary training in Yongning County, he had advanced to the major completion of the transformation of the sea. Following that, his cultivation continued to accumulate. By the time of this hunt, through repeated clashes with those geniuses and relentless honing, his cultivation had reached the most saturated state of the major completion of the transformation of the sea. Su Xian had initially believed he had only recently attained saturation and would need to wait until the hunt concluded to hope for a breakthrough to the full transformation of the sea. Yet, unexpectedly, perhaps it was due to the immense pressure he had endured in the Tianxin realm today, not only did his swordsmanship break through, but even the bottleneck of his cultivation had experienced some loosening. That night, after an exhilarating session of sword training, he had actually broken through. The full transformation of the sea. Su Xian clenched his fists tightly, feeling the palpable increase in power coursing through him. Previously, as a practitioner of the major completion of the transformation of the sea, he had been confident of breaking into the top 10 in this hunt. Even when facing the likes of Xiao Meng and Wu Zhao, the most formidable geniuses, he felt capable of engaging them directly. However, now that he had broken through to the full transformation of the sea, even if he merely activated 50% of his bloodline power, he could likely match Xiao Meng's strength, who practiced the Imperial Yuan technique. With such strength and prowess in swordsmanship and comprehension, he was not at all inferior to Xiao Meng, and perhaps even superior. With such power, standing atop the hill, Su Xian gazed down at the expansive camp below, a surge of ambition swelling within him. In this hunt, I shall fear nothing. Chapter 54. The duel 3 years in the making 3 days swiftly passed. In the imperial city, the martial arts arena stood vast and imposing, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators simultaneously. The third stage of the imperial city hunt, the final stage, was to unfold within this arena. In fact, this was not unique to this session. Each session of the Tianyan dynasty's imperial city hunt is generally divided into 3 stages. The first 2 stages feature varying competition rules that change frequently. Yet the rules for the final stage remain virtually unchanged. This final stage of the hunt relies purely on strength, a one-on-one showdown. Moreover, the first stage of the hunt remains undisclosed, while the second stage allows only the powerful figures from major factions and sects to attend. Only the final third stage is entirely public. Within the imperial city, countless nobles and commoners can enter the martial arts arena to watch if they purchase tickets. At this moment, the audience seats in the martial arts arena were packed to the brim. As the 36 geniuses who advanced to the third stage of the hunt appeared in the central arena under the guidance of attendants, the entire venue erupted with uproar. Countless gazes converged upon these 36 geniuses, among whom a few stood out prominently. That must be Xiao Meng, right? He should be the strongest in this hunt. I heard he is a royal descendant. The top 3 are certain, but the strongest is not guaranteed. After all, until the very end, who knows if these geniuses are hiding their true abilities? I think Xiao Meng is indeed the strongest. Look at him. He clearly doesn't regard the other geniuses here. Countless eyes were fixed on Xiao Meng, who stood there with a cold and proud demeanor, exuding an air of dominance. Despite being scrutinized by so many, his expression remained unchanged. Look, that great monk is Wu Zhao. He is barefoot and smiling, giving off such a warm vibe. That must be Duan Yunfeng. I heard his swordsmanship is incredibly formidable. One by one. The geniuses were identified, and Su Xin? Which one is he? Over there, the one in black holding a sword, that is him. Just look at how young he is. I heard he is only 19 this year, but in terms of strength, aside from Xiao Meng, I doubt anyone would claim they can defeat him. Tio possessed such strength at such a young age. Many were captivated by Su Xin. Following the conclusion of the second stage of the hunt, the Qihong Tower had released the latest genius intelligence report. Not only was this information shared with the participating geniuses, but also made public for all attending to witness, allowing the audience to familiarize themselves with the top geniuses in this session of the hunt, including Xiao Meng, Su Xin, Tu San, Wu Zhao, and Duan Yunfeng, all regarded as top-tier talents with the strength to secure a place in the top ten. Su Xin, being the youngest and least advanced among these geniuses, yet still among the most formidable, naturally drew considerable attention. This crowd is overwhelming. Su Xin observed the dense throngs around him and the cacophony of noise, feeling a sense of astonishment, with hundreds of thousands converging in one venue. The atmosphere was vibrant. Though young, as a member of a prominent family, Su Xin had some experience and could adapt. However, some geniuses from the states appeared visibly anxious. As Su Xin scanned the surroundings, he scrutinized the other geniuses. Xiao Meng's expression was aloof, tinged with arrogance, as if no other genius could garner his respect. Only when Su Xin's gaze met his did Xiao Meng return a glance, filled with a hint of battle intent. "Do you wish to duel me?" Su Xin smiled and shifted his attention to the great monk Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao wore a gentle smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. Upon sensing Su Xin's gaze, he brought his palms together in prayer and smiled at Su Xin, offering a gesture of reverence. "I have broken through to the full transformation of the sea, and my strength has surged." Among the 36 geniuses who have reached this final stage, the only ones who pose a threat to me, aside from Xiao Meng, are Wu Zhao. Su Xin regarded Wu Zhao with solemnity. For reasons unknown, he felt a lingering apprehension towards the great monk, even more so than towards Xiao Meng. Previously, during the second stage of the hunt, while it appeared that he and Xiao Meng had performed the best, Su Xin later realized that Wu Zhao had not exerted himself fully, intentionally conceding in the 14th round. As for the other geniuses, though Tu San was formidable, Su Xin was confident of victory against him. As for Duan Yunfeng, even now, Duan Yunfeng had concealed considerable strength. Su Xin had only witnessed him execute one signature move. Had he not broken through in cultivation, Su Xin would not have had absolute confidence in defeating him, but now, he felt assured he could overcome Duan Yunfeng. At that moment, Su Xin's gaze suddenly locked onto an individual. His eyes turned ice cold. That person was none other than Situyu. Su Xin. Situyu's face darkened as he glared at Su Xin. The two exchanged glances, each harboring a fierce killing intent. The Su and Situ families had been sworn enemies, their feud having escalated to the point of a vendetta. As the foremost geniuses of their respective clans, their fates had long been intertwined, destined for conflict. Now that they met, their animosity was palpable. Were it not for the imperial city hunt, they would have undoubtedly clashed immediately. "I hope that in the final stage of the hunt, I will have the opportunity to engage you in a one-on-one duel," Su Xin spoke, his voice low yet audible to Situyu. "Humph, we shall see." Situyu merely huffed in response, offering no further words. Swish, swish, two figures suddenly appeared on the elevated platform at the front of the arena. Near the center point one was a man in a green robe, slender and with a meticulously groomed beard. Although a smile graced his lips, an air of chilling composure surrounded him. The other was a graceful and alluring woman, her figure well-preserved despite her age, exuding an irresistible charm with her enticing crimson lips. The appearance of these two individuals immediately captured the attention of the crowd. They were the Tianyin Palace's Qingyang Palace Master and the Dai Palace Master. According to tradition, during the final stage of each hunting session, the Tianyin Palace would send a palace master to personally observe, yet this time, they had sent two. The palace masters of the Tianyin Palace were said to be top-tier experts of the Nirvana realm. A chorus of discussion and astonishment rippled through the venue. Numerous dignitaries and influential figures, including formidable individuals from various sects and factions, such as Elder Imo from the Tianai sect, stood up and bowed respectfully upon seeing the two palace masters. The 36 geniuses standing in the center of the arena, with the exception of Wu Zhao, also raised their heads, their eyes burning with anticipation as they gazed at the two palace masters. Their ultimate goal in participating in the Imperial City Hunt was to join the Tianyin Palace. Qingyang, the caliber of geniuses in this hunt is notably higher than in previous years. Indeed, they must be exceptional. Otherwise, you and I would not need to be here simultaneously. The two palace masters of the Tianyin Palace exchanged casual remarks as they took their seats. The Dai Palace Master's expression shifted suddenly as she looked toward a corner of the arena, exclaiming, "That person has also arrived." Qingyang Palace Master followed her gaze, spotting a seemingly inconspicuous figure clad in gray, leisurely resting his chin on his hand while tapping the armrest. He is sitting there? The Dai Palace Master wore a peculiar expression. Given his status, he was entirely qualified to sit alongside them. Although puzzled, she still smiled at him, offering a greeting. The gray-clad figure merely nodded lightly. As for the Qingyang Palace Master, he had intended to greet him with a smile, yet the gray-clad figure did not even glance his way, turning his head away instead. The Qingyang Palace Master's expression turned somewhat awkward. "Haha, Qingyang. It seems you offended him last time. He harbors quite a bit of resentment toward you now," the Dai Palace Master chuckled. "Not to mention, with his stature, he personally came to our Tianyin Palace to make an introduction. You ought to extend some courtesy. Moreover, the one he introduced, Su Xin, indeed possesses remarkable talent, fully meeting our Tianyin Palace's special recruitment criteria. Just look at the current situation. He holds such a grudge against you. Yet the individual he recommended, Su Xin, is participating in the Imperial City Hunt and is almost certain to break into the top 10, entering our Tianyin Palace. I heard that during the second stage of the hunt, Su Xin, relying on his defensive swordsmanship, surpassed the 16th round of attacks in the Tianxin realm, which is simply astounding. Enough, no more." The Qingyang Palace Master waved his hand, his voice serious. "I admit I underestimated Su Xion's talent. I never anticipated that within just over 2 months, he would progress so astonishingly. However, at that time, he barely met our Tianyin Palace's special recruitment criteria, and he had been personally punished by the Emperor. It was only natural that he was not granted a special recruitment quota. Is it truly so?" The Lord of the Moon Palace, with great interest, cast a glance at the Lord of the Qing Palace. Being fellow masters within the Tianyin Palace, the Lord of the Moon Palace had a mind as clear as a mirror regarding certain matters, though she chose not to articulate them. That moment His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice pierced the vast expanse, echoing throughout the entire assembly. Instantly, the once boisterous martial arena fell into a profound silence. Under the gaze of all present, a middle-aged man adorned in imperial robes, sporting a distinctive mustache, made his way to the central, towering throne of the venue. All in attendance, including the two masters of the Tianyin Palace, promptly rose to pay their respects. "We pay homage to your majesty." The sound resonated like thunder. The Tianyin Emperor, Su Xin, also bowed respectfully, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the imperial figure above. This very Tianyin Emperor had decreed his imprisonment in the magic restraint prison for 3 years. Yet, despite this, Su Xin bore no resentment towards the Tianyin Emperor. After all, his own failure in battle 3 years prior had indeed disappointed everyone, including the Tianyin Emperor who had personally attended the event with high expectations. The fact that the Tianyin Emperor had merely imprisoned him rather than executing him on the spot could be seen as a form of mercy. Furthermore, when the ancestral head of the Su family had perished and the family faced its gravest crisis, it was this Tianyin Emperor who had afforded them a glimmer of hope, granting him the opportunity to wed the 9th princess, though he had ultimately failed to seize it. The Tianyin Emperor had been more than benevolent towards the Su family. Neither the Su family nor Su Xin himself held any grievances against the Tianyan emperor. "You may rise," the Tianyan emperor gestured. The crowd stood up. An attendant approached the Tianyan emperor, bearing a jade platter upon which rested numerous jade tags inscribed with the names of prodigies. In total, there were 36 jade tags, corresponding to the 36 geniuses entering the third stage of the hunt. In the final phase of each hunt, the order of battle for these prodigies was typically determined by the higher echelons of the Red Dragon Tower through strength comparison. However, the very first battle, the opening match, was personally selected by His Majesty. It remained to be seen which two geniuses would be chosen for this inaugural clash. Anticipation filled the venue. The Tianyan emperor casually perused the jade tags before selecting two, which he handed to the attendant. The attendant approached the central arena and presented the tags to the elder with purple hair overseeing the hunt. Upon reviewing them, the elder's resounding voice echoed throughout the assembly. "In the third stage of the hunt, we have a one-on-one duel. The first match, Su Xin versus Situyu." Upon hearing this declaration, both Su Xin and Situyu, standing in the center of the arena, simultaneously looked up. A spark of excitement and surprise flickered in Su Xin's eyes. Just moments ago, he had hoped to encounter Situyu in this final one-on-one showdown, and now fate had granted him that very opportunity. Moreover, it was the very first match, the inaugural battle. Su Xin clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening to a cold intensity. Situyu, this battle, delayed for over 3 years, was finally upon him. Su Xin, at last. Chapter 55, A Sword. The first match, Su Xin versus Situyu. Once the elder with purple hair announced the details of the first duel, the arena erupted into a clamorous buzz. Su Xin, facing off against Situyu. In terms of strength, Su Xin undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 of the hunt. His defensive swordsmanship was exceptionally formidable, while Situyu merely qualified to contest for a position within the top 20, lacking the absolute capability to secure a place therein. The outcome of their duel seemed devoid of suspense. Was there any special significance to this match? Why had His Majesty specifically chosen these two for the opening battle? Many were left pondering. If subsequent matches followed suit, it would be understandable for the two to face each other. However, this was the first battle, personally selected by His Majesty. Historically, the initial match chosen by the emperor often bore great significance. While it was unlikely that the strongest contenders would clash immediately, there was usually an underlying meaning. At this moment, those in the know began to speak up. "Ladies and gentlemen, Su Xin hails from the Su family, once a premier family within the Tianyan Empire, though now fallen from grace. Over 3 years ago, as the foremost genius of the Su family, Su Xin faced off against Situyu, the foremost genius of the Situ family, in a duel presided over by His Majesty himself. Rumor has it that the victor would win the hand of the 9th princess. Yet, on the day of that fateful battle, for reasons unknown, Su Xin fled without a fight. This infuriated His Majesty, who subsequently ordered Su Xin's imprisonment in the magic restraint prison. Is that so? They have such a history? The crowd began to comprehend. Su Xin had fled without a fight 3 years prior. Given his current display of strength, there was no reason to believe he would fear Situyu even back then. Was there perhaps another secret at play? Curiosity rippled through the audience, as the tale of Su Xin and Situyu's enmity spread. The tens of thousands of spectators grew increasingly eager. No wonder His Majesty had deemed their duel worthy of the opening match. It was, after all, a confrontation delayed for 3 long years. Moreover, the stronger of the two was, intriguingly, the one who had once fled from battle. This match was bound to be captivating. In the center of the arena, the other 34 prodigies had already retreated, leaving only Su Xin and Situyu standing apart, facing each other from a distance. Su Xin's icy gaze met Situyu's, tinged with excitement. He had awaited this moment for far too long, ever since that fateful absence 3 years ago. Others believed him to have fled in cowardice, but only he understood the depths of his helplessness at that time. Since then, he had borne the stigma of being cowardly, inept, and a coward who fled. The world had mocked him. His kin could not comprehend his plight. He had buried his feelings deep within, struggling in the magic restraint prison for 3 arduous years. Even after rising to reclaim respect and status within his family, the stain of cowardice had yet to be washed away. Until today, in this final stage of the hunt, he confronted Situyu once more, to finally engage in that long overdue battle. In this fight, he sought nothing but to prove to the world that 3 years ago, he had not fled out of fear. Situyu was not worthy of forcing Su Xin to retreat. A fierce glint sparked in Su Xin's eyes. At that moment, Situyu coldly stared back at him. Su Xin had managed to progress through the 16th round of the second stage of the hunt, earning widespread recognition as the foremost offensive fighter. Humph! Merely strong in defense, Situyu scoffed. Defensive techniques are but one aspect of strength, yet they do not encompass the entirety of it. The Red Dragon Tower had ranked me within the top 30, granting me the chance to contest for the top 20 during the first 2 stages of the hunt. My performance had been rather average, leading everyone to believe I was truly limited to that strength, unaware that I had been concealing my true abilities all along. Situyu smirked inwardly as the hunt progressed to this point. Only 36 prodigies remained, yet among them, many concealed their true potential. Situyu was one of them. While the outside world generally perceived him as merely contesting for a place in the top 20, they were oblivious to the fact that his true strength could contend for the top 10. In most people's eyes, this match held little suspense. They believed he could not possibly be Su Xin's opponent. Yet, Situyu remained confident that he had a considerable chance of victory. The entire assembly had fallen silent. The elder with purple hair stepped forward, solemnly stating, in this final stage of the hunt, there is but one rule. The fight must cease upon a decisive hit. Deliberately inflicting lethal harm is prohibited. Anyone daring to violate this rule during the duel will not only be disqualified from the hunt, but will also face further punishment afterward. Do both of you understand? We understand. Su Xin and Situyu nodded in unison. This one-on-one duel was unlike the previous hunting grounds, which were shielded by special formations that safeguarded the prodigies' lives as long as they possessed identity tokens. In this arena, a moment's carelessness could lead to the death of a genius. Those who had advanced through the 2 stages to reach this point were all remarkable prodigies. Losing even one would be a significant blow to the Tianyan Empire, which naturally sought to prevent such occurrences. Very well, let the first battle commence. The elder with purple hair concluded, vanishing to the edge of the arena. In the vast arena, only Su Xin and Situyu remained. Su Xin, your courage seems to have increased significantly since 3 years ago. Knowing you were to face me, you did not flee immediately? Situyu remarked with a mocking smile. His words ignited another wave of murmurs in the now silent assembly. Everyone could discern the scorn in Situyu's tone directed at Su Xin. Su Xin's expression remained impassive. He chose not to engage in a war of words with Situyu. Instead, he unsheathed his long sword and pointed it towards Situyu. One sword. Su Xin spoke coldly. One sword. What do you mean by one sword? Situyu furrowed his brow. Without offering any explanation, Su Xin merely shot a cold glance at Situyu. In the next instant, a surge of overwhelming spiritual power erupted. Su Xin's form became a fleeting light, slicing through the void. As the completion of the sea transformation. Didn't they say Su Xin had only attained the great completion of sea transformation? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. The intelligence from the Red Dragon Tower had indicated that Su Xin was merely at the great completion stage of sea transformation, yet now, the explosive power he exhibited was clearly at the full completion level. Had he broken through? Previously, even with the great completion stage, the Red Dragon Tower had ranked him among the top 10 of the hunt. Now that he had reached full completion, just how formidable had he become? The 34 prodigies who had retreated to the sidelines watched in astonishment. Now it became interesting. The proud and somewhat domineering Xiaomeng, witnessing this, could not help but smile as the currently acknowledged strongest contender in this hunt. He regarded all others with disdain. Among the prodigies present, only a few could capture his attention, including Wu Zhao. However, after the conclusion of the second stage of the hunt, Su Xin's name had firmly lodged itself in his memory. Although Su Xin's previous cultivation had been somewhat lacking, now that he had broken through, he was no longer inferior in many aspects, certainly qualifying as a worthy rival. As Su Xin's cultivation erupted, Situyu was taken aback. Damn it, his cultivation has actually broken through. Initially, Situyu had believed he could conceal his strength and, with a sudden outburst, had a significant chance of defeating Su Xin. However, upon witnessing Su Xin's power, his confidence evaporated. Yet, he quickly drew his weapon and charged forward. Boom! A violent sound of air being sliced apart resonated. Su Xin swung his sword, channeling 70% of his bloodline power. Striking with the might of thunder, wild and terrifying, he aimed directly at Situyu. Was he truly going to engage me in a direct confrontation? Situ chuckled at this sight. His own weapon, though a sword, was a broad and heavy one. A heavy sword lacks a sharp edge but possesses immense power. His swordplay was inherently vigorous, excelling in head-on clashes and strength contests. To confront him directly was a welcome challenge. This was clearly a death wish. Excitement flickered in Situ's eyes as he gripped his massive sword with both hands, unleashing every ounce of his strength. Breaking army, Situ unleashed his signature move. The enormous heavy sword, immensely weighty, formed a shadow of the blade, rushing down with overwhelming force. This Situ had indeed hidden his strength. Many top-tier experts in the audience had already recognized the extraordinary nature of Situ's strike. Just this one sword demonstrated that Situ was far more than merely qualified to contest for the top 20. He was at least capable of contending for the top 10. Situ had been concealing a trump card. The heavy sword he wielded was inherently powerful. If Su Xin were to clash head-on with him, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Conversations among the experts filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the two sword shadows collided head-on. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the terrifying force of their clash sent ripples through the void, creating shockwaves that swept uncontrollably through the surroundings. The ground beneath their feet shattered upon impact. Situ had initially been brimming with confidence, a cold smile playing upon his lips. However, the moment his heavy sword met Su Xion's blade in direct confrontation, an overwhelming and suffocating power radiated from Su Xion's sword, far exceeding his expectations and capacity to withstand. The smile on Situ's face instantly froze. How is this possible? A glimmer of fear and disbelief flickered in Situ's eyes. In the next moment, under the impact of that terrifying force, his arms twisted as he gripped the sword, the momentum of the strike collapsing, while Su Xion's ferocious and formidable sword shadow continued to bear down upon him, crushing the heavy sword against his body. Splatter! A mouthful of blood erupted from Situ's lips as he was launched like a cannonball, crashing into the ground not far behind, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. After coming to rest, Situ could not even muster the strength to glance at Su Xion again, the excruciating pain radiating from his entire being, including his internal organs, causing his head to spin, plunging him into unconsciousness. This scene sent the vast assembly into a frenzy. Chapter 56, Proving Oneself, Defeated, just like that, with a single encounter, merely one sword. The audience of hundreds of thousands was left stunned, struggling to find the words to express their astonishment. Although it had been anticipated that this battle would hold little suspense, no one had expected Situ to fall so swiftly and absurdly. Just one sword strike. Moreover, Su Xion had charged indirectly, delivering a frontal assault. Situ wielded a heavy sword, which was his forte, and was adept at forceful collisions. To engage him in direct confrontation was precisely what he relished. The disparity was staggering. The two were not even on the same level in terms of power or sword intent. Situ, despite concealing some strength, had merely hoped for a stroke of luck to contend for the top 10, but Su Xion, even without a breakthrough, had already possessed top 10 combat prowess. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough, he undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in this hunt. Apart from the strongest Yameng, I cannot see anyone else who could rival him. How formidable! Countless spectators marveled, utterly captivated by Su Xion's displayed might. Reflecting on 3 years prior, Su Xion's absence from battle, fleeing without a fight, with such terrifying power. It should have been Situ who fled. Having heard that Su Xion had been imprisoned in the magic restraint prison for 3 years, it became evident that he had squandered that time. Yet, even so, he had effortlessly defeated Situ. What kind of powerhouse could ever truly be said to have fled in fear? There must have been other reasons behind his absence from that previous battle. Indeed, having not witnessed Su Xion's strength before, one might believe he had fled in fear. However, now, no one could convince me that Su Xion would fear facing Situ. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their minds racing with speculation. Su Xion remained resolutely positioned at the very center of the battlefield, and he could hear the murmurs of the surrounding spectators, causing him to clench his fists tightly. 3 years prior, he had been unjustly imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison, burdened by a stigma that he could neither refute nor clarify due to the peculiarities of his bloodline. Yet today, he engaged in neither argument nor explanation. He had no need for justification. With a single sword strike, he had proven his worth. That one stroke had completely cleansed him of his infamy. Henceforth, no one would dare to mention his alleged retreat without a fight from 3 years ago. If it were to be brought up, it would only be said that he must have had some exceptional reason for his absence. His strength now stood absolutely and unequivocally above that of Situ. This inaugural hunt had merely been a fleeting encounter. With just one sword, Su Xin had brought it to a swift conclusion. The elder with purple hair, overseeing the hunt, approached to assess Situ's injuries. Although Situ had sustained severe damage, his life was not in jeopardy, and Su Xin had, of course, adhered to the rules of the hunt. After declaring Su Xin the victor, he retreated from the battlefield. The hunt was far from over. On the elevated platform at the front of the venue, the two leaders of Tianyan Palace sat side by side, having witnessed the recent clash. "Qingyang, did you see the swordplay Su Xin just executed?" inquired the lord of the Emperor Moon Palace. "Indeed," replied the lord of Qingyang Palace with a nod. The Thunderfire Scroll of the Northern Song sword art, though he did not employ any profound secret techniques, it is evident that he has mastered it to a remarkable degree. As he spoke, a shadow of concern crossed the face of the lord of Qingyang Palace. The battle between Su Xin and Situ was brief. It was merely a single exchange, and Situ had been shattered and sent flying upon impact. Consequently, most spectators, including several formidable figures from various sects and factions, had not grasped the intricacies of the encounter. However, as the esteemed leaders of Tianyan Palace, they had seen through it immediately. The mastery of the Thunderfire Scroll was evident, and it was apparent that Su Xin had reached this level some time ago. In stark contrast to the Mountain and Sea Scroll, which he had only recently managed to master during the second phase of the hunt, the Lord of the Emperor Moon smiled. "Qingyang, you must realize what this signifies." She turned her gaze toward the Lord of Qingyang Palace. "This is the Northern Song sword art, and you are well aware of its origins. Mastering any one of the 3 scrolls of the Northern Song sword art to perfection is notoriously challenging. Many sword cultivators spend their entire lives without achieving full mastery of even one. Yet Su Xin has simultaneously mastered both the Thunderfire and Mountain Sea scrolls to their fullest, and he remains merely at the Transformation Sea stage. There is no doubt that Su Xin is a true prodigy of the sword, his innate talent far surpassing our expectations. The Tianyan Palace has existed for countless years, absorbing numerous talents, and if we were to evaluate purely based on swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. The Lord of Qingyang Palace's expression was grave. The Tianyan Palace, since its inception alongside the Tianyan dynasty, has endured for over 1,000 years, during which it has welcomed countless prodigies. Just considering the royal city hunts held every 5 years, we would certainly have absorbed 10 talents, not to mention those exceptionally gifted individuals who secured special invitations. Over a millennium, the number is staggering. Among such a plethora of talents, some truly monstrous figures inevitably emerge. Yet the Lord of the Emperor Moon asserts that Su Xion's talent in swordsmanship ranks among the top 3, even amidst the countless prodigies the Tianyan Palace has nurtured. What a high praise this is, one that the Lord of Qingyang Palace cannot counter. For a practitioner at the Transformation Sea stage to simultaneously master the Thunderfire and Mountain Sea scrolls to perfection is an extraordinary feat. "Emperor Moon, what do you wish to convey?" the Lord of Qingyang Palace inquired. "I merely wish to express that a swordsmanship genius like Su Xian will undoubtedly receive our utmost support and cultivation. His future achievements are destined to be remarkable. Previously, you went against the consensus to prevent Su Xian from entering Tianyan Palace. I need not delve into the specifics of your reasoning, but I hope you will adhere to your responsibilities moving forward," the Lord of the Emperor Moon stated, her words carrying a hint of admonition. Until now, Su Xian had not genuinely joined Tianyan Palace, allowing her to remain indifferent. However, having witnessed his strength firsthand, particularly his terrifying talent in swordsmanship, she had concluded that he would undoubtedly become one of the most outstanding disciples of Tianyan Palace, with limitless prospects ahead. Naturally, she would no longer allow the Lord of Qingyang Palace to act recklessly. "How I conduct myself is not for you to reprimand," the Lord of Qingyang Palace retorted with a cold snort. The Lord of the Emperor Moon chose not to respond further as the battle arena became a stage for numerous talents to engage in one-on-one contests. The victorious would advance to the next round, while the defeated would be eliminated. Soon, the 36 talents had completed the majority of their matches. "Duan Yunfeng, well done. Quite clean and decisive," Su Xian remarked with a smile as he watched Duan Yunfeng step down from the combat stage. Just moments ago, Duan Yunfeng had faced off against another talent, who had previously been deemed capable of breaking into the top 20. However, in the face of Duan Yunfeng, he had barely managed to hold on for a moment before being swiftly defeated. The opponent was not particularly strong, and he had no hidden techniques. It was naturally easy to overcome him. Speaking of decisiveness, your earlier victory over Su Xin was truly clean, Duan Yunfeng replied. Su Xin could not help but chuckle. By the way, the great monk Wu Zhao should be up next, right? Duan Yunfeng inquired. Yes, he is next, Su Xin affirmed, his expression turning serious. Wu Zhao was undoubtedly one of the opponents he regarded with the utmost concern during this hunt. Thus far, including during the second phase of the hunt, Wu Zhao had not revealed his true strength, and Su Xin was eager to see if he would unveil any hidden techniques in his upcoming battle. Both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng focused intently on the arena, on the battlefield. The great monk Wu Zhao, adorned with prayer beads and barefoot, stood smiling, while his opponent, a talent recognized by the Red Dragon Tower as capable of contending for the top 20, stood opposite him, also formidable in strength. However, unless he possessed some exceptionally potent abilities or techniques, this talent likely wouldn't last long against Wu Zhao. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as the purple-haired elder announced the commencement of the duel, the great monk Wu Zhao declared, "I concede." Without any forewarning, he surrendered outright. This scene left not only his opponent in shock, but also the entire assembly utterly bewildered. They had yet to engage in combat, and he had already given up? What was going on? Su Xin furrowed his brow in disbelief. Duan Yunfeng beside him mirrored a similar expression of astonishment. This figure, whom he had regarded as an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, had just surrendered without a fight. The Tianyan Emperor, seated on the elevated platform above, raised an eyebrow in concern. "Investigate this matter," he ordered. Immediately, someone descended to inquire further, and soon thereafter, an attendant hurriedly delivered a report to the Tianyan Emperor. Glancing over the contents briefly, he remarked, "A talent from Donglin? This is absurd." Clearly displeased, the Tianyan Emperor dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, choosing not to pursue it further. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, the gathered talents exchanged puzzled glances as they regarded Wu Zhao, who had just stepped down from the arena, his demeanor still warm and friendly, seemingly unbothered by the astonishment of those around him. Internally, however, he felt quite content. He had anticipated needing to expend considerable time and effort, but with Su Xin's defeat at Su Xin's hands, and in such a devastating manner, he no longer needed to intervene. The troublesome task had finally come to an end. Wu Zhao quietly mused, and upon catching sight of Su Xin, he paused to offer a slight smile. "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank me?" Su Xin was taken aback. For what? Was Wu Zhao expressing gratitude for his recent defeat of Su Xin? Regardless, Wu Zhao's concession meant that Su Xin had lost one significant adversary in this hunt. Before long, all 36 talents had completed their matches, and the 18 victors proceeded to the next round, engaging in another series of one-on-one battles. This time, those who triumphed would advance into the top 10 and secure their place for cultivation within Tianyan Palace. On the elevated platform, an attendant presented a list of the battle pairings for the 18 talents to the Tianyan Emperor. In previous instances, he would have merely glanced over it before proceeding as per the list. However, this time, he pointed to 2 names on the roster. "Switch these 2 names," the Tianyan Emperor instructed. "Understood," the attendant nodded. Quickly, the revised matchups for the 18 talents were prepared. The first match, Duan Yunfeng versus Luo Bingyan. The second match, Xiaomeng versus Zhu Tao. The third match. A total of 9 matches, with the first 8 proceeding without issue. Yet, the 9th match stood out, Su Xin versus Su Xin. As this list was made public, an uproar erupted in the venue. The initial 8 matches were rather unremarkable. However, the final match, Su Xin against Su Xin, raised eyebrows. So soon, they are to face each other. What is the Red Dragon Tower thinking? Many could not comprehend this arrangement. The one-on-one duels during the final phase of the hunt, particularly the advancement from 36 to 18, were meticulously coordinated by the Red Dragon Tower to ensure that the most elite talents would not encounter one another prematurely, thus avoiding early elimination. Yet, here they were, set to clash in the second round, with Su Xin and Su Xin facing off. Su Xin's prowess was well known. Among the remaining 17 talents, only Xiaomeng seemed a suitable contender. While Su Xin might be slightly weaker than Su Xin, he was still among the very top talents of this hunt. Before the first phase began, Su Xin had been deemed certain to break into the top 10. And during the second phase, his performance had been second only to Su Xin and Xiao Meng. Under normal circumstances, they would both have advanced to the final round of 9, destined for entry into Tianyan Palace. Yet now, they were pitted against each other too early. What is the emperor up to? Is he attempting to suppress the Qi Wangfu? The expressions of the two leaders of Tianyan Palace were peculiar as they sat beside the Tianyan emperor, fully aware of the unfolding events. They understood that the Red Dragon Tower had not arranged for Su Xin and Tu San to clash at this moment. It was a deliberate action by the Tianyan emperor himself. As the second round commenced, one by one, the talents stepped forward. Xiao Meng continued to dominate his opponent with his overwhelming and fierce spear techniques, effortlessly claiming victory without revealing his full strength. Duan Yunfeng's opponent proved to be quite a challenge. For a brief period, he only held a slight advantage, yet ultimately, he unleashed his ultimate technique. A dazzling, tragic blood light erupted, and with just 3 strikes, he defeated his adversary Dai in no time. 8 of the 9 matches had concluded, leaving only the final showdown, the highlight of the event. In the arena, Su Xin stood poised with his sword, facing Tu San, who appeared indifferent, his eyes serene like still waters, devoid of emotion. Tu San wielded a pair of blood-red claws, his chosen weapons. Su Xin narrowed his gaze slightly, suspecting that the Qi Wangfu might be behind the ambush from the Yinglong guards that had targeted the Su family. Yet, it remained merely a suspicion, lacking definitive proof. "Unleash your utmost strength," Su Xin said calmly, his words laced with unshakable confidence. He truly possessed such confidence. Had he not experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, facing Tu San would have necessitated all his effort and strategies to secure victory. But now, with his newfound strength, Tu San posed little threat. Tu San remained silent, but suddenly darted forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of flickering lights accompanied him, his speed uncanny, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Such incredible speed. His movements are so peculiar. Gasps echoed from the audience. A flash of blood-red light surged towards Su Xin, aiming for his throat with lightning speed. Su Xin caught a glimpse and swiftly parried with his sword, the clash resonating as the blood-red light dissipated. Tu San unleashed his full fury, claws slashing. Whoosh, 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 a barrage of blood-red streaks erupted, each swift, precise, and ruthless, with angles that were exceptionally cunning. Tu San maximized his agility and speed, but to the spectators, Tu San's figure was nearly indistinguishable amidst the storm of blood-red flashes. Yet under this relentless assault, Su Xin remained composed, as solid as a boulder firmly anchored to the ground. His sword danced with the essence of the mountain and sea sword intent, warding off the incoming blood-red streaks with ease, his feet not moving an inch. This was Su Xin's defensive swordsmanship. In this hunt, he was acknowledged as possessing the finest defense. The technique was utterly flawless, despite Tu San's strange movements and blinding speed. He could do nothing against Su Xin's swordplay. The crowd marveled in awe. They had already learned from the intelligence provided by the Red Dragon Tower that Su Xin's defensive swordsmanship was hailed as the finest in this hunt. What they had only heard about previously, they now witnessed firsthand. The relentless barrage of blood-red streaks intensified, their speed and might escalating. Each strike was as swift as lightning, imbued with tremendous force, akin to the claws of an unparalleled beast. Yet Su Xin stood steadfast, his sword intent surging forth, unleashing a violent onslaught that sent Tu San reeling backward. "Is this truly your strongest effort, Tu San?" Su Xin's gaze was cold and unwavering. Tu San's expression was as unyielding as iron. He did not respond. Su Xin refused to waste any further time with Tu San, his form shifting as he took the initiative to strike. His sword slashed forth, exuding an indescribable ferocity. The air crackled with heat, the sword intent surging like a tidal wave of flames. The entire battlefield felt as though it had descended into a searing inferno. An unending tide of sword intent crashing down upon Tu San. Tu San relied on his agility and speed to engage Su Xin. Yet under the guidance of Su Xin's sword intent, a terrifying force converged upon him from all directions. This was the manifestation of Su Xin's mastery over the Thunderfire Scroll, amplifying the Thunderfire momentum to an unprecedented degree. Tu San's agility could not be fully unleashed, forcing him to desperately defend himself. However, with each attempt at defense, the disparity in their strengths became glaringly apparent. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive clash, Su Xin was sent reeling backward, sustaining significant injuries. Still unwilling to concede? Su Xin furrowed his brow. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Xin had no chance whatsoever. The gap in their power was unmistakable. Typically, one would choose to concede in such circumstances, sparing themselves further humiliation. Yet Su Xin remained silent, his expression unchanged, merely enduring Su Xin's relentless assault. Humph! Su Xin snorted coldly, enhancing the power within his swordsmanship once more. Boom! Another aggressive strike descended, and Su Xin raised his claws to defend. Only to be sent flying once more as he was hurled through the air. He could not suppress the warm blood that spilled from his mouth. Su Xin had no intention of further entangling with him. After sending him flying, he took a swift step forward, and an exceptionally striking, icy sword light suddenly illuminated the air. The first move of the void shadow, dark light. This sword strike was executed with astonishing speed. Su Xin, in the midst of his retreat, was utterly incapable of defending against It. In a true battle, Su Xin could have easily slain him with this single strike. However, as this was merely a contest of hunting, Su Xin naturally refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Just as the sword light was about to make contact with Su Xin's body, he altered its trajectory. The sword had the potential to sever Su Xin's head cleanly, but instead, it merely left a faint scar on his shoulder. With a swift stabilization of his stance, Su Xin abruptly advanced, his right hand sweeping through the air. He did not brandish his claws. Yet from beneath his sleeve, a jet of black light shot forth with blinding speed. This black light materialized as an exceptionally sharp needle, measuring half a foot in length. Despicable! Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. It was too swift, too sudden. No one had anticipated that Su Xin would possess such a hidden weapon, especially given that Su Xin had clearly held back and was so close in proximity. The needle, with its terrifyingly cold tip, surged directly towards Su Xin's head. Su Xin's expression remained unchanged, yet within the depths of his seemingly stagnant eyes, an astonishing killing intent surged forth. The command of His Highness demanded it. Su Xin must die. In Su Xin's mind, only the order from the young lord echoed. The sudden onset of danger caused Su Xin's expression to shift. Yet, having previously experienced an assassination attempt that nearly cost him his life, he had learned a profound lesson from that encounter. At all times, he maintained a degree of vigilance towards anyone. Although Su Xin's attack was unexpected and the black light was indeed swift, Su Xin reacted immediately upon sensing the threat. He did not have time to swing his sword, but the sword shadows around his body coalesced into a tangible form. It was as if an additional layer of sword intent defense had materialized around him. Mountain Sea Domain. Only after mastering the Mountain Sea Scroll to perfection could one manifest the sword intent into a tangible domain. On the high platform, the two lords of Tianyan Palace were taken aback. The master of the Emperor Moon Palace stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Was he not only in the second stage of hunting, just having attained mastery of the Mountain Sea Scroll? How could he condense the Mountain Sea Domain so quickly? Once the Mountain Sea Scroll is mastered to perfection, one can employ the technique known as the Mountain Sea Domain. However, truly mastering this technique typically requires considerable time for research and comprehension. Under normal circumstances, it would take several months. Yet, what of Su Xin? It had only been a mere 3 days since the conclusion of the second stage of hunting. In such a short span of time, he had achieved mastery. His talent in the sword arts was nothing short of extraordinary. The master of the Emperor Moon Palace found himself in a prolonged state of agitation. The Mountain Sea Domain serves as a protective realm of sword intent. The chilling and terrifying black needle struck forcefully against the Mountain Sea Domain but failed to breach it, instead being repelled and landing on the ground beside him. As the needle embedded itself into the earth, it emitted a hissing sound, akin to boiling water cascading over freshly fallen snow. The ground began to dissolve at an alarming rate, and in an instant, a massive pit appeared. Poisonous. The needle was laced with a potent toxin. The expressions of the hundreds of thousands of spectators, as well as the numerous elite figures and dignitaries on the high platform, shifted dramatically. In an instant, the ground had begun to corrode away. Such a horrific poison. If it were to come into contact with a person's flesh, had Su Xin not relied on the Mountain Sea Domain to deflect the black needle and instead allowed it to pierce his body, even if it merely broke through the skin, the consequences would have been dire. You seek death. A surge of fury and boundless killing intent erupted within Su Xin. His icy gaze, as piercing as the stare of death itself,